188. Bureau of Guerrilla Control, Al-Maktab al-Qawmi li-Dabita al-Fidaiyya, was set up within Syrian military intelligence to issue passes and to check the names and security records of guerrillas. 98. Guerrillas in the Fragile Republic. The consolidation of the guerrilla base in Syria in the second half of 1968 supported a further expansion, this time into South Lebanon. This built on political pressures and shifts in the country since June 1, 1967, when thousands of Lebanese and Palestinians demonstrated in protest against the resignation of Nasser and attacked U.S. businesses in Beirut. Hundreds of volunteers flocked over the next 6 weeks to an informal training camp set up by PLA officer Ṣāyigh in the mountain village of Kayfun, or to the Fatah camp at Hama in Syria. Faced with the strength of popular sentiment, the Lebanese army even offered training to dozens of Palestinian refugees in its own barracks, and the Taqsim Bureau eased its grip slightly in the camps. 99. The guerrilla groups were relatively slow to take advantage, however. The ANM probably had the largest following among Palestinians in Lebanon, while the PLFPR came second, but overall numbers were modest. Fatah had a mere 80 members, and even Former Mufti Husseini retained a network of veteran infiltrators in the camps. 100. The ANM benefited from the presence of its central leadership in Beirut, but suffered when Haddad moved to Amman in early 1968 and Habash was imprisoned in Damascus in March. The abdication of Hut in the summer left the local PLFPR branch leaderless, and most members now joined Fatah, the PFLP, or the PLF/PLA. Fatah benefited from its soaring reputation since Karama and its possession of a radio station, and from the death in combat of a young Lebanese guerrilla, Khalil al-Jamal, whose funeral turned into a large demonstration of support. Prime Minister Abdullah al-Yafi was among the mourners, and later received a Fatah delegation and posthumously awarded Jamal a national medal. His predecessor Rashid Karami was also one of several leading Lebanese politicians who made donations to Fatah or solicited funds on its behalf, in cooperation with the opposition parties. 101. Lebanese support for the guerrillas partly reflected the political alignments of different confessional communities in the country, but as important was the growth of the various leftist or Muslim-based opposition parties. This resulted from the declining position of Beirut as a regional financial market and the weakening of the local services and industrial sectors, driving rural migration to the cities and polarizing society along both class and sectarian lines, all trends that accelerated in the wake of the 1967 war. The introduction of an assertive new factor could only accentuate existing fractures, which was indeed how the Palestinian guerrilla movement achieved a foothold. 102. The ANM already had the backing of its Lebanese branch, of course, but Fatah now devoted much of its energy to weaving a network of contacts with members of all sects and 189. Parties to secure political cover, and sponsored the formation of the Lebanese movement in support of Fatah, al-Haraka al-Lubnaniyya al-Musanid al-Fath. For a variety of reasons, including its broad, nationalist appeal and the pragmatism with which it approached Arab hosts, Fatah soon gained the most ground. Samir Abu Ghazala, a former resident in Lebanon, returned from a teaching post in Saudi Arabia at the end of 1967 to rebuild the civilian organization, still nominally headed by Emil Khoury. Lami al-Kumbarji, another former resident and Egyptian university graduate, also returned to help. Other Fatah cadres arrived from Jordan to assist, disguising their purpose by registering as students at the Beirut Arab University, although 3 were deported by the authorities in mid-January 1968. The new regional command, ICLIM, was nonetheless expanded with the inclusion of student representatives from the main universities, former Ba'athist leader Tawfiq al-Safadi, leftist cadres Naji Alush and Ribhi Awad from Jordan, and, unprecedentedly, 2 women. 103. Fatah concentrated on recruiting students, and resorted to the General Union of Palestinian Workers and to charitable associations, often run by middle-class Palestinian women, to gain access to the refugee camps, which were Closely watched by the ubiquitous THIRD Bureau. 104 Israeli security measures made infiltration over the Jordan River increasingly difficult after mid-1968, prompting Fatah to consider encircling the Galilee from South Lebanon. 105 In October its 55 sector crossed the border with Syria and redeployed in the mountainous Arqub region to the west of the Mount Hermon Massif. At the same time a group of young Qatars enrolled as Beirut Arab University students or posing as businessmen and company employees arrived from Jordan to set up a support network in Beirut and southern cities. 106 The rise of guerrilla strength to some 180 allowed a second guerrilla contingent, the 56th sector, also known as the 502 sector, to be formed in early 1969. Reinforcements arrived in April and May after clashes with the Lebanese army, and rocket gunners from Jordan followed in June. 107 Assisting the implantation of the guerrillas was the support they received from Lebanese villagers, many of whom had offered shelter and information to Palestinian infiltrators before 1967. 108 Semi-feudal conditions, especially among the poorer Shiite Muslim villagers, and widespread resentment of the heavy-handed THIRD Bureau led them to regard the guerrillas as natural allies. 109 The ideologically based opposition parties, primarily the Ba'athists and Communists but also newcomers such as the Socialist Lebanon Movement, were gaining ground and offered transport, information, and supplies. 110 As a result, Fatah was able to establish an informal headquarters and a clinic in Hibaraya and safe houses in several other villages in the Arqub, and then extended its civilian support network as far west as the Bent Jabal district. 111 This did not go unnoticed by the authorities, especially after Fatah started cross-border raids against Israel. The army increased its checkpoints and arrested guerrilla supporters, but street protests erupted in the large border town of Al-Qayyim when the local Fatah office was closed down in March 1969. 112 The THIRD Bureau redoubled 190 its intelligence effort, and reportedly distributed 700 guns to its informers and to anti-guerrilla villagers. 113 Official policy was increasingly out of step with substantial numbers of Lebanese citizens. The government had been in crisis since December 1, 1968, when Israeli commandos mounted a devastating raid on Beirut International Airport in reprisal for a terrorist attack on an Israeli airliner in Athens. The destruction of 13 Lebanese passenger aircraft and the failure of the army to repel the attack prompted the resignation of Prime Minister Yafi and his replacement by Karami. By April 1, 1969, the opposition felt strong enough to challenge the government, and called for major demonstrations in support of the guerrillas. Thousands defied the government ban to come out on April 23. In Beirut 11 were killed and 82 wounded by army and public security forces fire, according to official figures, while another 200 were arrested around the country. Embarrassed by this demonstration Afi's lack of control over national security policy, Karami tendered his resignation, and headed a caretaker cabinet. The events of April 23 marked a watershed, polarizing domestic politics sharply and involving other Arab states in the relationship between the Lebanese government and the guerrillas. Guerrilla numbers rose quickly with the arrival of Fatah reinforcements and a sizable SA/QA contingent, and the authorities announced the arrest of 200 Ṣāyigh supporters and 65 from Fatah and the seizure of weapons in several parts of the country. 114 This led to a week of clashes in May that left 2 Lebanese soldiers and 7 guerrillas dead, which in turn triggered the diplomatic intervention of Nasser. The Egyptian president was keen to develop military pressure against Israel on all fronts, and wished to preserve a measure of freedom for guerrilla activity in South Lebanon. At his urging Lebanese President Charles al-Hilal received Arafat, while a Palestinian military delegation visited army headquarters and negotiated a draft protocol regulating guerrilla deployment and movement. Private objections from elements within the army command and the Maronite political establishment prevented ratification, however. Army commander Emil al-Bustani, who had approved the agreement with Arafat, subsequently notified him that it had been cancelled on the instructions of a superior official, presumably the president. 115 Fatah responded by reinforcing its contingent in the Arqub. Ṣāyigh had some 200 guerrillas in the area, while the PFLP later established a presence with 30-40, followed by the PLFI-PLA, PFGC, and PDFLP with roughly equal number bears. 116 The increase brought total strength to 50-600, and led to a surge in attacks on Israel after June, from a monthly average below 10 to 22 in July and 32 in August. Increased guerrilla activity coincided with the conclusion of a formal agreement between Egypt and Syria to activate the Eastern Front, and prompted a more active Israeli response after several months of restraint. In early September, an Israeli spokesman warned, either Lebanon has the means to enforce respect of the ceasefire along the border, in which case it should do so, or else it is unable to impose such respect, and thus should not protest if. 191. Israel uses her right to legitimate self-defense against those attacking her from Lebanese territory. He added, the deterioration is caused by Fatah. Lebanon must work to keep the men of Fatah in their place. 117 The Israeli message was not lost on the Lebanese authorities. On August 28, gendarmes tried to demolish a guerrilla office in the Nahr al-Bared refugee camp in North Lebanon, triggering clashes in which angry refugees burnt the local police station and took control of the camp. The army imposed a siege, but on 10 September the inhabitants of the Rashidiyah camp in the south also expelled government agents after receiving weapons smuggled in by followers of opposition leader Kamal Junblat. The army now extended its siege to guerrilla bases in the border region. A statement by U.S. Undersecretary of State Joseph Sisko on October 12 reaffirming support for the government, and a rocket attack by Mossad agents on the PLO office in Beirut 3 days later, only heightened the tension. By then Fatah had transferred 150 guerrillas from the Arqub to the Bint Bail district, with the aim of extending its deployment to Al-Naqoura on the Mediterranean coast. 118 Army units surrounded the guerrillas on October 15 and took them prisoner after a 6-day siege in which 16 of them died. 119 The army action provoked a strong backlash, as government personnel were expelled from most of the 17 refugee camps in Lebanon on October 22 and the next FEW days, largely without bloodshed, in what the inhabitants called their Intifada. 120 An opposition call for a general strike in support of the guerrillas was heated in most parts of the country, except the Maronite heartland, on October 24. The army clashed with demonstrators in several cities and imposed a curfew on Beirut, but crowds of youth stormed police stations in Muslim quarters of the capital and seized arms. Two unknown militias, the Popular Nasirite Organization and the 24th of October Movement, declared themselves after wresting control of the old quarters of Sidon and Tripoli in clashes with the army and internal security forces that left 14 civilians dead and dozens wounded. Fatah and Ṣāyigh guerrillas had already attacked Lebanese border posts on October 23, taking 14 prisoners, and seized the main roads and villages leading out of the Arqub towards Hasbayah and Rashaya al-Wadi. Army barracks in both towns came under attack, and guerrilla reinforcements from Syria secured a vital supply route at Deir al-Shair and Yama on October 26, despite losing 24 dead by 3 October 1. The Syrian decision to close the border at the onset of hostilities dealt a serious blow to the Lebanese economy. Libya, Algeria, and Sudan publicly declared their support for the guerrillas in the meantime, and on October 22 Nasser stated that the standing of any Arab state depended on its policy towards the guerrilla movement. 121 The U.S. stressed that it would offer the authorities only diplomatic support, while the USSR warned against outside intervention in support of the Lebanese government. 122 Even Israel, that had demanded measures to bring the guerrillas under control, now declared that its cabinet had not even discussed the Lebanese crisis and would not interfere in the internal affairs of its neighbor. 123 Faced with complete isolation, Lebanese. 192. President Hillou appealed to Nasser to mediate, and on October 28 dispatched Army Commander Bustani to Cairo to negotiate a ceasefire. Arafat held back in order to obtain better terms and raised the pressure by ostentatiously visiting guerrilla units in East Lebanon and ordering new feints against army barracks on 30 to 3 October 1. He then flew to Cairo, and on November 3 the two men put their signatures to a secret treaty in the presence of the foreign and defense ministers of Egypt. The Cairo Agreement was to provide the formal basis for Palestinian-Lebanese relations for at least 15 years, although it was to be observed more in the breach than the rule. Several of its 19 articles guaranteed the rights of residence, employment, and movement of Palestinian refugees in the country, although this proved to be a suspension, rather than a rewriting, of existing Lebanese regulations and legislation enacted since 1948. The PLO now won the right to manage the camps, working through popular committees and the PASC.124. The government also accepted the right of the guerrillas to attack Israel through specific corridors in the Arqab, and pledged that the army would coordinate with the PLO, by way of the PASC and designated liaison officers, on military matters including deployment, communications, medical evacuation, and supply. In return the PLO would maintain internal discipline, provide a census of its military personnel, and submit to the jurisdiction of Lebanese civil and military authorities. Syria, which lifted its land blockade on 13 November as a test of Lebanese seriousness and sincerity, warned that it would take irrevocable steps against the authorities if there is any delay or reneging in implementation. 12 It was with good reason that Hillel argued to Maronite opponents of the accord that he had little choice in the matter, counseling that he could only win time in the hope that circumstances will change. Is 6 A higher political committee for Palestinians headed by Fatah Central Committee member Nayar was now set up to regulate daily relations with the government. Within days the various guerrilla groups had opened offices and started militia training in most refugee camps, followed by the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, PRCS, which set up a string of clinics. In the euphoric atmosphere of the liberation of the camps, Fatah again attracted the largest number of recruits, laming an armed following of 5,000 rifles, while the PFLP benefited instantly from the long-standing presence of the ANM and Ṣāyigh built on the existing BATH party sections. 127 The PLF/PLA had already inherited the former members of the PLF-PR in 1968, while a PLA officer from Egypt, Nimr Hajjaj, was able to set up bases in the south with the help of former followers of Husseini in the camps who had earned their commissions in the Iraqi-based Palestinian Liberation Regiment in 1962-3, among them Abu Tahan, Raja Fayyad, and Ahmed al-Hanafi. 128 The PDFLP had FEW supporters in the refugee camps, in contrast, and relied heavily on its allies in the Organization of Lebanese Socialists to provide contacts. 129 Many Lebanese also joined the guerrilla groups. Not least the Shiite Muslim rural migrants and southern refugees and the stateless persons, nomads and Kurds, in the densely populated POV. 193. Urdi belt around Beirut. The opposition also expanded in parallel, thanks to the lifting of the government ban on its activities by Junblatt, who now became Minister of Interior in the new cabinet. The secular parties, chiefly the Communists and Syrian National Socialists, provided the guerrilla groups with valuable support in mainly Christian areas. The guerrillas quickly took advantage of their new status to extend their presence and activity beyond the terms of the Cairo Agreement. A special Fatah military police unit that was formed to assist the Lebanese army in supervising the entry of guerrillas and supplies from Syria in FACT assisted a covert flow in excess of agreed limits. 13 Fatah and the PLF/PLA also violated the accord by setting up at least half a dozen combat bases in the Bent Jabal district in early 1970, evading army controls with the help of sympathetic Lebanese officers and soldiers. 131 The army command was unable to enforce its writ, Commander Bustani moreover had presidential ambitions and looked to the PLO for support. 132 When in mid-March an army patrol fired at the Fatah district commander, Riyad Awad, the guerrillas rode the wave of public protest to set up a headquarters openly in Jwaya, as well as offices, depots, and bases in villages as far westwards as Alma al-Shabi in the Kina district. The army recognized the new its accomplice in April, and the PFGC, PFLP, and Ṣāyigh now established an additional presence. An Israeli search and destroy mission in the Arqub in May failed to have a lasting impact. Fatah brought in reinforcements from the Golan sector and in June combined its local 55 sector and 56 sector into a new, battalion-sized formation, the Eagles of Arqub sector, Qita al-Azaid, with a strength of 270 to 320 lightly armed guerrillas. Both sectors were commanded by officers who had gained their experience in southern Jordan or the Golan, the illiterate Burabel Naim and Javad Abul al-Shattar, a graduate of Algiers University and of Fatah's military command cadre qualification course. Fatah also led the way into the coastal Tyre district, again in violation of the Cairo Agreement. Its intelligence apparatus had already set up a secret reconnaissance and supply group in the Rashidiyya refugee camp in 1969, with the mission of gathering information and smuggling arms and explosives to clandestine supporters in northern Israel, while the Fatah naval unit also set up base in the area. 134. The two units together had a strength of some 120 to 150, while the other guerrilla groups had a combined total of up to 200. Taking Palestinian combat strength in South Lebanon to some 1,600.135 elsewhere in the country, the lifting of government restrictions in the refugee camps, followed quickly by the rapid expansion of the guerrilla groups and their free distribution of weapons to followers, led to displays of arrogance and indiscipline. Much as had happened in Jordan, the refugees who flocked in large 194 numbers to the guerrilla movement responded to years of humiliation and subjugation by accosting Lebanese officials, policemen, postmen, or revenue collectors for public utilities companies, or by soliciting donations in Lebanese neighborhoods. Military training was conducted on the outskirts of camps, often uncomfortably close to residential areas, main roads, or vital installations such as the international airport, and weddings or funerals were frequently accompanied by unruly shooting in the air. The other groups also challenged Fatah's authority by acting unilaterally against the authorities on some excisions, for instance by blocking roads or taking hostages to secure the release of comrades arrested on various charges. Palestinian indiscipline was grist to the mill of the mainly Maronite parties, which had immediately obtained the text of the Cairo Agreement and vociferously protested the challenge it posed to Lebanese sovereignty and security. Most of their deputies nonetheless voted in favor when the accord came to parliament for ratification on December 4. As Falangist party leader Pierre Jamail later explained, the Lebanese state was faced with two evils, a destructive civil war or this accord, which it was thus compelled to accept. 136 Tensions persisted, prompting Interior Minister Junblad to request the guerrillas to cease cross-border fire in January 1, 970. Yet he also accused certain state officials of actively fomenting trouble with the guerrillas, and revealed that government agents, implicitly the Qsim Bureau, had distributed weapons to anti-Palestinian elements in the south in February. Falangist gunmen heightened the tension by ambushing a Palestinian funeral cortege and killing 10 Fatah guerrillas in mid-March, as did the Israeli ground attack in the Arqub in May. Junblad sought to defuse the situation by declaring that the guerrillas were now abiding by the Cairo Agreement in the south, and had attained an implementation level of 85% in the refugee camps. 1-3 As in Jordan, the Lebanese government had reached a modus vivendi with its guests, but it remained precarious, subject both to the escalating military conflict with Israel and to the dynamics of internal Palestinian politics. 8. Guerrilla war in theory and practice. The dramatic rise of the guerrilla movement after the Battle of Karama created a new myth. To declare Palestinian identity no longer means that one is a refugee or second-class citizen. Rather, it is a declaration that arouses pride, because the Palestinian has become the fidei or revolutionary who bears arms. One armed struggle was the source of political legitimacy and national identity, the new substance of the imagined community of the Palestinians. Guerrilla literature developed this theme by referring to past examples of Palestinian rebellion and emphasizing the continuity of conflict and the tradition of resistance, while political posters and media artwork drew heavily on peasant imagery, real or presumed, symbolizing the Palestinians as a tree with roots embedded deep in the soil or as a defiant and proud horse. These images were repeated by Palestinian artists, who now formed a union and contributed actively to the burgeoning print media of the guerrilla groups, and by instructors in the youth training, supplementary schooling, and kindergarten programs they also ran. Exhibitions and published compilations of children's drawings depicting refugee camps, heroic guerrillas, and Israeli aggressors were produced. Academics collected peasant proverbs and songs and other items of popular culture, while enterprising women of upper-middle-class families revived interest in traditional peasant embroidery. Perhaps the most graphic symbol of the guerrillas, and of the new Palestinians they were meant to represent, was the black and white checkered kufiya. Adoption of this headdress was yet another throwback to both the 1936 revolt and peasant dress. Point 2 As a PLO promotional pamphlet later explained, the combination of the 1967 war and the conscious action of the various popular, political, and military organizations had led to a reawakening of the people's sense of national identity. And so, the process of a Palestinian cultural renaissance began. Point 3 Fatah radio in particular played a crucial part in disseminating the discourse of armed struggle and particular notions of nationalism and revolution to a much wider audience still. It was the vehicle for Fatah songs that popularized the same images, I am born, live, and die. Fida until I return, land of ancestors, immortal people, and the Palestinian people is a revolution, take my blood. Zero revolution and give me victories. The stress in these battle hymns on blood and death. Kalashnikov makes a waterfall of blood. Zero Dayan, drinking blood is the custom of our men, or I carry my machine gun that the generations after us may carry a scythe. I have made my wounds and the 196. Blood, a river that courses through the plain and valleys, was part and parcel of a wider ethos of martyrdom, shahada. This led to a Palestinian innovation, posters bearing the photographs of the latest martyrs that appeared in the streets and in guerrilla offices, and that served to advertise the military presence and nationalist zeal of each group. Indeed, the rapid proliferation of offices was itself an innovation, although perhaps indicative not so much of a nationalist political culture as of the underlying statist ambition of the guerrilla groups. For Fatah, revolution was imbued with a specific meaning, and excluded others. Revolution meant rejection of the material and psychological circumstances in which Palestinians found themselves after 1948, that Fatah described as the corrupt reality, al-Waqt al-Asad. The manner of usage of the word thorough was virtually identical to that of the urban nationalists and peasant mujahideen during the 1936-9 revolt. Its essence was rebellion, and it implied a spontaneity akin to that of the traditional fazeh, alarm, call to arms, of Palestinian villagers. Other guerrilla groups strove to assert the social dimension contained in the notion of revolution, and waged much of their discursive contest with Fatah on that point. This was reflected in the different choices of contemporary liberation struggles to hold up as models, and in the divergent emphasis and interpretation that each group placed on the central lessons to be drawn from the experience of other peoples. There was similar variation in the definitions offered of principal allies and enemies, of the processes through which mass mobilization might come about, and of the relationship between military and political means. Ultimately, experience was to show that the armed struggle provided the currency in which political competition among the Palestinians was conducted. It also showed that, whatever discursive claims were made to the contrary, Palestinian concepts of guerrilla war and people's war had little grounding in social and economic realities. No war but people's war. The concept of armed struggle was itself developed with an urgency that had been lacking before June 1967. Some activists, among whom Wazir figured prominently, had long rejected reliance on the Arab states and armies. They instead favored a popular liberation war to be waged with the support of the Arab masses. This notion was poorly defined and its dynamics remained unclear, however. In the case of Fatah, it owed more to the simple anti-colonial nationalism of the Algerian experience than to the socially informed formulations of people's war developed in China and Vietnam. The concepts of popular liberation war and people's war were therefore quite distinct. The FORMETA attached minor importance to the questions of who would wage the war of liberation or of how it would be waged. The latter, conversely, set the struggle firmly within a deeper process of social and economic change involving particular classes and political alliances, that were then reflected in specific. 197. FORMS of Organization and Military Strategy. After 1967 the Palestinian groups tended to use one term or the other according to their ideological preference, but with little substantive differentiation even then. For example, Fatah assert that Jihad action is evolving, inescapably, into a total people's liberation war, and the PFLP concurred that developing Fatah action into people's war is a principal issue that FORMS the core of our strategy. Point 4 The adoption of the people's war concept after June 1, 1967 was accompanied by the admission that Israel enjoyed clear superiority in several key areas. The PFLP attributed Israeli victory to the rapid and extensive mobilization of resources, high level of training and command, planning, and general superiority in managing the modem instruments of war. Point 5 Behind these advantages more generally also lay scientific and technological superiority. Looking at the Arab side, Fatah considered that it, too, enjoyed certain advantages, namely the number of the Arab people and the expansive space in which they live, which tips the balance of victory in our favor. Point 6 More broadly, the Arabs had the advantages of population density, physical expanse, and economic power which should be pitted against Israeli weaknesses of a relatively small population and a society and political entity lacking in cohesion. 7 It was logical to argue, as the PFLP did, that the party enjoying technological superiority would attain victory if it waged lightning war, while the side with greater numbers would be victorious by waging a protracted war. Point 8 Israel was geared to achieve quick military victories out of economic necessity, and so the Arabs should rely on their advantages of human and geographic depth to neutralize its superiority and drain its resources in a lengthy conflict. Point 9 Fatah agreed and concluded accordingly that guerrilla war was the strategy to adopt since it allowed evasion of the enemy's blows and preempted his blitzkrieg doctrine. Point 10 The Palestinian groups again borrowed from the Chinese and Vietnamese experiences to define the actual stages and means through which the popular liberation war would progress. The PFLP argued in classic terms that the armed conflict would pass through three historical phases: strategic defense against Israel, then a situation of overall parity, followed finally by the Arab strategic offensive. This broad sweep required an initial period of guerrilla warfare during which the liberation movement would avoid decisive confrontations, to be followed by a period of more conventional war in which regular armies would wage grinding battles with the enemy until a decision was achieved. Point 12 Fatah had evolved a similar sequence just before the June 1967 war. In the first stage the Arab strategy should prevent the growth of Israeli presence in the occupied homeland, then destroy it, and finally liquidate and cleanse the occupied homeland from its traces. 13 The same sequence was retained after the war, but clothed in the familiar terminology of people's war. The forces that would implement this strategy were the militia or local defense forces, as Fatah also called them, the guerrillas or partisans, Ansar, and the regular units or main forces. Point 14 Following a similar definition, the PFLP envisioned that the militia and guerrillas would engage in strategic attrition, alternating with 198 grinding battles in which revolutionary armies equipped with modern weapons would provide major support. Point 15 These concepts presented substantial problems. Most obvious was that the proposed battlefield, the territory of Mandate Palestine, was unsuited to classic guerrilla warfare. PDFLP Secretary General Naif Hawatma made this point forcefully when he criticized Palestinian attempts to draw a parallel with the Algerian War of Liberation. Arguing that the comparison has no scientific basis, he pointed out that the land area and population of Algeria were many times greater than those of Palestine. The ratio of Algerians to French colonial settlers had been high, whereas the ratio of Palestinians to Israelis was low. Hawatma also noted that the Israeli claim to the Holy Land was more widely accepted internationally than the claim of the French colons to Algeria. He did not mention the Western sense of responsibility towards the Jews following the Holocaust, but noted that the socialist countries in particular were divided over the issue of Palestinian rights, in marked contrast to their support for the Algerian right to independence. 1-6 Fatah readily admitted that the area of Palestine was small, its terrain poor for concealment and sustenance, and the Palestinians relatively few in number, disadvantages that compelled the guerrillas to launch their attacks from outside their occupied homeland. 17 However, it insisted that man, organization, and weapons build victory, not forests, mountains, and swamps. 18 Fatah moreover argued that geographic and strategic disadvantages could be overcome because guerrillas operating from Arab sanctuaries had only short distances to travel to their targets. A related problem was that the Palestinians could not hope to overcome Israeli superiority unless the Arabs were fully committed to the conflict politically, economically, and militarily. Indeed, part of Hawatma's criticism was that in focusing on a specifically Palestinian guerrilla war, those he dubbed the demagogic right wing tended to overlook, or even dismiss, the need to reinforce bonds with the wider Arab liberation movement. Fatah was the obvious target of such criticism, but it responded by arguing that the Arab states would inevitably be drawn in because Israel was an expansionist state by its very nature and would eventually swallow other countries. It had merely started with the Palestinian homeland, and had only postponed swallowing the Syrian, Egyptian, Iraqi, Jordanian, Lebanese, and Hijazi Saudi homelands. 19 Fatah also developed a more elaborate rationale that regarded Israel as an advanced imperialist base. As such, it prevented the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean from uniting, provided a base for Western military intervention in Africa and Asia, compelled the Arab states to divert resources from economic development into defense, and infused the Arabs with a defensive mentality. 20 This was why the priority should be to destroy Israel, and why the slogan previously raised by Arab nationalists of unity is the path to Palestine needed to be reversed into Palestine is the road to unity. Furthermore, as the battle of liberation reaches a stage in which enormous Arab forces clash with the Zionist 199 occupation forces, the entry of other parties into the conflict becomes possible. This necessarily imposes widening the battlefield further than the armistice lines, and also compels the revolutionary Arab forces to draw together, smash the recalcitrant reactionary forces, eradicate division, and unite Arab ranks and leaderships as a basic condition for victory in the battle. 21 Fatah's belief in Arab unity was functional, it would happen because it was needed in order to wage a successful war of liberation. Not that Fatah held strong views on Arab unity. Hani al-Hassan admitted candidly that it raised the banner of particularistic territorial country struggle, which it saw as a basic means not to unity but, more vaguely, to solving the problems of the Arab nation. 22 Evidently Fatah was not overly troubled about the precise political processes and mechanisms through which Arab participation in the conflict with Israel would be secured. Its literature now referred frequently to the mass character of the struggle, but there was little social content otherwise. After all, as Hani al-Hassan was to observe a few years later, with no apparent sense of irony and not a little pride, practice is the first nature of Fatah, analysis its second. 23 Fatah espoused a simplistic, populist version of popular liberation war in which the vanguard would mobilize the masses through its military action and so provide the human and material resources with which the Arabs as a whole, led by their states and regular armies, could confront Israel in a protracted conflict. 24 Leaders such as Kajami, Budwan, and Hani al-Hassan authored some of the more articulate Fatah theses, but little thought was given generally to the social, economic, and political implications of embarking on such a grand venture. If Fatah was the class of the refugees, as Kajami stated, then it followed, as Arafat argued, that there is no difference between the worker, peasant, and rich Manzawad. 25 An official Fatah text concluded that there was no scope for a social program, since the Palestinians lacked a unified territorial, social, and political base, and because they were obliged to establish their secure sanctuary in exile rather than on their own soil. 26 Curiously, activists who had been drawn to Fatah from leftist ideological parties did not deviate from some of the basic assumptions of this outlook. Former Ba'athist Najia Lush, FOR1, was satisfied that Fatah's armed struggle and political strategy would allow the transformation of the Palestinian movement into a comprehensive Arab revolution, without finding it necessary to seek the specific dynamics by which this might come about. 27 Former communist Munir Shafiq offered similarly little guidance on the way in which social processes and structural factors might affect mass mobilization, arguing that the participation of tens of thousands of the revolutionary masses and the loss of tens of thousands of martyrs, wounded, and political prisoners made the Palestinian guerrilla movement a revolution. 28 Besides, the Palestinians were in a phase of national liberation, not class struggle, stated Khalaf, while Shafiq argued to the same purpose in explaining that their primary contradiction lay with Israel, to which conflict other contradictions were did. 29 Re. 200. The PFLP attempted a more satisfying answer. It believed that the task of liberation required resources greater than those available to the Palestinians alone. 30 The PFLP desired the mobilization of all resources of the Arab countries, material, human, and moral, by arming the people and by training and organizing them. It urged subordinate of the economy to the imperatives of the People's War. In order to create a second Vietnam in our countries. 3 Pursuing the Vietnamese motif, it called for the creation of an Arab Hanoi, a secure base which could serve as both a springboard for the liberation war and a source of economic support. 32 The rhetoric was much the same when the PDFLP proposed mobilization of tens of millions and building a unified Arab economy, liberated from the domination of imperialism and able to follow the requirements of protracted war. This too was part of turning the Arab region into a second Vietnam, in which the Arab states would play the role of North Vietnam with respect to the South. 33 The PFLP realized that its ambition was a long-term prospect. It initially called only for greater cooperation between the Arab armies, and demanded that they undertake limited offensive action in response to Israeli reprisal raids. 34 The Palestinian guerrillas would spearhead the regular Arab armies, much as the NLF had done for the North Vietnamese Army in South Vietnam. 35 The PFLP shifted tack slightly in 1969 as the Palestinian movement gained in self-confidence. It continued to stress the importance of rebuilding the regular Arab armies, but emphasized their deterrent role, which involved repelling Israeli aggression against Arab territory. 36 It was now up to Palestinian guerrilla warfare to accomplish its tasks of exhausting the enemy forces and shaking his bases. The Arab main forces would then join the liberation war and strike their decisive blow, once the combination of guerrilla warfare and psychological war had led to the disarticulation, tafakuk, of Israeli social and political will. 37 The policy before 1967 of advocating a link between Palestinian guerrilla action and the Arab armies was seen as wrong because it did not derive from the masses. Cooperation could now only be tactical, not strategic, unless there was agreement on the type of war to be waged. 38 Despite the grand design, what the Palestinian groups proposed in reality was little more than an expanded version of al-Amal al-Fida'i, selective guerrilla action rather than guerrilla war. This came naturally for Fatah, which envisaged clandestine cells in the occupied territories operating in coordination with armed deep penetration units, in other words a revival of the 1967 attempt to establish fugitive patrols. These would be assisted by small and secure bases, where they are in the midst of the masses who support the revolution. The West Bank was the battlefield, while the East Bank of Jordan provided the secure base. 39 Just how such activity would escalate to reach the level of creating liberated zones or moving into the second stage of People's War, remained a missing link. This was especially the case since Fatah still insisted that the Arab armies, having used this time to rebuild their strength and absorb Israeli retaliation, could not replace the struggle of the Palestinian people and 201. Its combat on its soil. The revolution is not merely a tactical card in the hands of the armies and regimes. 40 Ambivalence towards the Arab role also revealed that Fatah, unlike the leftist guerrilla groups, perceived secure bases as being specifically Palestinian in terms of territory and population. Hani al-Hassan, who drew on his study course in China to articulate Fatah think on People's War, explained that the crisis of the secure base stemmed from the fact that it had had no option but to be born in exile. 41 Its purpose remained to defeat enemy encircle and destroy campaigns, which enemy, in this case, was unclear, but this broad brush lacked any practical detail. Hassan's additional, assured prediction that the secure base would moreover turn into a small model revolutionary society in which the guerrillas exercised full revolutionary authority, was so devoid of social explanation or reference to economic requirements and strategic realities that it 2 was tunt. For their part, the PFLP and PDFLP emphasized the importance of building secure base areas according to classic theories of People's War, which meant engendering radical transformation in the surrounding Arab countries. The terminology was grandiose mass-armed struggle and revolutionary war, but again the proposal more modestly involved a low-level military campaign almost exclusively inside the occupied territories. The PFLP proposed that clandestine operatives would wage a secret war backed by guerrillas based in adjacent Arab countries. It insisted, however, that there would be no permanent bases outside the occupied territories, and that the guerrillas would not always operate from Arab sanctuaries. 43 The PDFLP concurred, arguing for a revolutionary war in the occupied territories involving the Palestinian masses and mobile revolutionary focal points. 4 The reference to FOCI was ironic, since PDFLP Secretary-General Hawatma simultaneously published a critique of the FOCO concept and Fatah's Alimal al-Fidai, which he considered elitist. 45 All these formulations raised more questions than they answered. Just how small-scale attacks were to exhaust Israel or allow the build-up of Palestinian forces strong enough to mount large-scale offensives remained unclear. Could the occupied territories actually sustain such a strategy, or would the guerrilla movement have to develop sanctuaries in neighboring Arab states after all, with the political and military complications that would entail? What was the likely role of the Arab masses and armies, and under what circumstances could they realistically be expected to enter the fray? Possibly the most revealing aspect of Palestinian discourse was the absence of clear thinking on the FORM and requirements of establishing guerrilla authority. This may have reflected a reluctance to appear to usurp the sovereignty of Arab host governments, since the armed struggle was largely being waged from their territory, but it had far-reaching consequences for Palestinian political institutionalization. The lack of consideration given to the material, administrative, and technical requirements of parallel government, income generation, and enhancing the conditions of 202 different social strata, above all the much-cited peasants and workers, was particularly significant. These conceptual discrepancies and discontinuities might have been expected of Fatah, with its Palestinian nationalist emphasis and eclectic epistemological roots, but they were equally evident in the case of the groups espousing both leftist and pan-Arab ideologies. If anything, Fatah was more conscious than its rivals of the opportunities, if not always the institutional, extractive, and programmatic requirements, of guerrilla government. The fact that other guerrilla groups failed to address these issues suggests that ultimately they shared the same petit bourgeois and incipient statist ambition as Fatah, despite deep disagreement about political direction at critical junctures. In any case, the gap between the theory of People's War and the minimal reality of programmatic action was so wide as to suggest that the above questions had not been squarely addressed, let alone dealt with systematically. This discrepancy resulted in an eclectic approach to military tactics and organization in 1968-70, and was reflected both in the sharp fluctuation of armed resistance in the occupied territories and in the resort to international terrorism. The dilemma was momentarily obscured, however, by the heady expansion of guerrilla units and escalation of attacks against Israel. Guerrilla war, the epic mirage. The rapid expansion in numbers and armament and the opening of new guerrilla fronts led to a dramatic rise in the number of attacks on Israel. In Jordan, the rate more than doubled within 3 months of Karama, totaling 90 attacks in June and then rising to a monthly average of 203 during 1969 and 23 in 1970, until the September Civil War. Guerrilla activity on the Syrian front also rose, from FOR attacks in January 1, 969 to 21 in May and 60 in May 1, 970, and on the Lebanese from FOR in January 1969 to 32 in August and 91 in August 1, 970. Adding resistance operations in the occupied territories, the aggregate average of guerrilla attacks stood at 294 a month during 1969 and 374 in the first 8 months of 1970. Israel responded vigorously with cross-border fire along the Jordan River and occasional hot pursuit starting in early 1968. The Israeli Air Force commenced raids against guerrilla bases and Arab forces in Jordan later in the year, and more frequently in 1969-70. Israel targeted vital economic targets in order to compel the Jordanian government to curb the guerrillas. The East Gur Canal project was put out of action and the Jordan Valley was emptied of most of its 100,000 inhabitants, while the port of Aqaba was severely hit following a rocket attack on Eilat in April 1, 969.4. 6. The IDF also started construction of a security fence along the Jordan River in June 1, 968, and similarly reinforced the ceasefire line on the Golan front, albeit mainly to impede attack by the Syrian army. Rough terrain and the initially low level of guerrilla activity in South Lebanon in Corps 203 urged the IDF to delay setting up a fence in South Lebanon until 1970, but it resorted more frequently to shelling and ground raids from August 1969. It mounted its first large search and destroy mission on 1-13 May 1, 970, and then launched a new policy of 47. Some 30,000 civilians fled the border region in the next FOR months, as the IDF widened the scope of its attacks and patrolled inside Lebanon. As a result of Israeli countermeasures, up to 2/3 of all Palestinian deep penetration patrols on the Jordanian front were being lost by the end of 1968. 48. Israeli prisons held at least 1,700 guerrillas and local supporters by then, and 2,800 a year later. 49. The guerrillas had also lost 1,354 dead in 1967-9 by Israeli count, rising to 1,828 by the end of 1970. 50. Parallel to the rise in casualties and frustration of infiltration tactics, the guerrillas resorted increasingly to cross-border fire from their sanctuary on the East Bank. 5. 1. This trend was reinforced by their receipt of growing numbers of medium weapons such as mortars, artillery rockets, and recoilless rifles. Cross-border fire accounted for 85% of attacks in 1969-70, and much of the remaining 15% involved clashes in the border crust, Al-Kishra. A further result was the decline in Israeli casualties on the Jordanian front, from 22 a month in 1968 to 20 in 1969 and then 14 in the first half of 1970. A similar pattern emerged on the Syrian and Lebanese fronts, where cross-border fire accounted for over 60% of all guerrilla attacks. Some Palestinian leaders were openly critical of cross-border fire. PFGC Secretary General Ibril argued that the guerrillas should only strike where their FET can reach, while PFLP military commander Abu Hammam worried about their loss of offensive spirit. The possibility that Israel might respond by occupying more Arab territory did not cause much concern, however, since Israel does not lack pretexts and the Arab forces would deter it. Abu Hammam was not wholly opposed to cross-border fire in any case, arguing that the guerrillas should strike where and when they could, and in general guerrilla statements gave no indication that they faced an impasse. Indeed, their claims were if anything inflated more wildly than ever. The account by one guerrilla of an attack he had taken part in was typical. We laid mines on the earth road used by the Israeli patrols along the Jordan River, and then withdrew to the east bank to watch through binoculars. A patrol with 2 vehicles passed by, and a mine blew up under one. Later that day the statement issued in Amman claimed that we had had a 30-minute firefight during which we destroyed 2 vehicles and shot down a helicopter. 53. On another occasion Fatah stated that it had suffered 22 casualties in combat with 1,500 Israeli paratroopers who had been dropped on the battlefield, both an impossible number and a tactic never used by the IDF in its counter-insurgency. 54. Central Committee member Khalif deplored Palestinian exaggeration, but then pretended that 10% of weapons used by the guerrillas, 204, had been taken from the IDF. 55 Again, this was fiction, but the greatest exaggeration was in Palestinian estimates of Israeli casualties. In one 10-day period in May 1968, for example, Fatah, the PFLP, and the PLF/PLA claimed to have killed or wounded over 176 Israeli soldiers, many times the real number. 56 The PFGC later boasted that in its first 2 years of operation it alone had inflicted 3,500 casualties on Israel and destroyed 380 vehicles, for the loss of 52 dead and 30 Ts-1ers. 57 Exaggeration reflected the high political premium placed on military action, or its appearance, which was commonly seen as a measure of patriotic commitment and the primary means of attracting public support and recruits. As PFLP Secretary General Habash put it, the masses will not heed any group unless they feel that it continues its strikes against Israel and increases its effectiveness. This was in May 1, 1970, a time when the overall number of guerrilla attacks was still on the rise, but even then he argued that growth is not taking place fast enough to maintain mass support. There is a crisis of combat. 58 Guerrilla Command ERS came under intense pressure to increase activity, and responded by submitting inflated reports or by sending their men repeatedly on patrol regardless of fatigue or casualties. 59 Military action was also a means of demonstrating credibility to Arab backers and ensuring the continuation of material assistance. Some groups were not above issuing reports of fictitious operations in order to receive financial backing. 60 Little wonder then, that exaggeration was the order of the day, or that guerrilla groups sometimes vied bitterly to claim responsibility for the same operations. It was partly to prevent rival claims that Fatah, Ṣāyigh, and the PLF/PLA met the Palestine Armed Struggle Command, PASC, in February 1, 1969. Each group was supposed to deposit details of raids it was planning or other documents with the PASC as a means of substantiating later claims, but few actually did so. The smaller F-Asians, keen to advertise their existence, were reluctant to join that PASC or to give it a monopoly on official statements, and continued to issue their own. In mid-May the PDFLP, with barely a few dozen guerrillas, announced that it had mounted a large attack codenamed Red Line in the Jordan Valley in which it had killed or wounded 70 Israelis and destroyed 7 vehicles, and that it had attempted to occupy the city of Quneitra and the village of Burajam in the Golan Heights in a separate attack codenamed Ho Chi Minh. 61 Operation Scythes of the North and Che Guevara Folod of FE ended by this chaos. Some PLA officers proposed to their superiors, who commanded the PASC, to mount a coup within the PLO and restore a sense of order and proportion. Ol. Mamdouh Nawfal, then a PDFLP sector commander and eventual military commander, later admitted that there was pressure on the military base that went beyond its real capabilities because we wanted to assert ourselves and to impose our political and media presence. So there was deliberate exaggeration of operations, to which we gave grandiose names. 63 The wave of large attacks continued in August, with a joint operation by Fatah, the PLF/PLA, and PLA. Guerrilla war in theory and practice. 205. Qadisiyah forces along a 7-kilometer front. Fatah argued that this approach helped to develop combat skills at platoon and company level, but these raids were in fact little more than a series of disconnected, Small actions conducted on the same night. 64 Faced with continuing competition, the attempt to coordinate guerrilla action by the PASC had all but collapsed by the end of the year. In December, the PDFLP claimed to have attacked Israeli targets on a 60-kilometer-wide front in Operation Che Guevara, but threatened to withdraw from the PASC entirely when the Joint Command proved unable to find evidence that any military action had taken place at all and refuted the claim. 6-5 The PDFLP was not alone. On different occasions in May 1, 969, Fatah claimed to have seized the deserted village of Al-Hima near the Syrian-Jordanian border and an Israeli outpost near the Damiyah bridge over the Jordan River. These operations, it trumpeted, heralded a new phase of temporary liberation of Palestinian soil. First, selected targets would be cleared of enemy soldiers and held briefly, but in the next phase the guerrillas would remain in any positions they seized while Fatah completed the transfer of all its forces into the occupied territories. 66 The strategy was supposedly based on intensive study by the planning agencies and strategic think tanks of the guerrilla movement. The PLO Executive Committee under Hamuda had indeed FON Data Planning Center in Beirut in Renid 1968, which hoped FONDLY to introduce scientific method into guerrilla operations. However, an attempt to conduct cost-benefit analysis using computer models FONDed when the guerrilla groups, starting with Fatah, refused to cooperate and provided distorted data on membership, losses, and combat results. 6-7 The center persevered with a 2-year project to devise an overall military, financial, political, and media strategy for the guerrilla movement, but Fatah Central Committee member Kajemi received the final product with the scornful observation that there is no planning in revolutions. 68 The document was unceremoniously abandoned in the stairwell of the PLO Executive Committee headquarters in MJ.N, where it lay for the next year. 69 The guerrilla movement said a dilemma, but would not admit IR. The Eric by Fatah on Hima was taken as a turning point. FROM hit and run raids to limited confrontation. 70 Indeed, Arafat and Kajemi insisted that the guerrillas had already moved into the next stage, which they ambitiously called mobile war. 71 Once the transfer of Fatah forces into the occupied territories was complete, Caliph added, the Palestinians would have reached the stage of total liberation war. 72 Not everyone was so sanguine. Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan worried that the build-up of Palestinian strength in the Arab sanctuaries would strain relations with the host governments. He revived his argument that the guerrilla groups should dissolve their forces and merge within the PLO, leaving Fatah as its political wing and the PLA as the official military wing. The PLO should train an elite force of 200 commandos, who could act as the Palestinian mosquito against the Israeli elephant. He 206 remained in an absolute minority, despite repeating his proposals at PNC sessions in 1969 and 1970. There was occasional candor about the existence of a problem, nonetheless. Hussam al-Khatib, once a member of the Fatah Higher Central Committee before 1967 and later a member of the PLO Executive Committee, noted the parallel between the rising number of operations and the decline in effectiveness. 73 The PDFLP, in one of its more sober comments, admitted that the guerrillas have remained at the level of nuisance to Israel, and we have not risen higher nor will we. 74 This candor was obscured, however, by the suggestion from PDFLP Secretary General Hawatma that the PLA be transformed into a guerrilla force and that the PLO-FORM unified militia battalions, organized, moreover, along democratic, elected lines. 75 He now argued that liberation would be possible with the attaining of weapons that are different from those which we have at our disposal at the present time. 76 Only the PFLP was more cautious. Doubting the purported shift to limited confrontation and denying that the guerrillas had entered a new phase of temporary occupation or mobile war. 77 A PFLP study criticized the gap between propaganda claims and actual capabilities, and opposed the rash of large operations claimed by its rivals. 78 Its military commander Abu Hammam argued that the Palestinian movement was still in a period of creating a revolutionary atmosphere and developing the revolutionary instrument that could wage action until the launch of a popular liberation war. In order to move into the latter stage, moreover, the guerrillas needed an Arab Hanoi. 9 The PFLP was swimming against the current in late 1969, and at times allowed itself to be swept along by the general enthusiasm. Abandoning caution at one point, it stated that the Palestinians had passed the first two stages of military action leading to popular liberation war, namely preparation and consolidation, and had entered the guerrilla phase fully. 80 Yet some months later it observed more somberly that they were still in a period of preparing and ripening capabilities in order to start guerrilla war. 81 Its vacillation was explained in part by the FEAR that failure to detonate the wider revolution would result in stagnation and declining support, leaving guerrilla action as a mere fig leaf for the inactivity of the Arab states. 82 However, such doubts did not appear to trouble the commander of Fatah forces in Jordan, Mamdouh Sedem, who boasted at the beginning of 1970 that the guerrillas had not only left the stages of hit and run and limited confrontation behind, but also that temporary occupation was already a thing of the past. The guerrillas were now ready for permanent occupation of enemy positions. 83 This was self-delusion in the extreme, and revealed the extent to which Palestinian rhetoric diverged from reality. The various groups clung to poorly digested tenets of guerrilla war and people's war, but even these were completely divorced from daily practice. This was because the primary function of the armed struggle was not in fact military, and because the political function it performed was related, at one level, to the creation of the symbols and myths. 207. Of national imaginilg, and at another level to the competition of various groups to assert their discourse and determine the direction and purpose of Palestinian institutional development. Resisting occupation. The contrast between the polemical and instrumental approaches to armed struggle was evident in the experience of Palestinian resistance in the occupied territories. Until spring 1968, the raison d'etre of the guerrilla movement was to establish itself in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Its slogan was "The inside is the basis and the outside is the complement." 84 The collapse of its various efforts between June 1967 and March 1, 1968 prompted a shift. Fatah now observed that we must be satisfied with the results we have achieved. Combat in this way cannot be a long-term strategy, because attrition makes developing ourselves difficult. And so it was imperative to acquire a secure base on the East Bank. 85. The slogan now became "There is no difference between inside and outside." 86. In reality, the role played by the occupied territories in the national struggle had become an adjunct to the political, military, and institutional base evolving in Arab exile. In the course of 1968, the main guerrilla groups established special committees to direct clandestine operations in the occupied territories. In June, Arafat and two other cadres set up a bureau attached to the Fatah General Command with the task of planning sabotage and other attacks in the areas west of the Jordan River. The bureau was later formally instituted as the Directorate for the Occupied Homeland, Mufawadiyat al-Watan al-Middle, but was more commonly known as the Western Sector, Al-Qaeda al-Gharbi, given its geographical focus. Arafat proved to have little aptitude for organization and was increasingly involved in the bid to control the PLO, and so Wazir took the helm towards the end of the year. 8. 7. The next change was to divide the Directorate into separate regional committees in early 1969, each taking responsibility for recruitment, organization, and armed activities within a specific area: the Jerusalem, Nablus, and Hebron districts, Gaza, and the Galilee. Heading these committees were veterans of the abortive insurrectionary effort of L967, among them Umar al-Khatib, Mustafa al-Lifta'i, and Abu Salah. The PFLP was next. In midsummer it formed a committee known as COM-MAND for the Inside, Qiyadat al-Dakhil, but did little until the secession of Gibraltar and the emergence of an autonomous leftist faction within the PFLP in October. As with Fatah, the committee was attached to the PFLP military command and adopted a geographical division of organizational and military responsibilities, although 2 cadres, including 1 woman, were responsible for recruiting and directing a women's section. 88. However, the factional struggle between left and right severely impeded activity. The committee was headed by a member of the right, Zabri, while the left was represented by Salah Arafat. 208. Arafat had been detained briefly by his rivals AFEW months earlier at the height of the internal debate, and was in a minority in the committee. 89 The left enjoyed the support of some junior cadres, though, and sought to win over the organization in the occupied territories and the armed forces, the guerrilla bases in Jordan, in order to resolve the internal situation decisively. 90 The PFLP left hoped to take control discreetly of members and weapons stores, and chose one of its cadres, Umar al-Qasim, to head a leadership team into the West Bank. 91 He was captured upon crossing the river in late December, and 2 other teams headed by Arafat and Abd Rabbah were instructed to remain in Jordan. The dispute continued to disrupt PFLP activity in the occupied territories until the secession of the left in February 1969. The PDFLP won modest support among younger members, especially in the north and center of the West Bank, but failed to attract any following in Gaza, which was firmly controlled by old guard cadres and FORM stalwarts. The PDFLP had too small a following to set up a new committee for clandestine organization in the occupied territories, and so a member of its embryonic military command oversaw activity until January 1970, when a separate command was at last set up. 92 Political patterns in exile, whether factional and ideological rivalries or the emphasis on polemics, reflected themselves on clandestine organization in the occupied territories, where many problems were self-inflicted. Competition and poor planning led to duplication of effort, even within the same guerrilla group. Security was slipshod in the often large networks, and a single arrest could lead the Israelis to many others. These flaws were most obvious in the case of Fatah, but the pyramidal cell structure adopted by the PFLP was also vulnerable. The emphasis on military action, described as sanctification or iconization, tactics, by some critics, contrasted with the lack of care given to organization, and exposed the networks to exposure. 3. Military cells lacked organizational roots, and conducted military action with no long-term prospect. It was action for action's sake. 94 Much the same applied to the PFLP and PDFLP. The yardstick of struggle was military action alone, AFACT that weekend political, mass, and organizational activity inside. 95 Lack of interest in social associations, such as trade and labor unions, left the armed cells without semi-legal front organizations that could provide information and vet recruits. The failure to separate military, political, and social functions exposed all members to the same risks. Repeatedly stymied in their efforts to rebuild networks, the main guerrilla groups tried to establish fugitive patrols, Doriyat Mudarata, in the West Bank. Their purpose was not only to attack Israeli forces, but also to act as leadership foci, mobilizing, recruiting, and directing clandestine cells in the villages and towns. 96 The latter would provide food, medicine, and other supplies, and smuggle correspondence to and from headquarters in Amman. The guerrillas would in return offer protection to the civilian population, for example by punishing local collaborators. 97 The project seemed feasible, but as a 209 Fatah veteran later observed, the primary purpose of building an organizational network inside remained to establish combat bases, as if we were already in an advanced phase of the armed struggle. 98 The result, he added, was for anyone with a weapon to think not of staying in the city, but to leave for the mountains. 99 Establishing and supplying fugitive patrols absorbed an inordinate part of Fatah's effort, and to a lesser extent of the PFLP and PFGC, in 1968-70. Yet, choked off by Israeli border defenses and hounded by the IDF and intelligence, the fugitive patrols had collapsed by 1971. For all these reasons, armed resistance in the West Bank remained modest, accounting for 33 attacks in 1968, 112 in 1969, and 56 in 1970, representing a mere 1.8 to 3.1% of total guerrilla activity. Israeli casualties were low, rising initially from 49 in 1968 to 59 in 1969, and then dropping to 17 in the whole of 1970. The PFLP attributed poor performance to the Jordanian role before 1967 in crushing the opposition parties and preventing local inhabitants from acquiring military training or weapons. It also blamed the impact of economic difficulties on the will to resist. 1. 0. This explanation disguised the fact that the local population was demoralized and disinclined to take risks, especially given the lackluster performance of the guerrilla groups. The Israeli carrot and stick policy was also effective. The open bridges policy offered scope for a reasonably normal life, while deportation of social leaders weakened the potential for political mobilization and preempted organized civil disobedience. Participation in armed resistance by the Palestinian citizens of Israel was even lower, in part because of their physical isolation and political marginalization. 101 Worried by the possible influence of the guerrilla groups, the Israeli authorities at first banned Palestinian citizens from entering the occupied territories. 102 In all, some 220 joined guerrilla groups in exile, while another 159 were detained for security offenses in 1967 to 70.1. 0. 3. The loss of combat supplies, lack of training and leadership, and personal rivalries prevented a revival after 1971.104. The situation in the Gaza Strip offered a sharp contrast, as near-insurrectionary conditions eventually obtained. The PLF-IPLA was the first to revive from the Israeli crackdown of early 1968, under a leadership headed by Hussein al-Khatib and comprising Ziad al-Husseini and Misbah Sikr among others. Khatib was soon obliged to flee Gaza to evade arrest, but continued to direct operations from Jordan. Husseini replaced him as local commander, and directed the sharp rise in attacks by the end of the year. The PLF-IPLA was responsible for about half of all guerrilla activity in Gaza, which reached 167 attacks in 1968, 471 in 1969, and 455 in 1970, inflicting a total of 248 Israeli casualties compared to 33, 112, and 56 attacks respectively in the West Bank. 105 IDF personnel and vehicles and the officers and employees of the military administration in Gaza were the main targets, as were the railroad to Sinai, electricity grids, and water systems. Labor exchanges and buses carrying Palestinian daily workers to Israel started to come under attack after March 1970, but most internecine violence was directed against informers recruited by the Israeli Shabak General Security Service. By 1970 the guerrilla groups held the 210 Gaza Strip by night and exerted significant control over the daily lives of its inhabitants, resolving social disputes and convening secret tribunals to judge misdemeanors or try suspected informers. 106 The successes made by the resistance movement in Gaza won the admiration of the Palestinian leadership in exile, but by the same token fueled rivalries, FED illusions, and obscured fatal flaws. The PFLP, for example, declared proudly in 1970 that it alone led the most prominent of Gaza's glories, and that it was the group most able to strike at will in the occupied territories and Israel. 107 This was not entirely hyperbole, but PFLP cadres in Gaza accused their superiors of diverting human and material resources needed for expansion towards building up the base in Jordan instead, in pursuit of the competition with Fatah and the PDFLP. 108 The PFLP boast also obscured the fact that the campaign against informers was getting dangerously out of hand. As armed resistance reached its limit, the PFLP started to target Palestinian employees in Israeli-run civilian departments and daily workers in Israel as collaborators. Local inhabitants were already opposed to the number of innocent bystanders killed or injured in guerrilla attacks and Israeli return fire in populated areas, and the additional killings activated Family and Clan FEUDS. 109 Israeli figures showed 48 Palestinians killed and 897 wounded in 1967-70 as a result of executions or anti-Israeli operations. 110 Civilians as targets, terrorism in Israel and abroad. Palestinian resistance in the occupied territories had reached its limit by September 1970, when the Jordanian civil war reduced guerrilla capability to provide direction and logistic support. Poor organization, lax security, and internal rivalries had taken their toll, as had Israeli counterinsurgency and the vagaries of Palestinian-Arab relations. 111 Evidence of the impasse came with the increasing resort to terrorism, both in Israel and abroad. Palestinian opinion was divided over external operations or revolutionary violence, as international terrorism was dubbed in Palestinian discourse, but showed a broad consensus regarding attacks against Israeli civilians in Israel and the occupied territories. This attitude reflected the common view of Israel as a colonial settler state, based on the systematic expulsion of the indigenous Arab population and permanent alienation of the land into exclusively Jewish ownership. Palestinian policy developed incrementally in the wake of the June 1967 war. The PFLP Field Command in the West Bank opted to avoid civilians and generally refrain from attacks inside Israel proper, a restraint that was at least partially observed until mid-1968. 112 Fatah also avoided attacking civilians in 1967, although this was the consequence of its focus on expelling the IDF from the West Bank rather than of deliberate policy. 113 When Fatah tackled the matter in early 1968, it argued that the enemy has committed many massacres against our civilians in the past, but we cannot consider that he has adopted hitting. Guerrilla war in theory and practice. 211 Civilians as a policy in the current phase. This does not mean that he will not resort to this policy nor that we will not resort to it, but FEAR of our reaction against his civilians will delay adopting such a policy somewhat. 114 An union named Fatah leader nonetheless left the option open as a means of response to acts of reprisal conducted by the Israeli army among civilians. 115 In any case, official Israeli statistics revealed FEW civilian casualties until March 1968. Restraint had its critics. Reviewing the period later, some Fatah cadres argued that we should have struck at the enemy's weak point, his civilian settlers, and not only the army. Everyone, including the fugitive patrols, concentrated on military targets, with the ultimate result that our losses were much higher than they might have been. 116 After its initial hesitation, the PFLP echoed this line of thinking in April 1, 1968 with the threat to strike Israeli civilians in response to Israeli terror against Arab citizens in the occupied territories. It, too, noted that in comparison to attacks on military targets, attacks on civil targets and concentrations are not so costly. 117 The shift in targets was reflected in the FACT that civilians accounted for 337 out of 787 Israeli casualties by the end of the year, but only 65 of 400 dead in 1967-70. 118 The success of Israeli counterinsurgency prompted clandestine operatives to change tactics by attacking soft targets such as supermarkets, apartment blocks, and bus terminals. The increasing resort by the guerrillas in Arab sanctuaries to cross-border fire also led to a sharp rise in shelling and other attacks on border settlements. The escalation of Palestinian urban terrorism paralleled the sharp rise in Israeli attacks on civilian targets in Jordan. Increasingly after March 1968, guerrilla spokesmen justified attacks on Israeli civilians in terms of the suffering being visited on Arab civilians in retaliation. Fatah explained that it wished to convince the Israeli authorities that we are capable of carrying out actions similar to those carried out by Israel against Arab civilians. 119 Its means of response was the urban bombing campaign, which it termed indirect war FARE. 1. 20. Whether this was really a conscious choice or simply a post-facetio attempt to portray unplanned action as if it were part of deliberate policy is unclear. The question was immaterial in effect FOR the PFLP, as FOR all groups, which noted that the number of civilians killed on each side was highly disproportionate in 121 any case. The guerrilla groups may have had FEW moral qualms about targeting Israeli civilians, but they evidently felt a need to justify their action, both to foreign audiences and to their own constituency. Fatah explained to the latter that it aimed to weaken the Israeli economy, trigger a flight of capital, and deter tourism, but above all to prevent Jewish immigration and encourage reverse emigration. Prevent the bond between immigrants and the land. Make the Zionists feel that life in Israel is impossible. 122 A statement to the foreign press at the same time insisted that the guerrillas do not target the Jewish people, as Jewish people, with whom the Palestinians have lived in harmony for several centuries in the past, nor does Fatah intend to throw the Jews into the sea. The movement of resistance and liberation that is being coordinated. 212. By Fatah is aimed only at the Zionist military fascist regime that raped our land, expelled our people, and condemned them to a life of wandering d. Greater than 123 and M1 Siri. There was a deep contradiction in Fatah rhetoric, but it resulted not from cynical duplicity so much as from a fundamental inability to understand the sources of the Zionist appeal to Jews or the nature of the Jewish society that had emerged since the establishment of Israel in 1948. On the one hand, a Fatah tract in early 1967 gave an unequivocal view. Our correct understanding of the reality of Zionist occupation confirms to us that regaining the occupied homeland cannot happen except through armed violence as the sole, inevitable, unavoidable, and indispensable means in the battle of liberation. The process of liberation is not only to eliminate a colonial base but, more importantly, to eradicate a society. Armed violence must take many forms besides destroying the military forces of the Zionist occupation state, that is, to direct itself towards destroying the existential basis of Zionist society in all its industrial, agricultural, and financial aspects. Armed violence must aim to destroy all the military, political, economic, financial, and intellectual institutions of the Zionist occupation state until it is impossible for a new Zionist society to arise again. Military defeat of Israel is not the only aim of the Palestinian Liberation War, but also elimination of the Zionist character of the occupied homeland, both human and social. 124. This was a stark vision, yet in 1969 Fatah adopted a proposal made by the PDFLP that urged parallel resolution of the Palestinian and Israeli problems. Through a popular democratic Palestinian state for Arabs and Jews alike in which there would be no discrimination and no room for class or national subjugation. 125 A modified version of the suggestion was incorporated by the PNC into the PLO's national charter in September. The amendment effectively distinguished the Jews as a religious or cultural community, but not a people or nation, from Zionism as a political ideology. The Palestinian assumption was that it was possible to eradicate all that made Israel a specifically Zionist state and society, yet avoid physical destruction of the Jews. This distinction may have been a complete fallacy, but it was the root of the contradictions in Palestinian discourse and behavior. Khalaf shed further light on Fatah thinking when he stated that the movement had asked the Arab states to allow former Jewish nationals to reclaim their citizenship and property, with the aim of opening a floodgate for reverse emigration from Israel. 126 Udwan expressed the dichotomy succinctly, if unwittingly. On the one hand, he regarded the option of comprehensive cleansing as unacceptable in historic, human, and civilizational terms. 127 On the other hand, Fatah sought to respond to offensive Israeli strategy by taking the battle to the heart of the occupied homeland in a confrontation in which the Israeli invasion finds itself solitary and alone and without protection, facing the Arab fighter at home, on the land, on the road, in the coffee house, the cinema, and army camps. The 213 aim was to make the Israeli contrast the life of stability and calm he enjoyed in his country of origin with the life of fear and terror that he found awaiting him on Palestinian soil, and to push him into reverse emigration. 128. The PDFLP revealed the same dichotomy. It took the lead in opposing chauvinistic solutions of Palestinian or Arab origin, massacring the Jews, driving them into the sea, and so on. 129 At the same time it echoed Udwan by stating that military operations against civilians are part of any struggle for national liberation. The purpose is to provoke anxiety and confusion, and to prove that the Zionist design is uncomfortable, and to draw attention to the crimes committed by Zionism in the name of the Jews. 130. This outlook was broadly shared by all the guerrilla groups. PFLP military commander Abu Hammam argued, for example, that the Israeli reserve system meant that civilians were in fact military personnel in civilian clothes. They had moreover repressed the Palestinians while on service, and both supported the occupation and benefited from it. 131 An official PFLP tract further argued that in the case of Israel, the overwhelming majority of its families constitute one of the forces which supports the Israeli military. They form part of hostile activity and are the basic justification for driving out the Arab population from the occupied homeland. They are thus directly responsible for the conditions under which the Palestinian people have lived for more than 20 years. 132 It was fair, therefore, that Israeli civilians should now be equally at risk from the original owners of the land. 133 Indeed, it was the PFLP that took this logic furthest, by taking the battle with Israel onto the international stage. On July 23, 1968, two members of the PFLP hijacked an El Al passenger aircraft on the Rome-Tel Aviv route to Algiers. PFLP spokesman declared that the passengers and crew would be held as hostages until Palestinians in Israeli prisons were released. The hijack operation, they asserted, would enable the voice of the Palestinian resistance movement to reach world public opinion, despite the Israeli and colonialist siege, and demolish a basic component of Israeli propaganda. That the resistance movement is usually individualistic, always improvised, and hardly ever effective. 134 The hijack was the work of the special apparatus, headed by Wadi Haddad and assisted by Hani al-Hindi. Its political inspiration came from the statement issued by the ANM National Executive Committee in July 1967, that had stressed the role of the US and its British tail in supporting Israel and opposing the Arab liberation movement. The statement concluded that these FOEs should be confronted across the Arab world through organized, revolutionary violence that is embodied in many FORMs and extends to armed struggle. In waging this battle, moreover, the Palestinians were simply one of various revolutionary FOCI in the Third World. 135 The PFLP justifiably regarded the hijacking as a measure of its dynamism, as its sudden reputation for daring attracted many new recruits. Yet the fact that the resort to international terrorism was explained in terms of breaking the Israeli and colonialist siege betrayed its sense of frustration. Secretary General 214 Habash was languishing in a Syrian jail, and Fatah was rapidly emerging as the leading guerrilla group. Whether or not this was their main purpose, external operations offered a means of competing with Fatah and of strengthening the PFLP right against the left. The importance attached to external operations as a means of asserting militant credentials and retaining the loyalty of the membership was demonstrated again later in the year and during 1969, as new terrorist incidents coincided with developments in the internal dispute. Israeli aircraft and businesses were struck in Athens, Zurich, London, The Hague, Brussels, and Bonn between December 1, 1968 and September 1, 1969, while a TWA airliner was destroyed on the ground after being diverted to Damascus Airport on September 4. On the latter occasion, The PFLP suggested that its action was a response to the destruction of 13 Lebanese passenger aircraft at Beirut Airport in December 1968.136. The PFLP developed several arguments to justify its campaign. Airlines flying to Israel, both national and foreign, were part of its lines of communication and revealed it to be a center of imperialist and world capitalist interests. 137 The PFLP insisted that striking civil aviation and maritime routes should not be construed as attacks on civilians, in the light of the militarized nature of Israeli society. Besides, civilian facilities such as ports and airports were being used for military purposes, and El Al pilots were in fact military personnel in civilian clothing. 138 Another argument offered by Habash was that these attacks were a response, and a deterrent, to Israeli aggression against Palestinian civilians. 139 The PFLP's leading military analyst at the time, Abu Hammam, took a straightforward view, stating bluntly that Israeli confidence in sealing off the borders should be shaken by blows that hail down from every side. We should attack not the strong points of Israel but its weak ones, he added, and the external operations achieve this objective because they attack an isolated, sensitive target that is susceptible to shock. These explanations were genuine enough, insofar as they reflected Palestinian perceptions of Israel, but they were secondary. The driving impulse was to shock the international community and shake its complacency regarding the plight of the Palestinians. Speaking the day after a terrorist attack at Zurich Airport on 2 February 1, 1969, Habash explained that the main aim of the continuation of external operations against Israel is that we want people abroad, both friends and enemies, to understand well what is so obvious to us, that we were expelled from our country, and that our people have lived as refugees in tents of misery for 20 years, and so we must fight for our rights. 141 As the PFLP campaign continued in September, the tone became more bitter towards a world that has not heard, for over half a century, the appeals of justice and international law. 142 Finally came a stern warning: in today's world nobody is innocent, nobody neutral. A man is either oppressed or he is with the oppressors. He who takes no interest in politics gives his blessing to the prevailing order, that of the ruling classes and exploiting forces. 143. 215. Whatever its aims, the PFLP had made a strong bid for preeminence among the guerrilla groups. Some competitors hastened to conduct their own external operations, which they similarly described as revolutionary violence. 144 The PPSF was the first to follow suit, as two of its members attacked the El Al office in Athens on November 27, killing a child and wounding 3 other persons before being taken prisoner. The PFGC came next with a bomb that destroyed a Swissair aircraft in mid-air on 2 February 1, 1970. The PPSF struck again on July 22, hijacking an Olympic Airways aircraft in order to secure the release of the perpetrators of its earlier attack in Athens. In each case the Palestinian groups declared that their aim was to strike Zionism and imperialist interests everywhere, in order to widen the battlefield and dissipate Israeli power. The Syrian-sponsored Ṣāyigh refrained, but ventured the opinion that since a struggle cannot exist in a vacuum, it must be carried out in the diaspora. The international institutions, the UN, have been powerless to return the Palestine Arab people to their land, it added, so it is natural that all the lands of the world, including Athens, Paris, New York, and occupied Jerusalem, or any other, would be the obvious place for the Palestinian to maintain his struggle to regain his homeland. 145 Ṣāyigh also repeated the argument that the Palestinians had the right to strike Israeli targets anywhere, since Zionism was a world movement having organizations and activities in various countries of the world. The need to attack Israeli interests around the globe would cease only if host governments denied Israel the freedom to operate on their territory. There were two main exceptions to the general view. The PDFLP was the most vocal in its condemnation of PFLP activity, which was to be expected in the light of the bitter rivalry between the former partners. It opposed external operations because they relied on individual acts and created a media sensation that equated mass action with individual terrorism. Terrorism caused major damage to the Palestinian guerrilla movement by encouraging the masses to adulate individual, rather than collective, heroism, and by turning them into observers. Fatah was also critical of PFLP operations abroad. There had been no open dissent by any guerrilla group following the first hijacking of an Israeli airliner in July 1, 1968, but by March 1, 1969 Arafat was able to declare that we categorically oppose and reject such attacks on aircraft. For they come at a time when we are making worldwide political gains. 147. Mixed harvest. Arafat had just been elected as PLO chairman when he made this statement and was evidently concerned about the international image of the Palestinians. The successful takeover of the PLO by Fatah and the other guerrilla groups was arguably the dearest measure of their progress since June 1967, and the political capital it represented was not to be wasted. This was especially important. 216. Because the guerrillas had reached the limits of their military and organizational capabilities and political potential by 1970, although FEW could perceive the FACT at the time and none would admit it openly. The Palestinian movement had expanded its presence in Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon during its honeymoon period, but in each country success had already laid the seeds of future conflict. Arafat and his closest colleagues in Fatah may have been dimly aware that even at its peak the reality of their modest guerrilla force was at odds with the rhetoric of people's war. This had not been put to irrefutable test, however, and there were no radical conclusions to be drawn as yet. The meteoric rise in the number of guerrilla attacks against Israel served to obscure the underlying problems, and doubts were additionally suppressed by the showcase of resistance offered by Gaza. The stream of statements proclaiming the latest Israeli casualties and material damages. Fatah estimated that Israel had incurred a daily cost of $1.5 million in 1968 and $3 million in 1969 as a result specifically of Palestinian military action were self-deluding, but they continued to ensure popular support and Arab material assistance. 148 The guerrilla movement had been born big in its post-1967 incarnation, and the flood of volunteers after Karama bred the reassurance that the Palestinian leadership could always mobilize a large human reservoir and generate political support through nationalist appeals and populist politics. These circumstances discouraged critical evaluation. That said, some Palestinian assessments of achievements since 1967 were relatively sober. This was true not of Fatah, which boasted in January 1, 1970 that it was ready to move into the stage of permanent occupation of enemy positions, but rather of the PFLP, despite its militant rhetoric. It was content to note that guerrilla action had merely deprived Israel of reassurance and security. 149 The Palestinians had succeeded in undermining Israel's military aura through daily resistance, Habash argued, and in putting their problem back on the international agenda. Guerrilla action had at the very least bought time for the Arab armies to rebuild and rearm. The irony, as the guerrilla movement was soon to discover, was that the closer the Arab states came to regaining their military posture, the less willing they were to tolerate autonomous guerrilla action and sanctuaries. Yet the increasingly restrictive military policies pursued by the confrontation states after 1970 could not eradicate the reality of the distinct Palestinian political system that had taken shape in the previous 3 years. 9. The making of the Palestinian political system. Whatever trials they faced in mounting a military challenge to Israel, the Battle of Karama had turned the guerrilla groups into a mass movement, and in doing so brought new debates about ideology, organization, and policy forcefully to the FORE. The active political agents within Palestinian society were now in direct contact with a much wider constituency, at a historical juncture in which alternative models to Palestinian proto-nationalism had been severely weakened and external circumstances offered an opportunity for the construction of autonomous institutions. The guerrilla movement was now able to assert its own discourse, symbols, and sources of legitimacy, all structured around the central theme of armed struggle. At the same time, the attempt by the different guerrilla groups to incorporate various social forces, acquire material resources, and institutionalize their political practice led to intense competition and increasingly complex internal politics. The state-building dynamic was already at work in the emergence of a national political field and in the search for common institutional arenas. This did not necessarily mean that the statist ambition was conscious or consistent, nor that it was shared by all the guerrilla groups. Yet the basic divide within the movement was between those who articulated an unsophisticated Palestinian proto-nationalism and sought to situate it within statist political structures, and those who fused their Palestinianism with wider Arab and class identities and formulated their goals within a discourse of revolution. Fatah most effectively embodied the striving of a stateless and marginalized petite bourgeoisie to acquire an autonomous political framework, and accordingly epitomized Palestinian proto-nationalism and the striving for sovereign status and juridical recognition. This was perhaps best encapsulated by the formal restriction of full membership in Fatah to Palestinians, with other Arabs obliged instead to join a separate support front, Jabha Musanida. 1. The PFLP best represented the opposite ethos, enclosing a Palestinian patriotism, that was if anything narrower still and certainly more absolutist than Fatah's, within an Arab nationalist, then class, ideology as a means of resisting the pragmatism and realpolitik of the statist drive. Paradoxically, this meant that the PFLP, which advocated the overthrow of reactionary Arab governments and professed commitment to social revolution, failed to lead the development of institutions. 218. And practices of parallel government in the Palestinian arena. It left this task to Fatah, and in that sense undermined its own ability to effect social transformations. The underlying division between the guerrilla groups was reflected in the debate within Fatah about the formation of a Palestinian National Front. This was brought to the fore by the discussion of policy towards the PLO, as Fatah gained in political stature and numerical strength in 1968. Many in the rank and file remained deeply hostile to the PLO, which they still viewed as an instrument of the Arab states and a non-revolutionary body dominated by its inherent bureaucratic tendencies. The PLO had moreover been irretrievably discredited in June 1967. In the words of one Fatah member, himself a PLO official at the time, the PLO is no more than a payments office, or a ministry of social affairs, at best. What does it have? An army that does not fight, when only war is feasible now, and offices spread across the capitals of the world. And funds that are spent mainly on salaries, commissions, and allowances. Two other cadres complained that even under its new leadership, the PLO had formed a PLA guerrilla wing in order to compete with Fatah. The PLF/PLA gave further evidence of its dubious purpose by adopting a conventional system of ranks and pay and by allowing its officers to sleep in separate tents from their soldiers. 3 As ever, a lush admirably synthesized objections to subsuming the PLO framework made from both the Arab nationalist and leftist viewpoints within Fatah. Even before 1967 he had decried the narrow ambition of the semi-feudal, semi-bourgeois elements that took leadership in Arab countries, whose only concern was to assert their control within the territorial framework defined by colonialism. In this way independence of territorial states became an alternative to pan-Arab unity. 4 Now he argued that there was an attempt to turn the PLO into a state in exile by elements within Fatah who had suffered greatly from Arab policies and by capitalists mutamawilin, small merchants and craftsmen who wished to compete with their counterparts in the Arab countries. Indeed, we can find shopkeepers in a town who will reveal a particularistic Palestinian prejudice nara iklimiyya. They all want to be master in government departments. In his view, this stupid defense of Palestinianness would only enable Arab circles, both official and grassroots, progressive and reactionary, to relieve themselves of their national duty and to distance their masses from the battle for Palestine. The Fatah leadership, conversely, had long appreciated the importance of public action. It had argued in one of its FO-undaying documents that the means to promote its revolutionary activity among the widest constituency possible required two elements, national unity and an entity. 6 Fatah drew similar lessons from the Chinese and Vietnamese experiences, which it believed revealed the necessity of forming a united front, creating a revolutionary authority and defined territorial base, and rigging international relations. 7 The question in 1968 was whether or not the PLO offered a suitable framework for unity and making the Palestinian political system 219 could represent the Palestinian entity. Khalaf summarized the internal debate as follows. There were several formulas for unity. There could be a national front in which the PLO was just one among other parties instead of being the framework for national unity. And Fatah could have joined this national front on the basis of fundamental parity with the PLO. There was no opposition in Fatah to this direction. However, there was another view of the PLO, an objective view that sought the good of the Palestinian people before the good of Fatah. This view saw that the PLO embodied an official Arab commitment towards the Palestinian people for the first time. Besides, with control of the PLO would also come funds, a trained army, administrative institutions, and established diplomatic recognition. Karama had generated a new political momentum, and a growing number of voices within the PLO apparatus and the PNC now called on the guerrilla groups to take over and unite. 9 At the same time, Fatah was concerned that if all Palestinian PAR-ties the guerrilla groups, the PLA and the PLFI-PLA entered the PLO on equal footing, then the organization would be paralyzed and unable to arrive at decisions without consensus. 10 Any small group would hold veto power over collective decisions, making it vital to have a backbone or leading force. Several voices, among them Khalid al-Hassan, Mamdouh Sabri, and Kamal Udwan, called FOR and had the largest mass base of support, and represented the aspirations of the most revolutionary sections of the people. 13 Tolerance of diversity was perhaps dictated by the social fragmentation and geographical dispersal of the Palestinians and their vulnerability to Arab measures, but the confidence to institutionalize it stemmed from the centrality of Fatah. After all, Fatah is the Palestinian Revolution. The history of Fatah is the history of the modem Palestinian Revolution. 14 Representatives of Fatah, the PFLP, and PLO had already met in Beirut on March 7, days before the Battle of Karama, to discuss the formation of the next PNC. At that time Fatah accepted an equal distribution of the 100 seats, 50 for the guerrilla groups together, and 50 to be appointed by the PLO Executive Committee and apparatus. 15 Yet Fatah remained unsure of its basic attitude towards the PLO, and so it insisted that both the PFLP and the PLO should reciprocate by recognizing the Permanent Bureau of the Palestinian Guerrilla Organizations that it had met with 7 smaller groups in January. Then Karama changed everything. Fatah seized its new political advantage to reverse policy and make a bid to control the PLO. It accordingly announced 2 weeks later that its previous pact with the PLO and PFLP was no longer adequate, and demanded that PNC seats should be divided equally between them. Seeking to 220 draw the PLA command into an alliance, Fatah stressed that it would adhere to its earlier commitment to coordinate military affairs with the PLO army and demanded an increase in the PLA's share of PNC seats allocated to the PLO. The bargaining remained deadlocked during the next 2 months, but Fatah was growing rapidly in terms of number of civilian members and military personnel and of regional stature. As a result, it no longer insisted on dealing with the PLO as a separate party and sought instead to confirm the organization as the national front of all groups, using its influence with its partners in the Permanent Bureau to this end. 16 The PFLP now held back, however. It agreed that all competent forces should be represented in the PNC, but warned that using the PLO as the central structure and entering its institutions might pave the way for a return of tutelage by the Arab states. 1 A compromise was eventually reached on May 30. Fatah accepted a proposal which would raise the Permanent Bureau's share of PNC seats to 38 and leave the PLO with 50, while the reluctant PFLP was allocated 10. This was insufficient to shift the internal balance, and so in July the PNC simply renewed the mandate of the old PLO Executive Committee under the chairmanship of left-leaning Yahya Hamouda, albeit for only 6 months. He and the guerrilla groups were nonetheless able to introduce a number of significant changes to PLO structures and documents, starting with the redesignation of its FO-undaying charter as Al-Mithaq al-Watani rather than Al-Mithaq al-Qawmi, signifying a shift from a primarily pan-Arab allegiance to a particularistic Palestinian self-identification, and including such measures as the establishment of a dedicated planning center headed by an executive committee member. Despite some convergence of views, Hamouda and other PLO officials resisted granting the guerrilla groups a majority of PNC seats, arguing that most of our people are independents. 18 However, Fatah continued to gain in strength and was able to make its successful bid for direct control of the PLO at the next PNC session, in February 1969. It had asserted itself as the backbone of the guerrilla movement, and was rewarded after further negotiations with 33 seats in the council, giving it the largest single voting bloc. Another 12 of the 105 seats went to the PFLP and 12 to Ṣāyigh, while the PLO Executive Committee took 12, the PLA 5, and the trade unions and mass organizations 3, with independent personalities occupying the remaining 28. Both the PFLP and PLA were dissatisfied with their shares and boycotted the session, but their absence only made it easier for Fatah to secure the election of Arafat as PLO chairman and to claim 4 out of 1 seats on the new executive committee. The election of Arafat marked the conclusive transition of Palestinian national leadership from the established middle-class elements whose political ambitions had been frustrated in 1948 and then briefly revived in 1964-7, to the next generation of activists of petit bourgeois background whose formative experiences had been conditioned primarily by the exodus and Arab exile. Fatah's capture of the parastatal structure of the PLO was a major step towards making the Palestinian political system 221. The consolidation of a common political arena and, consequently, of Palestinian proto-nationalism. However, the statist approach adopted by Arafat and his colleagues to political practice and institutionalization was resisted at many points, although it increasingly shaped the organizational context within which competing imaginings of nationalism and revolution were articulated. An interactive process was underway, a dialogic relationship between discourses, structures, and the identities that each stressed or embodied but was not yet contained within a single and uncontested framework. 19. The internal politics of Fatah. The tensions generated by this duality were reflected not only across the guerrilla movement but also in Fatah, which encapsulated the wider transformations and debates within its own ranks. In 1964-7, disputes within Fatah had revolved mainly around tactical questions, such as when to launch the armed struggle, and had primarily reflected differences of character and temperament. There was effectively no debate about organization or ideology, and affiliations, to the extent that they existed, were related to personality, not policy. The absorption of many former members of the ideologically based Arab political parties and the acquisition of a mass base in the course of 1968 introduced entirely new debates and struggles over the purpose of organization and the nature of internal relations. The manner in which they were conducted, resolved, or deferred was novel, both because it involved responses to problems that had not been said previously and because it occurred in altered external circumstances that offered unprecedented opportunities for Palestinian state building. Fatah made up its rules as it went along, and in the process evolved its own internal political system. The transformation of Fatah into a mass movement involved innovation, but this was not a free political exercise. The eclectic intellectual sources of its FO-unders and their proto-nationalist FOCs were reflected in old-fashioned organizational methods, and preempted development of a practical ideology, a set of ideas designed to provide rational instruments for action, or programmatic thinking. The Fatah platform offered members a sense of identity and allowed the creation and use of organization, but this remained rudimentary and prone to political instability. 20 Its proto-nationalism also reinforced the tendency to traditionalize organizational relations, that is, dress up new norms in traditional garb, and to adopt a populist political discourse. 21 An obvious example was the attempt to incorporate different social forces through mass organizations, trade unions and other professional or social associations, which were seen as primarily political organizations, such that their trade or professional objectives in the current phase are subordinated to the general national line in each historic stage. 22 Fatha's organizational and political methods were in that sense innovative, even when they replicated the fationalism of 222. Pre-1948 society, mobilized primordial solidarities, clan or village patriarchy, or operated patronage. The most significant innovation, however, was to develop the statist approach in response to the challenge of institutionalizing the mass base. It was this that brought tensions within Fatha and the guerrilla movement as a whole to the fore. Much of the internal struggle after June 1, 1967 revolved around the relationship between the founding core of Fatha and its civilian organization in Jordan, which was heavily influenced by locally based FOR members of ideological parties such as the BATH and JCP. Perhaps inevitably, the founding core drew on persons they knew best when making senior appointments, expatriates from the oil-rich Gulf sheikdoms, colleagues from Gaza, and pre-war veterans. This was most obvious in the guerrilla sector, where Central Committee member Mamdouh Sedem, who was overall field commander, and senior combat officer Ers Ma'adh al-Abid, Musa Arafat, and Haj Ismail Jabr were Alghazans. The Central Committee appointed a new regional command, ICLM, towards the end of the year, and in February 1, 1968 assigned one of its members, Abd al-Fattah al-Hamad to head it. Hamad died in a road accident on his way from Saudi Arabia to take up his new post, and was replaced by Muhammad Gnaim, who had headed the branch before 1967. Both Hamad and Gnaim had Islamist backgrounds, but Gnaim's departure in June 1, 1968 FORA training course in China left command in the hands of a more junior cadre and FORA Ba'athist, Sabri al-Banna. Banna had FORA his own liberation group in the mid-1960s, but joined Fatha in 1967 and quickly assumed responsibility for security in the ICLM. Command members Sarni Abu Quaik, Yahya Habash, and Husni Yunus were also FORA Ba'athists, whereas Muhammad al-Araj and Abbas Zaki were Fatha veterans. Despite this underlying tension, the FORA party activists were instrumental in the intellectual and organizational development of Fatha. It lacked a central ideological department or committee and had FEW-approved theoretical documents, but Habash and others authored many of the texts that were to become the standard staple of internal indoctrination. Their party training also led to a new emphasis in Fatha writings on FORMAL, hierarchical structure with a clear chain of command. The Leninist principle of democratic centralism was supposed to apply, and the civilian organization was loosely modeled on the communist pyramid. 23 Fatha membership in Jordan was initially divided by social category, with separate networks for women, workers, teachers, and students. In late 1968 or early 1969, the organization was reorganized into areas, Manadik, Mantaka, which descended into branches, Shu'ab, Shuba, largely according to geographical location. 24 Each Shuba was further divided into wings, Ajaniha, Jana, circles, Halakat, Halaka, and cells, Kaliya, Kaliya. 25 Restructuring was not to the liking of the founding core, not least because it perceived a potential threat to its control. In 1968 the General Command of Al-Asafah forces, headed by Arafat, and Wazir, formed a new department of making the Palestinian political system 223. Mobilization and organization with nominal responsibility to oversee appointments and other matters in the civilian organization. The ICLM, in contrast, had no authority over Fatha guerrillas nor any responsibility for their supply or other administrative affairs. The new department also rivaled the secular ideological influence of the Iqlim by publishing its own guerrillas magazine, Nida al-Masira, which was strongly Islamist in style, imagery, and outlook. Yet the threat of Modem party organization had been overstated by the FO-Ondaying Corps, as one FO-Remeter communist ruefully noted, the reality of Palestinian exile and dispersal and the lack of common bonds deriving from shared modes of production rendered the construction of the desired vanguard organization difficult. 26 In any case, whatever the contribution of the FO-Remeter party activists to defining Fatah's organizational structures, theirs was largely an informal, ad hoc effort. It drew on the outline provided in the original structure of revolutionary construction of 1959, but Fatah still lacked properly drafted internal statutes. Many in the growing rank and file considered they had a right to question policy and help shape it, especially concerning relations with the Jordanian authorities, and expected appropriate mechanisms and regulations for the exercise of membership rights. The FO-Ondaying Corps was ill-suited to meet such expectations. The Islamist formation of most Central Committee members was reflected in a paternalistic style of leadership, in which authority was assumed through collegial consensus, ijma. Authority within the ranks was exercised through persuasion, iqna, whenever possible, but the Central Committee maintained real control through its power over appointments and by sidelining intermediary bodies and avoiding firm organizational structures and rules of procedure. The Fatah FO-Unders, none of whom had lived in Jordan before 1967 and had little understanding of its society and politics, were also set apart from cadres whose views were colored by the experience of Hashemite rule and by resentment of Transjordanian attitudes. 27 Growing pressure from the civilian organization coincided with the renewal of the challenge to Arafat from Central Committee member Masweda, who commanded a number of combat bases. In mid-April 1968 Masweda prepared to declare himself commander-in-chief, prompting Khalaf, who now headed Fatah's rudimentary intelligence service, to preempt him with the public announcement that Arafat was sole official spokesman for the movement. 28 Supporters of the old Kuwait group in Kuwait and Egypt, including Arafat's younger brother Fathi, caused some confusion by declaring for Masweda. 29 The Central Committee suspended Masweda and his leading supporters, but they were reinstated after an agreement was reached to convene a general conference and select a new leadership by election. 30 Around 100 delegates duly met in the Syrian town of Zabadani in July, in what was recorded as Fatah's second general conference, although there is no consensus on which was the first. The Revolutionary Council was activated to monitor the Central Committee, while an attempt, possibly by Kajami, among others, to set establishing a Palestinian entity as an immediate aim was roundly defeated. A compromise allowed a 224 new Central Committee to be FO-Remed. The delegates elected the first three members, who then chose a FO-Earth, and the FO-Ur then chose a fifth, and so on until the number reached 10. 31 Masweda was not selected, and was subsequently assigned as Fatah representative in Khartoum. The conference failed, however, to resolve the more fundamental tensions. Most Central Committee members were now based in Jordan, and eclipsed the local Iqlim almost entirely. It was they who directed the military, intelligence, and administration, all salaried personnel, in other words, and conducted talks with the Jordanian authorities and politicians. The Iqlim was largely starved of central funds, and received virtually no weapons to form a civilian militia until November, on the grounds that such action would provoke the Jordanian authorities. 32 Its militant members concluded that the leadership was uninterested in political action among the masses, and that it held a conventional military outlook that despised civilian militias. 33 The Central Committee, for its part, feared that a capable civilian organization would limit its autonomy and ability to take political and military decisions. It also distrusted the former party activists in the Iqlim and more junior cadres such as FO-Remeter Beathists Naji Alush, Muhammad Atta, and Muhammad Abu Ghazala or FO-Remeter communist Munir Shafiq. Indeed, it was from their ranks that a leftist democratic direction, Al-Ittijah al-Demokrati, took shape, with strong influence in Amman and the northern city of Irbid. The November clashes with the Jordanian army accelerated the militarization of Fatah and reinforced the position of its Fondaying Corps. Arafat and Khalaf, aided by senior intelligence officer Ali Hassan Salama, initially responded to the threat by setting up revolutionary bases, Qawaid Thuraya, on outlying hills around Amman. These were commanded by veterans, mainly from Gaza, such as Musa Arafat and Haj Ismail Jabr, and manned by recruits from the refugee camps. The Central Committee now gave a modest amount of weapons to the Iqlim FOR, the civilian militia, but itself distributed arms freely in the camps and rapidly expanded its payroll. 34 Thanks to their access to central funds, commanders of guerrilla bases or sectors also recruited actively and established their own civilian networks in the camps and urban centers, duplicating the Iqlim and competing directly with the civilian organization FORMEM Bears. 35 The result was that bodies such as the revolutionary bases distinguished themselves most by their anarchy, parasitic nature, and ostentatious displays in the streets of Amman and other cities and towns. 36 The lower ranks came predominantly from the refugee camps, where unemployment was rife, but refugees, especially of peasant or working class background, were massively underrepresented at all senior levels, military, organizational, and political. When locally based cadres held senior posts, they were almost invariably mid-DLE class and, as importantly, residents. Wazir responded to one cadre who remonstrated with him over the marginalization of the civilian organization by asking, "Must everyone who is willing to die for Palestine first pass through the hierarchy?" He added, "If we making the Palestinian political system 225 receive 1,000 volunteers and only 100 remain, then we have still gained 37." For the Fatah leadership, the Palestinians had entered the heyday of total orientation al-Tawajjuh al-Kulli towards Palestine. It believed that igniting the battle in the occupied homeland is a test that never fails, an inevitably true measure that distinguishes the traitor and informer from the loyal patriot. 38 This was identical to the attitude long expressed by former Mufti Amin al-Husseini, that those who fight cannot be traitors. 39 The leftist cadres shared this populist ethos in fact, and, given their prominence in Fatah print media, helped actively to disseminate it. An editorial in the weekly Fath in October 1968, FOR Instance, insisted that what is important is for the masses to move, because the movement of the masses is always correct. 40 The Maoist doctrine of learning from the masses and teaching them was pervasive. The results of their spontaneous practice provide the revolutionary with the raw material to formulate ideas and a guide for the daily action of the masses. 41 The populist outlook accompanied the statist approach of the Fatah leadership to social provision. An obvious example was the Palestine Mujahideen and Martyrs Fund, set up in September 1964, which gave modest financial aid to the families of guerrillas who were killed, disabled, or captured. In the course of 1968 the fund was turned into a fully fledged society for the care of the families of martyrs and prisoners, with branch offices in 5 Arab states that hosted large Palestinian communities. 42 The safety net was complemented by the Fatah Medical Services branch, that at first set up first aid posts and clinics in the guerrilla sectors and organized periodic visits by doctors and mobile clinics to nearby villages. The PCRS was next established as a separate service in order to cater for the growing civilian constituency, and provided free medical care to all patients. 43 By January 1969 it had 7 permanent clinics, 7 social work centers, and a convalescent home with emergency service in Jordan. Another example was the military training and supplementary schooling programs for boys and girls in the 8 to 15 years age bracket, known as the Lion Cubs and Flowers Institution, Muassasa al-Ashbal wa al-Zarat. 4, launched in September with 450 boys in the Waidat and Baké refugee camps. It claimed to have 15 centers and an enrollment of 15,000 by 1970. At the same time, expansion prompted the emergence of new power bases and rivalries within the Central Committee. A FORMist example was the expansion of the intelligence apparatus after November 1968, as it gained additional tasks of penetrating the Jordanian army and security agencies. A small military intelligence apparatus had been set up in Syria in 1967, and in 1968 Walid Nimr set up headquarters in Dara while Zakaria Abd al-Rahim set up a branch in Jordan, based in Al-Salt. 47 A separate body, the Revolutionary Surveillance Directorate, Mufawadiyat al-Razd al-Thawri, was briefly headed by Kajami in late 1967, but his lack of aptitude allowed Khalaf to take command at the beginning of 1968. Military intelligence remained modest in size and function, but Khalaf regarded it as a potential rival because it was attached to Fatah's operations center and so came under the control of Arafat. 48 Khalaf 226 waged a discreet campaign against it for this reason and even worked to isolate his own deputy, Hani al-Hassan, who was allied to Arafat. 49 Khalaf asserted Razd as the central security apparatus by early 1969, and it emerged as a major autonomous power base with an extensive network of informants and its own strike force of 500 to 600 guerrillas. 50 Inevitably, it too competed with the IQLM FOR recruits and influence. Internal tensions came to a boil in early 1969, following the appearance of a new guerrilla group, Islamic Fatah, Path al-Islam. In response to a request from FOR Mufti Husseini FOR, an avowedly Islamist group, Arafat and Wazir had secretly assisted two of his veteran aides, Umar Abd al-Karim and Hassan Abu Rakaba, to set up camp near Al-Zarqa and provided them with arms and funds. 51 Islamic Fatah included numerous members of the Muslim Brotherhood in its ranks, notably including fugitives from Syria, most prominent of whom were Abdullah Azam and Muhammad Hadid, although none came from the Islamic Liberation Party. 52 Most of the Muslim Brothers came from the Societies branch in Jordan, including the West Bank, and the Sudan, according to one of its chroniclers, but the Gaza branch proved reluctant, disputing the feasibility of the enterprise. 53 Discovery of Islamic Fatah's existence triggered a strong backlash from the IQLM. Khalaf adeptly utilized this by ordering Razd units to close down the camp forcibly. Most of the Islamist guerrillas now joined Fatah, and were allowed to FOR separate bases in the north, officially designated the Western Unit but better known as Qawaid al-Shayikh, the Sheikh's bases. 54 Leftist cadres in Irbid protested their presence, but they were to remain in the area until the Civil War of September 1970, when they finally disbanded in order to avoid fighting Filo Muslims. 55 Maswada resurfaced briefly in the wake of the Islamist Fatah crisis. The Jordanian authorities uncovered a plot by the Islamic Liberation Party to overthrow the monarchy in January, in which Maswada was apparently implicated. 56 He may have intended to use Islamist Fatah to support the planned coup, and was among those arrested by Fatah intelligence during the clampdown. This would explain the willingness of Arafat and Wazir to see the group disbanded. Maswada was now formally expelled from Fatah. 57 However, the IQLM was simultaneously subjected to a thorough shake-up, as those who opposed the growing role of outsiders were effectively exiled from Jordan. Bana replaced Maswada in Khartoum, Araj took up a new post in Syria, and Yunus became Fatah representative in China. Loyalist name moved sideways to become Arafat's deputy for military administration, while the commander of the northern guerrilla sector, Abid, summarily dismissed the leftist cadres of the local civilian organization. 58 Abu Quake was named secretary of the IQLM, but his authority was eroded by the inclusion of prominent outsiders Hani al-Hassan and Nimr Soleh. These changes did not end instability. Soleh had been in contact with Maswada and a Jordanian officer recruited by the Islamic Liberation Party, and was suspected of involvement in the abortive coup, but was let off with a making the Palestinian political system 227. Warning. 59 His vulnerability may have made him amenable to manipulation by the Central Committee, which assigned him to head the Fatah militia in Jordan. Soleh promptly separated the militia from the civilian organization and appointed full-time guerrillas to command militia sections, sidelining the IQLM of which he was a member. He already headed political guidance, al-Tafwid al-Siyasi, in the Fatah General Command, and now strove ambitiously to turn the militia into his personal power base. This, and the constant feuding it provoked, led to his dismissal from both the Iqlim and militia command at the end of the year. Hani al-Hassan was now assigned to head the Iqlim, but continued disaffection led to the reappointment of Abu Quaik in early 1970. Abu Quaik, like Habash and Zaki, who had also survived the various reshuffles, was left-leaning but not openly associated with the democratic direction. However, leftist Qadr Ulush now headed the powerful Amman branch, which boasted some 5,000 members, and his colleague Atta took command of all militia sections in the kingdom, which were brought into a single command. 60 An ally of Wazir, Hamid Alidi, tried to counter leftist influence by secretly building a parallel civilian organization in Amman, but was exposed and expelled from the Iqlim. 61. The PFLP beset. Fatah was by no means the only group to experience internal disputes as a result of rapid expansion in 1968, but the strength of its populist appeal and corporatist approach helped maintain an outward appearance of consensus. Its main rival, the PFLP, was not so fortunate, as it was torn by major, and public divisions. Most obvious was the disagreement between its two main coalition partners, the ANM and Jibral's PLF. The unity announced in December 1967 was proving to be nominal at best, as each group jealously kept its membership, political tenets, and guerrilla forces separate. The PFLP had started 1968 with hopes of a further merger with Fatah, to which end Secretary General Habash conducted intensive talks with Wazir during January and February 1, 1968. The PFLP also planned to rebuild secret bases in the West Bank, by sending senior cadres at the head of leadership teams, but its efforts were aborted by a sudden crisis. On 1 March 9, Syrian military police arrested Habash, the ANM-Fation's liaison officer in Damascus, Faiz Kadira, and 17 PFLP members. PLF co-FO under Ali Bushnak was also detained, followed by veteran ANM cadre Ahmed al-Yamani 3 days later. Ostensibly this was to punish the PFLP for sabotaging the pipeline carrying Saudi oil to the Zahrani terminal in Lebanon, at a point where it crossed the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. In reality, the authorities suspected the ANM-Faction of plotting a coup d'état with Syrian opposition figures led by Jamal al-Atassi, head of the pro-Nasser Arab Socialist Union. 62 Habash and Yamani were incarcerated for the next 8 months, and 228. Most PFLP facilities in Syria were closed down. Bushnak, whose arrest had probably been a mistake, suffered a heart attack and died 2 days after being released from prison. The arrest of Habash left the ANM faction without its key figure 2 days before the Israeli attack on Karama. What his advice would have been cannot be known, but the decision to withdraw before the battle was effectively taken by Ziyar and Jibral, and cost the PFLP dearly in terms of Palestinian support and official Arab assistance. Habash's moderating influence was also missing in the subsequent exchange of recriminations. The ANM and PLF formally resolved their differences in April and pledged to merge completely, but in reality cooperation still did not exceed joint action. 63 The ANM rank and file remained pro-Nasser and were engaged in a heated debate about the formal adoption of socialism, whereas PLF members tended to dislike Nasser and firmly eschewed ideology. The ANM believed itself the larger FORCE, with a major following in the occupied territories, while the PLF prided itself on its professional military expertise. The ANM hoped to gain the PLF's military muscle yet retain political control, while the PLF desired the intellectual mantle of the ANM but resented its patronizing assumption that it would ultimately absorb its junior partner. 64 On April 23, the PLF-Faction publicly disclaimed connections with the ANM and asserted rights to the PFLP name, triggering an acrimonious internal debate that was to drag on for a further 6 months. The ANM was distracted from this dispute by the growing division within its own ranks between left and right. The leftist F-Asian now took the Old Guard leadership openly to task for not starting military action sooner after June 1967, and for leaving the initiative to Fatah in Red.65. It similarly decried rightist reluctance to dispatch senior leaders to the West Bank, again in sharp contrast to Fatah, and criticized the subsequent decision not to fight at Karama.66. The leftists blamed this apparent recalcitrance on the FACT that the Old Guard still contained figures held responsible for the disastrous collapse of the Jordanian branch in 1966. In part, the rift revealed a generation gap. The leftists were young, mainly university students, and included intellectuals such as the Tunisian-born Alafif al-Akhdar, who were influenced by the leftist rebellion of European youth, and who now initiated a debate on the writings of Mao Zedong, Ecobedo Che Guevara, and Franz Fanon. The F-Ational rift came to the FORE when the ANM reformed its leadership committee in Jordan following the dispute with Jibril. The committee contained Hamid al-Farhan, Mustafa al-Zabri, Hamdi Muttar, Ahmed al-Yamani, and Mahmoud Isa of the Old Guard, and leftists Yasser Abdi Rabu, Muhammad Katmatu, and Hassan Jubieh. The ANM was meanwhile in the midst of a wider debate about its future as a pan-Arab movement, with branches in different states. Abdi Rabu attended a meeting in Beirut in June 1968 at which Co-FO under Muhsin Ibrahim argued for the dissolution of the ANM and the creation of a new body to maintain contacts and coordinate activities. 68 The right was loath to take any fateful decisions in the absence of Habash, and Soa, making the Palestinian political system 229. Provisional triumvirate comprising Hindi, Haddad, and Ibrahim was formed as a liaison body. The Beirut meeting also brought Abdi Rabu into direct contact for the first time with Hawatma, who had lived in Lebanon since summer 1967, after studying abroad in 1965-7. Happy to meet like-minded ANM members, Hawatma returned to Jordan a month later and secretly formed a shadow leadership with Abdi Rabu, Katmatu, Joa, and more junior cadres. A general conference of the Palestinian ANM branch was due in August, and by this time the left had worked itself into a position of some strength. Abdi Rabu and Katmatu headed the civilian organization in Jordan, and so ensured that 20 of the 32 delegates were their own supporters. It was possibly to counteract leftist influence that Haddad and Hindi timed the first PFLP hijacking operation on July 23, in order to enhance the stature of the Old Guard. This, at least, is what the left believed, but it made little difference in the event. 69 Leftists swept the leadership election, but the victory of virtual unknowns such as Samir Shihab al-Din, the ANM liaison officer in Egypt, outraged the right to such an extent that a second ballot was held. The leftists withdrew several candidates in order to avoid excessive provocation, and only Hawatma was returned to represent them. 70 The retreat of the left was only tactical, however, as it had secured adoption by the Conference of the Basic Political Report which it had already drafted. 71 The document contained an extensive critique of the progressive and nationalist Arab governments, implicitly including Egypt, whose espousal of consumer economies and investment in conventional armed forces were deemed responsible for the defeat of June 1967. Arab acceptance of UN Security Council Resolution 242 came in for especially severe attack as the first step towards liquidation of the Palestine cause. 72 The report also signaled an interventionist approach to social and political conflicts in the Arab countries. By criticizing the slogan raised by Fatah of non-interference in internal Arab affairs, the left castigated the PFLP leadership for having pursued a similar policy in the previous 5 months. 73 Publication was delayed under pressure from the right, but for Jibril the report was the last straw. After lengthy negotiations over the right to adopt the PFLP name, he declared the formation of the PF General Command in late October. 74 The PFGC attracted 100 to 200 guerrillas, or roughly one quarter of PFLP combat strength, and retained the old PLF training camp near Damascus. 75 Jibril and his lieutenants, Fadl Shruru and Tala Naji, were also joined by Ahmed Ziyar and his followers. The ANM bitterly viewed Jibril's action as the result of manipulation by Syrian military intelligence, but was distracted by its own divisions. 76 Left and right now competed by renewing the attempt to establish a clandestine command in the West Bank. Leftist Qadr Umar al-Qasim and rightist base commander Fuad Abd al-Karim led two leadership teams into the West Bank, but Qasim was captured and Abd al-Karim returned to Jordan. This was a blow to the left, which, despite its ability to influence the selection of Conference 230 delegates in August, remained a small minority within the ANM. The right strengthened its position by appointing Zabri to replace Jibril as PFLP military commander, and by adding Faiz Jabir and Subhi al-Tamimi to the command, along with Mahmoud Isa and Hindi, who represented the special apparatus. 77 Zabri reinforced his position by promoting Abd al-Karim and another young base commander, Abd al-Rahim Malou, to the command. Abu Mahmoud al-Dali was the only leftist with a field command, while Solah Arafat was the leftist in the committee responsible for clandestine organization in the occupied territories. The right utilized its control, which extended to PFLP finances, to isolate its leftist rivals. At one point Hawatma even complained that Haddad had written to his aides in order to get rid of the troublemakers. 78 Whether this accusation was true or not, Haddad had the capability, as he demonstrated by organizing the rescue of Habash from jail in Damascus and spiriting him to Jordan on 3 November. 79 The old guard hoped that his reappearance would contain the left, but the dispute was too deep. The two sides agreed to convene a reconciliation conference in February 1, 969, but the leftists had secretly resolved to break away. They approached Ba'ath Party chairman Salah Jadid in Syria, who was eager to retaliate for the embarrassing escape of Habash, and instructed Sa'iq's Secretary General Jaymayani to provide military assistance. Khalaf, who now headed Fatah intelligence, also promised material support, as did leftist PLA commanders Khatib, Wajah, and Yahya. 80 The old guard PFLP leadership realized that the left was preparing to secede. Possibly in order to impress the rank and file, Haddad's special apparatus attacked an El Al aircraft on the ground at Athens airport on December 26, killing one passenger. Matters came to a head in mid-February, when loyalists attacked several offices in Amman and took a dozen leftists prisoner, summarily executing at least 1.81 on 1 February 8. The special apparatus attacked an El Al aircraft at Zurich airport, leaving one dead and 4 wounded among the crew and passengers. Once again the timing may have been chosen to distract attention from the internal rift. Fatah stepped in at this point to protect the left, and provided it with supplies, arms, and funds. Leftist officers meanwhile offered safe passage in and out of Amman in PLA vehicles. Assured of external support, the left preempted the reconciliation conference by announcing the formation of the Popular Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PDFLP, on February 22. Shortly after, Muhammad Kishli and Muhsin Ibrahim broke away with most of the Lebanese branch of the ANM to form the Organization of Lebanese Socialists. The latter group and the PDFLP now shared editorial control of Al-Hurriyah, compelling the PFLP to start a new weekly, Al-Hadaf, Target. The PDFLP was headed by the 32-year-old Hawatma, and its leadership included Abd Rabu, Arafat, Katmatu, Jubieh, and Qays al-Samarai, a recently arrived fugitive Arab nationalist from Iraq. The PDFLP claimed to have the backing of several military sectors and of PFLP branches in various countries, making the Palestinian political system 231. But in reality it had at most 150 members and a few dozen guerrillas. 82 Its main support came from younger members, especially in the West Bank and in some of the refugee camps of Syria and Lebanon, but it made no headway in Gaza and had a minimal following in the combat bases in Jordan. 83 The Organization of Lebanese Socialists and the like-minded Socialist Lebanon movement, headed by former Ba'athist Fawaz Trabulsi, Mahmoud Swade, and others, provided invaluable assistance by seconding 30 to -40 members to PDFLP bases in Jordan during 1969.84. The PDFLP was indeed, as one of its sympathizers described it, little more than a revolutionary phrase. 85 External support was vital for survival. Ṣāyigh maintained the modest flow of arms and assisted the PDFLP to establish bases on the Golan Front. While PLA officers Katib and Wajih provided additional weapons, training, and basing facilities in Jordan. 86 The PDFLP gained strength by absorbing smaller groups such as the Palestinian League of the Left. A more substantial gain was the Maoist-leaning POLP, which had grown modestly after attracting a handful of cadres such as Abd al-Rahman Jabara and Musalam Bsessu from the Jordanian Communist Party in 1964.87. The POLP had 250 to 300 civilian members and 50 to -60 guerrillas by the end of 1968. Wajih and Katib diverted PLA funds and weapons to it, and secured training for 15 members in China. 88 However, the decision by Wajih and Katib to remain in the PLA, and revolutionize it from within, instead of taking active command of the POLP, led to disagreement with more ideologically minded civilian cadres, who initiated a dialogue with the ANM left in late 1968.89. Hawatma and Abd Rabu attended a POLP General Conference, and proposed a merger to a second conference in June 1, 1969.90. A minority was opposed and continued to operate under the POLP name for another year, but the majority opted to join the PDFLP. Although the effective monopoly of the ANM leftists alienated the POLP cadres and prompted many defections in the next 2 years. 91 The PDFLP remained a minor FORCE, and compensated by portraying itself as the vanguard of radical ideological transformation. Al-Hunayyah now lambasted the bureaucratic Soviet Union and extolled China, Vietnam, and Cuba. 92 The PDFLP attracted many Arabs who played a prominent role in its radicalism, and was also influenced by the Trotskyist and other new left trends of the dozens, perhaps hundreds, of European youths who flocked to its camps. Its guerrillas were photographed reading Mao Zedong's Red Book, and it expressed the same ethos by calling on the other groups in September 1969 to form unified militia battalions in which commanders and officials would be chosen by election. 93 The PDFLP assertively demonstrated its independence from Fatah by criticizing it for accepting funds from reactionary Arab states such as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, and castigated the PFLP for adopting a policy of non-interference in Arab affairs. 94 This was a time of grand ambition, as the PDFLP envisaged a people's war against Israel involving millions and tens of millions of Arabs. It demanded the nationalization of Arab oil, abrogation of treaties with Western powers, and the consolidation of friendship with the 232 socialist countries. Addressing the situation in Jordan, it raised the provocative slogan of "No authority over the authority of the Palestinian resistance." 95. Radicalizing the PFLP. The political and ideological challenge posed by the PDFLP prompted the PFLP to move decisively to the left. As it later admitted, the split was an incentive towards adopting Marxism. 96 It denounced the PDFLP in class terms, for example, stating that the secessionists were petty bourgeois students and the like. The PFLP proudly boasted, conversely, that the proletarians of the refugee camps had remained loyal to it. 97 The new Marxist orientation was formally endorsed at a general conference, officially, the second, in late February 1, 1969, that also resolved to transform the PFLP into a proletarian party and to emulate Communist Party structure by forming a Politburo and Central Committee. Habash was selected as Secretary General, while the Politburo comprised Hindi, Security, Hadid, Special Apparatus, Zabri, Military, Yamani, Finance, Isa, Organization, Mutar, Armament and Khawaja and Musalamai, occupied territories, among others. As the composition of the Politburo showed, the ideological shift had produced no changes in the PFLP leadership. Its newfound Marxism was skin deep, if that, and indeed was bitterly opposed by many in the Old Guard. Most disdainful was Haddad, known as an impatient man of action who disliked theory in general. The divergence became obvious when Habash formed a 9-man Central Organizational Committee, that contained several younger, leftist cadres, with nominal responsibility for civilian organization and party construction. 98 However, it proved to have no authority and little impact on internal affairs, and collapsed by the end of 1969. Similarly, the establishment by leftist cadres of an education bureau to supervise and conduct the dissemination of Marxist ideology within the civilian organization and guerrilla forces was not received with universal enthusiasm. Military commander Zabri and his lieutenants in particular complained whenever the bureau paid a visit to guerrilla bases. 99 When leftist political commissars and guerrillas in the PFLP's northern sector conducted elections to get rid of an unpopular commander, Zabri regarded this as open rebellion. The ringleaders were arrested and initially condemned to death for mutiny, but were later released and expelled from the guerrilla forces. 100. Developments in the PFLP in 1968-9 accentuated the divergence of political and ideological paths within the ANM, as the left-right rift was replicated in the branches in other Arab arenas. Leftist representatives of several branches, including Hawatma and Ibrahim, unilaterally convened a meeting of the National Executive Committee to announce their irrevocable decision to withdraw from the ANM on 10 February. 1. The PDFLP broke away 12 days later, while the Lebanese branch later accused the traditional Founding elements of making the Palestinian political system 233. The movement of fascist methods and an unwavering rightist bourgeois ideology. 102 The left had been dominant in Oman and South Yemen since 1967-8, while the Syrian and Iraqi branches had withered away into insignificance. Habash and other members of the Old Guard reiterated their commitment to the ANM at a rival executive committee meeting in March, but recognized that it had been dealt a mortal blow. Determined nonetheless to uphold the pan-Arab ideal and claim wider nationalist legitimacy, Habash championed the creation of a new movement with a markedly leftist orientation, the Arab Socialist Action Party, ASAP. The PFLP approved this decision during its conference in February, and a fugitive ANM cadre from Iraq, Hashim Ali Musin, was selected to be ASAP Secretary General later in the year. 103 The PFLP was supposedly merely a branch of the party, with representation in its central leadership, and the ASAP was loyally said to have branches in Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and even Saudi Arabia, but these were all so minute as to be effectively non-existent. 104 An internal PFLP report subsequently confessed that these branches had suffered a resounding failure. 105 Only the Palestinian branch, that is, the PFLP, existed, while a modest Lebanese branch was created by the simple expedient of transferring Lebanese members from the PFLP. 106 Musin had no function to speak of, let alone power, and compensated by devoting most of his attention to the Lebanese branch, much to the discomfort of its Lebanese cadres who found him overbearing and authoritarian. The decision to reconstruct the PFLP as a Marxist-Leninist party lacked both a political basis and concrete substance, and the Front remained both rightist and bourgeois in this period, according to its own retrospective assessment in 1981. 107 Such an admission was unthinkable in 1969, however. Not to be outdone by the PDFLP, the PFLP's new weekly, Al-Hadaf, provided frequent coverage of developments in China and other socialist countries. It occasionally emblazoned its cover with Mao Zedong's portrait or other Chinese motifs, while PFLP literature contained numerous references to Mao, as well as to Lenin, in what it later called its Chinese phase. 108 The planned transformation into a Marxist-Leninist party was depicted as a reflection of the Chinese and Vietnamese models, in which a broad national front could only be successfully built around a vanguard party. The PFLP also followed the PDFLP lead to form a short-lived unit of women guerrillas in late 1969 and run mixed training courses for IRS militia, which it informally called the Red Guard. 109 The PFLP encouraged FARMers to set up 2 cooperative FARMs on FALO land in the Jordan Valley. 110 In September, the Central Committee decreed the establishment of a Cotter's School as a means of assisting the construction of a workers' party. 111 The school was launched at the beginning of February 1970 under Al-Haytham al-Ayyubi, one of the 2 exiled Syrian officers in the PFLP military command. However, there was little attempt to analyze the specific problems faced by peasants or workers and other supposedly revolutionary social forces, nor to propose practical measures to 234. Improve production, raise living standards, or generate income. Mass action consisted of little more than agitprop and theoretical political discussions or speeches. 112 Marxism-Leninism was adopted as pure ideology, not practical ideology, a distinction reflected above all in the absence of any attempt to embody revolutionary power in the construction of parallel, guerrilla government. The Marxist transformation had little effect on the PFLP special apparatus, which renewed its external operations with bomb attacks on 2 London department stores on 1 July 7, 1969. The London offices of the Israeli shipping company ZIM were targeted on August 25, and 4 days later 2 PFLP members hijacked a TWA aircraft flying to Tel Aviv, ostensibly in response to the U.S. decision to supply Israel with advanced Phantom F-4 fighter bombers. The aircraft was diverted to Damascus, where the hijackers blew up the cockpit before releasing their hostages and surrendering to Syrian security. On September 8, PFLP Cubs mounted synchronized grenade attacks on Israeli-owned buildings in The Hague, Brussels, and Bonn. The PFLP was also implicated in a new coup plot by the Islamic Liberation Party in October, and demonstrated its hostility to imperialist and reactionary Arab interests by twice attacking the US-owned pipeline carrying Saudi oil twice through the Golan Heights to the Lebanese terminal at Zahrani. 11. 3. Sensitive to the dramatic appeal of such acts, PDFLP Secretary General Hawatma commented that such action creates media sensation that replaces individual terrorism for mass action and so causes fundamental harm to the resistance movement. 114 In his view, external operations revealed aventurism and elitism, and confirmed the petit bourgeois character of the PFLP leadership. The PFLP naturally viewed the matter differently. It believed that international terrorism was a legitimate means of alerting the world to the Palestinian plight. Besides, it attracted recruits and provided substantial income as airlines paid protection money to be left unharmed. Terrorism also caught the attention of Muammar al-Gaddafi, the fiery young colonel who seized power in Libya in September. At his prompting, the PFLP held unity talks with Fatah in Tripoli in December, but the attempt collapsed when Fatah rejected a PFLP proposal to unify sources of income and to permit a continuation of external operations. 11.5 Gaddafi turned down a PFLP request for direct funding following the untimely publication of a new Marxist tract, but allowed it to collect private donations in the country. 11.6 Fatah reportedly received 90% of Libyan aid, the rest going to the PFGC. 117 The PFLP gave further evidence of its frame of mind during 1969 by maintaining its boycott of PLO bodies. Fatah responded to its absence at the PNC in February by granting Ṣāyigh 12 seats, placing it on a PAR with the PFLP. The PFLP was unrepentant, accusing the Fatah-dominated PLO of persistent bulletin-reocratic tendencies and refusing to attend the next PNC session in September. On this occasion, the PDFLP won 8 seats in the council. The PFLP also refused to assign its representatives to fill the quota of posts held for it in PLO, making the Palestinian political system 235 departments, and alienated a potentially important ally by criticizing the PLA for being a conventional military formation rather than an egalitarian guerrilla force. A senior Fatah official explained PFLP behavior bluntly as motivated by what has come to be known as the proportions of representation. 118. In other words, the PFLP wanted a larger share of seats and expanded quota, in emergency-ing Palestinian parlance and acknowledgement of its stature as the second FORCE after Fatah. The PFLP, FOR its part, explained that its stand stemmed from disagreement over three main demands. It expected the other guerrilla groups to identify the enemy clearly, since the Arab reactionary forces are more threatening than Israel, and insisted that they incorporate striking imperialist targets as a fundamental aspect of any program. FOR Palestinian national unity. The PFLP also demanded, thirdly, the right to pursue its own strategy even if it joined the PLO Executive Committee, and to retain complete autonomy if disagreement over these demands persisted. 11. 9. It maintained its boycott of the PASC, set up in February by Fatah as a PLO body to coordinate military operations against Israel. PFLP military commander Abu Hammam argued that the PASC had no role to play, since guerrilla war was decentralized by definition, and argued that it could do no more than prevent competing groups from claiming responsibility for each other's operations. 120. The main result, however, was that the PFLP, which continued to acknowledge the PLO as a suitable framework for national unity, forfeited the chance to assert its presence or counter Fatah influence. The PFLP's self-imposed isolation was mitigated by its growing alliance with Iraq. This followed the sharp deterioration of relations with Egypt following the publication in November 1968 of the basic political report adopted at the PFLP conference in August. The old guard had held up public distribution while Habash remained in a Syrian jail, but after his escape he insisted on carrying out the conference decision. 121. His scruples exposed him to angry reproaches from Nasir during a fraught meeting shortly after. Habash blamed Egyptian intelligence for presenting the president with a distorted summary of the report, but to no avail. 122. Some 100 PFLP guerrillas who were already in training in Egypt were allowed to complete their course, but further training, arms supplies, passports, and other material assistance were stopped and al-Hadaf was banned. Only Haddad was able to maintain a covert relationship with Egyptian intelligence, for nearly 2 years longer. 123. Habash's next foreign trip was to Baghdad, where the Ba'ath party had taken power in July. In the light of the rift between the ANM and the Ba'ath since 1963, both sides made it clear that Habash had been invited as the leader of the PFLP. 124. The Iraqi government was keen to increase its influence in the Palestinian arena, and agreed to replace Egypt as a source of training and arms for the PFLP. 125. It also considered itself to be in direct competition with Syria, and had already helped PFLP guerrillas circumvent the Syrian ban by allowing them to use the Habaniyah air base since March. 126. In 1969 the PFLP also started to 236. Receive Iraqi financial assistance, enabling it to develop its administrative services and expand the guerrilla units from a stringent of some 400 in late 1968 to 150 a year later. 127. What the PFLP gained the PDFLP lost, as al-Hadaf replaced al-Hurriyat on Iraqi newsstands. The PDFLP was paying the price for championing the cause of a splinter group of the Iraqi Communist Party waging a guerrilla campaign against the government, and for its secret cooperation with leftist officers in the Iraqi Expeditionary Force in Jordan, who provided it with combat supplies and training from mid-1969. 128. However, the Iraqi Ba'ath party still felt the need for a national counterpart through which it could wield direct influence in the Palestinian arena. 129. On 1 April 1, 1969, the Arab Liberation Front, ALF, announced its existence as the formulation in the national struggle of the party. 130. The regional command of the Palestinian branch of the party doubled as the ALF leadership, in a mirror image of the relationship between Ṣāyigh and the Unified Palestinian Organization of the Syrian wing of the Ba'ath. ALF Secretary General Abd al-Wahhab al-Khaili, a historian by training, explained that the Ba'ath had resolved to form its own guerrilla group even before taking power in Baghdad. 131 This may have been a retroactive justification, but in any case the ALF relied initially on Palestinian Ba'athists affiliated to other groups, especially Fatah and the PLA Qadisiyah forces. Its appeal was limited, and the Palestinian refugee community in Baghdad was too small to offer much scope for recruitment, so up to 70% of its personnel were non-Palestinian Arabs. The Iraqi army started a crash commando training course for 100 ALF members in November 1, 968, and in April 1, 969 the graduates were deployed near PLA and PLF/PLA positions in northern Jordan. 133 In August the Iraqi government decreed that volunteers would continue to draw their salaries in full while serving in the ALF, and combat strength reached 300 by the end of the year. 134 The Iraqi decision to form the ALF paralleled the deterioration of relations with Fatah. After taking power, the Ba'ath disbanded the Popular Support Committees for the Palestinian Revolution, through which it had operated in a semi-public fashion before its coup, fearing that they could be used again as a political and organizational vehicle for other opposition parties. 135 The Iraqi government also distrusted Fatah's special relationship with Egypt and its tactical alliance with Syrian-sponsored Ṣāyigh in order to gain control of the PLO. Khaili also expressed Ba'athist hostility to the Palestinian nationalism, Qutriyah, of Fatah, which ran counter to the commitment to pan-Arab unity. 136 Iraq at first maintained assistance to Fatah and permitted it to set up a training camp near Habaniyah in late 1968, but hardly had the first 300 trainees graduated in March 1969 then the authorities closed down the camp. 137 Relations were not completely severed, as Fatah was allowed to receive large shipments of Chinese weapons through Basra, 3,000 assault rifles in 1969, for example. 138 The ALF moreover moderated its tone towards Fatah after July, when the Syrian authorities imposed a ban on its activities and arrested its known members in the country, making the Palestinian political system 237. Iraqi hostility sharpened after Fatah, adopting an original proposal by the PDFLP, secured amendment of the PLO National Charter at the PNC session in September in favor of the eventual establishment of a secular, democratic Palestinian state after liberation, with equal rights for Muslim, Christian, and Jewish citizens. The Ba'ath, ALF, and PFLP viewed this as a betrayal of the Arab nation as a whole, that threatened to leave Palestine in the hands of Zionism and colonialism. 139 The ALF refused to join the PLO as a sign of protest, despite joining the PASC in July and sending an observer to the PNC in September. The Iraqi Ba'ath stepped up assistance to the PFLP and other militant groups, distributing funds and combat supplies according to a set quota. 140 beneficiaries such as the POLP and PPSF were at last able to offer a token salary to its guerrillas, while continuing to receive additional assistance from Egypt, Syria, Fatah, or the PLA. 141 As importantly, the Iraqi authorities issued a set of regulations governing all Palestinian activity in the country and placing it under the direct jurisdiction of military intelligence. 142 Dealing with fragmentation. Iraqi policy offered a potent example of the complications involved in forming an autonomous Palestinian political system. Arab constraints played a significant part in the evolution of its internal rules and artificially altered the balance of power between the various guerrilla groups, with some form of representation in the PLO, which numbered 9 by mid-1969, not counting the PLF/PLA and PLA. Until then the proliferation of guerrilla groups had not disturbed Fatah overly. In 1965 it argued that the emergence of numerous groups means that the Palestinian Arab people as a whole feels the need to act for the return to Palestine, and indicates that the impetus and momentum of revolution do not lie in one nation or group. 143 Fatah maintained this attitude as it sought allies in the bid either to replace the PLO or to take control of it in 1968. And found pluralism a useful means to weaken the PFLP. The PFLP, for its part, was caught between opposition to proliferation for these reasons, and the FEAR that support for a united front would facilitate domination by Fatah. It regarded fragmentation as a problem, but saw it at the same time as a natural outcome of the multiplicity of political parties and social and economic interests in Palestinian society. Such differences, the PFLP argued, could not be obscured by emotive slogans calling for national unity and liberation. 144 Yet Fatah discovered that there was a price to pay for encouraging the secession of groups such as the PDFLP, which denounced its policy of non-interference in internal Arab affairs as the viewpoint of the reactionary Palestinian right. 145 This criticism came in the basic political report issued by the PFLP conference in August 1, 1968, that served as the political manifesto of the PDFLP after February 1969. The document also regarded Fatah's call for national unity and postponement of social struggles as an attempt to consolidate. 238. Affluent feudal and capitalist circles at the head of the political leadership of the resistance movement, who have had no connection with the armed struggle throughout modern Palestinian history. National unity under these terms was dominated by feudal elements, bank-owning millionaire money changers, large merchants, and dyed-in-the-wool Palestinian reactionaries. The PDPLP was equally scathing of the PPLP. The PNC has gathered all the representatives of Palestinian reaction, headed by the millionaire clique of bank owners and contractors that made it a condition to head the National Council, while the resistance movement, PAYTE, the PPLP, met their right and left hands. 146 The Palestinian movement had become a mere card in Arab hands, a means of pressure to bring Israel and the US to the negotiating table. 147 Much of this was hyperbole, but ideological rivalry and political outbidding, musayada, were increasingly translated into provocative behavior in Jordan and elsewhere. Patch revealed growing concern after the election of Arafat as PLO chairman to assert its authority and prevent the emergence of rival coalitions, and to contain the influence of the Arab states. After all, it had argued since 1965 at least for the creation of a unified Palestinian organization in order to preserve identity and independence from Arab control. 148 The establishment of PASC in mid-February with the support of Ṣāyigh and the PLA/PLP was intended to bring all guerrilla activity under a single general staff. 149 Arafat gave further evidence of the importance attached to the PASC by appointing PLA officers Abd al-Razak al-Yahya as Chief of Staff and Samir al-Khatib as Secretary of its Council. 150 The PFLP refused to join, but Patch could still claim that, with the PLA, the PASC comprised 90% of Palestinian combat strength. 151. Fatah concern about fragmentation increased when the action organization for the Liberation of Palestine, AOLP, which it had absorbed in 1968, broke away on May 23, 1969 under the leadership of Issam al-Sartawi. The AOLP refused to join the PASC, and in August demanded provocatively that all Palestinian assets, including Patch's program on Cairo Radio and the Palestine National Fund, be placed at the disposal of a new national front that would replace the PL0. 152 The appearance at this point of yet another group, the Arab organization for Palestine, headed by Ahmed Ziyar, convinced Fatah that the Arab states actively sought to use the small organizations that appear from time to time to strike the main forces in the Palestinian arena. 153 Some of its leaders urged an Algerian solution, compulsory unification within a single military structure, under the political direction of the Patch-dominated PL0. 154 The majority understood that Patch could not easily impose unity on a widely dispersed community in the absence of a recognized central authority and a territorial base. Vulnerability to countermeasures by host governments was a major consideration, making accommodation of Arab-sponsored guerrilla groups a more prudent course of action than the attempt to exclude or eliminate them. Arafat summed up PAYTE thinking concisely. Making the Palestinian political system. 239. We said two ways of dealing with this phenomenon: democratic dialogue or bloody violence. We are a people made up of clans and extended families, and the method of internal violence went out with our Great Revolt of 1936-9. We found, after studying that experience, that this current revolution will die if we follow the path of violence to determine its path. We are a small people, dispersed, and cannot tolerate liquidations. It is true that we have tired of the democratic approach, but who says that it is worse than physical extermination? 155. Fatah devised a dual policy. On the one hand, it staffed PLO departments heavily with its own members and incorporated several of its own institutions within the PLO, notably the Palestine Martyrs Fund and PRCS. On the other hand, it expanded PLO institutions in order to offer posts at all levels to the other guerrilla groups according to a fixed quota. To reinforce co-optation and widen its constituency still further, Fatah supported expansion of the PNC in order to offer seats to the smaller groups and so bring them within the PLO framework. In short, the policy pursued by Fatah through the PLO was unmistakably corporatist, involving both an intricate relationship between the dominant political force and the statist structure, and co-optation of other political actors with the guarantee of a fixed share of posts and resources. This was hardly unusual for a developing state, but what made it striking in the Palestinian case was that it evolved within the framework of a national liberation movement that was in an early stage of its armed struggle and that remained far from controlling its own national soil and an autonomous territorial, social, and economic base for institutional development. PLO policy towards trade unions and other social associations offered a particularly revealing example of its corporatism, and of the willingness of the principal guerrilla groups to operate by its rules. Previously, Ṣāyigh and his colleagues had paid the unions scant attention, preferring to concentrate on the development of the Palestinian Popular Organization, PPO, as the broadly based political vehicle of the PLO, through which the grassroots membership could elect representatives to the PNC. The existing unions, of students, teachers, and so on, continued to be regarded as independent bodies, and as late as May 1, 1966 the PNC merely noted that it was studying options for their future relationship with the PP. 0.156 attitudes changed fundamentally with the replacement of Ṣāyigh with the left-leaning Yahya Hamuda and the substantial increase in the representation of the guerrilla groups at the Earth session of the PNC in July 1968. The PNC reflected the change both in attitudes and in structures by abandoning the PPO in favor of organizing the various popular sectors on a syndical or professional basis or in any other form. To oversee this shift it decreed the establishment of a popular organization department, which was to be headed by a member of the PLO Executive Committee. Among the department's main tasks were to supervise the activity of all unions and popular bodies, and to organize membership within individual 240 trades and professions, effectively uniting each within a single union. A higher council of Palestinian unions would also be formed, and would be responsible to ensure observance of the policy guidelines set by the PNC and PLO Executive Committee with respect to mass organization and national unity. Where they existed, union branches in the Arab states would similarly form branches of the higher council, which would in turn liaise with other Palestinian bodies, PNC delegates, and the PLO office in each country. The PLO Executive Committee would draw up the statutes regulating all its relations with the Popular Organization Department and Higher Council, albeit after consulting them and obtaining their approval, and in return would offer funding and other facilities to the unions. 157 The consequences were not long in becoming apparent. Unions had been among the formally established organizations that could be based specifically on Palestinian membership between 1948 and the establishment of the PLO in 1964, and so their role as repositories of national identity was a crucial reason for their existence and appeal. This primarily political role subsumed the main social functions of the unions, and was further reinforced after 1968, The problem now was that it overlapped extensively with the political role of the various guerrilla groups, which attracted large numbers of activists into their civilian wings and fledgling bureaucracies. 158 Union membership stagnated as a result of this functional redundancy, a fact reflected especially in the small proportion of actual to potential membership within any given social or professional constituency. Of an estimated 80,000 Palestinian workers in Lebanon, Syria, and Kuwait in 1970, for example, at most 20,000 belonged to the General Union of Palestine Workers. 159 This ratio was moreover higher than for most other social categories, a notable exception being the General Union of Palestine Students. Understandably, for the most politically active group in any population. Otherwise, the concentration on political issues hindered recruitment in most social categories. The incorporation of the unions into the PLO structure accentuated these patterns. Union leaders at the national and branch levels preempted activism by grassroots members by securing benefits and services on their behalf from host governments and the PLO, demanding little more in return than participation in union elections and affiliational loyalty. The increasing focus on remaining official delegations to Arab and international conferences, issuing joint political statements with non-Palestinian counterparts, and sending ritualistic messages of support to the PLO on various anniversaries and other special occasions reinforced the emerging top-down character of PLO-affiliated syndicalism and marginalized union members still further, as did excessive affiliationalism. 160 Even the payment of membership dues was not always expected, as the guerrilla groups were often willing to pay for their followers in order to secure additional votes. It followed that union membership became nominal for many, possibly a large majority, who were expected to appear once a year only in order to vote, and that membership statistics greatly exaggerated actual participation. The making the Palestinian political system 241. Preference of Fatah and, albeit to lesser degrees, the other guerrilla groups' for national unity lists of candidates moreover meant that FEW union elections were seriously contested by the early 1970s and, indeed, that some were cancelled altogether. 161 This was most evident when major crises, such as the Jordanian conflict of 197-Q1, affected the PLO as a whole, in which case the unions and their branches further afield experienced prolonged paralysis as a result of their growing subordination to the political and administrative center. The 11th session of the PNC, in January 1973, merely formalized an existing reality by stating that the Popular Organization Department would draw on the specialized cadres of the guerrilla groups to provide administrative personnel for the unions and by expecting them to submit routine reports to the department and participate in official PLO delegations. 162. The state of Palestinian unions was hardly an immediate concern in the months following the PNC session of February 1969, however, as Fatah discovered that the biggest challenge to its striving for autonomy lay in the attempt to assert PLO control over the PLA. Arafat signaled a campaign to restructure the army only one day after his election as PLO chairman. Addressing its units in Egypt on February 5, he asserted that the PLA would not only be a classic regular army, but also the primary nucleus of the Army of the Revolution. 163. An anonymous Fatah official launched a more direct attack in a carefully timed press interview, stating that the PLA was afflicted by all the defects of professional armies. The crux of the matter, however, was the connection of most of its officers to one Arab regime or another. 164 As Khalaf later complained, "We cannot change the chief of staff without consulting this Arab country or that, and without the approval of the second country. This army is not the army of the PLO, it lacks free will. Each host state wants the army to be subservient, in order one day to be the instrument of that state in striking the guerrilla movement at a given hour or in a given circumstance. To redress this situation, Fatah aimed to turn the professional M1Y into guerrilla squads, and achieve its eventual unity with Fatah and all the guerrilla groups, so as to produce the Palestinian National Liberation Army that can not only annoy or resist the enemy but also start liberation. The PNC session of July 1, 1968 had already reinforced the position of the PLO Executive Committee by transferring control over the disbursement of the PLA budget and other expenditure to it, away from the PNF. However, the opportunity to initiate changes in the PLA only followed Nasser's announcement of the start of a full-fledged war of attrition along the Suez Canal in March 1, 1969 and his pressure on Syria to open a second front against Israel. In June, the Executive Committee asserted its prerogatives by reviving the post of Commander-in-Chief, to which it appointed Abd al-Razak al-Yahya, and naming Ain Jalut Forces Commander Fathi Said al-Din as his deputy. 167 It also removed Chief of Staff Budayri, but to placate the Syrians appointed Uthman Haddad in his stead. The committee also placed the former communist Javad Abd al-Rahim at the head of PLA military intelligence and brought at least one other 242 leftist officer into the command. It also declared, in an astute if insincere gesture to the PLA rank and file, that the recent appointments were intended to improve promotion prospects for junior officers. 168. Cuts in pay were decreed for senior officers and PLO officials, while the lower ranks were awarded 169 increases. Placatory measures were wise because many junior officers felt that senior posts were the preserve of the graduates of 1948.17. Critical comments about the PLA by Fatah leaders had also disgruntled the officers, who were dismissive of the disunity and indiscipline of the guerrillas. Ironically, the problem facing Fatah was posed by the very leftist officers it had helped put in command of the PLA. Yahya, Khatib, and PLF/PLA commander Waji regarded Fatah as a reactionary, right-wing organization, but realized that they could not resist Syrian control without its help. Yet Yahya sorely tested the tacit alliance in September, when he proposed sweeping military and organizational reforms that would merge all guerrilla forces under PLA command. The various groups could retain their distinct political identities and autonomous civilian organizations, and compete within the framework of the PLO. Fatah held that equal status for all groups would paralyze PLO decision-making, and suggested that the smaller nations should be made to disappear through persuasion or other means. 17.1 The three-way tension between Fatah, the PLA command, and Damascus continued to simmer as the year drew to a close. 172 This, as much as anything else, revealed the complex interactions that characterized the emergency-ing Palestinian political system. 10. Dual power. The guerrilla movement had made several important gains since June 1967. It had carved out a sanctuary and acquired extraterritorial rights in 3 Arab confrontation states, and asserted itself as a distinct, if junior, regional actor. An autonomous Palestinian political system was taking form, that mitigated the impact of Arab constraints and penetration by transferring itself into the formal institutional framework provided by the PLO. Integration into the Arab political context was neither an aim nor an option, and so the dynamics of armed struggle instead drove Palestinian state building, or, more precisely, statization of its political institutions, and proto-nationalism. The lack of a single territorial, social, or economic base inevitably made this course of political development uneven. For Palestinian communities in the wider diaspora or the inhabitants of the occupied territories it was mainly notional, and at most partial, since their strategies of survival at the pragmatic level still had to be operated through the structures of host governments and societies, even if they identified increasingly with the guerrillas and Palestinianism. Statization and proto-nationalism had substance in the refugee camps of Syria and Lebanon, but above all in Jordan, where the high proportion of Palestinian citizens in the population and the major guerrilla presence meant that there was a fundamental challenge to Jordanian Stasi building and identification. It was within the context of this implicit clash that relations between the guerrilla movement and the government unfolded in 196-70. the Jordanian government had good reason to rein in the emerging Palestinian state within the state and reassert its own authority. Israeli retaliatory fire in 1968 had laid waste to the Jordan Valley and triggered an exodus of some 100,000 inhabitants, and in 1969 the artillery and air strikes extended further into the country, to reach the outskirts of Irbid and Salt. Guerrilla disregard of the November 1968 agreement regulating attacks across the border was replicated in population centers and on main roads. Makeshift guerrilla and militia checkpoints frequently subjected Jordanian army personnel and civil servants to insult and occasionally to abduction, often in revenge for slights inflicted by Bedouin troops, known disparagingly by locals as Knights of the West Bank. Before 1967.1 yet the government was the largest single employer in the Kingdom and many Transjordanian families had at least one member on the public payroll, so abuses against military and civilian personnel threatened to alienate the entire community. 2 At the same time, any potential FOR class solidarity was 244 undermined by what the JCP bitterly decried as Palestinian chauvinism. Constant discrimination by the reactionary Jordanian regime against the Palestinians, to a degree that prevented the political influence of the Palestinian bourgeoisie from matching its economic influence, had driven it and its masses into nationalism. 3 The Jordanian army was galled that many young men were able to avoid military service and remain at home or take up civilian employment simply by joining a guerrilla group. 4 This, coupled with the loss of authority of the Jordanian police and courts, highlighted the emergence of a parallel, if loosely organized, Palestinian government in the kingdom. The guerrilla movement now had its own military police, security apparatus, revolutionary courts, information offices, media, trade union movement, and, of course, full-time armed forces and liberated zones in the refugee camps. It arrested, imprisoned, and punished, intervened in matters of marriages and rents, and departed from all the laws set down by the authorities. Yet parallel government did not mean law and order. A study published by the Jordanian Ministry of Defense in 1970 blamed the guerrillas, but not the PLA or PLF/PLA, for a staggering 43,397 violations of the peace, including illegal arrest, murder, injury, forced entry into homes, kidnapping, rape, theft, assault on civilians, road accidents, attacks on government property, and forgery of official documents. 6 Many incidents may have been wrongly blamed on the guerrillas or fabricated, but the figures revealed an unmistakable trend. The leftist guerrilla groups did much to activate latent tensions between the Palestinians and native Transjordanians and to threaten social cohesion. The monarchy offered a convenient foil, in particular FOR, the determined outbidding, musayada, between the PFLP and PDFLP, as each vied to prove its revolutionary credentials and outdo the other with fiery rhetoric and provocative acts. The PDFLP argued openly that the throne was inimically opposed to the masses and their liberation movement, and concluded that the guerrillas should plan FOR the inevitable conflict with it. The PFLP had previously been mild in its criticism of the monarchy, but the appearance of the PDFLP in February 1, 1969 prompted it to advocate, for the first time, the establishment of an Arab Hanoi in Amman. Hostility to the throne was occasionally compounded by offense to religious sensibilities. The PDFLP showed itself especially prone to raise the red flag over mosques or celebrate Lenin's birthday and other anniversaries from the minarets. Palestinian complaint that government agents provocateurs had instigated some of these incidents was true, but missed the point. Yet Fatah arguably posed the greater threat to the monarchy. Formally, it insisted that the guerrillas must understand the imperatives of Arab security in all Arab countries, and understand the need for internal Arab stability, but in Jordan it displayed the reassurance of an equal, if not superior, force. 7 In February, for example, Arafat declared his unilateral intention to transfer the bulk of PLA units to the kingdom, prompting urgent Jordanian appeals to Nasser. Dual Power 245. To intercede. 8 Another cause for serious concern was the knowledge that Fatah enjoyed considerable support at all levels of government, and that it had extensively penetrated the army and security services. The real challenge, however, lay not in the possibility that Fatah might seek to overthrow the government, but rather in its determination to develop a Palestinian national identity and situate it within a statist framework of its own. In this manner Fatah terrified and terrorized the regime. Yet it did not in reality plan to do so, even if there were those within it who strove for power out of awareness of its necessity, or who worked for it because of ambition and personal drive. 9 Starting in 1969, King Hussein worked systematically to meet the challenges posed by the guerrilla movement. Above all, this meant reinforcing his ties with the Transjordanian community, especially the Bedouin clans and tribes in the south, from whose ranks came most senior army officers and the bulk of personnel in the key combat units. An initial step was to restore the self-confidence of the army rank and file. Many officers felt that they had entered the battle in June 1, 967 unprepared, and that they had taken more than their fair share of blame for the defeat. 10 To that end, the army command assigned a formerly exiled officer, Ma'an Abu Nawar, to reactivate its mobilization and moral guidance branch, Shavat al-Tabi'a al-Ta1 IH al-Manawi. 11 Under his editorial guidance, two new soldiers magazines, Al-Aqsa and Al-Yundi, stressed the Arab nationalist and Islamic credentials of the Hashemite monarchy, general Islamic themes, and the conservative social values of a rural and Dan-based society. The foes were not openly named at first, but were portrayed as undisciplined and incompetent atheists or effete urban intellectuals in thinly veiled allusion to the leftist guerrillas. 12 To emphasize the contrast, the Moral Guidance Branch published books extolling the army's role in past wars with Israel, including one authored by Abu Nawar about the recent Battle of Karama, and distributed 60,000 copies of the Quran to the troops. 13 The Hearts and Minds campaign was complemented by a determined intelligence and covert operations effort. This was launched in mid-1969, with the creation of a secret special branch, Al-Shava al-Qasa, attached to the army. According to Palestinian security sources, it was headed by a 5-man committee comprising Army Commander-in-Chief and uncle to the king, Sharif Nasir bin Jamil, armor commander and cousin to the king, Sharif Zayd bin Shakir, Prince Naif bin Ali, military intelligence chief Muhammad Bashir, and military police commander Sad al-Din Hajj. 14 Army officers were seconded to the special branch and instructed to set up intelligence networks in the refugee camps and main towns and villages. They devoted special attention to recruiting agents within the guerrilla groups, and gathered data on their membership, names and addresses of leaders, armament, supply routes, locations of offices, bases, and depots, and guard routines. 15 In this way, the Army Command created a parallel apparatus to general intelligence and military intelligence, which were heavily penetrated by the guerrilla groups. 16. 246. The Special Branch campaign intensified from the end of 1969. A major element was disinformation, through rumor-mongering and the dissemination of exaggerated accounts of guerrilla abuses against Jordanian soldiers and FA agents provocateurs. Fed rivalries between the guerrillas and occasion ally instigated armed clashes or planted bombs in guerrilla offices and bases. 17. Some worked their way into relatively senior positions in the guerrilla groups and contributed deliberately to the more extreme rhetoric and antisocial behavior. 18 Fatah intelligence chief Khalif later accused the secret agencies of the army of mutilating the bodies of soldiers slain in incidents with the guerrillas in order to provoke their families and villages. 19 More ominously, the PFLP disclosed details of a special branch plan to assassinate guerrilla leaders including Arafat and Habash, and to extend the destabilization campaign to Lebanon in cooperation with local parties there. 20 Small guerrilla groups that suddenly appeared in the course of 1969, such as Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa, were also believed to be the creation of the special branch. It also ran an executive section that resembled the bona fide guerrilla groups in structure and appearance. This body comprised a select cadre of commandos, who commanded a second echelon of armed partisans, Ansar, that in turn provided a means of mobilizing a wider civilian base. The entire structure was built around a rudimentary political program that extolled the Hashemite monarchy and the army. 21 A more significant force was the army militia known as the Popular Resistance, al-Muqawama al-Shaybiyah, which the king announced is supervised and directed by me personally. 22 First proposed in early 1968, the government did not establish the militia until August 1969, when the army set up detachments of armed Transjordanian villagers. Claims that the Popular Resistance had a strength of 45,000 were probably greatly exaggerated, but its appearance showed that the throne was winning the hearts and minds of the Transjordanian community. 23 Grassroots support also made it possible to form 3 new commando battalions and a 3rd Armored Brigade in 1969, drawn mainly from the southern tribes. 14 Reassertion Round 1, and its aftermath. The Jordanian government felt ready to modify its defensive posture by the beginning of 1970. Having met Nasser the day before in Cairo, King Hussein and Prime Minister Bajat al-Talhuni presided on 10 February over a special cabinet session attended by Crown Prince Hassan, Army Commander Ben Jamil, and Director of General Intelligence Nazir Arshad. A statement issued at the end of their meeting set new terms for guerrilla activity in the kingdom. Civil servants and army conscripts were ordered to show up for duty, while the cabinet asserted its intention to ensure that official personnel, both civilian and military, could operate freely in all parts of the country. Only Jordanian identity cards and vehicle license plates or documents issued by the government would be dual power 24/7. Recognized, and the possession or transport of arms and ammunition within municipal boundaries was prohibited, except by the Popular Resistance. 25 The cabinet also prohibited unauthorized marches, rallies, and public meetings, imposed official censorship on all publications, and renewed the ban on party activity. These decrees convinced the Palestinian leadership that the government intended to dismantle its civilian support base and protective shield in the cities, and to deprive it of its political status. The new measures were not to be enforced until 1 February 5, but the army fired at an Amman school in which a political rally was scheduled to be held 4 days earlier, triggering a 10-hour clash. Thoroughly alarmed, the guerrilla groups set aside their factional differences to form a unified command. Unlike the PLO Executive Committee and the PASC, the new body comprised representatives from all groups. Arafat was on his first official visit to Moscow, at the invitation of the Afro-Asian Solidarity Committee, but rushed back to Amman on February 12. Iraqi Minister of Interior Soleh Hadi Amash also arrived on the same day and mediated a ceasefire agreement in the evening, by which time 13 guerrillas and 6 Jordanian soldiers had died. Further talks between the king and Arafat on 21 to 22 February succeeded in defusing tensions, especially after the resignation of Jordanian Interior Minister Muhammad Rasul al-Kilani, who was known to hold strong anti-guerrilla views. The decrees of February 10 were discreetly ignored, as was the November 1, 1968 agreement. The two sides effectively observed a truce, with little more than proclamations of good intentions to back it up. Despite their brevity, the recent clashes revived the internal debate within the guerrilla movement about the duality of power in Jordan and the nature of the modus vivendi with the authorities. Fatah hoped to sidestep the issue, but the PDFLP and PFLP became increasingly vocal and direct in their opposition to the status quo. The PDFLP had signaled its growing militancy in a position paper submitted to the PNC in September 1, 1969, in which it argued that victory over Israel required the Arab states to nationalize foreign oil concessions, abrogate treaties with Western countries and dismantle their military bases, and rebuild national economies in cooperation with the socialist bloc. 26 It implicitly anticipated confrontation with the Arab governments, and urged the other groups to raise the slogan of no power above that of the resistance movement. 27 What the PDFLP sought after the February 1970 clashes, however, was not so much the immediate overthrow of the government in Jordan as to form parallel power in preparation for a final resolution of the duality. Writing in Al-Hurriyah, one of its ultra-left ideologues, Al-Afif al-Akhdar, asserted that seizing power in Jordan is not on the agenda of the resistance movement. 28 Such an act could only take place safely if it were repeated in several Arab states within a short period of time, he added, in order to preempt Israeli intervention. Otherwise, a premature assumption of power in Jordan would be a trap for the Palestinian guerrillas. Yet the PDFLP continued to reiterate its slogan of no. 248. Power over that of the resistance. 29 To give it substance, the PDFLP published a plan at the end of March for the creation of popular councils in the refugee camps and in every village, town, and city neighborhood possible. 30 In April, a main headline of its daily newspaper Al-Sharara, launched in the wake of the February clashes, was emblazoned popular councils everywhere. Now and immediately. 31 Not to be outdone, Habash declared PFLP opposition to the ceasefire reached on February 12. The latest agreement was booby-trapped, he insisted, adding that the battle now being waged was at once both a national and a class struggle. 32 The proletarian masses that had spent 20 years in tents and suffered poor medical care, unemployment, and the loss of infants, he explained, had risen to defend their one hope, the Palestinian resistance movement. Habash gave further evidence of his newfound Marxist rhetoric as he warmed to his theme. What does the poor worker think about, who spends days without employment, he asked rhetorically, about commercial deals? About a television, refrigerator, or car? He does not work, and so what does he think about? About revolution, and continued revolution until victory. 33 The PFLP supported the call for the establishment of popular councils, and presented detailed proposals for their functioning. 34 In May it fielded a shared list of candidates with the PDFLP and Ṣāyigh in the elections that were actually conducted in the small refugee camps of Suf and Gaza, near Jerash. PFLP hostility to the Fatah-dominated PLO did not abate, and it called repeatedly for the establishment of a progressive, revolutionary national front based on the principle of parity among its members. 35 The PFLP regarded the formation of the Unified Command on February 10 as a major step forward, because it granted all guerrilla groups equal representation regardless of their actual strength, and proposed that all militia forces in the kingdom also be integrated into a single structure of command. 36 The PFLP had reason to believe that conditions were ripe for a shift in the internal Palestinian balance. The February clashes had polarized opinion within the guerrilla movement, even within Fatah. The Fatah Regional Command in Jordan was now firmly dominated by militant, leftist cadres, including militia commander Awda, whose command claimed a strength of 10,000. 3 Ṣāyigh was also moving to the left, as the struggle between Jadid and Assad intensified. 38 It described this as a move in the direction of scientific socialism, as the Ba'ath Party works ceaselessly to educate the Ṣāyigh organization's cadres in Marxist-Leninist culture. 39. Ṣāyigh downgraded its alliance with Fatah and aligned itself openly with the PDFLP and PFLP, and adopted an increasingly hostile stance towards the Jordanian government. 40 The Palestinian left was also reinforced by the new, militant direction of the JCP, which announced the formation of its own guerrilla FORCE, Kuwait al-Ansar, partisan forces, on March 3. Its statement explained that this was a joint initiative by the communist parties of Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. This represented a radical shift in contrast to 1968, when the Syrian and Lebanese dual power 249 communists had joined the JCP in viewing the guerrillas as pursuing a romantic and reckless course, advocated by progressive nationalist elements of the petite bourgeoisie. Circles known for their reactionary character encourage this adventuristic path in the hope of aborting the natural development of the mass struggle movement. 41 The volte-face of the JCP reflected the defeat of Secretary General Al-Fatah, who in autumn 1968 had published a lacerating criticism of the guerrillas. In his view, they were guilty of failing to appreciate the correlation of strength in the region and the dangerous consequences of provoking the Israeli enemy. Neither in Jordan nor in any other Arab country are conditions ripe for guerrilla activity inside or outside the occupied territories, he stated, adding emphatically that supporting guerrilla organizations means supporting unrealistic political aims that we reject. The guerrilla groups ignored mass and political activity, Al-Fatah charged, and the price of their action runs into too many casualties, and precipitates eviction of Arabs from the most fertile areas. 42 Under his influence, the JCP Politburo had taken a similar stance, describing the guerrillas as petit bourgeois and adventurist, both traits typical of detested Maoism. The land of Palestine was unsuited for guerrilla warfare, the masses and Arab armies were unprepared, and the aim of destroying Israel was both impractical and offensive to democratic and progressive forces in Israel itself and unlikely to win over any members of the Israeli armed forces. 43 However, Karama had shown that resistance to Israel was possible, and a number of communists joined various guerrilla groups after the battle. 44 The patent failure of the Arab armies and diplomacy to end Israeli occupation, coupled with Israeli settlement activity and Palestinian civil disobedience, fueled the internal debate in early 1969. 45 A clear schism emerged between what the Al-Fatah Faction termed a capitulationist tendency wishing to erase the traces of Israeli aggression with U.S. assistance, and the outbidding, adventurous tendency that calls for total liberation of Palestine. For the return of Deputy Secretary General Fuad Nasser from exile at this point prevented a rupture. The JCP Central Committee voted in May to prepare for guerrilla action, after consultation with Soviet ideologues Sislov and the Lebanese, Syrian, and Iraqi Communist parties. 47 The intention was to organize armed resistance in the occupied territories and a support base in Jordan, the latter defined as the establishment of a nationalist government in Amman and acquisition of Soviet weaponry for the Jordanian armed forces. 48 A special committee was set up to oversee practical preparations and contact other guerrilla groups, but it was paralyzed by the continuing dispute within the party as a whole. 49 The clashes of February 1, 1970 pushed matters to resolution. A dozen or so communists had been instructed to undergo training at PLA camps in 1969 and were now armed by the PLF/PLA. 50 The militant wing in the JCP seized upon this opportunity to create a fait accompli, and declared the formation of Ansar. JCP representatives, including Faik Warad, privately met Arafat to negotiate Ansar membership in the Unified Command. According to the Al-Fatah Faction 250. Arafat demurred, explaining that for all their disunity, the guerrillas were unanimous in their determination to liberate Palestine from Mediterranean Sea to Jordan River, and from Rafah to Naqoura, whereas the communists accepted the existence of Los Real. 51 To secure his backing, the communists agreed to declare their adherence to total liberation, in the event their official statement asserted more vaguely that Ansar was committed to achieving the grand national goals that the resistance movement is working for in order to liberate Palestine. 52 The Al-Fatah Faction viewed the muted reference to the liberation of Palestine as a deviation engineered by adventurous nationalism, while the militants considered it a reflection of their true aims. A third current considered that the statement had merely described the aims of the main guerrilla groups and did not commit the JCP. 53 Nasser and the Broad Center lent their support to the militant wing. This permitted the dissolution of the Politburo, thus paralysing the Al-Fatah faction, and its replacement with a provisional leadership. The JCP now affirmed that our party committed an error when it delayed for no little time in the participation in armed struggle. 54 A party conference in April confirmed the shift and the isolation of Al-Fatah, and gave Ansar its formal blessing. A military committee was formed to oversee Ansar, in which Warad and Ishaq al-Khatib played a central role. The JCP shift was encouraged by the change in the Soviet view of the Palestinian guerrilla movement. Until 1967, the USSR had considered groups such as Fatah to be mythical diversionary groups, whose attacks on Israel were orchestrated by well-known services or agencies of these services for provocation purposes. 55 Only after Arafat's visit to Moscow in February 1970, as he reported, did the Soviet leadership come to describe the guerrillas officially as a progressive and patriotic liberation movement. 56 The USSR continued to oppose international terrorism strongly, however, describing the PFLP as an extremist group led by the reactionary Lebanese Sikh politician Habash, which bears the responsibility for hijacking. 57 The change of heart in Moscow towards the Palestinian guerrillas led to a similar shift among the Arab communist parties. 58 In 1968 the Lebanese communists had insisted that the rash call for an immediate war of liberation is not only wrong, but an adventuristic gamble with the Arab Revolution and the Palestine cause itself, but in 1970 they declared themselves guilty for not having played from the outset our expected role within the Palestinian resistance movement. 59 Their Syrian counterparts now also asserted that the guerrillas occupy an exalted position within the Arab liberation movement. 60 There were barely a dozen Iraqi volunteers for Ansar and no Syrians, however, while armed Lebanese communists operated in South Lebanon. 61 The Arab communists offered financial assistance instead. 62 Ansar was a negligible force at first with only 40 guerrillas in 2 bases near Irbid, but 30 communists flew to Soviet bloc countries in June to receive 3 months military training, something not yet offered to any other Palestinian group. 63 Ansar. Dual power 251. Strength rose to 100 guerrillas and a militia of 20 Q300 in the refugee camps by late summer. But it failed to gain entry to the Unified Command or the PLO and suffered a severe shortage of weapons. The PLF/PLA provided modest quantities of arms, while the PFLP softened its previous hostility to offer training. This stemmed in part from the coincidence of views after February on the need to resolve decisively the duality of power, is Wajiyat al-Sulta, in Jordan. 64 The PDFLP had taken a similar line, but the JCP regarded it as a Maoist organization and disdained dealings. The communists referred to PDFLP Secretary General Hawatma sarcastically as Naif Zadung. Dual power. References to the duality of power naturally alarmed the Jordanian government, although the truce brokered in February still held. King Hussein in Fact regarded the brief trial of strength as a test maneuver, and anticipated a full-scale crackdown within 3 months. 65 He strove continuously to improve his position, meeting 200 representatives of 33 southern Bedouin clans on 2 February 1 and signing a joint statement that called for restoration of law and order. 66 He held similar meetings in following weeks, and rallied support in the army with a series of visits and speeches to combat units. In one four-week stretch between April and May, for example, he addressed 6 open letters to the armed forces, that were given considerable play in official media. Tensions with the guerrillas rose in April, after the army banned the guerrillas from returning to an area south of the Dead Sea that Israeli troops had briefly occupied. On 1 April 5 the Jordanian government announced an imminent visit by U.S. Undersecretary of State Joseph Sisko. Sisko was negotiating an end to the Egyptian-Israeli war of attrition along the Suez Canal, and so the guerrilla movement reacted to the announcement with alarm. It called for a peaceful protest demonstration in Amman, but leftist guerrillas broke into the U.S. Embassy grounds, despite a pledge from Fatah to maintain law and order. Sisko cancelled his visit, and the guerrillas escalated attacks on Israel over the next few weeks in an effort to disrupt the ongoing diplomacy. Habash fueled the tension in a public speech on Labor Day, in which he publicized the existence of the special branch, naming its sponsors and detailing its covert activities. 67 The necessary response, he argued, was to mobilize the Palestinian and Arab peoples and go on the offensive, not the strategic offensive in the sense of a final and decisive battle right now. But that the resistance should respond to every plot and to every blow with 2 blows in return. 68 Clashes finally broke out in the Jordan Valley on May 2, and the army seized 2 guerrilla bases the next day. The threat prompted the guerrilla movement to close ranks, 11 groups, excluding Ansar, and the PLA published a joint 252 unity document on May 6. The document reaffirmed the aim of total liberation, by way of people's war, and reiterated Palestinian rejection of UN Resolution 242 and refusal to establish a truncated state in only part of Palestine. 69 It pointedly asserted that any Arab territory around Israel was a legitimate arena for the Palestinian struggle, and stressed the right of the guerrilla movement to arm Palestinians and Arabs alike. Any attempt by an Arab state to close its borders to the guerrillas would be in effect a betrayal of the goals of the Palestinian people and Arab nation. 70 Each guerrilla group was moreover entitled to interpret these principles as it saw fit and to pursue an independent program. The PFLP happily considered that Fatah had at last submitted to the demands it had made in September 1, 1969, and boasted that it remained free to strike at colonialism and Zionist centers outside the homeland and to take a frank position towards reactionary and nationalist Arab regimes alike. And the PFLP, PFGC, and other militant groups now ended their boycott of the PLO and abandoned previous demands for reallocation of PNC seats. They moreover considered that the guerrilla movement was finally on its way to resolving the duality of power in Jordan. Building on this newfound solidarity, the PNC convened at the end of May and agreed to replace the ad hoc unified command with a 28-person central committee. The committee was endorsed as a formal PLO body, acting to supervise the executive committee in between PNC sessions. The timing was fortunate, as fighting broke out again on June 7, leaving 30 dead in Zarqa. King Hussein and Arafat arranged a truce, but it collapsed amidst fierce clashes in Amman on June 9. The PFLP raised the drama a day later by seizing two major hotels in the heart of the capital and taking 88 foreign guests hostage. Habash explained this action as an attempt to deter army shelling of the refugee camps, but a PFLP military commander privately explained that the intention was to demonstrate the government's weakness and encourage the other guerrilla groups to take the opportunity to resolve the duality of power. 02 The PFLP also attempted to seize the government radio station, while Fatah rockets struck the royal palace in retaliation to army artillery fire. Total casualties were estimated at 800 to 1000 by June 12. The Jordanian government was coming under intense Arab pressure to cease hostilities. An Iraqi interior minister Amash and a personal envoy of Nasir arrived in Amman. Iraq warned bluntly that its expeditionary force in Jordan would not allow the guerrillas to be defeated. King Hussein was unwilling as yet to wage a major offensive, and opted for compromise. At a crisis meeting on 1 June 1, he offered Arafat the post of prime minister and the freedom to form a cabinet of his choice. 74 This was the second time in a month that the Palestinian leadership had been offered the chance to hold formal power in Jordan. In May, Amash proposed a joint coup d'état with the support of the Iraqi Expeditionary Force to Fatah, which declined. 75 Arafat and his colleagues were possibly more surprised by King Hussein's proposal, but declined again. 76 Instead, they insisted that he annul the conscription law, disband the special branch, and dual power. 253. Dismiss Army Commander bin Jamil and Armor Commander bin Shakir. 77 The king accepted the latter demand, assuming Army Command himself and appointing Mashhur Haditha al-Jazi as Chief of Staff and Abd al-Mun'im al-Rafa'i as Prime Minister, both of whom enjoyed the trust of the guerrillas. The king had made a last-ditch effort to avert a showdown, although he probably believed it inescapable. This was evident in his statement announcing the dismissal of bin Jamil and bin Shakir. In it he decried the plot against the army, people, and their steadfastness, that aims to destroy all we have built in 3 years since the bitter catastrophe of 1967, and warned, this is the last chance, after which there is no other. 78 The guerrillas had reached the peak of their power, as the king's offer of the premiership to Arafat showed, but they were to enjoy it for only a few weeks. Their failure, or unwillingness, to build alliances with major social forces on the basis of pragmatic interests and to construct institutions capable of duplicating government services and economic functions undermine the multiple sovereignty they exercised in the kingdom, at a time when the cohesion of the throne's social and institutional base was on the rise. 79 The PFLP and PDFLP maintained their hostility towards the government, while Ṣāyigh warned against any attempt by the US or Arab states to intervene militarily in Jordan. 80 Even Fatah was more openly critical of the authorities than previously, accusing the special branch of resuming its dirty tricks campaign in early July and alleging US-covered support. 81 The leftist groups, and to a lesser extent Ṣāyigh, were not satisfied with the agreement that had ended the recent clashes, but agreed to improve coordination with Fatah. A permanent secretariat was formed on 1 June 6 to stand in for the PLO Central Committee during crisis situations, headed by Arafat and comprising Habash, Hawatma, Ṣāyigh Commander Jaymayani, AOLP Secretary General Sartawi, and PLO spokesman Kamal Nasir. Fatah launched a daily newspaper, which was adopted as the central newspaper of the PLO Central Committee. The Palestinian Arena FA set a sudden new challenge on July 22, when Nasir accepted a ceasefire along the Suez Canal. King Hussein lost little time in following suit, committing Jordan to a cessation of hostilities with Israel on July 26. The Palestinian movement was united in expecting new restrictions on its activity in Jordan, but could not agree on a unified stand towards Nasir. Arafat, as PLO chairman, and Fatah were cautious in their criticism, but the Palestinian left immediately launched a campaign of public vilification. The harshest recension came from the PFLP, which rounded fiercely on Ziyar's APO and Sartawi's AOLP FOR offering qualified support for Nasir. PFLP and ALF militiamen attacked offices belonging to the two groups on 5 and August 9, and desisted only after the intervention of Fatah. 82 Nasir was reportedly most of FE ended when PFLP demonstrators paraded a donkey with his photograph on it, and retaliated with the expulsion of 140 PFLP and PAFLOP supporters from Egypt. 83 Egyptian intelligence now cut its remaining ties with the PFLP. 84 The Voice of Palestine program on Cairo Radio had also overstepped the 254 mark, and was closed down, although Fatah resumed broadcasts from its own transmitter in Dara and on Damascus, Baghdad, and Algiers Radio. 85 Nasir also reportedly told a PLO delegation that he had approved a request from King Hussein for 10000 AK-47 rifles, to mark his anger. 86 The worst damage for the guerrilla movement was its loss of Nasir's political support. The irony, as Fatah's Udwan later noted, was that the Palestinian movement had split not over King Hussein's attitude towards the Rogers Plan but rather over Nasir's attitude. 87 The guerrillas were now on the strategic defensive and sought to obscure their confusion by announcing a rise in attacks on Israel, although the actual increase was minimal. More indicative of the sense of threat was the decision by the Fatah leadership to reverse previous policy and open its weapons stores to its civilian organization and militia. The Resd intelligence apparatus activated its contacts in the Jordanian army and security services. Resd Chief Khalaf, Deputy Hani al-Hassan, and Senior Lieutenant Salama had set up a central bureau in late 1969 to coordinate these contacts, and revived the effort after the February 1970 clashes. 88 Their methods were slipshod, and so a majority of Fatah members and sympathizers in the armed forces were not properly organized, but a secret network of officers and a parallel network of some 500 soldiers did at least provide excellent intelligence. 89 The information reaching Fatah confirmed the obvious: Jordan was heading towards civil war. Several army officers urged the Palestinian leadership to take preemptive action. One group of majors led by Said Maraga proposed a coup d'état and requested a meeting with Arafat. 90 Possibly fearing a government trap, Arafat refused to meet these and other officers, and relayed his opposition to the assumption of power by the guerrilla movement. Fatah explained to its members that a military takeover would trigger Israeli intervention and occupation. 91 Rebuffed by Arafat, Moraga approached the PDFLP, which happily approved the plan. So, apparently, did the PFLP, in which Moraga's cousin, Fuad Abdi Karim, headed a guerrilla Sector 3. Jordanian military intelligence was also informed by the commander of the 40th Armored Brigade, Adila al-Ghazab, that the PFLP had approached him during August to suggest a coup. 94. The PFLP Politburo and Organizational Committee had indeed approved such a move at the urging of ASAP Secretary-General Hashim Ali Muhsin, while Habash was abroad. Not that a coup d'état had a serious chance of success. The Army Command increased pay for soldiers in July and posted officers whose loyalty was suspect out of their units. Its Mobilization and Moral Guidance Branch stepped up its propaganda campaign against the guerrillas, while the Special Branch increased its covert operations. King Hussein also revealed his growing self-confidence by reinstating bin Shakir as armor commander on August 6. In a royal message to the armed forces soon after, the king anticipated that he and government officials would be the target of assassination attempts. That he was informed of Palestinian plans for a coup was evident in his added warning that certain dual power 255 elements may reach some targets in Jordanian military uniforms to achieve certain objectives. 97. Leftist denouement. The Palestinian left showed equal self-confidence, as it came to the conclusion that the time was right to end the duality of power in Jordan. Most vocal in this regard was the PDFLP, which interpreted the concessions made by King Hussein in June as clear evidence of weakness. This impression was reinforced when the army failed to respond forcefully to an assault by PDFLP guerrillas on the central Amman post office in late July. 98 As Hawatma later insisted, the cities, villages, and refugee camps of Jordan were in our hands. When the PDFLP called in early 1970 FOR power to the revolution, soldiers, and armed people, the balance of forces was tilted in favor of the revolution and people. Had the revolution taken the initiative to topple the reactionary regime. 99 He again argued that the political balance in the kingdom, and even in the army, had shifted significantly at a Politburo meeting on 1 August 9. The task now was to effect a decisive change in the balance of power, by seizing the military initiative. Referring to the Bolshevik experience in 191-7, he argued that the very act of launching an offensive against the government would suffice to swing large sections of the Jordanian population and armed forces behind the guerrillas. This remained a minority view within the guerrilla movement as a whole, but Hawatma was confident that this strategy would transform the PDFLP into the major force within a few months, just as the minority Bolsheviks had overtaken the majority Mensheviks in Russia decades earlier. 1. 0. Hawatma fa said spirited dissent from AFEW Politburo members, and the debate was referred to a general conference 2 days later. Hawatma and his close ally Qais al-Samarrai opposed formation of a national government, since that would mean compromise with the throne, and insisted on a decisive resolution of the duality of power. 101 Samarrai presented a prepared proposal for an armed insurrection, and prompted the conference to abandon the slogan of no power above that of the resistance in favor of a new one, all power to the resistance. 102 With barely 250 guerrillas and a modest militia, the PDFLP obviously lacked the means to attain its aims. However, Hawatma and Samarrai proposed to multiply its strength by deliberately stampeding the other guerrilla groups, especially Fatah, into a confrontation with the government. The conference overrode the strenuous objections of Politburo members Bilal al-Hassan and Khalil al-Hindi, and adjourned with a public call to resolve the duality of power in Jordan. The hidden agenda was to whip up popular feeling and draw the Fatah rank and file into the FRI. Jordanian intelligence had at least 2 agents among the delegates, and was fully aware of PDFLP intentions. 103. 256. The PDFLP now sought to persuade the other guerrilla groups of the need to end power sharing with the monarchy. At an extraordinary session of the PNC convened by the PLO to unify the Palestinian position on 27 to 28 August, the PDFLP urged establishment of a revolutionary nationalist authority in Jordan based on the resistance organizations and soldiers and armed people, in which the main forces of the joint Palestinian-Jordanian National Front are represented. 1. 0. For this proposal was rejected and the PNC closed on a slightly more moderate note, but the debate indicated the temper of the Palestinian left. Hawatma muted his rhetoric somewhat in following days, but reiterated his call to transform Jordan into a Little Hanoi a week later. 105. The PFLP had meanwhile been preparing actively for confrontation. Its assessment of the situation had changed substantially since May, when Habash acknowledged that there was a gross imbalance between the power of enemy forces, and the reality of resistance forces. 106. However, the confrontation of June led to a more optimistic assessment of the military balance in Jordan. Habash subsequently argued that it had become effectively impossible, in the absence of direct U.S. military intervention, to defeat the guerrilla movement. There have been 6 attempts so far to destroy the resistance movement, 3 in Lebanon and 3 in Jordan, but none have been successful, he explained, and then concluded that it follows that no further attempts can succeed, since the enemy military forces are the same that we confronted and defeated on previous occasions. 107. At the same time, Habash viewed Nasir's acceptance of the Rogers Plan in late July as a distinct threat, and warned that the PFLP would respond to any attempt to suppress the guerrilla movement by doing its best to turn the Palestinian, Jordanian, Lebanese, and Arab arenas in general into a hell for all enemies of the masses. 10-8. A sense of great urgency now dominated PFLP thinking. Writing 2 weeks after Nasir's statement, Al-Hadaf editor Ghassan Kanafani called on the guerrilla movement as a whole to adopt an escalatory spirit, and an offensive action program. The Palestinians could not afford to remain on the defensive while the Arab regimes dictate the terms of surrender to our masses and had to act as quickly as possible. 1. 0. The PFLP commanded at most 1,500 guerrillas and non-combat personnel and only a few thousand militiamen, but by now believed firmly that the guerrilla movement enjoyed considerable support in the army. 110. It expected Palestinian soldiers to defect en masse, especially if the guerrilla groups acted forcefully and swiftly. 111. Having satisfied itself previously with the call for a nationalist government rather than the overthrow of the monarchy, the PFLP argued in August that the Palestinian leadership should assault the throne directly, by splitting the army and launching a general offensive with all guerrilla and militia forces under its command. 11.2. The key to such a strategy, in the view of the PFLP, was to end the Arab ceasefire with Israel. An article by Kanafani in Al-Hadaf on September 5 signaled what was to come by insisting on shattering the ceasefire with any possible dual power. 257. Means. 113. The next day, armed PFLP members hijacked 3 passenger aircraft belonging to Western Airlines and attempted to seize a 4th. A Pan Am aircraft was flown to Cairo airport and destroyed on the ground after the passengers had been released, while 2 Swissair and TWA aircraft were flown to a remote airstrip held by PFLP guerrillas in the Jordanian desert, where they were joined 3 days later by a newly hijacked BOAC flight. Jordanian units surrounded the area, while Israel arrested 450 Palestinians in the occupied territories with relatives in the PFLP as a means of leverage. 114. The PFLP demanded the release of members captured in previous hijackings, but more significantly explained that its latest action was a blow against the peace process, made necessary by the ceasing of fire against the Israeli enemy and the opening of fire against the Palestinian resistance. 115. A later article in Al-Hadaf crowed that the hijacking carnival had dealt a devastating blow to the world nervous system and disrupted the delicate balance on which the peace game rested. 11.6. In this context, the demolition of the Pan Am aircraft in Cairo was a blow to the US-Nasir conjunction. The PFLP added that there had to be a series of operations to penetrate the Arab and international media and political conspiracy. 11.7. The first statement issued by the PFLP was the most revealing. It recognized that for many Palestinians, ultimate victory against Israel appeared impossible. The hijackings were designed therefore to disseminate a revolutionary atmosphere. 1.1.8. This provocative instinct was typical of Haddad, who had masterminded the operation. Faced with the closing ring of U.S. diplomacy and Arab acquiescence, the natural response in his view was an apocalyptic act that would upset the political apple cart. 119. It would also serve as muscle flexing towards the Jordanian government. The resulting confusion would temporarily disrupt the balance of power in Jordan and offer a window of opportunity for the guerrilla movement, or army putschists, to take the military initiative. Indeed, Haddad deliberately sought to embroil the Palestinian movement in a general confrontation. 120. The possibility of triggering Israeli intervention was probably not seen as a threat, since it promised a still wider, desirable conflagration. The PFLP had prepared its provocation in the absence of Habash, who left Jordan in mid-August on a 2-month study tour of China, North Korea, and North Vietnam. Ostensibly in response to a long-standing invitation to examine the Asian practice of Marxism-Leninism, the visits were also an attempt to match the extensive foreign relations of Fatah. 121. More importantly, his COL leagues insisted on keeping him out of harm during the confrontation they were about to precipitate. 122. Habash was absent when Haddad and Zabri took command of the hijacked planes at Revolution Airport, which was guarded by the bulk of the PFLP's central sector, that had been transferred from the Jordan Valley under its commander, Abd al-Karim. 123. He was also not at the helm when the Palestinian leadership considered how to deal with the crisis. Reactions to the multiple hijackings were mixed, but Arafat and Fatah insisted on 258. Suspending PFLP membership in the PLO Central Committee and ordered the front to move the hostages to safety in Amman. The Palestinian left was actively setting the stage for confrontation, but its impact was reinforced by the ambivalent attitude of Fatah towards the duality of power. Reports reaching Jordanian intelligence confirmed that Arafat wished to avoid a showdown, but the Fatah leadership had nonetheless become accused to think that it already shared power with the government. 124. This led to overconfidence and a thinly veiled arrogance. Udwan later offered a sober account of the period, arguing that the guerrillas should have abandoned any thought of overthrowing the throne because they could no longer count on the support of the secret pro-Nasir organization in the army. After the shift in the balance of power, we needed time to rearrange matters, he added, but the mad rush of the regime to detonate matters by any means and the pressure of the other guerrilla groups, to defy and contest, meant that the scale of their decision exceeded the scale of their capabilities. 125. More typical in summer 1970, however, was the view that the Palestinian Revolution and the Palestinian and Jordanian masses as a whole are now capable of defeating the Rogers Plan, and we will benefit from every passing day to reinforce that capability. The revolution will destroy this plan utterly, as the very near future will show. 126. Besides, as Fatah intelligence chief Khalaf later noted, virtually none of the Central Committee members had had first-hand experience of Jordanian politics before June 1967. They had dealt with the throne only in its moment of weakness in 1968-9, and failed to understand its true nature, resilience, and determination. This led to arrogance. We approached the regime only from above, and the king used to have to wait 20 days before we would allow him to meet us, and we would bang on the table in front of him. We felt that there was nobody who could harm us in Jordan, or by the same token, Fatah leaders had little idea of how to conduct relations with different sectors of Jordanian society and the political establishment, and underestimated the negative impact of certain types of guerrilla rhetoric or behavior. Indeed, as PFGC Secretary General Jibril later noted, this lack of understanding was widely shared among Palestinian leaders. 28. One consequence was vacillation. The Palestinian leadership would neither take the political and military initiative against the government nor curb the escalatory rhetoric and unruly behavior of its followers. 29. One Fatah had long raised the slogan of non-interference in domestic Arab politics, but its problem, Khalaf summarized, was that it had in fact interfered, but not intervened, and defied King Hussein's authority without seriously trying to seize his power. 1. 30. Indecision was partly the result of serious misjudgment of the military balance. Speaking to the PNC at the end of August, Arafat boasted that the Palestinian movement as a whole had 36 to 38,000 rifles in Jordan. 1. 3. 2. Seeking to deflect criticism that it was not prepared for a government assault. Fatah also bragged privately to the other groups that it had an extensive secret dual power. 259. Organization within the Jordanian Army. 133 Hani al-Hassan, one of the cadres responsible for this organization, promised a public audience that Fatah could turn Amman's night into day and day into night, and that it was capable of seizing power if it wished. Even Udwan appeared to wonder if the Palestinian movement should take the initiative and attack. 134 Others were less self-assured. Wazir was particularly opposed to any attempt to seize or share power, and preferred to find ways of reassuring King Hussein. Central Committee member Walid Nimr, renowned as a brave and unyielding military commander, pleaded with his colleagues in early September to leave Amman and return to the natural guerrilla battleground in the countryside facing Israel. 135 Kajami expressed the dominant view on the eve of the showdown, however, boasting that the king was no more than a paper tiger, whom we can topple in half an hour. 136 Underlying such cockiness was the unspoken belief, shared by many in the left as well, that Arafat would always find a way of defusing the crisis, and that fear of Arab reactions would inhibit the king from launching an all-out offensive. 137 Both assumptions were soon to be shattered. A renewal of fighting was inevitable against this background. 3 days of sporadic clashes degenerated into sustained combat on August 31, during which the army shelled refugee camps in Amman. The violence intensified the next day, after King Hussein's convoy came under fire near the airport in what the authorities described as a deliberate assassination attempt. By the evening of September 2, 33 persons had been killed and 160 wounded by Palestinian count, and 60 guerrillas had been arrested in various areas. The PLO Central Committee declared itself in constant session and put its forces on full alert. 138 Alarmed at the upsurge in violence, Iraq warned the government that it would intervene militarily to defend the refugee camps and the guerrillas if fighting continued. 139 Amash reinforced the message by visiting the expeditionary force in Jordan, whose troops signaled their preparedness by removing the protective covers from their tanks and field guns. This comforted the guerrillas, whose media had earlier reported the visit by a Jordanian envoy to Baghdad to request the withdrawal of Iraqi units or at least guarantees of their neutrality. 140 The guerrillas were also unsure of Nasir's position after receiving the king in late August. Their reports suggested that the king had asked him to ensure Iraqi neutrality, but that Nasir had opposed a Jordanian crackdown. 14 Jordanian Prime Minister Rafai and his cabinet were proving to have little influence on events. King Hussein highlighted their decline by convening the Council of Prime Ministers, dominated by staunch loyalists, anti-guerrilla hardliners, and trans-Jordanian nationalists. An inner leadership consisting of the king, Crown Prince Hassan bin Jamil bin Shakir, and former Prime Minister Washfi al-Tal held real decision-making power, and was advised by Military Intelligence Chief Bashir and General Intelligence Chief Arshad. It supervised the redeployment of Jordanian army units away from the front line with Israel during August, and directed the expulsion of the guerrilla contingent from the south. This was heralded by a tribal congress on September 4, that resolved to 260. Clear the area of all but honorable guerrillas. Fatah had some 200 guerrillas and 400 militiamen in the south, including medical and administrative personnel in Karak, Ma'an, Tafila, and Shubak, while the PLA and PLF/PLA had 300, the PFLP and PDFLP roughly 5Q60 militiamen each, and SAICA, the ALF, and PPSF even smaller detachments. Local commanders generally chose to avoid bloodshed, and the entire contingent had been dismantled by September 9. Parallel clashes in Amman and Zarqa took the total toll to 150 dead and 500 wounded. 14. 2. The violence was brought to a temporary halt when Army Chief of Staff Yazīd complained angrily that army shelling and redeployment had occurred without his consent. He accused certain parties in the army of deliberately engineering clashes, and threatened to resign his post in protest. 143 Playing for time, King Hussein granted Yazīd full authority over the army, and allowed him to conclude a new ceasefire agreement with the guerrillas on September 10. The king may still have hoped to avert all-out confrontation, even at this late stage, but the mood of other members of the inner leadership and of the army command left no room for compromise. Matters nearly came to a head on September 7, when Jordanian combat units based at Nuzza and Arda readied to move on guerrilla positions and refugee camps in Amman in defiance of standing orders. The king was compelled to intervene in person to bring his mutinous troops under control and was received with open hostility. 144 As worrying were indications that senior combat commanders were considering a coup d'état, if the Hashemite family would not protect them, they hinted darkly, then it was time for native Transjordanians to rule themselves. 145 The guerrilla movement contributed to Jordanian determination in no small way. The extraordinary PNC session had closed on August 28 with the statement that the Palestine-Jordan arena is a single arena of struggle. We are working with all means to turn it into a stronghold of the armed, popular revolution and soldiers. 146 The PNC rejected the more extreme demands of the left, but borrowed their rhetoric. The reference to soldiers could only imply an intention to split or take over the army. The fact that Transjordanian opposition leaders had attended the meeting confirmed government concern that the guerrillas were building alliances in order to assume power. 147 Fatah had not yet reached this conclusion, but the army offensive in the south and the severe shelling of Amman and Zarqa on September 8 forced a shift. Its Revolutionary Council held an emergency meeting that evening, and decided formally to call for the overthrow of the government. Once Fatah had chosen this course, it was natural for the PLO Central Committee to confirm the decision the next day. 14-8 Fatah made its position public on 1 September 1, when its daily newspaper carried a banner headline calling for a revolutionary nationalist, 149 government. Reconciliation was now impossible, as a 5-member Arab Truce Committee that arrived in Amman on 1 September 3 discovered. The army was trying to improve its positions around Irbid and Zarqa, and killed 15 guerrillas in surprise. Dual Power 261. Attacks in the north. Yazīd protested his lack of control and tendered his resignation once more. This time King Hussein accepted it, and requested the cabinet to resign as well. 150 He next formed a military government under Muhammad Daoud, a retired general of Palestinian origin, on September 16. Habis al-Majali was recalled from retirement to become army commander-in-chief, and Ben Shakir was appointed deputy chief of staff for operations. The new government immediately declared martial law and ordered all Palestinian militia forces in the cities and refugee camps of the kingdom to surrender their weapons. 151 The Palestinian reaction was swift. The PLO Central Committee met in emergency session and declared Arafat commander-in-chief of all Palestinian forces and PLA commander Abd al-Razak al-Yahya as his chief of staff. The PFLP was reinstated, and the Central Committee called for a general strike on September 17 with the aim of forcing the resignation of the military government. Fatah and the PLA distributed additional weapons and ammunition to some of the smaller groups. 152 Some Fatah leaders still hoped to avert the inevitable, chief among them Wazir Khalid al-Hassan and Walid Nimr argued in similar vein, and warned that expectations of Syrian intervention in support of the guerrillas were unwise. Kajami expressed the dominant mood, however, predicting confidently that we'll show them tomorrow. 153 The battle lines were drawn, and the confrontation was now only hours away. 11. End of a myth. The September 1970 showdown. The general strike called by the PLO on September 16 was preempted by the start of the government offensive at dawn the next morning. The principal objective was to control Amman, as the capital, and hold all government installations, to show the outside world that we are master. 1. The Army Command hoped to decide the battle in 36 to 48 hours, in order to forestall diplomatic intervention by the Arab states. It accepted that achieving complete control throughout the kingdom might take longer, and planned accordingly to conduct offensive operations between Jarash and Irbid in a second stage. 2. To attain its initial objective, the army massed 30,000 to 35,000 men, comprising the bulk of its combat units, in the Amman Governorate and placing blocking forces around Zarqa to prevent possible Iraqi intervention. 3. Jordanian planning and preparations were meticulous, and contrasted utterly with the situation on the Palestinian side. PLA commander Yahya had in fact submitted a detailed and comprehensive defense plan to the Palestinian leadership at the end of June, well in advance of the September confrontation. 4. He offered a detailed situation assessment and identified material requirements, gathering intelligence on Jordanian dispositions, stockpiling supplies and combat materiel, and selecting weapons sites, for example, estimated manpower needs, and allocated battle tasks for all the guerrilla groups and the PLA. The result was a classic piece of planning, but it was effectively ignored by the rest of the leadership. A similar fate befell the special three-man committee set up by Fatah in late August to conduct a full survey of its military capabilities. The committee, headed by Udwan, presented a 30-page report in strict secrecy, but its findings and recommendations were not immediately acted upon. 5. Fatah's General Command belatedly proposed a defense plan for Amman and the rest of the kingdom, but this was neither coordinated with the similar plan prepared by Fatah's militia command nor integrated with the tactical plans hastily drawn up by individual guerrilla units. 6. The situation was little better among the other guerrilla groups. Having had their proposals for an armed insurrection against the Jordanian government rejected earlier, the PDFLP and PFLP both failed to take the precaution of preparing fallback defense plans. 7. As one PDFLP sector commander recalled, on the eve of the battle a Politburo member who was also a member of the End of a Myth 263 Palestinian Joint Military Command came to me and instructed me to attack this hill and that. That was all the plan we had. 8. The PFLP may have been lulled into a false sense of security because it expected a military coup to overthrow the monarchy in the opening hours of the looming confrontation. 9. Some individual units or sectors made their own plans or coordinated patrol and guard duty with their counterparts from other guerrilla groups who happened to be deployed nearby, but there was no joint defense plan. 10. Even where joint operational or sector commands were formed, as in Amman and the other main regions, especially Irbid and Jarash, Palestinian forces were not integrated. Rather, each guerrilla group assumed responsibility for a different part of the defense perimeter, leading to marked fluctuations in armament, training, and actual combat performance. Guerrilla and militia forces around the kingdom were not regrouped or redeployed. The lack of contingency planning meant that they were left in effect to hold all positions, and to wait passively until they were attacked. The Jordanian army was able to concentrate against each as and when it chose. Nor had the guerrilla groups drawn the basic lessons from previous encounters for the provision of shelters or the stockpiling of water, food, and medical supplies for the civilian population. USPLO Executive Committee member Hussam Al-Khatib later commented, there was no indication that the revolution was able to move its forces or organize its defense in an integrated, joint plan even if there was the will to do so. It not only adopted a defensive posture, but applied it in the worst possible way. 1-2 The Jordanian army also enjoyed a clear superiority in numbers and armament. It had rebuilt its strength to 65,000, backed by 10,000 paramilitary troops in the police and public security forces. The army fielded 330 tanks, 350 armored personnel carriers, 270 armored cars, some 1,500 mortars and recoilless rifles, and 100 to 150 artillery guns, not to mention 32 combat aircraft. The Army Command stated publicly that it faced 25,000 guerrillas and 76,000 militiamen, but privately estimated total Palestinian strength at only 10,000 15,000, possibly reaching 20,000, including the lightly armed and hastily trained militiamen. 14 of this number, at most 9,000, were guerrillas and full-time support personnel, of whom 4,500 to 5,000 belonged to Fatah, 1,000-1,500 each to the PFLP and PLF/PLA, 500 to Ṣāyigh, and 200 to 300 each to the PFGC, PDFLP, and ALF. The PLA and PASC military police numbered an additional 1,200. 15. The guerrillas completely lacked heavy weapons, and reportedly had only 25 recoilless rifles, 150 anti-tank rocket launchers, 150 light and medium mortars, and 50 machine guns of various calibers. 16. A shipment of Chinese weapons for Fatah reached Basra, and a South Yemeni consignment for the PDFLP reached Damascus on the eve of the battle, too late for more than a limited quantity to be smuggled into Amman. 17. The guerrillas had the advantage of fighting a defensive battle in the built-up areas of Amman, where they had up to 4,000 to 6,000 militiamen, 1,000 to 1,500 guerrillas or support staff, and 300 to 350 PLA soldiers. 18. The army was therefore 264. Able to make early gains in Amman and Zarqa on 1 September 7, but slowed down considerably after the first day of combat. Paradoxically, the guerrilla command in the north failed to exploit the inactivity of local army units, partly because it was so sure that it could achieve a quick decision when it wished. 19. It conducted a few offensive operations designed to secure control of Irbid, but then lapsed into a defensive posture. Several guerrilla commanders, including Fatah's Yazīd Ṣāyigh, argued that the city was an inappropriate place for their forces to fight and insisted on pulling out into the surrounding countryside, to the anger of the civilian cadres and militia command, who were determined to defend Irbid against any army counterattack. 20. The field command in Jerash, which included such figures as Fatah's Hani al-Hassan, Ṣāyigh's Dafi Jamani, and the PFLP's Fuad Abd al-Karim, had at least 2,000 men at its disposal and large weapons stores, but failed to take aggressive action at any stage in the conflict. 21. The PLO Central Committee in Amman was blissfully ignorant of the situation, and late on September 17 declared the establishment of 3 liberated provinces in Irbid, Jerash, and Ajalun. 2 Transjordanians, opposition leader Hamid al-Farhan and former officer Mahmoud al-Ruzan, were designated as Governor-General of the liberated zones and military commander for the north. There was little change in the pattern of combat over the next 2 days, during which the guerrillas and army struggled for control of communications routes between Jerash and the town of Ramtha on the Syrian border. The army had failed to meet its deadline to secure Amman, but the PLO was similarly taken aback by the failure of the Iraqi Expeditionary Force to come to its aid as promised. Fatah intelligence chief Khalaf later stated that he had listened to a taped telephone conversation in which Iraqi Vice President Hardin al-Takriti assured King Hussein that his country would not intervene militarily. 21. A PLA liaison officer at the Iraqi command in Jordan was shown Operational Order No. 1 issued by the Jordanian General Staff on the eve of the conflict, which revealed that a friendly intelligence service had guaranteed that Iraqi forces would not intervene. 2. Indeed, the Iraqis allowed major Jordanian units to pass through their lines to attack guerrilla strongholds in and around Zarqa on 1 September 8. When a Fatah officer challenged this action, an Iraqi commander showed him written orders instructing him to allow the Jordanians safe passage. 24. An official circular was posted in Iraqi barracks confirming this stance to the Iraqi rank and file, and a number of personnel were arrested for trying to join the guerrillas. 25. Contrary to both Jordanian and Palestinian expectations, it was Syria that intervened. 26. The Jadid faction was making a last-ditch attempt to regain the initiative in the internal power struggle with Assad, and mobilized its remaining supporters in the army. A battalion of the PLA's hidden forces was probably dispatched across the border towards Irbid during the day on September 19, and was followed that night by 2 armored brigades and a mechanized infantry brigade under the command of the Syrian 9th Infantry Division. 27. As Jordanian. End of a myth. 265. and Syrian units maneuvered in the border region. The Iraqi units deployed near the Ramtha-Oman road suddenly withdrew towards Mafraq, possibly in order to avoid accidental involvement in combat. 28 Later, the Iraqi Revolutionary Command Council was to explain that the PLO had not requested direct military intervention. More revealing was its statement that pitting the Iraqi state against the Jordanian state was unacceptable, whereas material and political support for the PLO was justified because the resistance movement was not waging a war against the Jordanian state but against the Jordanian fascist authorities. 29 Behind this convoluted reasoning lay the more mundane fear of U.S. airstrikes, as Iraqi President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr confided to Fatah Central Committee member Khalif a few months later. 30 Amash confirmed the U.S. threat to Fatah Central Committee member Mahmoud Abbas, adding bluntly that we can replace the Palestinian Revolution with 100 others, but our regime is more important. 31 The vote in the Revolutionary Command Council was apparently unanimous, but Deputy Chairman Saddam Hussein subsequently used the decision not to intervene as a means of discrediting former Defense Minister Hardin al-Takriti, who was dismissed from his post as vice president in October and then assassinated in Kuwait in March 1971. 32 In any case, the Iraqi withdrawal left the battlefield clear. Syrian armor crossed the border near Ramtha at dawn on September 20, and soon engaged in fierce combat with the Jordanian 40th Armored Brigade. The Syrians took control of the strategic Ramtha crossroads in the late afternoon, and two more PLA battalions reached Irbid by the next day. 33 The Syrian government meanwhile denied that its forces were involved, claiming that only PLA units had crossed the border into Jordan. The U.S. addressed a peremptory message to the USSR demanding a Syrian withdrawal, and discussed the possibility of Israeli airstrikes or even ground intervention in Jordan. 34 It reinforced the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean and put the 82nd Airborne Division in West Germany on the alert, while Israel moved 2 additional brigades into the Golan Heights. The Jordanian Air Force meanwhile went into action for the first time, launching continuous attacks on the Syrian force on 21 to 22 September. The Syrians finally withdrew after nightfall on September 22, having lost some 120 tanks and armored personnel carriers and suffered 600 casualties. The Jordanian army had declared a unilateral ceasefire on September 19, once it realized that Syrian intervention was in the offing, but its victory allowed it to turn its attention once more to the battle with the PLO. The Palestinian leadership in Amman pleaded with the Syrian command to maintain its advance on Irbid for another 24 hours, but to no avail. 3 The PLO had already given way in parts of Amman and in the center of Zarqa on 20 to 22 September, and was compelled to move its central operations room and main command post. More damaging was the capture of Fatah Central Committee members Khalif and Kajami and PLO Executive Committee members Ibrahim Bakr and Bajat Abu Garbayat on September 20. The government, 266, raised the pressure by posting a reward of 5,000 dinars for the capture of Habash or Hawatma. The defense was crumbling in some areas, and the army held the whole of the Hussein refugee camp and half the Waidat camp by nightfall on September 23. Elsewhere, the guerrillas were pushed away from much of the main road from Amman to Ramtha, although the army was itself pushed out of Ajalun and suffered the defection of 300 soldiers, including infantry brigade commander Yazīd Ṣāyigh, to the PLO. Despite its successes, the Jordanian army was running out of time. Nasser had maintained a public silence for the first few days of the conflict, but on September 20 ordered the PLA battalions in Egypt to aid the PLO. Egyptian military transports flew the 49 Battalion to Damascus that day, and the 39 and 59 battalions arrived by sea at Latakia on September 22. PLA Chief of Staff Uthman Haddad had not been consulted and refused to provide shelter, food, or instructions. The Syrian army placed the PLA battalions in unused barracks near Dara, and Fatah provided supplies from its stores. 36 The Syrian intervention in Jordan was over by now, and the PLA was to play no further role in the conflict. On September 22, Sudanese President Ja'far al-Nimeri arrived in Amman at the head of an Arab peace mission comprising Egyptian Defense Minister Muhammad Sadiq, Tunisian Foreign Minister Al-Bahi Al-Ajam, and Kuwaiti Foreign Minister Said Al-Salim Al-Sabah. To deflect Arab pressure, King Hussein dispatched Muhammad Daoud to Cairo at the same time, and on September 23 offered to permit 600 to 1000 honorable guerrillas, from Fatah, the PLA and PLFI-PLA, to remain in Jordan, subject to operational and administrative coordination with the army. Fatah now tried to regain the political initiative. Wazir and Dudwan prepared to issue a statement from their command post in Amman relieving King Hussein and appointing a new cabinet. They intended to offer the premiership to former Army Chief OT Staff Yazīd in the hope of splitting the army. The scheme had little chance of success, and was abruptly preempted when Jordanian radio broadcast a statement by Caliph on September 23. He proposed a ceasefire based on mutual withdrawal from Amman, removal of all guerrilla bases from population centers and redeployment in the border region, and PLO adherence to Jordanian law. The king revealed in a separate broadcast that this plan had been put to him during a meeting with the captured Fatah and PLO leaders in the presence of Nimeiri. 39. Caliph was later to insist that he had been deceived into reading a text aloud without knowing that it was being taped for transmission, but the damage had been done. Arafat and other Palestinian officials vehemently repudiated the proposal and disputed the ability of the imprisoned leaders to assess the situation or offer compromises. 40 Amidst the political jockeying, Jordanian Prime Minister Daoud resigned his post while in Cairo on September 24. Arafat suddenly appeared in the Egyptian capital on the same day, having been smuggled out of Amman by Nimeiri and Sabah. While the pressure mounted on King Hussein to call a general ceasefire and attend an Arab summit conference in Cairo, the army made a determined end of a myth 267 bid to take its remaining objectives. It seized the Waidat camp and most parts of the Taj and Ashrafiyah hills in Amman by September 25, and attained complete control of Zarqa and outlying refugee camps a day later. The guerrillas were also pushed out of Marqa and Hashimi Hill in the capital, but held on to the center, Al-Luwaybda Hill, and part of Amman Hill. The situation was deteriorating in Irbid, where the PDFLP guerrilla contingent pulled out of the city without warning during the night of 23 September, followed by the PFLP. The Syrian command meanwhile ordered the two PLA battalions to leave Irbid, and banned PLA units and guerrilla reinforcements in Syria from attacking Jordanian positions across the border. 41 Jordanian insistence on pursuing the offensive provoked Nimeiri to accuse the authorities of implementing a complete plan to eliminate the men of the Palestinian resistance and all Palestinians in Amman, despite all the promises and agreements made. 42 Bowing to pressure, King Hussein accepted a draft ceasefire plan on September 26 and appointed a new civilian cabinet headed by a Palestinian, Ahmed Tukan. The king signed the agreement with Arafat in Cairo the next day, in the presence of Nasser and the assembled Arab heads of state. This was the Egyptian president's last political act, as he died of cardiac arrest hours after the close of the summit on September 28. In Jordan, the army continued operations in some areas until October 1, but ceased fire as the Arab Truce Committee deployed observers around the kingdom. The agreement committed both sides to withdraw their forces from Amman, restore the status quo ante in the other cities, and release all detainees. An Arab follow-up committee, Lajanat al-Mutaba'ah, was designated to help negotiate new regulations for guerrilla activity in Jordan, and these were duly incorporated in a series of special protocols signed on 1/13 and October 21 and known collectively as the Amman Agreement. 43 The toll had been heavy. The conflict had cost 3,000 to 5,000 dead. Well above the government figure of 2,500 but further still from estimates of 15,000 to 25,000 cited by some Palestinian and foreign sources. For the army had lost over 600 dead and 1,500 wounded, as well as 5,000 to 7,000 defectors, including a division commander and several brigade and battalion commanders. To the PLO, Palestinian military losses stood at 910 to 960 dead, of whom over 400 belonged to Fatah and roughly 200 to the PLA, followed by Ṣāyigh with 80 to 90, the PFLP with 70 to 80, and the PDFLP and PLF/PLA with 30 to 45 each. The remaining dead, between 1,500 and 3,500, were civilians, mostly Palestinians in Amman, where there was considerable devastation of houses and property, especially in the refugee camps. 47 The army released between 16,000 and 20,000 Palestinian men detained in mass round UPS during the battle, but imprisoned several hundred others at its Afar desert camp. 48 The PLO claimed that the army had lost nearly 100 tanks and 1 combat aircraft, besides other vehicles and equipment, and stated its own equipment losses at a value of 2 million dinars, of which Arafat said Fatah had borne 80 per cent. 49 direct losses to the national economy were estimated at 25 million dinars, while the suspension of Kuwaiti 268 and Libyan aid cost the government £29 million, contributing to a 10 to 15% drop in gross national product. 50 The ceasefire ushered in several weeks of political calm. In his letter of appointment to Prime Minister Tukin on September 26, King Hussein urged him to bandage the wounds and combat regionalism and Palestinian-Jordanian animosity. 51 More important was the protocol signed on October 13, which granted the guerrillas much of the political, military, and administrative freedom they had previously enjoyed. 52 They were also allowed to resume attacks on Israel, albeit at a fraction of the pre-conflict level. 53 Even the appointment of Washfi al-Tal, regarded as an anti-guerrilla hardliner, as Prime Minister on October 28 did not cause serious Palestinian alarm. Tal hurried to reaffirm government adherence to the Cairo and Amman agreements, and most of the ministers he selected were technocrats devoted to the reconstruction program, among them several Palestinians on good terms with the PL. 54 Yet there were negative signs too. The king and Arafat no longer met, and contacts were held at ministerial level only. 55. The politics of disarray. The guerrilla movement now tried to put its house in order. In early October, the PLO Central Committee formed a command for the Amman military region headed by representatives of Fatah, Ṣāyigh, the PFLP, PDFLP, and PLA. Attached to it were a PASC military police section, a field tribunal, a special committee for reorganization and rearmament, and a relief committee. 56 Later in the month, the Central Committee endorsed the unification of militia forces belonging to the different guerrilla groups in Amman, although this proved to be a merely nominal step. It also set up regional military commands outside the capital, in each of which a single commander was supposed to control the local military units of all groups. At the same time, the Central Committee created a central bureau with exclusive authority to issue permits for the movement of guerrillas and vehicles. 57 Arafat and Yahya took matters further with a formal agreement to unify Fatah and PLA forces, although this too came to nothing. 58 Arafat stated proudly in December that all Palestinian units in Amman had been integrated by December and that steady progress was being made in the guerrilla sectors around the kingdom, but this was entirely belied by reality. 59 The frustration of these various measures was reflected in an increasingly bitter internal debate about responsibility for the shortcomings revealed in the recent confrontation. Reflecting on the September showdown a few months later, Arafat noted a number of fundamental flaws which, he argued, revealed the failure of the guerrilla movement to understand how to operate in Jordan. Crucially, it had lost the political battle to win the hearts and minds of the Jordanian army. As seriously, it had exaggerated its own strength and asserted itself as if we were a substitute for the whole Arab nation. The guerrilla end of a myth. 269. Movement had presented itself as an alternative to everything, to the Jordanian national movement and to the associations and trade and mass unions. 60 There was little disagreement with these comments in Fatah, and Udwan reiterated the view that the guerrilla movement had undertaken non-Palestinian tasks in Jordan, and presented itself as a substitute for the Jordanian national movement. 61 Udwan's comment was echoed by the PFLP, which added that inadequate effort had been made to split the army from within or to plan organized action by sympathetic soldiers and officers. 61 It also criticized the belief that the Jordanian regime could be overturned in a military coup d'état, although, as the PDFLP observed, it was the PFLP itself that had hoped for a putsch in the first 48 to 72 hours of combat in September. 63 The ALF, which had been severely embarrassed by the absence of its leaders from Jordan during the battle and by the reneging of its Iraqi sponsors on their promise to intervene on behalf of the guerrillas, sought the middle ground by criticizing all wings of the Palestinian movement. 64 Alluding first to Fatah and then to the left, ALF Secretary General Kiley observed, to say that the Jordanian regime could be neutralized was an illusion, the most dangerous of illusions and the worst. To say that it could be toppled in 24 hours was a lie, because nobody tried to guarantee that. He concluded that we blame Fatah because it is the largest, but also the offshoots of the Ba'ath and the Arab nationalists movement. 65 There was considerable agreement in condemning the widespread abuses committed by Palestinian personnel against Jordanian soldiers and civilians in the preceding 2 years. The PFLP regarded this partly as an expression of the regional split that was actively deepened between the two communities, and also the result of the absence of a Jordanian national movement and of neglect of the masses. 66 Its official report criticized ostentatious military behavior, laziness in the guerrilla bases, excesses towards farmers and their crops, and deliberate insults to local custom. To this list were added weak organizational structure, unhealthy relations between leadership and base, indiscipline, poor military training, exaggerated propaganda, petty factional jealousies and NARO party loyalties. 67 The PFGC concurred generally, and stressed that indiscipline and lax organization, injilash, were equally to blame. 68 Fatah's Kajami ascribed arrogant showing off in part to the proliferation of offices in the cities and to the growing bureaucratization of the guerrilla movement, which allowed infiltration by opportunists and climbers who were presumably responsible for the excesses. 69 The consensus was only superficial, however. When the leftist groups spoke of opportunists, they meant not only middle-ranking officials but also senior Fatah and PLO leaders. In its assessment of the confrontation, the PFLP explicitly blamed Palestinian shortcomings on the PLO leadership and its political line, and on its capitulationist mutaqadhil stance that corresponded to the nature of its class structure. 70 Both the PFLP and the PDFLP deplored the general absence of planning and lack of unity, and decried the fact that there 270 had been no formal assessment nor an investigation to apportion blame, for which state of affairs the Fatah-dominated PLO was again held responsible. 71 The main error of the rightist leadership, the PFLP argued, was to insist on coexistence with the Jordanian authorities, from which derived its excessive tendency to make concessions. 72 The PFLP reiterated that the balance of power on the eve of the confrontation had favored the guerrillas, who could have split the army and overthrown the government if they had taken the initiative. 73 It was to admit many years later that in fact the balance had favored the foe, but still held that a bold initiative could have turned the tables. 74 The PLO had failed first by adopting a defensive posture, and then by lacking a coherent defense plan. 75 The PDFLP and PFGC echoed much of the PFLP's criticism. The PDFLP claimed that Arafat had been authorized only to obtain a truce in order to allow the guerrilla groups to strengthen the defense of Amman by bringing in reinforcements from North Jordan, and accused him of overstepping his mandate in accepting more sweeping terms. 76 The PDFLP was also proud, rather than repentant, of its own role in precipitating the confrontation. It reminded its members that it had sought to mobilize the masses, resistance, and soldiers prior to the battle by raising the slogan of all power to the resistance and soldiers and armed people. 77 The PFGC, for its part, blamed much of the debacle on the importation of leaders and experts from outside Jordan who were unfamiliar with its social and political composition. 78 It, too, believed that the ceasefire had aborted a favorable military situation at the end of September. The guerrillas had remained on the defensive before, during, and after the showdown, and the confusion of aims had impeded preparation. 79 Yet the PFGC also criticized those who raised slogans bigger than their capabilities, implying the PFLP and PDFLP, and admitted that the left had remained a prisoner of the bourgeois leadership and performed no better. 80. Fatah responded with growing vigor to the criticism. Arafat was later to reveal his conviction that even if we had been winged angels without sin, the Jordanian regime would still have struck us. But in January 1971, he lashed out at those among us who committed idiocies in the streets and villages. Red flags should not have been raised over mosques, for example. Attacks by some on army soldiers and officers should not have recurred. The Jordanian personnel were not mercenaries or traitors. 82 Arafat also had harsh words for the PFLP, whose hijack operations had helped precipitate the confrontation. He insisted that Israel endangered civilians by using its civilian aircraft to carry military equipment, but at the same time denounced hostage-taking because it allowed opponents to represent us as false revolutionaries and people devoid of principles. 83 To drive the point home, Kajami criticized the infantile slogans of the left and erroneous behavior, including airplane hijacking operations. 84 In his view, international terrorism was no more than a publicity stunt that almost cost us the backing and support of world opinion. 85 Coming as they had. End of a myth. 271. On the eve of the showdown with the Jordanian army, the multiple hijack operations had allowed hostile forces to strike at the Palestinian Revolution on the pretext of liquidating terrorism and sabotage. 86 Kajami also rejected criticism from the militant groups that the guerrilla movement had failed to unite behind their proposals to take the initiative against the Jordanian government. Quite the contrary, he argued, they were to blame for jealously guarding their independence of action, which effectively reduced talk of national unity to mere coordination of divergent policies. These groups responded to some of the charges by protesting that the Jordanian government was the real culprit, and that responsibility for the outcome could not be blamed on the Palestinian left. 87 The most scathing response to leftist criticism came from Udwan, who devoted most of a press interview at the beginning of January 1971 to a bleat-tearing counter-attack against the PFLP, which had just accused Fatah of monopolizing Palestinian decision-making and of acting unilaterally in its dealings with the Jordanian government and the Arab Truce Committee. Udwan started by implicitly accusing the PFLP and other critics of alienating native Transjordanians, by giving the impression that they wanted to establish a Palestinian state on both banks of the Jordan River, on the ruins of the Jordanian state. 88 In his view, they were also guilty of undermining Palestinian national unity by refusing to uphold the authority of the PLO Central Committee, which sought to steer Palestinian action in one direction, free of individual whim. He then reminded Habash that he had been abroad throughout the period in which crucial agreements were being negotiated with the Jordanian government. Udwan went on to accuse the PFLP of instigating labor strikes and deliberately provoking clashes with the Jordanian army, and pointedly asked why clashes broke out whenever the front was about to be censured by the PLO Central Committee for one misdemeanor or another. In a later interview, Udwan attacked the leftist groups for gambling on the capability of Fatah to instigate a showdown. They were too small to pay the price of the decision, and so were not much concerned by the calculations involved. After all, decision-making is not a matter of whim-mazage, but rather the outcome of a series of equations of forces. 89 In referring to Habash's prolonged absence, Udwan had touched on an issue of considerable embarrassment for the PFLP. Al-Haytaf even felt it necessary to publish an official explanation in mid-October. This account stated that he had gone abroad in response to a long-standing invitation, and stressed that he had decided to return home after learning of the start of hostilities on September 17. It failed to mention, however, that Habash in fact remained abroad for several weeks more. 90 The PFLP's discomfort was also revealed in its attempt to deflect accusations of reckless behavior and gross political misjudgment before the confrontation. Military Commander Abu Hammam went so far as to assert that the resistance movement never wanted a confrontation with the regime, nor did we expect a large split within the army. 91 He also tried to 272 play down the inauspicious outcome, arguing that the most significant aspect of the conflict had been the establishment of the liberated zones and the joint Palestinian-Jordanian revolution. 92. Seeking to regain its composure, the PFLP raised the issue of Palestinian national unity repeatedly in the following months. A memorandum to the PLO Central Committee in late December suggested the formation of a new national front, and was followed by a formal proposal to the PNC in February 1971. 93. As in earlier proposals submitted in 1969-70, the thrust was to circumvent the Fatah-dominated PLO by establishing a new body in which all guerrilla groups would enjoy equal representation and freedom of action. Its ambition was even less likely to succeed after September 1970, not least because the PFLP was now shaken by an intense internal debate. This was revealed during a special meeting of the expanded PFLP Central Committee in early November. 94 Attended by a number of middle-ranking cadres, the meeting took on the form of an impromptu conference in which the old guard was pitted in stormy discussions against younger, leftist cadres. Among the latter were Ghazi al-Khalili and Syrian Bam Abu Ali Irbid Hamidi from Jordan, and Yunus Bujairami, Walid Kadira, Suhail al-Natur, and the Iraqi-born Ahmed Farhan and Tariq Ali from Lebanon. Habash played arbiter, although as one leftist cadre later recalled, "We used to revere the Dr. Habash before September 1970, but our view changed after that." 95. A central issue at the conference was to determine responsibility for provoking the September showdown. Habash and the old guard exerted considerable pressure to avoid discussion of the abortive coup plans, but Haddad and the hijacks came in for vehement criticism from the leftist cadres who felt that the guerrilla movement had paid an inordinate price as a result. 96 Haddad defended himself vigorously, but the conference agreed to suspend external operations. 97 Other bones of contention were the poor military showing of the PFLP, which had suffered a sharp drop in full-time combat strength from 1,500 to 950, and the lack of coordination with the PL. 0.98 PFLP guerrillas in the north had mutinied briefly in protest against the withdrawal of their sector commander during the Battle for Irbid, while latent rivalries between guerrillas from the West Bank and officers from Gaza resurfaced. 9 Unable to bridge the internal rift, Habash suggested the dissolution of both the Politburo and the Central Committee. Government control of the main roads and borders in Jordan made it difficult, even dangerous, for these bodies to meet. The solution was to form a new supporting political leadership in Amman, comprising Farhan, Khawaja, Mahmoud Isa, Reuben Jabir, and Khalili, each of whom would take charge of a separate function: civilian organization, military affairs, clandestine activity in the occupied territories, and so on. 100 Habash and other leaders were deemed to be under threat of arrest or assassination if they stayed in Amman, and so Habash, Zabri, Mutar, and Hamuda formed a second command in Jerish. 101. Haddad, Hindi, Yamani, Musalami, and other old guard cadres were to form an overall supporting leadership. End of a myth. 273. Outside based in Lebanon, where there was to be a separate local supporting political leadership. The PFLP may have offered the most graphic example, but its disarray was typical of the Palestinian left. The PDFLP had suffered an equally damaging loss of credibility due to the failure of its calls for all power to the resistance. The handful of Politburo members who had originally opposed the call for an armed insurrection during the crucial meetings in August left the ranks in disgust. However, the PDFLP was not inclined to acknowledge its role in precipitating the conflict, and continued to defend its past policies resolutely and to blame Fatah for the outcome. Yet its formal assessment of the September showdown revealed its inability to suggest solutions. The document renewed faith in People's War and accused the PLO of having regressed into semi-regular forms of combat, but offered no further suggestions on how the guerrilla movement could actually develop militarily or confront the new phase. 102 At the same time, The PDFLP sought to recover its poise by adopting a lower political profile and by tacitly aligning itself more closely with the PLO mainstream on practical issues. It also took the precaution in October of moving 40 to 50 guerrillas, a sizable part of its remaining strength, to southern Syria in order to avoid further losses. 103 The JCP meanwhile suffered an open split. The Salafati considered that the outcome of the September showdown vindicated its earlier opposition to the policies of the adventurous nationalist wing, especially the decision to form the Ansar guerrilla FORCE. 104 It also opposed the inclusion of non-party members in Ansar and its integration into the PLO military command structure, which it believed had led to growing material dependence on Fatah. 105 The Salafati remained in the minority, however, and split off in January 1, 971 to form the JCP Leninist cadre. This had little discernible impact on the JCP. Ansar had taken active part in the defense of Amman and was rewarded with invitations to join local militia commands in several neighborhoods and with ammunition and non-combat supplies from the PLO Central Committee. 106 The JCP also upheld its formal commitment to guerrilla action for another year, albeit as one among several different forms of struggle, but continued to distinguish itself from the PLO by advocating a negotiated settlement with Israel based on UN Security Council Resolution 242. 107 The general disarray of the Palestinian left was reflected in the outcome of demands for organizational reform in the PLO. The PLO Central Committee had proved largely unable to instill order in its proceedings or consistency in its decision-making and political pronouncements. As one member observed acidly, each meeting lacked continuity with what went before, and started from zero again. 108. Khalaf added that the committee had proved to be little more than an assembly for the purpose of representation, embarrassment of each other, and conciliation. 109 Fatah had obviously concluded that it was time to marginalize the Central Committee, in favor of the Executive Committee, which it dominated and from which the smallest factions were excluded. Several 27-4 guerrilla groups submitted formal unity proposals to the Central Committee on 3 to 5 December but were foiled by Fatah, which saw little reason to cede control and deflected the pressure by arguing for incremental integration in stages. 110 The left was again unable to mount an effective challenge at the PNC session held towards the end of February 1, 971, and Arafat successfully prevented serious discussion of a detailed plan for national unity and internal reorganization that was submitted by the PLO Planning Center. He also benefited from the support of PLA commander Yahya, who had proposed in recent weeks that the PLO Central Committee be dissolved and the authority of the Executive Committee increased, as a means of ending the duality of decision-making within the PL. 111 The Central Committee was not dissolved in the event, although its name was changed to Central Council, but Arafat took advantage of the decline of the left to concentrate power in the Executive Committee and to exclude the smaller groups from its ranks. He had to give way on a different matter, however, bowing to Syrian pressure to reinstate Uthman Haddad as chief of staff. The creeping offensive. Palestinian disarray contrasted sharply with the systematic manner in which the Jordanian leadership approached the next phase of its conflict with the PLO. The first step was to reinforce internal cohesion, in order to prevent a recurrence of the defections that had taken place during the September showdown. In his letter appointing Tal as Prime Minister on October 28, King Hussein instructed him to uproot the sources of vacillation and slackness shown by certain government agencies during the confrontation. 112 The PLO later claimed that 3,000 civil servants of Palestinian origin were dismissed in this period. 113 Jordanian intelligence continued to target the guerrilla movement with covert operations and a disinformation campaign, and mounted a parallel destabilization campaign against the PLO in Lebanon. 114 The king compounded Palestinian divisions and deepened the mutual distrust between the various groups by repeatedly stressing his willingness to cooperate with the honorable guerrillas, implying Fatah and the PLA The Jordanian army meanwhile made good its equipment losses thanks to a rapid U.S. resupply effort. 115 Palestinian combat strength, on the other hand, declined substantially as demoralized guerrillas and militiamen left the ranks. Counting the casualties incurred in September, the number of full-time personnel had dropped by at least 2,000 to reach 7,000 by the end of 1970, and probably to 5,000-5,500, excluding the PLA. Worst hit was the militia, which now paid the price of hasty recruitment, loose organization, and indiscipline. Of equal importance was the fundamental shift in the regional environment. Anwar Sadat had replaced Nasser as Egyptian president, while Assad seized power in Syria in November. Both leaders were less committed than their predecessors. End of a myth. 275. To the PLO, and were in any case still engaged in securing their domestic power. Libya's Gaddafi strained relations with the PLO by publicly criticizing its behavior in Jordan in early 1971, but worst was the FEUD with Iraq, which suspended financial assistance in March. The Jordanian army was ready to renew military operations in November 1970. Its command was instructed to implement an incremental strategy in order to reduce casualties and limit Arab reaction, with the final objective of subduing the guerrilla movement completely. 116 The army plan was to isolate Amman gradually, by eliminating guerrilla strongholds in the other cities and towns and taking control of principal roads and strategic heights. Political pressure would be exerted at the same time to reduce the guerrilla presence in Amman, and in the last phase the army would eliminate remaining guerrilla bases in the countryside. The Palestinian leadership was not unaware of the danger. The head of the Fatah civilian organization in Amman, Alush, wrote in November that the coming war of annihilation is close, and is coming no matter what. 117 A few weeks later he added perceptively that the Jordanian plan was to achieve complete control along the main communications routes. Control Amman and other cities by occupying numerous strategic positions in all hills and neighborhoods. And increase the capability of the army by increasing its number and turning it into a mobile force. 18. These warnings ultimately made little difference. The Ministry of Interior established new police stations in most Amman neighborhoods in November, largely manned by public security force personnel who now conducted checks on vehicle registrations and searched FOR arms. In this manner, the government gradually took control of the Hamlan, Hashimi, and Nasr hills and of Mahata in the city center over the next 3 months. On November 23, a royal decree transformed the Popular Resistance Militia into the Popular Army, and established a defense council in every governorate to direct its operations and coordinate with local police, intelligence, and Jordanian youth associations. Its main tasks were to guard vital installations and government facilities and provide self-defense in the villages, mobilizing the rural population and freeing the army for the coming campaign. 119 The army developed its creeping offensive at the beginning of December by ordering the guerrillas to evacuate Thakrat Asfur, a strategic pass on the Jurashirbid road. After they had complied, Jordanian troops set up a checkpoint on Jurash-Zarqa bridge, effectively isolating guerrilla supply bases and headquarters in Jurash. The army next attacked Jurash and the nearby Suf refugee camp on December 6, and wrested control after 2 days of combat in which 63 PLA soldiers were taken prisoner and 80 guerrillas disappeared. 120 A number of Jordanian officers and soldiers were later tried for extremism during the battle. 121 When the Arab Follow-up Committee next met on December 14, government representatives exploited their advantage to extract what became known as the militia agreement from the PLO. This called for the collection of all militia weapons in urban areas in designated stores under 276 PLO Guard, and banned armed PLO personnel entirely from Zarqa. The government promised to apply similar measures to its Popular Resistance Militia in return, and agreed to withdraw the public security force from Amman and cease the search for weapons. 122 Publication of the militia agreement provoked a storm of protests, most vocal of which came not from the Palestinian left but from the Fatah Iqlim and militia command. The militia had won considerable credit for its stubborn resistance during the September showdown, in contrast to the rapid collapse of the revolutionary BASES previously established by Arafat and the General Command, and gained additional influence following the recent unification of Palestinian militias. For the prominent leftist cadres especially, this decision was the outcome not of military defeat, which they did not acknowledge, but of the loss of confidence in the readiness of the masses, militia, and fighters to enter new battles and make additional sacrifices. 123 Taken aback by the strength of internal opposition, and in any case not keen to disarm the militia, the PLO quickly backtracked. It declared that the PLO representative in the follow-up committee had not been authorized to make such concessions, and repudiated the agreement. This triggered sporadic clashes in Amman, that ended when the government implicitly abandoned the matter. It was in this context that the PFLP decided to launch a guerrilla campaign against the army. Habash had first proposed this strategy during the informal conference of early November, and initially met with strenuous opposition from old guard and leftist cadres alike. He eventually won his audience over, and the conference confirmed that the PFLP would respond to army action on the basis of an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a trial period of 3 months. 124 An internal document issued many years later explained that the aim was to break the siege imposed on the guerrilla movement and overcome the disadvantages of being physically penned in, by compelling the army to disperse its units. 125 The PFLP next approached the other guerrilla groups for support, but they refused to participate in the campaign. 126 Undeterred, it mounted scattered attacks on army positions during the first half of December, but obscured its role by announcing the raids in the name of the Movement of Free Jordanians Shi'an Forces. 27 These guerrilla attacks had little impact on the Jordanian army. It resumed its creeping offensive on December 25 by taking full control of Salt and of a main road leading to guerrilla bases in the Jordan Valley. It followed up at the beginning of 1971 by seizing the Merhab junction connecting Jerish and Mafraq, cutting the guerrillas' last secure supply route to Syria and Iraq. The army next forced the guerrillas off the strategic Talazah Mountain and Ern Rumman Hill on January 8. 400 guerrillas, mostly belonging to Ṣāyigh and the smaller groups, were provided safe escort to Syria, while Fatah guerrillas redeployed around Dibin. This left back a refugee camp isolated and guerrilla bases in Ramamman under siege. The army also seized Rusayfa and the Schneller refugee camp near Zarqa, completing the isolation of Amman. End of Amith 277. Faced with this grim reality, the PLO Central Committee accepted a modified version of the militia agreement on 13 January. 128 Once again its decision provoked stormy protests, not least within Fatah. Alush warned that the loss of our positions in Jordan will shake our positions in Lebanon and the occupied territories, and concluded that the Laki regime must be overthrown, and a nationalist government set up in its place. 129 The Fatah Iklim obeyed nonetheless, but the PFLP renewed its guerrilla raids on the army. It was at this point that Udwan, who represented Fatah in the PLO Central Committee Secretariat, took the PFLP to task in a much publicized press conference. The PFLP was guilty, he noted bitterly, for helping to bring about the very circumstances that had obliged the PLO to submit to government demands. He ridiculed its call for a guerrilla campaign and pulled an old skeleton out of the cupboard by reminding his audience that the PFLP had withdrawn in face of the imminent Israeli attack on Karama in March 1, 1968. Udwan added ominously, "We have grave question marks about the PFLP. I believe there is a connection between the PFLP and the Jordanian authorities, to say the least, and threatened to resort to arms against the front if it did not adhere to the latest agreement." 130 The PFLP had already declared on January 12 that it was waging a guerrilla campaign against the army. Its statement stressed the need to open fire and seize the initiative. 131 In a comment on the second militia agreement a few days later, Habash insisted that it is imperative to resolve the political stand of the resistance movement, that is, to struggle with the masses for the establishment of a popular, progressive government. He also revived the somewhat contradictory call for a decision of the military situation, that is, abandon large exposed battles with the regime and reply with tactical blows. The PFLP recognized Palestinian weakness but hoped to keep the battle alive, and to prevent the collection by the army of Palestinian weapons and personnel. 133 The PFLP realized that it could not resist Fatah on this issue, however, and backtracked on 2 January 1 with an announcement that it would obey the PLO Central Committee and abide by the agreement with the government. Privately, the PFLP bemoaned the FACT that the others rejected our call, so we waged the guerrilla war, in a limited fashion to the best of our resources. The PFLP would not accept that it was at fault in any way, declaring itself perplexed that its campaign had only led to J134 more concessions. For its part, the Jordanian government pressed its advantage by demanding the withdrawal of remaining guerrillas and heavy weapons from Amman and other cities. It now decreed stiff penalties for unlawful possession of weapons, and at the beginning of February announced that identity cards and travel passes issued by the guerrilla groups would no longer be recognized at border checkpoints. The army kept up its momentum by occupying Souf refugee camp on February 4, using any pretext that presented itself to launch localized attacks. 135 After several more weeks of friction, Jordanian units occupied Mafraq. 278. On March 23 and won control of Irbid 2 days later, followed by the nearby refugee camp on March 27. Ṣāyigh had quietly withdrawn from Irbid AFEW days earlier in agreement with the army, which provided safe escort to the Syrian border, while members of the other groups escaped as best they could to Ajalun or Syria. 136 The government reported 200 casualties in all, but the PLO insisted that 200 guerrillas had been killed and 400 wounded, besides civilian casualties. It added that hundreds of its followers had been taken to the Jafar prison camp, taking the number of its inmates up to 1,000. 137 Building on these successes, the Jordanian leadership turned its attention to Amman. In a speech to Parliament on April 4, King Hussein complained of guerrilla attacks on the army, and demanded that all guerrillas and heavy weapons be withdrawn from the capital. He made a point of noting that army strength had risen to 75,000 since September 1, 970, a net increase of 1,000.138. The PLO insisted at first that it would not give up the rights it enjoyed under the Cairo and Amman agreements, arguing that it had already adhered to most of their terms and that it was the government that was guilty of disregarding them. 139 Faced with a Jordanian build-up around the capital, it capitulated, and evacuated some 2,000 guerrillas and non-combat personnel to Ajalun and the Jordan Valley on 6–13 April. Wazir headed the field command in Ajalun, where 2,500 guerrillas were now assembled, assisted by Walid Nimr. The civilian organization was utterly dismayed and vehemently opposed the pullout, but its attempt to form a secret militia was foiled by Jordanian intelligence. 140 During the same period, the army cleared the northern border zone and cut all but one guerrilla supply route to Syria, and pushed Palestinian bases in the Jordan Valley southwards and captured the Ramaman area. Arab responses to Jordanian action had been muted so far, although Assad summoned the Jordanian ambassador in Damascus to protest the attack on Irbid. The Arab FLOP committee objected to the ultimatum of April 4 instructing the guerrillas to evacuate Amman, but was simply ignored by the government. Frustrated, Ajam resigned, and the committee was formally dissolved on 1 April 7. The army quickly confiscated militia weapons stores in Amman and closed all but 2 PLO offices, compelling the Palestinian leadership to move to Damascus. It also tightened its ring around the guerrilla stronghold in Ajalun over the next 2 months, to which the PFLP, PDFLP, and PFGC responded with sporadic raids. Remaining guerrilla bases south of the Zarqa River and near Jabir on the border with Syria were overrun at the end of May, and the Baqa and Gaza refugee camps came under siege. Baqa surrendered on June 28, while Gaza came under intermittent sniper and artillery fire from the beginning of July onwards. The government now cut direct contact with the PL. 143 At this critical moment, the Palestinian leadership was assembled in Cairo to attend the PNC. The situation in Jordan occupied a considerable part of the debate, but perennial disputes about national unity and the allocation of PNC seats were also a focus of attention. 144 The PDFLP presented an ambitious end of a myth. 279 proposal for the merger of all Palestinian forces in a single People's Liberation Army, overlooking its own inability to muster more than 200 guerrillas. 145 Fatah, for its part, was concerned with its continuing effort to reduce the number of guerrilla groups. It had recently obliged the POLP to dismantle its small guerrilla contingent and merge with other groups, and the PPSF and AOLP now announced that they would join Fatah. A more serious concern was the untimely bid by PLA Chief of Staff Uthman Haddad to replace Yahya as PLA commander, a bid that could only have been made on the instructions of Syrian military intelligence. This issue dominated the rest of the PNC debate, on the eve of the Jordanian army's final offensive. On 1 July 2, as the PNC drew to a close, the Jordanian government suddenly ordered the guerrillas to evacuate a strategic mountain at the heart of their stronghold in Ajalun. Their field command rejected the order, and the army started its attack the next morning with an intense artillery barrage. An infantry division, an armored brigade, and 2 commando battalions backed by up to 10,000 members of the Popular Army advanced on 3 sides, while an additional force of 3 battalions attacked the 500 guerrillas in the Jordan Valley. 146 The army had seized much of the battlefield by nightfall on July 14, and secured complete control by the morning of 1 July 6, for a toll of 120 to 200 casualties. 147 Mopping up operations continued for another 2 days, during which Nimr and several Jordanian army officers who had defected to Fatah in September 1970 were executed. 148 Some 200 to 250 guerrillas had been killed and another 2,300 captured, while 500 escaped to Syria and 100 crossed the Jordan River and surrendered to the IDF. 149 Once again, the Arab response to Jordanian action was minimal. Sadat, Assad, Kadhafi and Nimairi, who happened to be meeting within the framework of their recently formed Federation of Arab Republics, issued a statement deploring the bloodshed in Jordan. 150 Assad promised to dispatch a Syrian military mission to Ajalun, but by the time it had conducted preliminary talks in Amman the battle was over. 151 The Syrian army meanwhile stopped Palestinian attempts to send raiding parties or shell Georgia.Mian positions across the border, and surrounded the PLA Ain Jalut forces to prevent any movement towards Jordan. 152 Wazir, who had been in Cairo TLR the PNC and now accompanied the Syrian mission to Ajalun, accused it of deliberate delays and of identifying guerrilla officers for capture by the Jordanian army. 1 The guerrillas who arrived at assembly points designated by the Syrians were screened by the army and separated according to affiliation. Some 1,500, mostly belonging to Fatah, were released, 800 returned to civilian life in Jordan while the rest, including ALP and SAECA members, were bused to the border. 15 Nearly 200 prisoners were sent to the Afar prison camp, including 90 leftists, ideological detainees, among them senior PFLP and PDFLP cadres Mutar, Hamuda, Khalili, and Arafat. 155 The PLA 421 and 422 battalions, which had not taken part in the recent battle, were transferred to Syria at Jordanian request AFEW weeks later. 280 The final rupture. The Battle of Ajalun marked the final destruction of the guerrilla movement's principal Arab sanctuary. This represented a defeat of the strategy of people's war championed by the various guerrilla groups since 1967, and posed a fundamental challenge to their professed aims, political programs, and organizational structure. Both in reaction and as a means of obscuring their predicament, the guerrilla groups launched a campaign of sabotage and subversion against Jordan in mid-August that was to continue sporadically for the next 20 or so months. 156 The Palestinian left was most active at first. Habash explained that regaining the Jordanian sanctuary was vital because it is the central backbone for the existence of all branches of the resistance outside Jordan, and for the existence of the phenomenon of armed struggle. The battle against the reactionary regime in Jordan is the central battle now said by the resistance movement, he stressed, adding that this regime is an enemy and an integral part of the enemy camp, and there is no difference whatsoever between Israeli Defense Minister Dayan, King Hussein, or former Jordanian Army Commander Sharif Nasir bin Jamal. As we act in Israel, so should we act in Jordan. The means, accordingly, was to be guerrilla war in the mountains and clandestine war in the cities. 157 remaining PFLP and PDFLP members in Jordan bombed police stations, government offices, and economic installations in urban areas after July. Their effort proved to be erratic and short-lived, however, as Jordanian intelligence was highly effective in exposing the clandestine networks. The PFLP was suffering a leadership crisis in Beirut, and its most active cadres in Jordan were in prison by year's end. The PDFLP organization had been crushed, while the PFGC, which had joined the campaign, had only 9 members left in the kingdom, all fugitives. 158 Jordanian military courts handed out stiff sentences. 12 Palestinians were hanged on sabotage charges in this period, and the survivors ceased action by the end of 1971. 159. By then attention was firmly fixed on the inter-Arab level. Arab reactions to the Jordanian offensive had gradually built up in the meantime. Libya had already severed diplomatic relations, and Syria, Iraq, and Algeria now followed suit, while Egypt and North Yemen denounced the Jordanian government. Syria and Iraq also subjected Jordan to a land and air blockade, and brief border clashes broke out between Jordanian and Syrian armor in August. In order to relieve this pressure, and after energetic lobbying from Saudi Arabia and Egypt, King Hussein agreed to hold reconciliation talks with the PLO in mid-September. His reluctance was matched by the opposition not only of the Palestinian left, but also of Khalaf, Kajami, and other Fatah cadres, who voiced their views during a general conference of their movement in early September. 16-0 Arafat, Wazir, Khalid al-Hassan, and Udwan advocated moderation, largely to convince the Arab states of their readiness to compromise. 161 As a delegate to the Fatah conference explained, "We voted against mediation but..." End of a myth. 281. FA said 2 choices, to do so frankly or to confront it in a manner that placed the blame for failure on the other side, and so we chose the second course. 1. 6. 2. Syria backed Fatah on this occasion, as Ṣāyigh representatives joined the PLO delegation to the talks in Jeddah, and Iraq instructed the ALF to attend the second round, after boycotting the first. 163 Failure was inevitable. The Jordanian delegation rejected a PLO return to the kingdom, while Fatah instructed its representatives to stall by presenting demands that Jordan could not possibly accept. 164 On the eve of the second round of talks at the beginning of November, King Hussein informed his chief negotiator, Riyad Mafli, that this may be the last and decisive round, since there is no justification in our view for matters to remain as they are, coming and going. 1. 6. 5. Prime Minister Tal had reportedly been privately opposed to the army campaign in Ajalun, and was unhappy with the collapse of the Jeddah talks. He now started secret negotiations with Khalid al-Hassan, and continued the dialogue in Cairo, where both men were attending meetings of the Joint Arab Defense Council at the end of November. 166 According to Hassan, Tal was ready to allow Fatah to operate in Jordan as a political, but not military, organization. Should Tal fail to secure royal approval for his proposal, Hassan recounted, he intended to force the king into exile and possibly assume power himself. 167. The truth of these claims was never put to the test. On November 28, Tal was gunned down by FOR gunmen as he walked into his hotel in Cairo, where he was attending the Joint Arab Defense Council. An unknown group, the Black September Organization, announced its responsibility, but the Jordanian government accused Fatah of masterminding the attack as part of a terrorist plan against Jordan. 168 It renewed martial law and closed down the 2 remaining PLO offices in Amman. The rupture was complete, and with it went the last vestiges of the Palestinian state within the state in Jordan. 12. Interregnum. Defeat in Jordan left the Palestinian guerrilla movement at a historic crossroads. Other guerrilla movements, especially those led by communist parties, had initiated purposeful internal debates that led to far-reaching reassessment of political programs and to modified approaches to mass organization following comparable crises, but similar rectification campaigns did not occur in the Palestinian case. The self-criticism that had followed September 1, 1970 was intense and, for an Arab political movement, unprecedentedly frank, but much of it was conducted verbally, in the form of media interviews and public speeches, and so remained erratic and fragmented. This was especially true of Fatah, but even the PFLP and PDFLP, each of which published a formal internal assessment of the showdown in early 1971, were unable to produce a similar effort after July. An explanation for the contrast with other revolutionary experiences was that proto-nationalism remained the primary source from which all Palestinian guerrilla groups, including those proclaiming Marxism-Leninism, derived their understanding of political and social processes and the framework within which they formulated their programs and aims. Neither was social transformation an aim, nor intervention in productive relations a means, even for the generation of revenue. Political capability was based on the potency of the appeal to nationalist patriotism, not on social mobilization, and the lessons to be learned from defeat diverged accordingly. This also meant that the debate after September 1970 centered on pure political issues, such as relations with the Arab states and masses or attitudes to liquidationist peace proposals, rather than questions of social program, organizational structure, policy instruments, or the extraction and allocation of resources. Much of the criticism had in fact consisted of invective, mutual recriminations, and polemics, and there was little change after July 1971. The predominance of pure, nationalist politics was further manifested in both open and hidden organizational schisms that were exacerbated by the defeat, and that resulted in the intensification of factional politics and the emergence of new political formations. As a member of the PFLP military command noted, in the present phase the resistance movement faces all the problems of military, organizational, and ideological reconstruction and all that goes with it in the way of scurrilous questioning, tashkik, splits, outbidding, exaggeration, abandonment tazakkut, and deviation. To this are added direct interregnum 283 and indirect measures of Israeli deterrence that threatened to turn this phase from one of self-preservation and reconstruction into one of self-preservation in the negative sense. 1 A struggle for power was underway, replicated within each guerrilla group and within the movement as a whole, that ultimately reflected the underlying contest between pragmatic and absolutist versions of nationalist patriotism. The writings in this period of 2 Arab leftist intellectuals usefully express the dichotomy. Lebanese communist Ilyas Merkuz had questioned the basic nature and function of the Palestinian movement and developed a sustained critique of its terminology and slogans in 2 books published in 1970 and 1971. His central argument was that the Palestinian movement was not, as it termed itself, a revolution. Be they social or national, bourgeois or socialist, revolutions were only possible when a majority of participants resided on their land. 2. The Palestinian movement was revolutionary only in the sense that it had taken up the gun to contest the usurpation of Palestine, but mere rejection of reality was neither a strategy nor a tactic. 3. The real task was to resist Israeli occupation through carefully planned guerrilla action and nonviolent struggle. As part of a major effort by the Arab armies and states, the Palestinian guerrillas could not hope to emulate the Yugoslav partisans or the French Maquisards of World War II to form liberated zones, given the geographical constraints and the demographic imbalance with the Israeli population. 4. The rhetorical stress on armed struggle, people's war. and revolution ignored basic military realities and allowed utopian ideology, especially on the left, to obscure the more mundane requirements of daily struggle. 5 The guerrilla groups now needed to discard demagoguery and verbalism, close down 95% of their publications and offices, and declare that their task was not to liberate Palestine single-handedly, but to demonstrate Palestinian existence and will, for 100 years if necessary. 6 Sadiq Jalal al-Dashazim, a Syrian Marxist-Leninist, close to the PDFLP, offered a direct counter-view. The Palestinian movement had erred in regarding the contradiction with the Jordanian monarchy as secondary compared to that with Israel, when in FACT said primary contradictions with Israel, U.S. imperialism, and Jordan. 7 Fatah was most guilty of vacillation and middle roadism, leading to an excessively defensive posture during the confrontations of 1970-1. 8 This was a direct result of its subordinate attachment, iltizakiyya, to the Arab states, which was also reflected in the erroneous assumption that the Palestinians could wage war on Israel and mobilize the masses without active engagement in surrounding Arab social structures and political systems, if only to provide the basic needs of the armies of liberation. 9 Fatah was guilty of a hollow and perverted interpretation of Maoism, in which it sanctified military action in order to escape the need for ideology and systematic political action among the masses. 1 degree Fatah militarism revealed its petit bourgeois utopianism and violated the principles of war, especially people's war, just as the Arab states had done in June 1, 1967. 11. Its failure to change the conservative customs and 284. Inherited, spontaneous backward consciousness of the masses meant that there could be no liberation. 12 The answer lay in the emergence of a new revolutionary leadership drawn from the peasantry and working class and espousing Marxism-Leninism, to conduct genuine social revolution and 1. 13 PEOPES War. In basing their criticism on a literal interpretation of Palestinian military and ideological discourse, both Merkuz and Azam overlooked, or implicitly rejected, the crucial function of armed struggle in the development of Palestinian proto-nationalism and state-building. The suggestion that the Palestinians had made conscious choices between models of resistance, revolution, and people's war in the past, or at least could do so now, implied a freedom of agency and availability of strategic options that simply did not apply. It also misunderstood the driving need for political and institutional autonomy, or at least failed to realize that the lack of programmatic alternatives and the imperative of self-preservation would prompt greater emphasis on institutional control. Statist restructuring was the other option, that offered protection for Palestinian political autonomy and national identity. The statist option emerged incrementally, out of measures undertaken for reasons of short-term political expediency in response both to external challenges and the striving for internal control. Its beginnings were not the result of conscious design, therefore, and arose amidst deep internal divisions over the nature of the problem and its solution. PLO Executive Committee member Hussam al-Khatib offered one of the few systematic attempts to diagnose the Palestinian condition after July 1971, in which he led to one set of conclusions. In his view, the Palestinian guerrilla movement had revealed pathological symptoms of organizational dislocation, halhala, erratic politics, takabut, based on a trial-and-error approach to policy formulation and decision-making, lack of national unity, and military failure. The loss of the principal base in Jordan now compelled the movement to focus its efforts on preserving Palestinian national identity and keeping the atmosphere of revolution alive. To start the liberation of Palestine was not an option, for Khatib did not discuss the statist option in those terms, but denounced the extensive bureaucratization of the guerrilla movement and the meteoric increase of salaried administrative personnel and political staff as a revolutionary disease that could only be reversed by renewed struggle against Israel. 15 Khatib's point of view reflected the pessimism generated by the recent defeat, and converged with the calls for a return to clandestinity. Arafat and other Fatah leaders had led the way after September 1, 1970 by threatening to go underground and follow a scorched earth policy, as a last resort if the guerrillas came under Arab siege. 1-6 Fatah was unwilling to abandon the major political advantages it derived from its public status, however, and it was the Palestinian left that took up the slogan after July 1, 971. The PFLP formally decreed going underground in March 1, 972, while the PFGC and ALF called for the construction of large secret networks, and the PDFLP argued for Interregnum 285. Greater discipline and tighter organization. 17 So persistent were these calls that in July the PLO Executive Committee formally denied any intention of going underground. 18 Alush subsequently presented the Fatah case by arguing that the public nature of the movement reinforced its legitimacy, and legitimacy affords moral and material strength. Thanks to this legitimacy, Palestinians can organize, train, arm, operate, and move around. Those who demand that we forego what they call our public presence are asking us to dissolve our organizations, bid farewell to our mass organizations, surrender our rifles, and open our refugee camps and positions to the gendarmes, police and army and all manner of intelligence agencies, all in order to wage a secret 119 struggle. If the debate about clandestinity revealed anything, then it was the lack of a policy or strategy. This was reflected in the consistent attempt by the Palestinian leadership, especially that of Fatah, to deflect criticism and contain public dissent, and in the manner in which it sought to explain the defeat in 1970-1. Behind the apparent frankness with which it discussed Palestinian failures lay the conviction that honesty with the masses could only come once our internal affairs have been put in order. 20 The implication was that any admission of the predicament facing the guerrilla movement would damage public morale. 21 The maneuvering of the Fatah leadership provoked an outburst in February 1, 971 from Alush, who complained bitterly that the revolutionary concept of democracy has expired. Criticism has become a crime and discussion an accusation, and a sound, clear opinion is met with threats or sarcasm. Faced with constant questioning, Fatah leaders in particular increasingly blamed Palestinian failures on external agencies. Speaking at the end of 1970, for example, Arafat clearly blamed what happened in September not on Palestinian political or military behavior, but on the ferocity of the colonialist assault and the scale of the U.S. threat to Syria. Nixon was supervising what took place in the Middle East from the aircraft carrier Saratoga. His own main error of judgment, Arafat stated, was to underestimate the willingness of King Hussein to bombard Amman with 6 times the explosive power of the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. 23 Surprise at the ferocity of the Jordanian onslaught was a recurrent refrain, to which Kajemi added that external circumstances had impeded Palestinian preparations before the confrontation. 24 Returning to this theme after July 1971, Arafat stated bitterly that the movement had fallen into the trap of Arab political appeasement, based on the illusion that coexistence with the Jordanian regime was possible. After adhering to the Cairo Agreement, we accepted to live in the forests and mountains and left the cities and everything to the Jordanian regime. Trusting in the signatures of the Arab kings and presidents on the Cairo Agreement. 25 Of equal importance in the view of the Fatah leadership was to shore up morale among the rank and file and wider public. An internal newsletter produced by the Mobilization and Guidance Branch of its General Command in 286. January 1, 972 described the miraculous achievement in Jordan, in which Fatah had triumphed politically even as we retreated militarily. 26 Arafat expanded on this reasoning by defining revolution as the succession of temporary setbacks until final victory. What was important, he added, was that the Palestinians had not abandoned the gun. 27 Leftist Fatah cadres adopted much the same view. Indeed, Shafiq argued that the guerrillas had not suffered a military defeat in September 1, 970 at all, having emerged from the confrontation in a stronger position than before. The arrival of reinforcements and new weapons in the following weeks actually strengthened the guerrilla movement in Amman, Irbid, Jerash, and the rest of the center. Disaster only struck because of 2 political decisions, to collect militia weapons in February 1971, and to evacuate all weapons and forces out of the cities and refugee camps to the mountains and forests in April, leaving the guerrilla fish stranded out of the water. 28 What could not be obscured, however, was the pressing need for a secure base. The anguish and despair following the expulsion of July 1, 971 were expressed in the widespread view that without Amman there is no revolution. Fatah concluded that the recent events in Jordan have proved that the Palestinians have no place of their own except on their land, and that a quarter of a century in which Jordanian nationality was imposed on the Palestinians in Jordan has not altered their belonging to Palestine. 29 Yet the guerrilla movement remained in a tenuous exile, and its policy choices were now more severely constrained than ever by the Arab states. 30 Some Qadrs such as Şāyigh still spoke confidently of the ability of Palestinian armed struggle to lead tens of millions of the Arab masses, several Arab countries at least, to join directly the long-term people's war against the national enemy. 31 But Khalaf was closer to the truth when he admitted that short-term tactics had wholly taken the place of strategy in Palestinian politics. 32 The predicament deepened as the guerrillas came under siege in the Gaza Strip, Syria, and Lebanon. Under siege. Looking back in summer 1971, Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan observed that the Jordanian arena is the most natural arena for any Palestinian action requiring direct contact with the occupied land. 33 That the loss of the threatened the latter had already been demonstrated over the preceding year, as Israel took advantage first of the ceasefire along the Suez Canal and then of the protracted confrontation in Jordan to launch a sustained counterinsurgency campaign in Gaza. The rupture with Nasser led to a suspension of Palestinian activity in Egypt, which impeded recruitment of students from the occupied territories and the smuggling of Qadrs and combat supplies to Gaza by sea or through Sinai. 34 In January 1971 the commanding officer for the Israeli Southern Front, Ariel Sharon, signaled a new policy by replacing Interregnum 287 Army units in Gaza with the border police, known for harsh, even brutal methods. Administrative detention and the use of informers were stepped up, and in March an information program was launched to induce clandestine guerrillas to surrender. The stick was complemented on April 1 with the carrot, as Sharon offered the inhabitants the prospect of more efficient services and a normal life by nominally separating civilian affairs from the military government. Partly as a result of these measures, the number of Palestinian security prisoners in Israeli jails rose from 3,000 at the end of 1970 to 3,700 by 1971. 35 Israeli courts convicted 5,620 Palestinians of committing security of offenses in Gaza in the year up to April 1, 1971, while the number of administrative detainees rose by around 1,000. 36 The guerrillas struck back with particular violence against suspected Palestinian informers, killing 75 in 1970 and another 61 in the first half of 1971, as well as civilian employees of the Israeli administration and day laborers who worked in Israel. 7 However, up to half of all executions after August 1, 1970 targeted members of rival groups, on the grounds that they were double agents for the Israeli General Security Service, Shabak, and increasingly provoked clan feuds and revenge killings. The PFLP, which claimed responsibility for 29 executions in 1967-71, insisted steadfastly that the enemy's informers are an integral part of the enemy. We do not distinguish between them. When asked if such action had not acquired a terrorist character, Habash replied that there is no terrorist phenomenon in Gaza that requires 3-8 a response. The final defeat of the guerrilla movement in Jordan signaled an escalation of the Israeli campaign in Gaza. Israeli reports in late March had spoken of the demolition of thousands of houses in the refugee camps and the forcible evacuation of 100,000 to 150,000 inhabitants in order to create broad avenues and divide the camps into separate blocks, offering Israeli troops clear fields of fire and enabling them to isolate neighborhoods during searches. 30 Over 2,500 houses were in fact demolished in the Jabalia, Beach, and Rafah camps in July and August, and up to 38,000 people were relocated in other Parts of Gaza, Sinai, or the Al-Daisha camp in the West Bank. 40 dozens of guerrilla arms caches and secret bunkers were uncovered in the camps and in groves and orchards, while bulldozers cleared large swathes of vegetation along the main roads to prevent ambushes. Under relentless pressure, guerrilla attacks dropped from a peak of 69 in July to 26 in October, and ceased almost entirely after December. In all, Israel announced the death of 100 guerrillas and the capture of 1,000 others between March 1971 and the end of January 1, 972.41. Among the dead were PFLP commander Mahmoud Guevara al-Aswad and deputies Daoud Khalif and Suleiman Mahmoud and the renowned PLF/PLA commander Ziad al-Husseini, while his predecessor Muhammad al-Hassanat and successors Jabr Amr and Mahmoud al-Mabha were captured. The resistance movement that had taken Gaza nearly to the point of open insurrection in 1969-70 was 288. Utterly crushed, and in August 1972 the Israeli command relieved the border police after 9 months in action. The defeat in Gaza was yet another demoralizing blow for the Palestinians, but more significant for the guerrilla movement in exile was the impact of Syrian policy in the same period. The effects were first felt by Ṣāyigh, which was obedient to Ba'ath Party chairman Yazīd. Having ordered the closure of most Ṣāyigh offices outside Damascus in August 1, 970, Defense Minister Assad had all its remaining facilities placed under army guard during his takeover of power in November. On November 23 the new regional command of the Ba'ath Party appointed SA/QA military commander Mahmoud Ma'ida as Secretary General, and on December 1 a presidential decree separated Ṣāyigh from the Ba'ath Party and attached it directly to Syrian Army Command. Assad tightened control by ordering Ṣāyigh guerrillas who were forced out of their positions in Jordan between January and April 1971 to return to Syria. He also assigned a loyalist in the Ṣāyigh General Command, Zuhair Muhsin, to head the branch in Lebanon, which had openly sided with Yazīd and regularly vilified Assad in the Ṣāyigh Weekly, Al-Raya, banner, published in Beirut. Muhsin firmly believed that it is impossible to deal with the Palestinians except as part of the Syrian-Palestinian equation, for good or bad. 42 Matters came to a head on June 29 with the arrest of Ma'ida, Jamani, and General Command members Hassan al-Khatib and Yusuf al-Burji. Muhsin was now appointed Secretary General, and explained that his former colleagues had been arrested for involvement in the Syrian power struggle and misuse of funds. 43 At least one Yazīd supporter in Lebanon was killed in July and several Ṣāyigh bases in the south defected to Fatah following internal clashes at the beginning of November, but Muhsin had asserted his control by the end of the year. 44 His opponents still held Al-Raya, however, obliging Ṣāyigh to launch a new weekly, Al-Tala, Vanguards. The appointment of Muhsin also revealed growing tensions between Syria and Fatah. Among the charges he leveled against the previous Ṣāyigh leadership in July was its alleged intention to merge with Fatah, which would have strained relations between us and Fatah. 45 His deputy, Sami Akari, took up the same theme AFEW months later, claiming that the Ṣāyigh base had rebelled against its leadership in order to bring the tactical alliance with Fatah to an end in protest against its management of the Jordan conflict and its general political line. 46 Muhsin also revealed that the Syrian authorities had impounded a large Algerian arms shipment intended for Fatah AFEW weeks earlier. This included 36 BTR-152 armored personnel carriers, 2 batteries of 105 mm artillery guns, and light arms and personal equipment sufficient for 7,500 men. 47 The Syrian command considered the heavy weapons unsuitable for the guerrilla loss, Muhsin explained, adding that to equip Fatah with these arms might lead to clashes on Syrian soil with the PLA. 48 Assad was presumably worried by the presence in Syria of up to 9,000 guerrillas, including 5,000 Jordanian army defectors attached to Fatah, and 2,000 to 2,500 soldiers in PLA units loyal to the PLO in Syria, besides the 3,000 personnel in Ṣāyigh and the PLA hidden forces. Interregnum 289. whose loyalty might not be certain. Certainly the tone he adopted behind closed doors at a BA.th party conference in this period was frankly hostile towards the guerrilla movement. 4-9 Whether due to hostility or caution, the Syrian authorities applied the regulations governing guerrilla activity in Syria with greater rigor than ever starting in July. Publications had to be approved by the official censor, and the Palestinian groups could not hold political rallies without prior permission, especially outside the refugee camps. They could only recruit Syrian nationals after vetting by Syrian intelligence, which had the right of free access at any time to the refugee camps and all guerrilla facilities. 5 degrees The guerrillas moreover had to provide advance notice and details of raids against Israel, as well as the names of the men actually taking part. The guerrillas could no longer leave or enter the country without proper passports, and had to obtain travel passes from the National Bureau of Guerrilla Control in Military Intelligence. Fatah remained silent about these measures, but the PDFLP complained publicly that the restrictions were impeding action against Israel. 51 Syria also tightened its grip on the PLA. Towards the end of June, the PLA command in Damascus bypassed the PLO Executive Committee to dismiss the PLFI-PLA commander in Jordan, Bajat Abd al-Amin. Abd al-Amin was a left-leaning graduate of 1948, as was military intelligence chief Javad Abd al-Rahim, who was also dismissed when he refused to remove his colleague forcibly. On July 5, Chief of Staff Haddad publicly accused both men of building autonomous power bases. 52 He claimed that all PLA commanders and branch heads had agreed 2 days earlier to form a military council, with responsibility for senior appointments. Yahya, the PLA commanders in Jordan, and the commanders of the PLA Ain Jalut and Qadisiyah forces in Syria had not attended in fact, but the key issue was that Haddad could have acted in this manner only on explicit instructions from Syrian military intelligence. The PNC was due to convene a few days later, and its final statement reiterated the intention to liberate the will and command of the PLA, and enable the political leadership of the PLO to exercise its legitimate rights over the PLA in a way that allows it to move and employ the units of the army. 53 Arafat was already under Syrian pressure to return the Ain Jalut and Qadisiyah forces, both deemed loyal to the PLO, to Egypt and Iraq. He had little option. Ain Jalut sailed in late August, but Qadisiyah was allowed to stay after Iraq agreed to sever administrative ties, while continuing to pay recurrent expenses. 54 Relations took a turn for the worse as the Syrian command launched a purge of leftist officers, apparently worried by the example of the recent abortive communist coup in Sudan. This extended to the PLA, and was accompanied by growing pressure on its officers to join the Ba'ath party, although its statutes prohibited party affiliation. In early September, Haddad instructed PLA battalion commanders to submit the names of all leftists in their units. 55 The hunt extended to Lebanon, where some officers had taken refuge. Local PLF/PLA commander Abd al-Rauf Harbaji was replaced with Ahmed al-Hanafi, who 290 asked the Lebanese Taqsim Bureau to assist in apprehending subversive communist elements. 56 Hanafi was also responsible for the death in custody of a civilian PLA intelligence agent, as a subsequent PLO investigation confirmed. 57 Haddad escalated seriously on 1 September 6 with the statement that the PLA Military Council had secretly dismissed Commander-in-Chief Yahya on 3 July. 58 The PLO Executive Committee came immediately to the conclusion that it said a Syrian-inspired coup, and responded by dismissing Haddad and reconfirming Yahya. 59 It was vulnerable, however. On October 5 shots were fired during a visit by Arafat to a Fatah base on the Golan Front commanded by Hussein al-Haiba, a one-time agent of Syrian intelligence. Accounts varied, but Fatah leaders privately suspected Syrian involvement. 62 days later the PLO Executive Committee dismissed Yahya and abolished his post, and appointed Misbah al-Badiri as Chief of Staff with the added powers of Commander-in-Chief. 61 It may have hoped that Badiri would be neutral, but Syria had made its point. There were indications, too, that Arafat had acquiesced willingly in the dismantling of leftist influence in the PLA. His relations with Yahya and other graduates of 1948 had always been tense, and had soured further in July when Yahya demanded independent control over the Palestine National Fund, a seat for the PLA commander on the executive committee, and unification of all Palestinian forces within 6 months. 62 In October, the PLO dismissed another 3 PLA officers, almost all leftists or dissenters whose names were put forward by the PLA command and included Abd al-Amin and Abd al-Rahim. 63 The truce did not last long. Baderi and Ṣāyigh Secretary-General Muhsin criticized the assassination of Jordanian Prime Minister Tal, and warned in January 1, 1972 that divisions within the guerrilla movement and PLO Executive Committee had alienated the PLA and PLFI-PLA, which they described as the natural nucleus of Palestinian national unity. 04 The PLA command next proposed that the PLO should be reorganized into 3 main components: the PLA as a regular army, a united guerrilla force, and the People's Forces. The latter was described as an overall, united, popular political and defense organization designed to support the main forces and mobilize the people. Palestinians could adhere to various ideologies, but the continued existence of numerous guerrilla groups was intolerable, and so all would have to merge within the proposed popular organization, which would then elect the national leadership. 65 The memorandum was anathema to most guerrilla groups, although the PNC approved virtually identical recommendations submitted by a special National Unity Committee in April. Nothing came of these proposals, but Baderi meanwhile extended his control over the PLF/PLA. First he recognized the new PLF/PLA battalion established by the Jordanian army in the wake of the expulsion of the guerrillas in July 1971. This had followed the failure of earlier attempts by Jordanian military intelligence in May and July to set up its own guerrilla group, Fatah Forces Salah al-Din, under the command of Muhammad Abd al-Hadi, AFOR Fatah. Interregnum 291. Officer. 66 The Jordanian command now decided to form a new PLA unit instead, that would be disciplined and obedient to Jordan, just as the hidden forces are to Syria. 67 Some 55,600 PLA and PLF/PLA prisoners and new volunteers agreed to join the Zayd bin Haritha battalion under the command of Nihad Nasiba. The PLA command secretly recognized the new unit AFEW months later, provoking an outcry from the guerrilla groups, and in January 1, 1972 added 2 nominal battalions, Ja'far bin Abi Talib and Abdullah bin Rawaha. 68 Baderi meanwhile reorganized PLF/PLA members in Lebanon into the new Mus'ab bin Umayr battalion, with a strength of 700 by the end of the year, and attached it directly to the PLA command for more secure control. 69 Baderi's next step was to assert his control over what remained of the clandestine PLF/PLA organization in Gaza, which Fatah was equally keen to inherit. 70 The Gaza Sinai Negev section, as it was known, was headed by Hussein al-Khatib, who moved his staff from Jordan to Syria after July 1, 1971. In early 1972 Baderi severed the section's previous link to the PLO Executive Committee and Palestine National Fund, and started to pay its expenses from the PLA budget. 71 Khatib resisted this move, and was accused by Baderi of misusing funds. He was dismissed, and his chief of staff, Fatah sympathizer Nahid al-Rayis, was compelled to resign. 72 However, the new section head Yahya al-Murtaja and his deputies Mahmoud Abu Marzuk and Saib Aviages leaned heavily towards Fatah as well. They used their position to infiltrate the PLFI-PLA battalion in Jordan, and secretly handed lists of PLFI-PLA members in Gaza to Kamal Udwan, who had recently taken charge of Fatah operations in the occupied territories. 73 Murtaja fled to Cairo in September to escape arrest. Baderi attached the Gaza section directly to the PLA command to prevent further defections, but by then it had effectively ceased to exist. Continuing pressure in Syria increased the determination of most Palestinian groups to expand their base in Lebanon. This was not an easy choice, as the general view was that Lebanon cannot be a sanctuary. The PFLP saw it at best as compensation for a loss, but not a principal base, while the PFGC concurred that Lebanon is a complementary arena, not a main one. As the largest group, Fatah was particularly aware of vulnerability to Syrian constraints, and had in FACT started to transfer guerrilla units from Jordan to South Lebanon as early as June 1, 971.77. It moved additional units from Syria at the end of the year, along with some of the 600 Libyan volunteers who had originally responded to their government's call to support the guerrilla movement in July. 78. The Syrian ban on the PFLP was partially lifted FORAFEW months, but its guerrillas were expelled to Lebanon in June 1972.79. The ALF was similarly proscribed in Syria, but was unable to maintain a full-time combat presence in South Lebanon anyway, nor was Ṣāyigh. 80. The influx took Fatah combat strength in South Lebanon to 1,800 to 2,000 by the end of 1971, the PFLP to 2,500, and the PDFLP and PFGC each to 100 to 250 by mid 1972, with nearly as many more guerrillas in the refugee camps and main cities. 8. Counting dependents, the influx totaled 15,000 to 30,000. 8. 292. Israel did not stand by passively, despite the sharp decline in guerrilla attacks after September 1970. It declared its intention to take the offensive to the guerrillas, to inflict casualties, disrupt their build-up, and weaken support among the local population. The ultimate objective was to coerce the Lebanese authorities into moving against the guerrillas, by triggering a refugee exodus and causing widespread destruction. 83. This involved artillery fire, commando raids, and occasional infantry armor probes. In a FOR search and destroy mission in the Arqub in late February 1972, 47 guerrillas were killed and 64 wounded. FOR the loss of 3 Israeli dead and 1 wounded. 84. Although Palestinian literature extolled the guerrillas, the battle revealed their lack of planning and coordination, and their inability to defend their sanctuary. 85. The Lebanese army now strove to enforce the 1969 Cairo Agreement more strictly, and to prevent the return of the guerrillas to the Arqub. They restored their FOR deployment by summer, and even increased it with the arrival of 2 more Fatah battalions and the PFLP and PDFLP contingents from Syria, but attacks on Israel plummeted to only 3 FOR a month. Finally, after an Israeli air and artillery blitz on 21 to 24 June in which some 80 civilians and 30 guerrillas were killed or wounded in the border region, the government extracted a PLO promise to suspend all cross-border attacks. 86. Fatah's autumn of discontent. The succession of setbacks on every front deepened the pervasive sense in the Palestinian guerrilla movement of being under siege. The leadership was at a loss not only to explain the relative ease with which its state within the state in Jordan had been dismantled, but also to offer a way out of the predicament. This was particularly true of the Fatah leadership, which, its internal critics charged, was used to spontaneous action and temperamental evaluation and is apparently not capable of assessing seriously the situation in terms of past experience and future prospects. Instead, it revealed a traditional, paternalistic approach to politics. That was moreover reflected in bureaucratization, a mercenary spirit, mit Alerdazak. Ostentatious displays of strength, istradia, improvisation, irtual, instead of planning, and patron-client relations, istislam. 8. 7. Criticism was used to diffuse discontent, therefore, not to initiate reform. Khalaf agreed with these critics, noting that the critical evaluations published in the newspapers and elsewhere, or in seminars, were all just talk, which was not translated into practice and action. The Central Committee had failed utterly to learn the lessons of Jordan or to address the need for a new strategy, he admitted, and instead held tortuous meetings, governed neither by B1. 88 reason nor YOGC. The Fatah Central Committee came under mounting internal pressure after July 1971, and decided to convene a general conference in early September as a means of containing dissent. 89 The impassioned debate inevitably focused on Interregnum 293. Responsibility for the defeat in Jordan. Arafat managed to deflect much of the criticism by immediately taking the floor to issue a powerful self-critique of his own, preempting his detractors and distancing himself from other members of the Central Committee. 90 The main target, in any case, was the hapless Caliph, who suffered blistering attacks for his propitiatory radio broadcast during the September showdown. 91 Adding insult to injury, many delegates accused him and the rest intelligence apparatus of failure to predict the full scale of the Jordanian onslaught. This was unfair, as Caliph and his lieutenants hastened to point out, since they had in fact provided detailed information on Jordanian preparations and plans. They had also warned, correctly as events had proved, that Iraq would not intervene on behalf of the guerrillas. 92 The real fault, they intimated, lay with the leadership that had ignored the evidence. Caliph was nonetheless shorn of responsibility for RASD, which was disbanded soon after the conference. Another issue of contention was the special relationship between Fatah and the PLO. Caliph, who evidently wished to repair his tarnished image, led the attack by arguing that Arafat's delegation of political authority to the PLO and the takeover of its departments since 1969 had led to duplication and to the bureaucratization of Fatah institutions. 93 He took the leadership to task for ceasing to be honest with the masses and ending the commitment to its slogans, adding that the choice now was to remain as we are, which means continuing towards the abyss and collapse, or to go towards the radical revolutionary solution, which destroys all that is negative in order to build a new construction without fear or hesitation. 94 Caliph pointedly reminded his audience that Fatah leadership is collective. There is no commander-in-chief. Arafat is a member like any of us. 95 Another delegate suggested that a different member of the Central Committee should become PLO chairman, leaving Arafat to focus on his duties as Fatah commander-in-chief and official spokesman. This, the argument went, would keep real decision-making power in the hands of Fatah and reduce the PLO to a FOR discussion with the other guerrilla groups. 9 A parallel line of debate was taken by the representatives of the once influential Kuwait branch, Salim al-Ziyanun and Ali al-Hassan. They revived the argument long put forward by Ali's younger brother Khalid that the substantial Palestinian military presence and mass organization was alarming to the Arab host states, and argued that the guerrilla movement was now more vulnerable than ever to government repression in Syria and Lebanon. 97 The experience in Jordan had proved the dangers of establishing guerrilla sanctuaries, and they proposed that Fatah should instead build a small, clandestine nucleus of well-trained commandos to conduct carefully planned and selective attacks on Israel. As Khalid summarized the argument many years later, guerrilla action inside Palestine requires fundamental discussion of its means and aims and study of the requirements of political success, such as a sober assessment of the political feasibility of each guerrilla attack. To put it simply, guerrilla action should 294 not merely be a means to deflate Palestinian anger or express rejection of the Palestinian plight, but rather part of an integrated military, political, information, and economic plan at the Palestinian, Arab, and international levels. 98 Proponents of this argument who had left Fatah by now added that the funds saved from such rationing of military forces in exile could be used to develop armed resistance in the occupied territories, which in turn required reorganization of nationalist political activity there. 99 Udwan, Zuhair al-Aloma, and Others Apparendi endorsed these views, but were roundly defeated. 100 Contributing to the defeat of the proponents of clandestinity was the loose grouping of leftist cadres that had coalesced shortly before the conference. Few were Marxists, and what principally defined their leftist label was their unremitting hostility to the Jordanian monarchy, commitment to organized mass action, and belief in the necessity of political intervention in the affairs of Arab states and societies, since passivity had made the guerrillas the victim in Jordan. 101 The majority were survivors of the democratic direction that had formed in the civilian organization in 1968-70, and were socially and ideologically distinct. From the Central Committee members whose political formation had been in the ranks of Islamist movements in Gaza and Syria. The leftists were especially bitter at the continuing disregard of the civilian organization and the leadership's lack of political accountability, and viewed the expansion of the full-time payroll as a bureaucratic disease. 102 Indeed, a document they presented singled out the construction of agencies at the expense of the civilian organization and the emergence of power centers. Marrakai's Kiwa FOR special criticism. 103 The leftist formation was strengthened by the addition of FOR Jordanian army officers Musa al-Amla and Said Musa Maraga, who attended private meetings held before the conference to coordinate a common stand. 104 The Central Committee was ultimately able to beat off all challenges at the conference, although Arafat reportedly stormed out of the hall 3 times during the heated debates, a ploy that was to become familiar in later years. 105 Proof of success was the re-election of 7 out of 8 surviving members of the Central Committee. Arafat and Wazir obtained 130 and 129 votes out of 133 cast, and even Khalif was reinstated. Udwan and Nimr Soleh now joined the committee to replace Walid Nimr and Mamdouh Sedem, the latter having died of cancer in July. 10 Only Ziyanun lost his seat, possibly because he threatened at one point to lead his formation out of Fatah. At the insistence of leftist reformers, the conference also formalized Fatah's internal statutes and rules of procedure in a new text, Al-Nizam al-Dakhili, which asserted the principle of leadership elections and defined the size and functions of the Revolutionary Council more clearly, and asserted the communist-inspired notion of democratic centralism as its own organizing principle. It also became possible for non-Palestinian Arabs to join Fatah as full members, for the first time. 107 The leftists made notable gains, as 10 were voted to the Revolutionary Council, among them Majid Abu Sharar, Secretary, Abu Quaik, Alush, Atta, Amla, Maraga, Husni Yunus, and Sabri al-Banna. Interregnum 295. The conference succeeded in obscuring the rifts within Fatah from the outside world, but personal rivalries and factional politics only intensified. Arafat responded to what he saw as direct challenges to his leadership by striving for greater personal control in the following period. He worked on 3 parallel tracks: to weaken potential contenders in the Central Committee, bring a growing number of Fatah forces and bodies under his direct command or influence, and strengthen his second power base in the PLO by reinforcing its central political and decision-making roles. This led to an unacknowledged struggle with his long-standing ally and co-founder Wazir, who had shown reservations about Arafat's political and military management on various occasions, and who had a loyal, if loosely associated network of supporters among the pre-1965 Fatah membership. Wazir had been criticized at the Conference for the poor performance of the occupied Homeland Bureau and relinquished it to a close ally, Udwan, but translated his general popularity to become Arafat's deputy as Fatah commander-in-chief. Arafat responded by forming a tacit alliance with Soleh, who in turn was building close ties with the leftist formation. The complex interplay of internal politics was revealed by the reorganization of Fatah forces after July 1, 1971. This started with the large number of Jordanian army personnel who had defected to the PLO in September 1, 1970 or following months. Fatah attracted the vast majority, and regrouped them in the Yarmouk forces, Kuwait al-Yanyuk, in early 1971. The brigade was based in Syria and numbered some 3,500 by the end of 1970 and 5,000 in July 1971, and settled at 4,000 by the end of the year. 108 The Yarmouk forces retained their conventional organization, with 3 infantry battalions, an artillery battalion and other combat support units, and a full complement of support units, medical, communications, engineering, supply, transport, and workshop. 109 The embryonic Fatah Air Unit, formed in 1968-9, was renamed Force 14 and attached to the brigade in 1971, having built up a modest corps of several dozen pilots and technicians trained in Algeria, Morocco, and Libya. 110 The Fatah Command initially viewed the Yarmouk forces as the nucleus of a liberation army along the lines of the Algerian ALN, that could defend guerrilla sanctuaries and counter threats from host governments. 111 The feelings of the rank and file were more mixed, however. The appearance of a large, well-armed, well-trained, and disciplined force almost overnight alarmed many Fatah cadres, who feared that the former Jordanian army officers might have Bonapartist ambitions. These fers were hardly allayed when some officers of the Yarmouk forces demonstrated their political independence by contacting other guerrilla groups, including the PDFLP and Ṣāyigh, to secure supplies and training. To assert its control and preempt Syrian or leftist influence, the Fatah Command in Syria, overseen by Wazir, borrowed instructors from the PLA Ain Jalut forces and the renowned Abu Hani Group. 113 Partly in order to prevent challenges from the Yarmouk forces, and partly to defuse complaints about its conventional military structure, the Fatah 296 Command formed a 200-man special unit with commando training. 114 However, the special unit and Force 14 were subsequently detached from the brigade and attached to the Central Operations Room, Fatah's equivalent of a general staff. On Arafat's instructions, the brigade was also shorn of its supply and transport sections, which were merged with Fatah services in the course of 1972. Its medical section was similarly absorbed by the PRCS, while the engineering section, grown to battalion size, was combined with the Fatah Engineering Service and later together subsumed under the PLO Fortifications Department. Ṣāyigh, who headed the political education branch in the Fatah General Command, meanwhile appointed leftist cadres as political commissars in the brigade. 115 Their relations with the former Jordanian army personnel varied sharply, and, whether or for this reason or to escape the rigid military discipline of the Yarmouk forces, a growing number of its officers requested transfers to the guerrilla units. Morale in the Yarmouk forces dropped steadily as a result of these various pressures, and suffered still further from the bitter rivalry between Commander Yazīd Ṣāyigh and battalion commanders Amla and Moraga. This started as a dispute over the formation of the brigade as a conventional unit, as Ṣāyigh favored, or its reconstruction as a guerrilla force. The rift quickly acquired a regional and clan character, as Amla lobbied personnel from the Hebron district against Ṣāyigh, who came from Nablus. Amla's own alliance with the leftist faction in Fatah meant that the political commissars inducted by Ṣāyigh enjoyed good working relations with officers of similar clan or regional background, while officers from the northern West Bank suffered systematic isolation and, on occasion, forced transfer to other units or even detention. 116 Jordanian intelligence agents FANNED the Flames, and Amman Radio gleefully reported that Fatah had cut funds from the Yarmouk forces and that 120 men had defected to Ṣāyigh towards the end of 1972. 117 Well-timed government amnesties in May and September prompted hundreds more to return to Jordan or emigrate to other Arab states, and by the end of the year brigade strength had dropped to 2,000, and sank to 1,200 to 1,600 in 1973. 118 The striving of the Fatah leadership for control was not limited to the Yarmouk forces, and extended in the same period to the guerrilla forces. Here reorganization came under the banner of Tajīsh, literally turning into an army. Arafat launched Tajīsh in July 1971 with the announcement that Fatah guerrilla units had been regrouped in two brigade-size formations, Al-Karama forces and Al-Thara forces, later renamed Al-Kastal. According to Arafat, the Yarmouk forces were a conventional brigade, but Karama and Thara were neither regular nor guerrilla. Using new methods in training, armament, exercise, and combat. 119 An obvious aim was to improve internal control and discipline, especially after the discovery that officers such as the widely respected commanders of the Golan Sector and Unit 41, Haj Hassan and Naim, had on several occasions considered assassinating Arafat and other leaders. 120 Another aim was to staunch the debilitating exodus of guerrillas from the ranks. Interregnum 297. Trying to find veteran guides and volunteers for dangerous, long-range missions into northern Israel in early 1972, Western Sector head Kamal Udwan was shocked at the lack of response. 121 The hidden purpose of THIRD-WORLDISM, however, was to offset the considerable clout of the Yarmouk forces. 12 Two survivors from the guerrilla bases in Jordan were meanwhile regrouped in a new Jordan sector, Qita al-Urdun, and deployed on the Golan front along with remnants of the mounted force, or added to the old Unit 404 and sent to South Lebanon. The person to whom responsibility for implementation of THIRD-WORLDISM was entrusted was Adila, a clever and ambitious officer who had been dismissed from the Jordanian army in 1968. He was given command of Fatah forces in South Lebanon in spring 1971, and seized the opportunity to build his own power base. An indication was his attempt to diminish the authority of Walid Nimr, the general command member who held overall responsibility for Syria and Lebanon, for example by ordering Fatah military police out of Lebanon. 123 After July, Adila's next step was to form a new unit, the Martyrs of September Battalion, Shuhada Ulul, comprising recruits from the Palestinian refugee camps in Syria and surviving guerrillas from Jordan. He also developed a tacit alliance with Yarmouk forces officers Amla and Maraga, building on the fact that both he and Amla came from Hebron. 124 Adila formed an even closer working relationship with Soleh, who assumed overall military responsibility for South Lebanon following the death of Nimr in July. Adila had already established a brigade staff for the Karama forces towards the end of 1971, and in early 1972 another former Jordanian army officer, Muhammad Badr, was assigned to command the Castle forces. The collapse of the Martyrs of September Battalion in the next few months prompted Adila to push THIRD-WORLDISM with renewed vigor, as a means of increasing his control. He now introduced formal ranks and a graduated pay scale to the guerrilla units, bringing them in line with the Yarmouk forces. Guerrilla sectors and units were renamed battalions and companies, and battalions were now tied to brigade headquarters for administrative and logistic purposes. This provoked a furor among the guerrillas, who were already deeply suspicious of the former Jordanian army officers and, indeed, of the Yarmouk forces as a whole. The guerrillas disdained conventional military behavior, such as saluting officers, and held firmly to their egalitarian ethics. Many commanders refused officers' rank and turned down their increases in pay. 12. 5. Adila had been overambitious and had implemented the changes too quickly. 126. A brief firefight involving artillery exchanges broke out between the guerrilla Golan sector and the Yarmouk forces in southern Syria, and guerrilla bases refused to receive senior Fatah officials. 127 In South Lebanon, dissenters from other units flocked to the Eagles of Arqub Battalion, which emerged as a cause of resistance to THIRD-WORLDISM. After several months had passed, Soleh and Adila suspended delivery of weapons, vehicles, and communications equipment to the dissenting units. Pay and FOOD supplies were not interrupted, but 298. Supplementary funds for incidental expenses and local recruitment were withheld. Matters carned to a head in mid-October, when the 302 sector in southeast Lebanon mutinied and detained officers of the Yarmouk forces. 128 Acting on the orders of Soleh and Adila, Margaha quelled the beginnings of a revolt in his own battalion by summarily executing the ringleader, and then surrounded the 302 sector, which also carned under artillery fire. Mediation by Wazir, Qatarni, and Algerian ambassador Muhammad Yazīd brought the mutiny to an end, after the death or injury of 30 guerrillas, and the 302 sector was disbanded and dispersed. The collapse of the mutiny signaled the end of serious dissent in other guerrilla units. They had failed to support the 302 sector partly because its commander, a former AOLP guerrilla named Abu Yusuf Qayyad who had joined Fatah in July 1971, was suspected, corrected, of ties to Syrian intelligence and the PLA Comrandant. 129 Other threats of open dissent in the same period were quickly preempted. An attempt during the summer to revive the Arab organization FOR Palestine, which had joined Fatah in 1971, was foiled by the arrest of ringleader Marwan Mufid and 16 others. 130 The Palestinian National Liberation Front had already broken away from Fatah under Hassan al-Sabarini in May 1, 1971 in protest at the lack of internal reform, and in summer 1972 it succeeded in attracting the commander of Fatah's special unit, Marnad al-Salah. However, his attempt to trigger wider defections in protest at the political deviation of the Fatah Central Committee failed utterly, and the group dissolved. 131 The Qa'id mutiny convinced Arafat that Saleh, Adila, and the Yarmouk forces commanders were dependable allies. His next move was to assert control over the Fatah Regional Command in Lebanon, which was becoming increasingly important as a base. Nayyar, who had handled the local Iqlim on behalf of the Central Committee since 1968, enjoyed good working relations with its head, Yahya Ashur. Like Nayyar and Wazir, with whom he was most closely identified, Ashur was a refugee from Gaza and a former member of the Muslim Brotherhood. Nimr was equally content to leave the civilian organization alone, managing military affairs through a special bureau set up in 1969 under veteran guerrilla Ahmed Ziad al-Atrash. He also shared the Iqlim's intense dislike of Arafat's nominee, Adila. 132 The deaths of Niranra and Saddam, both originally protégés of Wazir, and the exodus of the Fatah leadership from Jordan and Syria in 1971-2 left the Iqlim overshadowed. In the view of a senior civilian cadre, when the leadership left Amman for Damascus, they turned from masters of Jordan into a secondary role. Lebanon offered them an arena in which they could be masters again. 133 Wazir and Mahmoud Abbas remained in Syria, but the arrival of Arafat and other leaders in Lebanon quickly led to the familiar spread of paramilitary agencies and the rapid increase of salaried personnel. The ability of Central Committee members to use Fatah funds to construct competing power bases, usually headed by newly arrived cadres from Jordan, deepened local interregnum. 299. Resentment of Izdawajiyya, duality, with the civilian organization. In early 1972 Saleh attempted to divest the Iqlim of authority over the militia, much as he had in Jordan in 1969, by placing it under Ma'adh al-Abid, the inept former commander of northern Jordan. Arafat and Saleh followed up by dismissing Ashur, triggering a clash in the Tal al-Ziyātar refugee camp on June 10 and protest marches in the Shatila camp. The order was rescinded, but Abid and 2 of Arafat's military aides were added to the Iqlim. 134 Criticism of the leadership's performance in Jordan and of Tajish combined with hostility to the outsiders, namely the former Jordanian army officers in command and Ghazans such as Arafat, his brother-in-law and military administration head Mutlaq Hamdan, and David. 135 The struggle for control of the Iqlim ended after the mutiny in the 302 sector in mid-October. Ashur had not been involved, but Found Wazir unwilling to confront Arafat, and so reluctantly accepted alternative posting in Cairo. He was replaced by Yahya Habash, formerly Iqlim member in Jordan. Adila now became head of the Central Operations Room in Beirut, while Maraga took his place as commander of Fatah forces in the south. In the following period Arafat, operating through Saleh and the militia Command, itself attached to the Fatah General Command headed by Arafat, used militarization as a means of extending and consolidating his control over the civilian organization in Lebanon. This was easier in the case of organizational sections in areas which were relatively isolated or where Fatah had a concentrated military presence such as the Wavell camp in Baalbek, or the Bada'i and Nahr al-Barid refugee camps in northern Lebanon, which were home to training facilities and rear offices, but the leadership met greater difficulty in the Beirut and Sidon areas, possibly because it had to be more circumspect where the Lebanese state exercised its power more actively. Here Arafat resorted to the expedient of appointing military commanders to each section. By 1974 none came from the refugee community in Lebanon and ordered the wholesale detention of sections that resisted the replacement of local cadres. 13 In most cases the hapless military commanders eventually overcame the mistrust of their civilian counterparts, but the long-term consequence was an implicit tendency to deny Palestinian cadres from Lebanon equal opportunity to attend training courses abroad or attain senior rank. The PFLP in crisis. Unlike Fatah, the PFLP was unable either to obscure or to contain its divisions. The leadership structure it had devised in November 1970 was in shambles by mid-July 1971. Habash left Tajalun for Beirut in spring, while the supporting political leadership in Amman joined the general evacuation to Ajalun and was dispersed in the final battle. The PFLP was severely embarrassed to see Central Committee member Abdullah Hamouda, the outspokenly radical Central 300 Committee member known as the President of the Baka Republic, who had been taken prisoner at Jerish, deliver a bitter critique over Jordanian television in early September. 137 It promptly suspended him, but was more discomfited by the revelation that Zabri and Ahmed Farhan had escaped from Ajalun thanks to Jordanian intelligence chief Muhammad Rasul al-Kailani, who drove them to the Syrian border. These incidents were grist to the mill of the leftist cadres who dominated the supporting political leadership in Lebanon. As in the case of Fatah, the influx of senior cadres from Jordan provoked the anxiety of the local rank and file, who feared that the newcomers would monopolize senior posts and dominate the PFLP as a whole. 138 Latent tensions between cadres from the West Bank or Gaza deepened the rift. 139 The influence of the leftist faction was evident in the official report on events in Jordan in 1970-1. It blamed the right-wing, petty bourgeois Palestinian leadership for making the fatal error of waging an exposed confrontation in Amman, instead of conducting a classic guerrilla war, presumably in the countryside, but then accused the leftist groups of lackeyism and failure to assert their leadership of the National Front. 140 They were also guilty of gravely misjudging the balance of power in Jordan, and of mishandling relations with the nationalist Arab regimes, implicitly with Nasser. 141 Airplane hijacks and slogans such as "All Power to the Resistance" were examples of leftist adolescence, of the PFLP and PDFLP, in effect. 142 The PFLP leftists privately criticized their own rightist leadership for entertaining hopes of a coup in Jordan, and directed much of their ire at the special apparatus and Wadi Haddad, whom they believed to wield excessive political influence and financial control. The emphasis on purely political issues revealed the fundamental lack of attention to the practicalities of social and economic activities, and helped to explain why detailed criticism of public behavior and organizational procedure failed to lead to programmatic or structural reforms. The rift was forcefully revealed during a meeting in Beirut on October 5, 1971. The leftists launched a bitter attack on Haddad and his aides, forcing a decision to suspend hijacks and similar action against civilian targets, although attacks on vital imperialist interests in the Arab region were still deemed legitimate. 143 Habash referred to the sabotage of the Saudi oil pipeline in 1969 and to a rocket attack on an oil tanker in the Red Sea in June 1971 as examples of the sort of external operations that the PFLP would continue to mount. 144 So bitter was the debate that the PFLP was unable to reform the Politburo or Central Committee. Habash suggested a typical compromise: he, Farhan, and Zabri would lead the PFLP, while a 5 members supporting political leadership would stand in for both the Politburo and Central Committee. The branch in Lebanon would be headed by a regional command, that would in turn select a 5-member daily command, Qiyada Yawmiya, to oversee routine matters. The left was represented by Farhan, and considered Habash to be sympathetic to its Marxist rhetoric. It wielded considerable influence in the regional Interregnum 301 Command for Lebanon, and dominated the guerrilla contingent in the south through Commander Tariq Ali and Deputy Salim al-Darduni. 145 However, Haddad had been given control of PFLP finances and, his detractors charged, now cut off pay and supplies from the guerrillas. 146 The new leadership structure was paralyzed, as the PFLP remained riddled with cliquism and factions, Shilalaya wa Takadalat, and suffered from fragmentation, disorientation, and the lack of a leadership in control of events. 147 Increasingly impatient with the situation, the leftists unilaterally convened a conference of the leftist phenomenon on 4–8 February 1972. Present were the members of the regional commands FOR Lebanon and Syria, delegates from Kuwait and Iraq, delegates from the civilian organization in Tyre, Sidon, and Tripoli, and the military commanders in South Lebanon. The conference devoted part of its time to yet another harsh reappraisal of the role of the old guard leadership in Jordan, but reserved the most biting criticism FOR had. In their view, the hijacks he had planned represented a fundamental point of dispute between the left and right in the PFLP. Not only because they contradicted adherence to Marxist-Leninist theory, but also because they invited much damage to the Palestinian Revolution. 1.48. The multi-PLE hijacks of September 1, 1970 had been a particular disaster that, by arousing a media sensation, had permitted the Jordanian regime to launch its offensive and undermine the mobilization of the masses to meet the threat. 149 The leftists considered that Haddad had used external operations to build an autonomous power base, and resented his secretive control of finances. 150 They accused him of lavishing money on costly foreign adventures and of developing a network of private interests, and pointedly asked where the ransoms and protection money extorted from various airlines had gone. 151 An added accusation was that Haddad maintained questionable ties with Iraqi, and Egyptian, intelligence, FOR whom he conducted special missions without the knowledge or approval of the PFLP. 152. The leftist conference concluded with a secret resolution to form a parallel organization within the PFLP. Habash, who had attended the entire debate and showed sympathy to leftist calls for greater Marxist radicalization, Tajdher, appeared to give his blessing. However, he abruptly changed tack AFEW days later and joined the old guard in calling for a general conference on March 7. Habash no doubt wished to avoid an irremediable split, but an added factor was the threat by Haddad and his aides to secede from the PFLP and FORM, their own rival group. 153 Alarmed by Habash's apparent volte-face, the leftist leadership declared itself on March 6, and then announced the birth of the Revolutionary Popular Front FOR, the Liberation of Palestine, RPFLP, FOR days later. A major ITY of PFLP guerrillas in the south end of the student organization swung behind the RPFLP, along with section heads in several refugee camps. 154 The PFLP branch in Syria also came over, as did several cadres in Jordan, most notably Ghazi al-Khalili, now in prison, but there was little response in the occupied territories. 155. 302. Shortly after, the Lebanese branch of the Arab Socialist Action Party, ASAP, which had been set up by the PFLP in 1969, also suffered a leftist split. It had 600 to 700 members by 1972, many of them recent recruits attracted by its Marxist rhetoric. They disliked their evident subordination to the PFLP Old Guard, especially Iraqi-born ASAP Secretary General Hashim Ali Irbid Hamidi had in fact met Syrian officials in Damascus while preparing to secede, possibly with the mediation of the PDFLP, and later urged their COL leagues in the RPFLP leadership to cement ties with Syria. 159 The PFLP also accused Fatah and the PDFLP of plotting to weaken it and of providing the leftists with supplies and funds. 16-0 Both groups protested their innocence and declared their neutrality in the dispute, urging the PFLP Fations to resolve their differences peacefully. This was sheer hypocrisy, since both Fatah and the PDFLP had indeed assured the leftist Fation of support several weeks earlier. Khalif continued to channel funds to the RPFLP FOR the next FEW months. 161 These were not the only external forces involved, however. Unknown to the leftist faction, One of its leading figures, PFLP Regional Command Head Walid Kadira, had been an agent of the Lebanese Taqsim Bureau since 1963. In 1972 he encouraged the F-Asian to break away, but remained in the PFLP on the grounds that he could provide covert assistance to his friends in the RPFLP. The PDFLP had been even more closely involved with the creation of the RPFLP, despite its formal denials. 1-2 Hawatma and various Politburo and Central Committee members met their RPFLP counterparts on several occasions, and agreed to merge in a new leftist alliance. This did not happen, perhaps because the PDFLP was undergoing its own internal upheaval. The handful of senior cadres such as Bilal al-Hassan and Khalil al-Hindi, who had opposed the insurrectionary plans of the PDFLP conference in Jordan in August 1, 1970, had since left the ranks in disgust, while a small number of officers were demoted or suspended for dereliction of duty. 1-3 leading non-Palestinian cadres also left in 1971-2, among them extremist ideologues who complained that the PDFLP was now drifting towards moderation. 1-4 This was reflected in its increasing openness towards the USSR and in the attempt to formulate a new phased political program that set establishment of a national authority on any part of Palestine, rather than total liberation, as its interim objective. The PDFLP also suffered a blow when its Lebanese ally, the Lebanese Communist Action Organization, LCAO, suffered a debilitating split in 1972. The LCAO had formed in May 1, 1971 as a result of the merger of the Organization of Lebanese Socialists headed by Muhammad Kishli and Muhsin Ibrahim. Interregnum 303. And the Socialist Lebanon Movement, a smaller grouping of Ba'athists and Arab nationalists such as Fawaz Trabulsi. The LCAO espoused an eclectic leftist program that drew on several currents of Marxist thought, and based its appeal on support for the Palestinian armed struggle. It provided the dozens, even hundreds, of Lebanese volunteers without whom the PDFLP would have been hard-pressed to maintain a combat presence in Jordan and Lebanon in 1969-70.165. A substantial current in the LCAO felt that their organization and the PDFLP were insufficiently committed to people's war, however, and affected to the Palestinian groups, especially Fatah, in spring 1997. 2. 166. The LCAO now recalled those of its members who were still serving in PDFLP bases, causing a passing tension in relations. The PDFLP remained an established FORCE, whatever its passing difficulties, but the RPFLP went into immediate decline. Kadira had been the real driving FORCE in the leftist F-Asian, but his refusal to leave the PFLP left leadership of the RPFLP in the hands of Farhan, who lacked the same appeal or the charismatic authority of Habash. Farhan moreover had to contend with several equals, and so competing F-Asians quickly formed. Farhan advocated a special relationship with Syria, while Abu Ali Irbad and others drifted further to the left, influenced by the Chinese Cultural Revolution and the anarchic writings of the Tunisian-born Al-Afif al-Akhdar. Al-Akhdar himself left the RPFLP to form his own circle of young students and promote al-Majalisiyya, the formation of revolutionary popular councils to replace existing political organizations. Despite Fatah funding, the RPFLP was desperately short of funds. Some guerrillas rustled cattle or foraged FORFOOD across the border in Israel, while one of its leading cadres, PFLP security official Yunus Bujairami, organized armed raids on Lebanese banks and shops. 16 A growing number of RPFLP members left in the course of 1972, leaving a mere handful by mid-1973. In May, remaining members of the Politburo, Central Committee, Regional Command in Lebanon, and leadership, cadres, and bases in the Tyre district, as they somewhat grandly described themselves, revealed that the group had experienced constant rifts due to the lack of theoretical and cultural unity. They accused Farhan of dubious behavior, including the establishment of ties with anti-Marxist Kadhafi, and announced the dissolution of the RPFLP. Some joined the PDFLP, PPSF, or PFGC, while others, including Bujairami, eventually rejoined the PFLP.169, yet the PFLP could take little comfort from the collapse of the RPFLP. It had lost some 80% of its guerrillas, a sizable part of its student organization, and many members in Syria and Jordan. The real paradox, however, was that the secession of the left had not lessened internal tensions. If anything, the split forced the PFLP to address a question it had repeatedly ducked: what to do about Hadid and external operations, which had proved so costly. As Habash explained, the hijacks had damaged the front's international revolutionary relations. And we saw that the consequences might not affect the front alone but also the whole resistance and the liberation movement. 1I0 His 304. Concern with international relations was real. The PFLP had sought ties with the socialist countries since spring 1970, in parallel with Fatah and the PLO. China responded by inviting Habash in August, and in May 1, 1971 insisted that a visiting PLO delegation should include representatives of the PFLP, PDFLP, and Ṣāyigh, as the PFLP proudly noted. 171 The PFLP met severe criticism of its international terrorism from the USSR, conversely. When Habash arrived in Moscow at the end of an Asian tour in September 1, 1970, his Soviet hosts abruptly cancelled scheduled meetings in protest at the multiple hijacks to Jordan. This apparently had a sobering effect, as Habash cited Soviet pressure as a reason to suspend hijacks during the expanded Central Committee meeting of November 1, 1970. 172. The PFLP was nonetheless excluded from a top-level PLO delegation that accompanied Arafat to Moscow in October 1, 1971, during which the USSR made its first offer of training and direct arms shipments to the PL. 173 The PFLP, for its part, still had mixed feelings about the USSR. The internal report on the Jordanian conflict that it issued in August was critical of Soviet policy, arguing that Moscow did not wish the Palestinians to be in a position to block the Egyptian-Israeli ceasefire and the Middle East peace process, and so was implicitly content to see the guerrilla movement tamed and its claws cut. 174 Yet the informal PFLP conference in October registered satisfaction with the development of Soviet policy, and renewed the suspension of hijack operations. 175 Hadid was now instructed to brief the PFLP leadership fully before conducting any external operation. 176 He retorted that his detractors had compromised the security of several operations since early 1970, adding defiantly that the special apparatus would liaise only with Habash, and to lesser degrees with Hindi, security, Yamani, finance, and Kanafani, media. 177 The issue was pushed to the FORE when a Lufthansa flight from New Delhi was diverted to Aden on February 22, 1972. The PFLP denied responsibility, but the hijackers were under orders from Hadid, and received a $5 million ransom before releasing the passengers and aircraft. And the delegates to the PFLP's Third General Conference on March reacted firmly, voting to dissolve the special apparatus or external military sphere, al-Majah al-Askari al-Khariji, as it was vaguely labeled, because it had proved its inability to bridge the gap between military effectiveness and theoretical posrures. 17 An emergency military committee was set up instead, and later commented that Hadid's apparatus had become a large drain into which money poured. The PFLP had not turned its back on external operations altogether, though. PFLP members abroad were entrusted with some of the previous functions of the special apparatus because, as Habash explained, the end of hijacks did not preclude strikes against other Israeli, Zionist, imperialist, and reactionary interests outside Palestine. 180 Hadid and his aides strongly opposed these measures at the conference but failed to impress the other delegates. Only the first 3 attacks on passenger aircraft were deemed praiseworthy, because they had targeted the Israeli Interregnum 305 airline El Al.181. The rift had become so deep that the revised, Official account of the Third Conference released 9 years later referred to Haddad as the leader of the obstructionist right, who operated in his own private way and his individualistic rightist mentality, spending as he wished on external operations. Without referring back to the front. 182 The conference resolved to expel Haddad, the big symbol of the right. Angered, Haddad's aides Faiz Jabir and Subhi al-Tamimi now considered reviving their old group, Abtal al-Atta, and met Syrian Chief of Staff Mustafa Tlis and Military Intelligence Chief Hikmat al-Shihabi to request training facilities and material assistance. 18-3 Jabir and Tamimi refused the Syrian demand for an open break with the PFLP, however, and eventually left politics altogether. Haddad meanwhile utilized his private contacts including with Iraqi intelligence, and later with Algeria, Libya, and South Yemen and hidden funds to set up the PFLP international operations. He did not abandon the PFLP entirely, however, keeping close ties with his old friend Habash and channeling substantial funds to the PFLP over the next 3 years. Once again, the resolution of the dispute with Haddad brought little relief to the PFLP. The political report issued by the General Conference in March 1, 972 emphasized the strategic predicament facing the guerrilla movement. We face a more trying and difficult phase after July 1971, it admitted. The battles of September 1970 and Jerash Yuli 1971 raised questions about the ability of the resistance movement to realize hopes. Speculation about getting past this phase quickly was merely wishful thinking and unrealistic. It came to the grim, if unoriginal, conclusion that the guerrilla movement was on the straight GIC defensive. 185 Unable or unwilling to devise alternatives, however, the PFLP simply reaffirmed the notions of guerrilla war and people's war. An editorial in Al-Hadaf had reminded its readers as early as May 1, 971 that the Palestinian movement was still in a preliminary stage in which the laws and principles of guerrilla warfare apply. 18.6. The March 1972 conference report continued in the same vein, stating that the battle is a protracted people's war extending for tens of years. It is the only way. 18.7. To translate such sweeping slogans into a practical program, the PFLP set establishment of a nationalist government in Amman as the foremost task of the guerrilla movement. The report of August 1, 971 called for the formation of a united Palestinian-Jordanian front to overthrow the throne, using all means. 188. The March 1, 972 conference report asserted in similar vein that the battle with Jordan is central in the coming phase, it is the principal link in the armed struggle against the Israeli enemy. 189 Since the Palestinian right had proven its inability to lead the national front in this quest, moreover, it was up to the left to assume command. 190 Once again, PFLP ambitions far exceeded its capabilities. It played a minor role in the sabotage campaign waged against Jordan in late 1971, and abandoned this effort under the impact of its internal strife in 1972. The paucity of commentary on Palestinian affairs in Al-Hadaf after November 1, 971 gave eloquent evidence of the failure to devise a 306 workable strategy. Yet by its own admission a decade later, the PFLP continued to devote its primary effort in Jordan to the violent overthrow of the monarchy until 1975, to which end it formed the clandestine People's Party in July 1, 974.191. Any hope of tackling these problems was dashed when Habash was incapacitated by heart trouble in April 1972. His absence came in a period of competition between PFLP cadres to fill the senior posts left vacant by the recent defections. Competition was especially strong between the rank and file in Lebanon, most prominent of whom were Salah, Abd al-Rahim al-Tayyib, Umar Daesh, and Yunus al-Abd Taha, and the newcomers from Jordan. Hindi had a largely advisory role by now, and so leadership was effectively exercised by Zabri, Yamani, and Muslimi, implicitly representing the main constituencies, West Bank, Lebanon, and Gaza. Zabri succeeded in promoting his protégés from Jordan, Fuad Abd al-Karim and Abd al-Rahim Malou, to assume military command. So strong was the internal tension by now that the PFLP was later to state that it had suffered an undeclared split in 1972.192. Habash recovered enough from his illness to prevent an open split, and supervised the restoration of a central committee in February 1973 and a much reduced Politburo in June, which he headed. He also improvised and headed yet another body, the Central Leadership, Al-Qiyada al-Markaziyya, which was elected by the Politburo and remained the highest authority for years to come. This idiosyncratic approach to organizational structure and democratic centralism showed, as much as anything else, how the PFLP remained from its oft-repeated goal of transforming itself into an iron L. 193 in Reemst Party. Fatha, terror unleashed. Whereas organizational dislocation and fational disputes led to a decline in the external operations of the PFLP, in the case of Fatha they led to an unprecedented to terrorism, both local and international. This was the closest that Fatha came to devising a strategy to deal with the state of siege imposed on the Palestinian guerrilla movement, but it also drew much of its dynamic from the rivalry within the Central Committee between Khalaf on the one hand, and a tacit alliance of Arafat, Wazir, Nayar, and Udwan on the other. The latter group scored an important success during the Fatha conference in September 1971, by stripping Khalaf of responsibility for the Resd intelligence apparatus. Arafat, whose tensions with Khalaf went back to 1967, had in fact started to dismantle Resd several months earlier by ordering its personnel in Jordan to the Hama camp in Syria for retraining, where Walid Nimr sought to persuade them to leave the apparatus. Following the conference, Udwan drew some Resd cadres into the western sector where the likes of Subhi Abu Kirsh and Muhammad Bays later gained senior rank while others were detained on Interregnum 307. Various charges, exiled to PLO offices in Arab states, or dispersed to Fatha agencies. Finally, Resd was formally replaced with the Security and Information Apparatus, Jihaz al-Amnwa al-Ma'wan under Nayar. Khalaf attempted to salvage his position during the conference by taking responsibility for Fatha activity in Jordan, but was turned down. General Command member Muhammad Naim was instead made responsible for clandestine organization, ensuring Arafat's control. It was against this background that Khalaf's former lieutenant, Ali Hassan Salama, suddenly stole the limelight by masterminding the assassination of Jordanian Prime Minister Tal on 28 November. Salama had lost his seat on the Revolutionary Council following severe criticism at the conference for the failures of Resd, and resented the embattled Khalaf for not coming to his rescue. Embittered, he struck out on his own with the aim, as he confided to his associates, of using terror as the means for the rebirth of the revolution. Salama quietly recruited former Resd members to his cause. It is not clear if Khalaf helped, and named his group the Black September Organization, BS 0.194. The BSO shot its way to notoriety with the murder of Tal, and wounded the Jordanian ambassador in London, Zayd al-Rafa in an attack on 1 December 5. On February 6, 1972 it bombed a Dutch gas company and German electronics company that it accused of cooperating with Israel. Further terrorism came against a backdrop of increasing threats to the Palestinian movement. Most worrying were what appeared to be political challenges to the status of the PLO as the Palestinian national institution and potential interlocutor. This was demonstrated when a group of unaffiliated Palestinians in the West Bank and Jerusalem, most prominent of whom were former refugee Congress member Yazīd Ṣāyigh, Hamdi al-Farouqi Taji, and Muhammad Abu Shalbay, revived the call for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state in the occupied territories during 1971. The guerrilla groups were unanimous in their hostility, accusing the advocates of selling out. 195 suggestions from Egyptian President Sadat that the PLO should form a government in exile to assert its political presence were meanwhile seen as a ploy to draw the Palestinians into formal negotiations with Israel and similarly dismissed. Events now followed in quick succession: the final Battle of Ajalun, the assertion of Syrian control over the PLA, Israeli counterinsurgency in Gaza and raids in South Lebanon, and Lebanese restrictions on guerrilla activity. The sequence of events convinced the Palestinian leadership that a concerted effort was underway to marginalize it. 196 The Israeli announcement in early 1972 that municipal elections were to be held in the West Bank reinforced its concern that the mayors would be presented as an alternative leadership. Concern turned to alarm on March 15, when King Hussein proposed the establishment of a united Arab kingdom on both banks of the Jordan River. Arafat had been convinced since July 1971 that the expulsion of the guerrillas from Jordan was in return for Israel relinquishing parts of the West Bank that will 308 revert to the Hashemite throne, so that King Hussein bin Talal will become the only interlocutor on behalf of the Palestinian people in any coming peace settlement. 197 reports that the king was holding secret talks with Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir in early 1972 seemed to confirm these fears. 198 The PNC met in extraordinary session in April, and concluded that the PLO faced a joint Israeli-Jordanian attempt to implement the plan originally proposed by Israeli Foreign Minister Yazīd Ṣāyigh in 1968.199 The guerrilla groups responded with a renewal of the sabotage campaign against Jordan. Syria allowed raids to be launched from its territory for the next 3 months, in which Fatah and the PDFLP were most active, but Fatah also attempted to revive its clandestine organization in Jordan. Caliph saw this as an opportunity to gain political vindication and build a new power base, and eagerly took charge of the Jordan Affairs Bureau, Maktab Shu'un al-Urdun, that was established by the Fatah Revolutionary Council in March to organize operations in Jordan. 200 Aiding him was the Foremer Iklim head Sami Abu Quake, and their first recruits were Foremerized members. Sabotage was only one task, the Foremist goal being to construct a mass organization and eventually mount an armed insurrection. 201 The Bureau was given a monthly budget of 1 million Syrian lira, regarded as sufficient to pay small stipends for up to 20,000 MEM bears, should they be forthcoming. 202 However, Jordanian intelligence countered with customary efficiency, and mounted its own counter-campaign of disinformation and selective sabotage against the guerrilla movement in Lebanon. Sometimes conducted under fictitious names such as the Palestinian Eagles Organization or the Free Officers of Fatah. 203 The Jordanian army meanwhile increased patrols, minefields, and fencing on the border with Syria, taking the Palestinian effort to collapse by June. 204 Nayyar was preparing his own foray into international terrorism, albeit in a manner intended to take the struggle back to Palestine. 2 On May 8 a Foremer member of Haddad's special apparatus, Ali Taha, and 3 Fatah members hijacked a Sabina aircraft with 100 passengers on board to Ben Gurion International Airport, using the BSO name. 2 hijackers died and 2 were captured when Israeli commandos stormed the aircraft and freed the hostages. Fatah disclaimed responsibility, but observed that the BSO operation reflected new planning that surprised the enemy. On our own soil. 10. As telling was the boast in a Fatah publication that for 24 hours the attention of 100 million Arabs remained drawn to Lydda Airport, and for a whole day all revolutionaries caught their breath as they watched what was happening in the occupied Palestinian airport. The gaze of all parts of the world turned to ask what is happening there. 207 Fatah commented in the same manner when 3 members of the Japanese Red Army faction operating for the PFLP opened fire in the arrival hall of Ben Gurion Airport on May 30, killing 31 civilians and wounding 50 before being killed or overwhelmed by security guards. Udwan described this as an ordinary attack similar to any other attack conducted by a combat unit on a interregnum 309 settlement or military camp in any part of Palestine. 208 Such operations were proof, he added, that although our departure from Jordan deprived us of a principal base, it did not affect our combat abilities. 209 The drama of these terrorist attacks had a profound impact on Palestinian morale. As a Fatah cadre involved in BSO activities aptly explained, after Washfi Altai's death we had hundreds of applications from people wanting to join the BSO. Many, of course, were from our brothers in Fatah, some were comrades from the other organizations, and some were civilians in the diaspora who had not previously belonged to any guerrilla group. They were all saying the same thing: at last you have found the way to make our voice heard in the world. 210 The drama also appealed to Caliph, who had first raised the theme of an international effort against Israel and its US backers in October 1971. At that time, he redefined Palestinian enemies as a series starting with US imperialism, passing through the Arab regimes tied to it, and ending with Israel. This series forms a front, and we, if we seek success, must contact all forces that resist this front, whether they are in the Arab world or outside it. In June 1972, following the failure of his effort against Jordan, Caliph stated that to ensure our survival and await better circumstances meant extending Palestinian attacks to the external arena. We must follow new methods, our tactics must change. 212 The recent attacks on Ben Gurion Airport, he added, were a strategy adopted by the revolution to eliminate all challenges that prevent us from achieving our victories against the three circles of Arab reaction, the occupied land Israel, and American interests. 2:13. On September 5, 8 Fatah gunmen entered the Olympic Village in Munich, where they killed 2 Israeli athletes and took another 9 hostage. The hostages, 5 terrorists and a German policeman, died in a shootout at a nearby military airbase, and the surviving Palestinians were captured, as they attempted to leave the country. Although they used the BSO name, the attackers were all FOR members who had been transferred to a camp belonging to Nayyar's reconstituted Security and Information apparatus in Libya, where Caliph recruited them. Whether he did so with the knowledge of Nayyar or, more importantly, of Arafat, is unclear. Outwardly, Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan took the view that so long as people suffer oppression, then an organization like BSO is natural. 21 Arafat argued similarly that violent political action in the midst of a broad popular movement cannot be termed terrorism. It is appropriate in certain objective conditions, in a given phase. Israel retaliated with extensive raids on Syria and Lebanon, killing 200 people, of whom 40% were civilians, according to Israel, or 300 people, of whom 75% were civilians, according to Syria. 215 Terrorism served a distinct function in distracting the rank and file and tacking the initiative to various FOEs, but in private Arafat and his colleagues were increasingly aware of the costs. Caliph was outflanking them by using the BSO title. The political penalty in terms of international support and public opinion was mounting, and Israel was exacting a heavy toll in the way of reprisals. 310. Car bomb killed PFLP spokesman Ghassan Kanafani on July 8, while letter bombs injured PLO Research Center Director Anis Saidi on July 19 and Al-Hadaf editor Bassam Abu Sharif 6 days later. Between October and January 197, 3 Israeli intelligence bombed other Palestinian targets in Paris and Beirut, sent letter bombs to PLO officials in Algeria, Tripoli, and Cairo, and assassinated the Fatah representatives in Rome, Wail Zouaitair, Paris, Mahmoud al-Hamshari, and Nicosia, Hussein Abu al-Kher. The BSO attack in Munich marked the turning point for the Palestinian leadership, as it catapulted Caliph to the FOR in Fatah politics and threatened any diplomatic gains made by the PLO. The genie had to be put back into the bottle. 216 First to FOR Saki international terrorism were Salama and Nayyar. Salama had organized the bombing of a fuel storage depot near Trieste on August 4, wounding 18 people, but had left Fatah since then to seek a civilian job in Kuwait. Nayyar had shifted strategy after the Sabina hijack in May, directing his effort to the construction of a new security apparatus designed to conduct special operations inside Israel, in coordination with Ghadwan's Western Seconds Tour. 217 The shift was signaled by a senior aide, who argued that the Palestinians must smash the siege on all fronts. In combat, by increasing our ability to strike the enemy at the heart of his occupation, which requires more direction towards the land and people. In propaganda, we must penetrate the wall of silence and distortion and reach our masses. With carefully planned operations of armed propaganda. And in organization, we must redouble our efforts to put our ranks back in order. 218 The implications of turning off the terror tap were not lost on Caliph. 219 A BSO team under his control seized the Israeli embassy in Bangkok on December 28, but embarrassed him by abandoning its hostages and demands in return for safe conduct to Egypt. A new wave of letter bombs reached Israeli and Jordanian officials in January 1, 973. It was at this point that Wazir and Dudwan accused Caliph of plotting to assassinate his rivals in Fatha, and placed one of his senior aides under arrest. 220 Caliph had spent much of his time since the Munich attack on the move in order to avoid Israeli vengeance, and now avoided Beirut entirely. He had not given up, however, and warned that whoever prevents us from fighting the enemy from his territory compels us to adopt complete clandestinity and to expand the battlefield. 221 Fatha disavowed Caliph's support for external operations and clandestinity, but the significance of his statement became apparent when the Jordanian authorities announced the arrest of a 17-member Fatha team that had entered the kingdom in mid-February. Its orders had been to take the Prime Minister and U.S. Ambassador hostage, or, failing that, to attack Parliament or the Royal Palace. 222 The guerrillas were sentenced to death, and the Jordanian army stepped up its purge of Palestinian personnel, reportedly expelling 200 and placing another 1,000 on dismissal lists. 223 The abortive operation in Amman followed a slight moderation of PLO policy towards Jordan, as the PNC session in January 1, 973 had abandoned its Interregnum 311. Call for the overthrow of the monarchy. However, speculation in the next few weeks about the possible establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories revived suspicions that the Arab states intended to start peace talks with Israel in the absence of the PLO. As Nayar angrily commented, the guerrillas refused to join the game of the Arab regimes that seek partial or surrenderist solutions. 224 This may have influenced the Fatha decision to allow a final BSO attack on the Saudi embassy in Khartoum on March 8, in which 2 U.S. ambassadors and a Belgian diplomat were killed after being taken hostage. According to Caliph, who was probably in direct command, the original aim had been to coerce Saudi Arabia into securing the release of the Fatha team captured in Jordan a few weeks earlier. 225 Arafat was implicated once the attack had taken place, but it is not clear that he or other members of the Fatha Central Committee had prior knowledge of it. The Khartoum attack marked the end of Fatha's foray into international terrorism, but the violence was not yet over. On 2 February 1 Israeli commandos attacked guerrilla offices in the Bada'i and Nar al-Barid refugee camps in North Lebanon, killing nearly 40 Palestinians, mostly PFLP-MEM Bears. 226 More devastating still was the commando raid on the heart of Beirut on April 10, in which Nayar, Udwan, and PLO spokesman Kamal Nasir died. The Israelis also seized files from Udwan's home containing details of the clandestine organization in the occupied territories. Fatha and the PFLP had recently agreed to coordinate their activities, and regarded the loss of the documents as a catastrophe. 227 The raid had an immediate effect on Fatha politics. Yazīd resumed his old post as head of the western sector instead of Udwan, while Hayal Abd al-Hamid was brought into the Central Committee to replace Nayar as head of security. Arafat mended relations with Caliph, who was appointed by the PLO Executive Committee a few months later to coordinate and unite the intelligence effort of all the guerrilla groups. None complied in the event, but he used the opportunity to build the PLO Unified Security Apparatus, Jihaz al-Muwahhad, as his new power base. Arafat meanwhile recalled Salama from Kuwait to head his personal bodyguard, the nucleus of what later became known as Force 17. The Palestinian-Israeli war in the shadows was nearly over, but for a final exchange of attacks and counter-attacks in the next FEW months. Most were the work of Haddad's special apparatus or of a F-Asian that had broken away from Fatha in 1972 under one of its financial controllers, Muhammad Abd al-Ghaffar. Abd al-Ghaffar based himself in Libya and secretly coordinated his activities with the Fatah representative in Baghdad, Sabri al-Banna. He was responsible for terrorist attacks on Rome and Athens airports in spring 1973, and was gunned down a year later on the orders of Arafat, with the knowledge of Yazīd and Abbas. 228 Haddad organized the hijack of a Japanese Airlines flight to Libya on July 20, prompting a hasty denial of responsibility from the PFLP. 229 A further attack in the Athens airport terminal left 3 passengers dead and 55 wounded on August 5, and on August 10 Israeli fighters compelled a middle 312 East Airlines flight to land in Israel in the hope of capturing Habash, who was supposed to be on board. 230 By this time, Palestinian public opinion had shifted sufficiently for the PLO to condemn the latest terrorist attacks officially. It was about to attend the Non-Aligned Movement Summit Conference for the first time, and viewed continued terrorism as a blow to its diplomatic status. Arafat had slowly brought the Fatah military and civilian wings under control since summer 1972, and was placing himself in an unassailable position of command in the PLO as a whole. This was evident, for example, in his success in persuading the PNC in January 1973 to approve the establishment of a higher military council for the PLO, thereby placing an additional strand of military authority over the other guerrilla groups in his hands. The problem that remained unresolved, however, was how the guerrilla movement was to resume its effort to attain its goal of national liberation. Guerrilla attacks against Israel had dropped to 670 in 1971, and then to 271 to 35 in 1972. 231. In Syria, the guerrillas had been ordered away from the border following the Israeli airstrikes of September 1, 1972, and were banned from combat activity altogether after further heavy clashes between Israeli and Syrian forces in January 1, 1973. 232. Development of the armed struggle, and of the construction of political and social institutions, was now concentrated almost entirely in Lebanon. The Jordan Syndrome in Lebanon? The PLO position in Lebanon was tenuous, and had come under growing pressure since a 2-day Israeli search and destroy mission in the south in mid-September 1, 1972, in which 30 guerrillas, 18 Lebanese soldiers, and 25 to 80 civilians died. 233 The Lebanese government declared a state of emergency in the country, and the army demanded the evacuation of illegal guerrilla bases and offices in the Bint Jbeil and Qina districts. The Maronite-dominated rightist parties renewed their opposition to the presence of the 5,000 guerrillas now estimated to be in the country, and called for the abrogation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement that regulated official Palestinian-Lebanese relations. 234 Anxious to restore these aims, the PLO agreed to vacate a number of border bases and reiterated its pledge to suspend cross-border attacks, and was in return allowed to maintain rear offices and depots in the prohibited zones. 235 Arafat stepped up his visits to Maronite political and religious leaders, and even donated a quantity of rifles to the Falangist party as a token of friendship. The new modus vivendi held for several months despite clashes on 8 to 9 December in which for guerrillas and 2 Lebanese soldiers died, but the resumption of guerrilla cross-border attacks at the beginning of 1973 revived the tension. The social crisis in Lebanon was deepening, as police clashed with striking workers and protesting farmers in the capital, and the various parties stepped up paramilitary training and acquired weapons. Worried by the Interregnum 313 potential for civil strife, the PLO Executive Committee impressed on its members the need to avoid the eruption of an all-out and large-scale confrontation with the Lebanese authorities. 236 It faced growing challenges from the militant guerrilla groups. However, the PFGC deployed 150 guerrillas in the Bint Jbeil in early February in direct violation of the PLO commitment to the government, but was compelled to withdraw after pressure from Fatah and a frank warning from the Lebanese army. 237 The RPFLP and PPSF also aroused Lebanese ire, and on March 22 PLO military police arrested members belonging to both groups who were wanted by the authorities for armed robbery. The Israeli commando raid of 2 February 1 polarized Lebanese opinion sharply. Falangist leader Yazīd called for control over guerrilla action, because the world will then support Lebanon and Israel will cease its aggression. 238 He later added that any force that is above Lebanese law and government is the greatest violation of Lebanese sovereignty, and warned that in such a situation there cannot be proper and permanent coexistence with the guerrillas. 239 The assassination of the 3 Palestinian leaders on April 10 posed a greater challenge. Sunni Muslim Prime Minister Yazīd Ṣāyigh accused the army of failing in its duty to defend the capital and tendered his cabinet's resignation. An embarrassed President Suleiman Frangieh informed the PLO that the Lebanese authorities could not ensure protection of the refugee camps, and reluctantly allowed it to acquire weapons and build fortifications necessary for their defense. 240 The PLO now increased its guards and stepped up patrols in the Fakhani district of Beirut, where it had numerous offices, and brought modest quantities of anti-tank rockets, light mortars, and machine guns into the refugee camps. The Maronite establishment, for its part, was evidently alarmed by the fact that 250,000 people, 10% of the entire population, had turned out for the PLO funeral in Beirut, while tens of thousands marched in other cities and towns. 241 It resumed its campaign to abrogate the Cairo Agreement, and demanded the removal of PLO heavy weapons from the refugee camps. Government troops entered camps on several occasions and seized Palestinian arms stores along the border with Syria, while undercover agents posing as guerrillas instigated a number of incidents. 242 Possibly in retaliation, unknown assailants attacked the oil tanker farm at Zerani on 1 April 4. The PFGC complained a fortnight later that the Lebanese army had arrested 18 guerrillas in separate incidents. 243 As the tension mounted, Lebanese security personnel at Beirut airport arrested 3 members of an unidentified Palestinian group attempting to smuggle explosives aboard a flight to France on April 27. Later that evening, a bomb was thrown from a speeding car at the house of the Jordanian ambassador to Lebanon. 244 On April 30 a Lebanese army patrol arrested 3 PDFLP members in Beirut. The PDFLP retaliated by taking 2 Lebanese soldiers hostage the next day, prompting a deployment of Lebanese armor around the 5 Palestinian refugee camps in the Beirut area at daybreak on May 2. The Army Command 314 demanded the release of its soldiers by 1 a.m. and, when the deadline passed, ordered its forces to open fire. Amin al-Hafiz, who had replaced Salam as caretaker prime minister, attempted to mediate in the afternoon, but was overruled by Frangieh, the Army Command, and the Minister of Interior. The PLO was convinced that the authorities had used the kidnapping incident as a pretext to launch a premeditated offensive, but privately also held the PDFLP partly responsible for the crisis and compelled it to return its hostages. 245 This enabled Hafiz to arrange a ceasefire that evening, but the army went over his head to announce a curfew in most parts of Lebanon, and then resumed fire the next morning. Although the authorities made no public statement of their demands, Frangieh and the anti-guerrilla faction in the government and army command had made it clear that they sought to replace the Cairo Agreement with a new accord that would place the guerrillas and refugee camps under government control and reduce the PLO to the limited status it enjoyed in other Arab states. 246 A Fatah radio broadcast from Syria now drew the conclusion that America has declared war on the revolution. Our enemies have agents, lackeys, and clients in Lebanon and elsewhere, and hinted that the adversary would not be deterred by advice and reason alone. 247 The PLO Executive Committee was more circumspect, calling on the Arab states to help stop the bloodshed, in which it detected bad intent. 248 Egyptian President Sadat and Sudanese President Nameri both expressed concern, and the Arab ambassadors in Beirut called on the authorities to secure a ceasefire. 249 Most serious was the announcement from Ṣāyigh Secretary General Muhsin, who now headed the PLO military department, that the PLA and other Palestinian forces in Syria had been placed on standby for intervention. At the same time, an official statement from the department signaled the desire to pull back from the brink, asserting that we regret the necessity of taking these precautionary measures and reaffirm our concern to contain the crisis within the limits it has already reached, and express the utmost desire to avoid confrontation. 251 Unknown to the Lebanese authorities or the PLO, Syria was secretly planning to launch war on Israel in conjunction with Egypt. It envisaged a support-ive combat role for the PLO in South Lebanon, and viewed the instigation of clashes as a distinct threat to its strategy. Muhsin's statements coincided with an urgent telephone conversation between Syrian Chief of Staff Hikmet al-Shihabi and Lebanese Army Commander Iskandar Ghanem, but to little avail. 252 The Lebanese army disregarded the Syrian signals, and ordered further armor and infantry attacks on the refugee camps and then sent the air force into action for the first time in its history. Lebanese soldiers also killed 2 Fatah and Ṣāyigh battalion commanders in an ambush in the south during the day, and seized the isolated Dbeya refugee camp after nightfall. Fatah responded by ordering rocket attacks on Lebanese air bases and by bringing 3 guerrilla battalions from Syria into the south on 3 to 4 May. Lebanese opposition militiamen wrested control of the inner quarters of Sidon and Tripoli, while the guerrillas pushed. Interregnum 315. From the Arqub towards the Beirut-Damascus highway and army positions in the central Bekaa Valley. The PLO had demonstrated its ability to punish the army, although it remained largely on the defensive FEAR of triggering Israeli intervention. 253 At the same time, it cited the experience of Ordon in 1971 and the more recent assassination of Palestinian leaders in Beirut to justify its unwillingness to permit any reduction of its military presence or extraterritorial rights in Lebanon. 254 Several Arab states moreover supported its stance by citing the same historical precedents. 255 The PLO drew the lesson that any willingness to whittle down the Cairo Agreement would only lead to further accords in a descending spiral towards ultimate liquidation. 256 A statement from its Executive Committee on May 5 stressed these themes. It stressed that the PLO had acted only in self-defense, but added that the Palestinians are spread out in all parts of Lebanon and are capable of extending the confrontation to other areas. To warn against any attempt to modify the Cairo Agreement, it pointedly reminded the authorities that we would have extended the battlefield to all other areas, if we had any intention of undermining the accords. 257 The Army Command finally suspended offensive operations in the afternoon of May 5, after breaking the 3 previous ceasefires. It had come under pressure from Hafiz, who had threatened to resign on May 3, and was worried about the loyalty of its Muslim rank and file. 8 officers and pilots were reportedly court-martialed for disobeying orders, while others sabotaged heavy weapons to prevent them being used against the PL. 258 Yet the anti-guerrilla offensive was strong enough, not least thanks to the backing of Frangiyah, to declare a state of emergency and resume hostilities during the night of 7 May. 259 Frangiyah and the Army Command had overreached. On May 8 the opposition called on its armed followers to take to the streets in support of the PLO, and Hafiz formally tendered his resignation in the evening. Sadat recalled his special envoy from Beirut in protest and declared full backing for the PLO, but most alarming was the Syrian decision to close the border with Lebanon to all traffic. 261 Retreating hurriedly, Frangiyah accepted a new ceasefire that night, but the Army Command stubbornly continued shelling, airstrikes, and sporadic probes against the refugee camps and guerrilla bases during the night and next day. Its inability or unwillingness to mount major ground operations made such activity meaningless, however, and it finally accepted a lasting truce in the evening of May 9. The active combat phase of the crisis was over, but the Army Command strove to salvage some gains during the negotiations that were held with a PLO military delegation over the next week. It demanded a complete inventory of Palestinian armament, removal of heavy weapons and outside personnel from the refugee camps, and subordination of the guerrillas to Lebanese civilian jurisdiction. 262 Another demand, reportedly, was the relocation of 40,000 refugees in the camps around Beirut and a reduction of guerrilla strength in the country to its level prior to November 1, 1969. 263. On May 14 Frangiyya expanded. 316. The list by adding questions about the cessation of cross-border attacks on Israel, government control over the refugee camps, restriction of PLO political and information activity, and curtailment of PLO relations with the Lebanese opposition. 264 To exert pressure on the PLO, the state of emergency was kept in force and the army arrested numerous opposition activists and guerrillas. Official media stressed their privileges and excesses, describing the PLO alliance with the opposition as interference in the country's domestic politics and referring obliquely to the Palestinians as aliens. 265 Frangiyya also indicated his wish to reduce the number of refugees in Lebanon, now estimated at 300,000. 266 The PLO saw little reason to give way. The Lebanese economy had suffered an estimated $43 million in losses, and Syria stressed that it would not lift its blockade until a satisfactory settlement was reached. 26 In the meantime, the Lebanese opposition called for the lifting of the state of emergency, punishment of the officials responsible for the crisis, and formation of a government acceptable to all Lebanese. 268 As significant was its call for restoration of the national balance in the army command, a clear and unprecedented allusion to Maronite ordinance. 269 Little wonder that the authorities sought to disengage the PLO from the opposition, the latter replied angrily to this attempt, while the PLO pledged that it would not abandon its allies. Encouraged, the PLO Executive Committee stated on 10 May that it had agreed to put an end to the bloodshed in Lebanon, so long as this is not at the expense either of the rights of the revolution or of the Cairo Agreement, which we regard as the basic foundation of relations between us and the authorities. 271 It followed that the refugee camps would remain firmly under PLO control, and that there would be no disarmament or removal of any category of weapons. 272 Arafat meanwhile assured the Arab leaders that we endeavored from the outset to avoid fratricide, but were surprised by the premeditated offensive that compelled us to fight in defense of ourselves and our people, while exerting efforts to contain the clash in the interest of the sovereignty, stability, and security of Lebanon. Subsequent PLO statements repeatedly argued that the guerrilla presence did not pose a threat to Lebanese sovereignty, while Arafat and other senior PLO officials sought to reassure the Maronites that the PLO saw ties with all sectors of the Lebanese masses, implicitly not just the Muslims. 274 At the same time, the PLO military delegation refused to discuss anything but consolidating the ceasefire during the first 3 days of talks. This was aimed at preventing renegotiation of the Cairo Agreement, and the PLO weekly warned on May 13 that any change in the accord will lead to new clashes. 216 2 days later, Frangiyya relayed his readiness to accept the Cairo Agreement in letter and spirit if the PLO would discuss practical modalities for implementation. 277 There was to be no return to the status quo ante in Beirut, where the PLO had seized greater defensive depth around its headquarters and offices in the Fakhani district, or in the south, where the guerrilla reinforcements called up. Interregnum 317. From Syria during the crisis were to stay. 278 In return, the PLO met Lebanese concerns by renewing its pledge to cease attacks against Israel from South Lebanon, and by agreeing to observe specific stipulations on personnel number bears and armament levels in the refugee camps and elsewhere. 279 These terms circumscribed the Cairo Agreement to some degree, but were incorporated in a new annex, dubbed the Mel 1 Art Protocol, that was formally approved by both sides on May 17. 28. 0. 3 days later Hafeezi resumed activity as Prime Minister, and the state of emergency was lifted on May 23. The PLO had extracted significant concessions with a limited military effort, and for a relatively modest death toll of 35-40 PLO members, 37 Lebanese soldiers, and 60-70 civilians. 281 Ironically, the PFLP, PFGC, and RPFLP objected to what they saw as unnecessary PLO concessions and conducted a handful of attacks on army posts, but the PDFLP contritely adhered to the latest accord. 282 The anti-guerrilla affiliation in the army command was not reconciled with the outcome either, and continued to harass PLO and Lebanese opposition activists and migrant Syrian workers for several weeks longer. It gradually relented, allowing the punishing Syrian blockade to be lifted in early August. The rightist Maronite parties now renewed their secret training and armament programs with the private encouragement of Frangieh, who instructed the Lebanese Taqsim Bureau to provide them with covert assistance. 283 The guerrilla groups, Fatah included, meanwhile increased military assistance to their Lebanese allies. 284 The May events, as they were dubbed, were to prove a rehearsal for the civil war that was to erupt in 1975. They also launched the PLO state within the state in Lebanon. A territorial base assured, what it sought was the political opportunity for the assertion of the statist option. This was to be unexpectedly provided in October, when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel. Th's page intentionally left blank. Partill. The State in Exile, 1973–1982. On October 6, 1973, Egyptian and Syrian forces launched simultaneous attacks along the length of the Suez Canal and on the Golan Heights. The IDF gave way at first, but mounted successful counterattacks on both fronts over the next 16 days. Iraq dispatched a 20,000-strong expeditionary force to assist the Syrian army, while Jordan and Morocco sent smaller forces. Algerian and Kuwaiti units supported the Egyptian army, and PLO units fought on both fronts and mounted cross-border attacks from South Lebanon. The conflict cost Israel over 2,800 dead and an estimated 109 aircraft, and 840 tanks, while Egypt and Syria, and their Arab allies, lost another 8,500 dead, 447 aircraft, and 2,554 tanks. One massive resupply efforts by the US and USSR that started on October 9 provided the immediate needs of the combatants and made up for most Israeli and Syrian equipment losses over the next month or two, but the death toll shook Israel and led to a formal inquiry into the failure to predict the Arab attack. The Arab oil-producing countries decided on 1 October 7 to cut production by 5% until Israel relinquished the territories occupied in 1967. 3 days later, Saudi Arabia imposed a 10% production cut and an embargo on sales to the U.S. following Nixon's request to Congress for $2.2 billion in aid to Israel. The embargo, which was not lifted until mid-March 1974, exacerbated the world energy crisis that had already started to build up a year earlier, sharply raising oil prices and taking the war to the industrialized nations and oil-importing third world countries. The October War showed Arab solidarity at its peak. From that point onwards, divisions set in that ultimately rent the wartime alliance completely asunder, leading by the end of the 1970s to a level of fragmentation not seen since the start of the Arab Cold War in 1958, if ever. Setting the pace was the Egyptians striving for peace with Israel, around which the strategies and recessions of other regional actors and the superpowers were effectively structured. Indeed, Presidents Sadat and Assad had disagreed about the conduct of combat operations and timing of ceasefires even during the war. The rift deepened with the conclusion of a bilateral agreement to disengage Egyptian and Israeli forces in January 1, 1974, which Syria saw as a blow to its own bargaining position. It persevered in a low-level campaign of military attrition on its front until the end of May, when it accepted a similar disengagement forces. Under the terms of the agreement, Syria at last endorsed UNSCR 338, the ceasefire resolution issued on October 22, 1973, as the basis for a lasting peace, and in so doing, 320 accepted UNSCR 242 of November 1, 1967, which had been cited in the preamble. The Egyptian-Syrian rift coincided closely with the divergence of US and Soviet policies in the region. Kissinger had become Secretary of State at the end of August 1, 1973 and, with the embroilment of President Nixon in the Watergate scandal, played the primary part in shaping U.S. foreign policy. His approach was to dismantle the combined diplomatic, economic, and strategic pressures mobilized by the Arab coalition, while initiating bilateral negotiations that would move only incrementally from interim arrangements to matters of substance. He therefore worked in the following period to neutralize European, Japanese, and Third World support for the Arab position, deny the USSR, and UN, a substantive role, lift the oil embargo, encourage Arab moderates versus radicals, and reassure Israel of U.S. support while lobbying Congress to back his diplomacy. The special US-Israeli relationship was crucial, because it would compel the Arab states to seek satisfaction of their diplomatic aims from the U.S. To this end, Nixon waived repayment of $2.67 billion of a total of $4.42 billion in military assistance provided to Israel during the war, and in 1974, Gerald Ford, who became president in August, approved an increase in economic aid to $575 million in 1975 and $1.12 billion in 1976, from $92 million in 1974, and additional military aid of $489 million and $2.84 billion in the same years. 3 Starting immediately after the October War, Kissinger pursued a strategy of step-by-step diplomacy that staggered negotiations on each Arab front, while keeping the principal focus always on the Egyptian-Israeli track. Sadat, for his part, had concluded in 1972 that détente reduced the scope for countries such as Egypt to manipulate superpower rivalry to their advantage. Alignment was likely to be more effective, especially given his added belief that the U.S. held all the cards in the region. Kissinger drove the point home shortly after the war, stating that the USSR can give you arms, but the United States can give you a just solution which will give you back your territories. 4 Sadat sought more than territory, however. Egypt owed the USSR $4 billion in military debts alone, and set a severe balance of payments deficit. The Arab states provided $500 million in official aid after the war and considerable bilateral assistance and multilateral investments. $200 million in a pipeline company and $840 million in the defense-related Arab organization for industrialization from the Gulf Sheikdoms, for example, and credits totaling nearly $2 billion from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iran alone for reconstruction, but this was insufficient to maintain the Egyptian economy as it was then structured. 5 Sadat initiated an open door, in FIDA, economic policy in March 1974, but realized that Egypt had to resolve the conflict with Israel if it was to attract substantial Western aid and capital. Soviet demands for payment for the arms supplied during the war angered him, especially as the USSR halted Egyptian rearmament by ceasing further deliveries after November 1, 1973. He made his feelings public with increasing bitterness after March 1, 1974. In parallel, he lobbied to lift the oil embargo against the U.S., and received Nixon on a much publicized state visit to Egypt in June. 321. The consolidation of US-Egyptian ties alienated the USSR and Syria. The FORMER had co-sponsored an inaugural peace conference in Geneva on 2 December 1, 1973 and maintained a neutral attitude during the Syrian-Israeli disengagement talks, but came to the realization in late 1974 that the US intended to deny it a more effective role in the peace process. Assad had received Nixon in Damascus in June, and Foreign Minister Abd al-Halim Khattam relayed his interest in further negotiations to Kissinger in August, but the Syrian president reached the conclusion by autumn that Israel sought to split Syria and Egypt. The immediate consequence was the defeat of the attempt that Kissinger had launched in July to draw Jordan formally into the peace process, by suggesting a token disengagement in the Jordan Valley. There had in fact been no combat on this front during the war, but the purpose was to prevent the PLO from supplanting Jordan as the interlocutor for the occupied Palestinian territories. However, Syria, backed by Saudi Arabia and other Arab states, played a key role in ensuring Arab recognition of the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians during a summit conference in the Moroccan capital Rabat at the end of October. Brezhnev next demanded the reconvening of the Geneva Peace Conference during a meeting with Ford in late November, and a joint Soviet-Syrian statement issued on February 1, 1975 echoed the demand. 6 There was not to be another meeting in Geneva nor, it seemed for a few months, any other progress in the peace process. Former Israeli ambassador Yitzhak Rabin had taken over from Golda Meir as prime minister in June 1974, but governed uncomfortably in tandem with Defense Minister Shimon Peres and Foreign Minister Yigal Allon. The fragility of the Israeli government and increasing outspokenness of the right-wing nationalist opposition impeded further negotiations with Egypt, and on March 22, 1975 Kissinger somberly announced the suspension of his mission. A 3-month hiatus followed, during which the attention of the U.S. administration was drawn to the final collapse of its allies in Cambodia and South Vietnam, but the assassination of Saudi King Faisal on March 25 and the spread of clashes in Beirut after mid-April aroused new concern for Middle East stability. Kissinger resumed his shuttle diplomacy in June and was rewarded with the conclusion of the Sinai 11 disengagement agreement between Egypt and Israel on September 4. He also signed 3 secret documents with Israel, 2 dealt with military and economic assistance, the future shape of the peace process, and other matters of common strategic interest, but the last committed the U.S. not to deal with the PLO until it recognized Israel's right to exist and accepted UNSCR 242 and 338. In his own view, the idea of a Palestinian state run by the PLO is not a subject for serious discourse, although he was willing to authorize a document written by his deputy assistant for Near Eastern Affairs Harold Saunders, who stated that the legitimate interests of the Palestinian Arabs must be taken into account in the negotiating of an Arab-Israeli peace. 7 The battle lines in the Middle East peace process had been drawn, and would 322 remain largely unchanged for the next decade, if not until the very end of the Cold War. This was to the marked disadvantage of the PLO, that had won unprecedented Arab and international recognition in the year following the October War. Its initial success was partly due to its willingness to modify its objectives and strategy, exemplified by the resolution of the PNC in June 1974 to establish a fighting national authority on any Palestinian soil vacated by Israel. This fell far short of offering recognition of the Jewish state, let alone coexistence, but it implied readiness both to enter into indirect negotiations and to put off the total liberation of Palestine, if not abandon it altogether. The diplomatic strategy of the Fatah-dominated PLO mainstream from this point onwards was to bring Arab, Third World, and European pressure, both political and economic, to bear on the U.S. The purpose was twofold: to place Palestinian statehood on the negotiating agenda, and to assert the PLO as a valid interlocutor. Demonstrative military action against Israel would reinforce this approach, by underlining the ability of the PLO to spoil any peace initiative that excluded it. This strategy went hand in hand with the continuing statist transformation of PLO structures and politics, and with the struggle to capture the hearts and minds of the Palestinians in the occupied territories. Both Syria and the USSR supported PLO moderation, reflected in the coalition between their respective Palestinian allies, Ṣāyigh and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and the dominant Fatah. This failed to impress the rejectionist groups, most important of which was the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, that received growing political and material support from Libya and Iraq starting in late 1973. Libya had formed a stillborn union with Egypt at the end of August, but turned firmly against its partner for accepting the ceasefire in October and then concluding the 2 disengagement agreements with Israel. Iraq also explained its attitude with reference to pan-Arabism and the commitment to the destruction of Israel, but had more prosaic reasons. In spring 1974 Iran had reactivated the Kurdish rebellion in northern Iraq, as part of Kissinger's strategy of neutralizing opposition to his Middle East diplomacy. The completion of a Syrian dam on the Euphrates River in April 1, 975 aggravated tensions with Iraq, which complained angrily of the harm done to its agriculture by the reduced flow of water. The resolution at this point of the dispute with Iran over use of the Shatt al-Arab waterway allowed Iraq first to crush the Kurdish guerrillas, and then to devote greater effort to reinforcing the internal opposition to Syrian President Assad and his diplomatic partner, PLO chairman Arafat. The irony was that the intrinsic incompatibility of Syrian and PLO diplomatic strategies was already undermining the partnership. On the one hand, Syria was determined to acquire leverage over the peace process and compensate for Egyptian unilateralism by remaining a rival axis under its leadership comprising Jordan, the PLO, and Lebanon. Israeli Prime Minister Rabin deepened Syrian resolve in February 1, 975 by stating that Syria would not regain the Golan Heights even in a peace treaty. 8. It responded by remaining a joint political 323 and military command with the PLO in March and high-level coordination committees with Jordan in June. Syria proposed a formal alliance between the three parties following the conclusion of the Sinai II disengagement agreement in September, but this aroused the disquiet of the PLO, which suspected, not incorrectly, that King Hussein still hoped to supplant it as the interlocutor for the Palestinians of the occupied territories in eventual negotiations with Israel. 9. The PLO faced a dilemma. Its diplomatic strategy was based on preserving good working relations with Egypt in the hope of conducting an indirect dialogue with the U.S., but it faced intense pressure within its own ranks and from Syria, and the USSR, to oppose both Egyptian and U.S. policy. The result was outward solidarity with Syria, but private determination to pursue an autonomous diplomatic course, free of Syrian influence. The Lebanese civil war brought these implicit tensions to the fore, varyingly pitting Iraq, Egypt, and, most importantly, the PLO and Syria against each other in 1975-6. In Lebanon itself, the political system, in which senior political and military appointments were allocated according to a confessional balance agreed at independence in 1943, had been under increasing strain since 1967. The establishment of Palestinian guerrilla sanctuaries in the south, massive social and economic dislocation caused by Israeli counterinsurgency campaigns, and emergence of the PLO's state-within-a-state brought tensions between the country's dominant Maronite Christian community and the Muslim majority to crisis points in 1969 and 1973 over government policy towards the PLO. The October War exacerbated the situation. The booming revenues of the oil-rich Arab states attracted regional capital away from the Beirut money market, fueling inflation and outward migration of labor while providing resources to the PLO and allied Lebanese leftist and Muslim militias. After the war, Sunni Prime Minister Rashid Karami challenged the unwritten National Pact of 1943 by stating his interest in running the office of President, always held by the Maronites. Shiite Imam Musa al-Sadr, leader of what was now the largest single community in the country and certainly the most impoverished, among the Lebanese, posed another challenge by holding two mass rallies in which thousands of armed followers took part in spring 1974. The sharpening of regional rivalries in spring 1975 meant that all the ingredients for conflict in Lebanon were present. Assad regarded the country as the western flank of Syrian defenses against Israel, and viewed the instigation of clashes by Maronite militias in Beirut in April as a threat inspired directly by Kissinger's shuttle diplomacy. 10. Arafat was also worried and initially sought to defuse the conflict. However, the Syrian attempt to impose an alliance with Jordan after the Sinai II disengagement agreement prompted a shift. Arafat now sought to assert the PLO as the central power broker in Lebanon and guarantor of the cohesion of the state, hoping in this way both to safeguard its presence and to enhance its regional stature. Positionality now set the PLO and Syria on collision course. It led the Fatah-dominated PLO to challenge the compromise. 324. Solution to the Lebanese crisis brokered by Syria in February 1, 976 and to seek realignment with Egypt. It also led Syria, which feared that a takeover of Lebanon by the PLO and its Lebanese allies would trigger Israeli intervention, to intervene first and impose Pax Syriana on the country with considerable force. Iraq and Egypt pursued their own feuds with Syria by providing the PLO with material aid, until Arab summit conferences in October and November brought the conflict temporarily to a close and paved the way for inter-Arab reconciliation. The regional outlook was brightened by the inauguration of a new U.S. administration under President Jimmy Carter in early 1977, whose pronouncements on the need to resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict and provide for a Palestinian homeland persuaded the principal Arab interlocutors that negotiations on a comprehensive peace with Israel might at last be at hand. However, they were forced to revise their expectations after the electoral victory that brought the Likud party to power in Israel in May. The disappointment was greatest for Sadat, who had lobbied insistently since 1976 for an Arab Marshall Plan worth $1.0 billion to compensate Egypt for war losses and assist its economic recovery. He was dissatisfied with a $2 billion commitment by the Gulf Sheikdoms to a special development fund and disgruntled by their demands for austerity and stabilization measures. 11 Under severe economic pressure and frustrated by U.S. inability to maintain the joint peace initiative launched with the USSR in October 1977 in the face of Israeli opposition, Sadat once again took dramatic action. On November 9 he announced his intention to visit Jerusalem in an attempt to relaunch the peace process with Israel, taking even his own advisors and ministers by surprise. On 1 September 7, 1978 Sadat and Begin signed preliminary accords in the presence of Carter at the presidential retreat of Camp David, and on March 26, 1979 concluded a peace treaty formally ending the state of war between their two countries. The Egyptian-Israeli peace process paralleled the deterioration of superpower relations. Soviet allies had made striking gains in Indochina and Southern Africa in 1997 4-5, to which the U.S. responded with stepped-up military assistance to their local rivals. Sadat abrogated the Friendship Treaty with the USSR on March 15, 1976, possibly to attract increased funds from the Gulf Sheikdoms, took up anti-Soviet causes in Zaire, the Ogaden, and Afghanistan in the next 3 years, and ordered the expulsion of remaining Soviet diplomats and technicians from Egypt in September 1981, shortly before his assassination by Egyptian Islamists. The U.S. had meanwhile committed $3.5 billion in economic aid to Egypt by 1979, and rewarded it for signing the Camp David Accords with an arms package worth $1.5 billion over 3 years. 12 For its part, the USSR had already upgraded ties with the PLO in 1974, and in 1976 undertook major expansion of political and military relations with Libya and increased its support for the Polisario Front in the Western Sahara. It backed Ethiopia against Somalia in the Ogaden War in 1977 and South Yemen in its border war with North Yemen in February 1979, and admitted the FORMER to the Warsaw Pact in 325 October. The USSR had assisted leftist groups that took part in the Islamic Revolution in Iran in January and resolutely opposed the Egyptian-Israeli Accords, but its most controversial act was to invade Afghanistan in December, prompting the U.S. to suspend ratification of the SALT II agreement and impose trade sanctions in response. The Second Cold War was well and truly underway. As in the late 1950s, the escalation of superpower rivalry decades later coincided with the polarization of inter-Arab politics. Syria, Algeria, Libya, South Yemen, and the PLO formed a steadfastness and confrontation front in December 1, 1977 to counter Sadat's peace initiative, although the Fatah-dominated Palestinian leadership was in fact loath to sever all ties with Egypt. Iraq had attended the deliberations but refused to join the front. It saw an opportunity to fill the vacuum in Arab leadership left by Egypt's defection, and sought to head a broader coalition. It had the assets, massive oil wealth, that had in turn financed the military build-up, and nuclear program, deemed necessary to match the major expansion of Iranian armed forces and grandiose regional ambitions of the Shah. The conclusion of the Camp David Accords and the start of the Islamic Revolution in Iran provided Iraq with the opportunity. Its agents and sympathizers within the Ba'ath Party had waged a violent campaign against the Syrian government since 1976, but at the end of October 1, 1978, the two adversaries announced their reconciliation with the publication of a joint national charter. A week later, Iraq made its bid for leadership by hosting a summit conference and marshalling the Arab states, except Oman, Sudan, and Djibouti, to impose collective sanctions on Egypt. The conference also decreed substantial annual grants to Syria, Jordan, and the PLO to assist their steadfastness over the next 10 years, with an added subvention for the occupied territories. The PLO was able to extend and deepen its status transformation to an unprecedented degree. The newfound Arab solidarity was to last no longer than its Iraqi-Syrian core. Iraq had demonstrated its non-alignment by openly opposing Soviet policy on a number of fronts, from Afghanistan, through the two Yemens and the Horn of Africa, to the Western Sahara, and by diversifying the sources of its arms and other imports. In contrast, oil-poor Syria remained entirely dependent on its commercial, economic, and military relations with the Soviet bloc, and loyally backed the Third World policies of the USSR. More important in both cases were domestic developments. Saddam Hussein assumed the Iraqi presidency on July 16, 1979, and 12 days later announced the discovery of a Syrian-led plot to overthrow his government. He took personal part in the execution of 7 RCC members and 5 other senior officials, and summarily imprisoned or dismissed 44 others. Assad was probably innocent of the charge, but FA said a growing threat from the outlawed Muslim Brotherhood, which had for some time waged a violent campaign against Alawi domination and the alliance with the USSR. On June 16 it effectively declared all-out war with the massacre of 32 unarmed cadets at the military academy in Aleppo, and the state. 326 The Stat en Exile, 1973–1982. Responded with corresponding ferocity, culminating in the ruthless suppression of an uprising in Hama in February 1982, in which 5,000 to 10,000 people died. Deepening its anger was the emergence of a tacit axis between Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, and by July 1, 1980 it was accusing the latter publicly of arming and training the Muslim Brotherhood. 13 Syria concluded a mutual defence treaty with the USSR in August, formed a union with Libya and aligned itself with Iran following the Iraqi invasion in September, and massed its troops on the border with Jordan when the latter hosted an Arab Summit conference in November. The Arab-Israeli peace process was at a complete standstill, despite the continuation of talks between Egypt and Israel over Palestinian autonomy in the West Bank and Gaza. The PLO struggled to revive the indirect dialogue with the U.S., but the election of Cold War warrior Ronald Reagan as president in November signaled a return to the pro-Israeli stance of the globalist school in U.S. foreign policy, as opposed to the more even-handed regionalist approach of the Carter administration. In any case, the Fatah mainstream was constrained by the Palestinian opposition, which was its peak, bolstered both by the backing of the Arab Steadfastness Front states and the USSR and by its own following in the occupied territories. Little, too, was left of the Arab pillar of the PLO's diplomatic strategy with the Iraqi-Syrian FEUD, Iran-Iraq War, decline of Gulf oil revenues, ostracism of Egypt, Libyan involvement in Chad and confrontations with U.S. aircraft in the Mediterranean, and Algerian-Moroccan rivalry over the Western Sahara. The PLO was moreover beset by the proxy conflict waged in Lebanon by the proxies of Iraq, Syria, and Iran, and by the Israeli campaign of attrition that had persisted since 1978. Heavy clashes had also pitted Syrian forces against the Maronite militias in Lebanon since 1978, and in spring 1981 Israel raised the stakes by sending its air force into action and triggering the missile crisis with Syria. It demonstrated its reach again with the destruction of the Iraqi nuclear reactor in June, and on November 30 signed a memorandum of strategic cooperation with the U.S. that committed both parties to confront threats to the Middle East from the USSR or Soviet-controlled forces. 1 On December 13 Israel extended Israeli law to the Golan Heights, Effectively annexing them, the U.S. suspended the agreement with Israel in protest, but vetoed a UN security resolution condemning it. Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon now redefined the sphere concerning Israeli strategic interests expansively as extending beyond the confrontation states to the outer Arab countries. And countries like Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and areas like the Persian Gulf and Africa, and in particular the countries of North and Central Africa. 15 The Begin government was in fact intent on challenges closer to home. It sought to subdue Palestinian nationalism in the occupied territories, and to this end resolved to destroy what it considered to be the source of its inspiration and leadership, the PLO state in exile in Lebanon. However, the trigger came from afar. Having suffered severe reverses in the war with Iran during the spring, Iraq sought a means both of reducing the 327 pressure and of avenging itself against Syria, which had provided Iran with military supplies and blocked the financially vital export of Floraki oil through its own territory. Israel was known to be planning an invasion of Lebanon, and on June 3, 1982 Iraqi intelligence gave it the needed pretext by attempting to assassinate the Israeli ambassador to Lebanon. His page intentionally left blank. 13. At the crossroads. The October 1973 war. Surveying its situation in summer 1973, the PLO had more reason to feel secure than at any time since the conflict in Jordan. The May events had stabilized a new balance of power in Lebanon with the backing of Syria and Egypt, while the suspension of guerrilla attacks in the south brought welcome relief from Israeli reprisal raids. The assassination of the three PLO leaders in April and the recent confrontation with the Lebanese army had moreover served to unite the Palestinian rank and file. Arafat took advantage of these developments to confirm the PLO as the central decision-making body in the Palestinian arena, prevailing upon the various guerrilla groups to unite their security, militia, and information agencies within new PLO departments. 1 A central news agency, Wafa, and an official weekly, Filastin al-Thora, Palestine the Revolution, had already been established at his insistence. The unification of the other departments was at most token, but even nominal acceptance of the principle reflected growing acknowledgement of PLO status and of Arafat's personal stature. One consequence of the consolidation of Fatah's dominance in the PLO was to revive tensions with Syria. As on previous occasions, this took the form of a renewed contest between the PLO Executive Committee in Beirut and the PLA Command in Damascus. PLA Chief of Staff Baderi had intact sought continuously throughout 1972 to tighten his control, starting in El Arouari with the dismissal of Qadisiyah Forces Commander Muhammad al-Tayyib and the appointment of Muhammad Zaran as Hidden Forces Commander in June. In October he reacted to a rash of defections and resignations of junior officers by ordering all personnel to surrender their passports to the PLA command for safekeeping. 2 An open dispute with the PLO was finally triggered at the end of December by the expulsion of 67 members of the PLFI-PLA Zayd bin Haritha battalion in Jordan, who were accused of secret membership in Fatah. 3 The PNC convened shortly after, and Fatah seized the opportunity to call on the PLA command to retract its recognition of the battalion, to which Baderi, supported by Ṣāyigh, responded by arguing for reconciliation with Jordan. 4 Fatah accused the PLA of isolation from the guerrilla movement, and was backed by Ain Jalut Forces Commander Fathi Said al-Din, who stated that the PLA rank and file supported PLO policy against Jordan. 5. 330. Shrugging off the criticism, Baderi oversaw the expansion of the PLA in the next FEW months. The 414 and 423 anti-aircraft battalions were FORMED, and attached to the Hidden and Qadisiyah forces, respectively. This was also a means of absorbing and controlling PLA personnel originally trained in Iraq and Egypt. Abdullah Siyam and Saib Alajiz commanded battalions, and Abdullah Jalud and Muhammad Tamraz headed new fire support companies in the Qadisiyah forces. All were Fatah supporters and FORMED refugees from Gaza, as were the head of operations, General Staff, Mahmoud Abu Marzuk, Brigade Chief of Staff Jamal Abu Zayd, and Staff Officer Fakhri Shakhdura. Another FO Ghazan, Ghazim Hanna, had headed the PLF/PLA Misab bin Umayr battalion in Lebanon since October 1, 972, replacing Majid Sharar, to which the Ghazan Yusuf Raja al-Rudai and Iraqi-trained Kamal Kajami were also assigned. A new rocket artillery unit was FO and armed with 30 single-tube 122 mm launchers confiscated from Fatah in 1969, but it was now trained, ironically, by Fatah. 6. The 415 Artillery Battalion was also FO in 1975. By now, the PLA the hidden forces had up to 3,000 men and the Qadisiyah forces 1,500. The expansion of the PLA apparently encouraged its command to challenge Fatah openly in July. This was evident from its monthly magazine, Sawt Filastin, which opposed the domination of one group among the resistance forces. 7 The PLO Executive Committee countered by creating the new post of Conductor of Army Affairs, Musayir Umur al-Jaish, to which it assigned a loyalist PLA officer. This was a direct challenge to Badari's status, and when Fatah and the leftist guerrilla groups renewed their demand for the withdrawal of remaining PLA personnel from Jordan in September, the Syrian authorities irately closed down the Fatah radio station in Dara. Syrian anger was also reflected in President Assad's refusal to inform the PLO that Syria and Egypt were about to launch a war against Israel. Sadat had in fact told a Fatah delegation in mid-August that the two Arab states intended to mount a surprise attack in the near future, and revealed that Assad had insisted that the only PLO officials to be informed, if any, were PNC President Khalid Al-Fahim, Ṣāyigh Secretary General and PLO Military Department Head, Muhsin, and Badari. In September, Sadat asked Arafat for the contribution of guerrilla and PLA units to the Egyptian war effort. The Syrian command had assigned battle missions to PLA units in Syria, but made no request for assistance from Fatah. It moreover ignored repeated PLO requests for an official briefing in the last 2 weeks before the war. 9 Syrian distrust was not entirely misplaced, as Fatah had already conveyed the information received from Sadat to the other guerrilla groups and told its own rank and file that a limited Arab offensive was in the offing. Palestinian opinion was divided. Some Qatars were eager to end the stalemate with Israel, but others believed that the planned Arab attack was no more than a theatrical gesture designed to break the diplomatic deadlock, and would lead to a negotiated settlement with Israel that would leave Palestinian goals unfulfilled. Whatever misgivings it had, Fatah sent a guerrilla company to at the crossroads 331. Egypt on October 1 and placed its forces in Lebanon on the alert in the evening of October 5, having been given the precise timing of the attack the day before. 10 The PLO was thus in a position to make a modest contribution to the war that broke out on October 6. On the Golan Front, the three commando battalions of the PLA hidden forces made ground and hellebomb assaults on fortified Israeli hilltop positions, seizing one, while the Qadisiyah forces were initially held in reserve and then participated in counter-attacks on the Israeli forces that successfully pushed into the Hiran plain in a later stage of the war. Ṣāyigh's Khalid ibn al-Walid battalion also conducted an abortive hellebomb assault, while its Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini battalion conducted reconnaissance and tactical support for the Syrian army. Fatah's Galilee battalion gave similar support in the southern sector, and its naval unit helped guard the Syrian coast against possible Israeli landings from October 6. 3 days later, as the Israeli counter-offensive got underway, Fatah also responded to urgent requests from the Syrian command for the deployment of its 3rd Battalion on Mount Hermon and for the supply of a large number of RPG-7 anti-tank launchers and rockets from its stores in Damascus. 11 Following the ceasefire that ended the war, the Syrian command asked Fatah to mediate in the dispute with Iraq, which threatened to withdraw the 20,000-strong expeditionary force it had sent to the front in protest. 1-2 By then, the PLA had lost 44 dead and missing, while the guerrilla groups lost 77 killed, of whom 57 belonged to Ṣāyigh. 13 On the Egyptian front, The PLA Anula forces had been deployed on the eastern shore of the Greater Bitter Lake since mid-1968, with the exception of the year spent in Syria in 1970 to 1. Strength had declined to 1,200 to 1,500, due to the Egyptian policy prohibiting induction of new recruits, and armament remained light. 14 The PLA was asked to assign 50 soldiers for missions behind Israeli lines in northern Sinai in the first week of the 1973 war, but saw no further action until October 14, when it observed Israeli preparations to cross the Suez Canal. 15 The Egyptian command disregarded its repeated warnings, even after FORUARD PLA patrols reported sighting 3 Israeli armored vehicles on the west bank of the canal on 16 October. 16 The PLA was not directly involved in combat until October 20, when its outposts clashed with Israeli armor in Wadi Jamis. Its FOR battalions had been dispersed by October 23, 2 were trapped when the IDF surrounded Suez City the next day, while the other 2 escaped encirclement and rejoined the Egyptian army at Dashur. 1 The PLA lost 30 killed, 70 wounded, and 45 prisoners on the Egyptian front during the war, while Fatah's special unit, which had been flown to Egypt during the war, lost an additional 18 dead or missing. 18 The PLO also opened what it called the Third Front against Israel from South Lebanon. Its explicit aims were to distract Israeli attention and divert IDF resources from the Golan Front by mounting guerrilla attacks on northern Israel, and to impede Israeli attempts to outflank the Syrian army by advancing through the southern Bekaa Valley. 19 The PLA command also instructed the 332 The State in Exile, 1973 to 1982. PLF/PLA to deploy reconnaissance and artillery observation teams on the western slopes of Mount Hermon, to assist the Syrian garrison holding the summit. 2 Fatah guerrilla battalions that had been guarding refugee camps in other parts of Lebanon were now rushed to the south. 21 Arafat enthusiastically called on PLO forces to increase blows against the enemy's communication routes, his assembly centers, his vital targets, within the occupied territories and along the borders. 22 Over the next 16 days, Israel suffered 140 attacks, and at least 23 settlements, the PLO claimed 42, were shelled or otherwise hit. While the IAF lost a helicopter and a Phantom F-4 fighter bomber to guerrilla ground fire. 23 The attacks only ceased on October 29, when the Lebanese government requested the PLO to observe the ceasefire that had been declared on the Egyptian and Syrian fronts 5 days earlier. By then the PLO had redeployed its units in prohibited areas of the border region, an important gain, FOR which it had effectively paid with the lives of 44 guerrillas. 24 The PLO was unable to replicate this level of military activity on the Jordanian front or in the occupied territories, however. Fatah and the PDFLP had suspended their sabotage campaign against Jordan in mid-1973, and on 1 September 8 King Hussein declared an amnesty, as a result of which most of the 800 Palestinian security prisoners were released, among them Fatah Commander Atta, PDFLP Politburo member Salah Arafat, and senior PFLP cadres Mutar, Hamuda, and Khalili. 25 However, a PLO request to deploy a token FORCE of 100 guerrillas in Jordan during the October War was firmly denied. 26 A direct appeal from Sadat failed to sway the king, prompting public PLO condemnation of Jordanian policy. 27 Guerrilla squads attempting to infiltrate from Syria were turned back by Jordanian border patrols, and by the end of the war had suffered 15 casualties in Jordanian minefields. Another 103 guerrillas detained in these attempts were released in a second royal amnesty on 3-1 October. 28 The PLO compensated partially for the difficulties it faced in Jordan by organizing a jump in armed attacks against Israeli targets in the occupied territories, from 36 in September to 78 in October, and another 5-1 by the end of 1973. The PLO had played a minor military role in the war, but it was rewarded when the Arab Summit Conference in November recognized it as the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, Despite strong Jordanian reservations. 29 It received similar recognition from the non-aligned movement, and rapidly expanded its links with the socialist countries in the following months. The war offered a historic opportunity, but also posed major challenges. The PLO could seek to join the peace process, taking advantage of the demonstration of Arab military, political, and financial power to make territorial gains. At the same time, to join the regional system and engage in negotiations with Israel would mean a radical departure from the goals and slogans raised by the Palestinian national movement since 1948. In essence, the debate was about the historic nature and purpose of the Palestinian national movement, as the revolutionary and statist options were now brought into direct conflict. Indeed, it was not. At the crossroads 333. Certain that such options were available, giving rise to an intense and deeply divisive debate within the PLO and dominating its internal politics for years to come. Palestinian political institutionalization took increasingly overt statist FORMs, and the quest for a territorial base became paramount, ultimately turning the PLO-FROM a state within the state in Lebanon more broadly into a state in exile. Opportunity or threat? Barely had the guns fallen silent along the Suez Canal when Sadat announced that discussions were underway with the two superpowers with the purpose of convening a peace conference in Geneva, to be attended by the parties to the Arab-Israeli conflict. He insisted that the Palestinians would be represented, but failed to specify who would represent them, the PLO, other Palestinian interlocutors, or an Arab state. 30 Behind this approach was the widespread Arab perception that the recent war and use of the oil weapon had reinforced Arab diplomacy, paving the way for a comprehensive peace settlement that would restore all or most of the territories occupied by Israel in 1967. The terms of reference for the Geneva Peace Conference reinforced this view, since their basis was UN Security Council Resolution 242, which stipulated Israeli withdrawal and resolution of the Palestinian refugee problem in return for mutual recognition and security for all states in the region, including Israel. The PLO had consistently rejected UNSCR 242, objecting that it reduced the Palestine conflict to a mere refugee problem and embodied permanent Israeli possession of nearly 80% of Palestine. Yet its pragmatic wing now perceived a tangible shift in the correlation of Arab-Israeli and US-Soviet power, that suggested the likelihood of obtaining concrete gains through diplomacy. Indeed, Arafat had been struck by a joint US-Soviet statement in June that spoke, for the first time, of the legitimate interests of the Palestinian people. 3 He sent secret messages to the U.S. administration over the next few months expressing willingness to coexist with Israel. 32 The war allowed a more open and fundamental shift. As SAIC's Secretary General Musin argued, it had altered the way Palestinians perceived reality. Previously, they had desired war for the sake of war. We wanted more to fel that we were able to fight, than to attain clear and coherent aims specific to the phase. The recent war, conversely, had eliminated the feeling of impotence, and so it is no longer permissible for the Arab nation or the Palestinian national movement to remain the prisoner of romantic thinking. What is now demanded of it is to define what it wants, within a realistic framework. 33 The challenge was to recast the PLO within a statist framework in terms not only of institutional structure, but also of political aims and programs. Musin explained that conclusion of peace between the Arab states and Israel, no longer an improbable prospect, would render the PLO in its current 334 formulation unable to continue and survive. What was needed was a new formulation to pursue the national struggle and prevent dispersal of the Palestinian people. The PLO had to avoid the FATE of the All-Palestine Government and the Arab Higher Committee, which became names without content and lifeless bodies from the very end of the 1948 war. 34 Fatah Central Committee member Khalif argued to the same purpose. Looking back over 6 decades of Palestinian history, he observed that the fatal error of the previous Palestinian leadership had been to relinquish its cause to the Arab governments in 1948. Now, In 1973, it was imperative to prevent the Arab governments from taking the initiative away from the Palestinians again. The international and Arab environment had changed since 1948, however, and so the PLO needed to translate its long-standing principles and aims into a realizable and unprecedented program suitable for the current phase. 35 Once again, Musin came closest to an explicit formulation of the statist goal. In order to avoid the fatal errors of 1948 and after, the PLO had to place the construction of a national Palestinian Authority at the center of its concerns. Any revolution, he explained, has to strive to establish power, or else ends in nihilism. Power is not an evil that pollutes the revolutionaries. No revolution is worthy of the name unless its ultimate goal is to establish revolutionary power or a national authority that can pursue the goals of the revolution by using the instruments of government and power. 36 The problem was how to acquire and exercise power over Palestinian territory, without making historic concessions that would deprive the new authority of political legitimacy. Musin tackled the issue obliquely, avoiding mention of sovereign statehood, since that would involve negotiation and coexistence with Israel, but blurring the issue at the same time by playing on the confusion in Arabic between the concepts of state power and that of authority, both denoted by the word al-sulta. 37 These views were expressed in seminars, Oregon panel discussions in front of small audiences, and official pronouncements were more cautious. In a rare statement on November 4, 1973, the Fatah Central Committee avoided taking a firm position on whether or not it would attend the proposed Geneva Peace Conference, or if it would accept a negotiated solution to the conflict with Israel. It reiterated its commitment to historic Palestinian rights and aims and stressed the need for national unity, but at the same time signaled a shift by insisting that the final decision should stem from the national interest and aim to preserve gains and accomplishments. Both military and political struggle should continue, but in the meantime Fatah would study current issues objectively and consult the Palestinian people, its Arab brothers, and international friends. 38 Behind this statement lay the conviction, greatly strengthened by recent experience, that the Middle East was a region of primary global importance because of its position as a geostrategic crossroads, possession of oil, and long history of rivalry with neighboring Europe. This made external factors determinant in the outcome of the Palestine conflict, and encouraged a move at the crossroads. 335. Away from the direct strategy of constant war to liberate the whole of Palestine, towards an indirect strategy or policy of phases. 39 Several guerrilla groups were quick to oppose the emerging trend. The PFGC was first to publicize its rejection of peace talks, since they would involve direct negotiation with Israel and recognition of the Jewish state. Their outcome would be the creation of a freak, Misk, state in the West Bank and Gaza. The PFGC warned against the emergence of an opportunistic and liquidationist current in the PLO leadership, and summed up its position as no to the treasonous negotiations, no to the Palestinian state. 40 It also urged all rejectionists to form an alliance outside the PL. 0.41 The PFLP declined the latter suggestion, but also reacted strongly to the Fatah statement. Talk of careful study was a prelude to capitulation, it argued, adding that the U.S. wished to establish a Palestinian mini-state in the occupied territories as a means of containing the PLO and preempting the Liberation War. The Geneva Peace Conference was merely a device to seduce the PLO into accepting that outcome, and would accord international legitimacy to the aggression of 1948. The PFLP warned that the PLO would forfeit the claim to represent the Palestinians if it dropped the gun, and concluded with a resounding no to the Palestinian state and yes to revolution, yes to protracted peoples. 4-2 War. As the debate unfolded, the PDFLP took the lead in arguing the case for Palestinian participation in the putative peace process. In its view, the October War had produced relative parity in the strategic balance with Israel, and provided a basis for further struggle to compel the enemy to withdraw completely from the occupied Arab and Palestinian territories, and to extract the right of self-determination and national independence for the Palestinian people in the framework of an independent and sovereign national state. 43 Sensing that at least some Palestinian land might be restored, the PDFLP argued that the PLO should take the lead and establish sovereign rule in the occupied territories. Above all, it insisted, King Hussein should be allowed to take neither the West Bank nor the diplomatic initiative. As Secretary General Hawatma argued, the way to defeat him was by preventing subordination, ilhaq, of the West Bank to Jordan, having lost the ability to control the Palestinians and with no claim to be in the front line against Israel. The Hashemite kingdom would lose both its raison d'etre and the pretext for obtaining Arab financial assistance. When we remove the goose that lays golden eggs from the hands of King Hussein, Hawatma added, his downfall comes within our grasp. 46 Fatah was more guarded, but a consensus had developed along broadly similar lines within its central committee. Khalaf now emerged as the principal articulator of the new trend. Speaking frequently in public in the following months, he stressed that the October War has created new realities in the region which must be recognized so that our discussion of coming challenges can take place on a scientific basis. 47 The peace process was moving forward and it was not enough simply to say no, he argued, especially as friends such as the USSR. 336 were urging the PLO to define phases in our struggle. The position now is to be or not to be. Absolute rejection is sometimes a form of escapism. The crucial point, he stressed repeatedly, was that the West Bank and Gaza Strip must not revert to King Hussein. Concerning this phase, the basic object is to extract the territories from the regime of King Hussein. 48 The implication was clear, Fatah was willing neither to reject the peace process outright nor to risk ceding control of the occupied territories to Jordan. The problem was that opposition to direct negotiation with Israel or recognition of it was widespread among the rank and file. Fatah leaders therefore justified their policy proposals in rejectionist terms. Rejection means practice, preparation, and hard political work, Khalaf warned. We do not hesitate between surrender and continuing the revolution. We pause so as to search for the best means to attain our aims and slogans. We pause now so as to know how to say no yet continue with the revolution. At the same time, he tempted the Palestinian constituency with the potential reward. Control over the occupied territories would be the first step towards forming a base. Call it a revolutionary base, or call it a national base. 49 Fatah and the PDFLP still said the obvious question, how to deprive the Laki regime of Jordan of the West Bank and Gaza Strip without making the concessions to Israel of recognition, reconciliation, sulh, and negotiation? How to achieve the first step, without having to relinquish the historic right of return to the whole of Palestine as the price? Fatah Central Committee member Nimr Solah expressed a common sentiment when he stressed that rejecting the tutelage of King Hussein did not mean accepting Palestinian-Israeli reconciliation. 50 In November, the PLO Central Council expressed the carefully balanced formulation developed by the mainstream PLO policy would be guided by three principles: insistence on the historic right of the Palestinian people to liberate their entire homeland, rejection of the restoration of Jordanian rule over the occupied territories, and attainment of the Palestinian right to self-determination. 51 Habash derided mainstream statements, observing bitingly that they say we will not enter into direct negotiations with Israel, but we will sit with it in the same room. Our masses are not so stupid as to accept such talk from anyone. 52 He clarified that the PFLP was opposed to the process not because it is opposed to peace, but because this process is based on UNSCR 242, and so it is a process for surrender not a process for liberation. 53 If a Palestinian state was established, he added, it would cover only 22.5% of the area of Palestine. And what about the rest of our Palestinian masses? 54 To relinquish historic rights and recognize Israel was too high a price to pay for the return of the parcel of land we will regain. Habash went on to warn his audience that once Israel had relinquished the occupied territories and won recognition, then the international community will not tolerate that any Palestinian or Arab FORCE should reject, at least in the foreseeable future, what it has previously accepted and agreed to. 55 It followed that in the present balance of power, at the crossroads 337. Party that assumes authority in the occupied territories will be a reactionary and liquidationist authority. Habash concluded by reaffirming that Zionism will not evacuate a single yard of land without a political and military struggle that compels it to do so. The gun, weapons, and People's Liberation War are the first and foremost means capable of compelling imperialism and expelling Zionist imperialist presence from our homeland. We can by no means accept that the end of the aggression of 1967 should come at the price of confirming the aggression of 1948. 56. Fatah and the PDFLP could not easily brush aside these objections. Hawatma argued that the establishment of an independent national presence in the occupied territories would provide a base for a protracted people's war against the Zionist enemy. 57 The struggle to achieve this objective would not take place on diplomatic fronts, but with our guns in our hands. Nonetheless, it was clear that the gun was intended not to prevent a political settlement but to strengthen the Palestinian bargaining position. Our revolutionary opposition enables us to wage the struggle in all forms with our guns in our hands in order to extract the independence of our people on any tract of land from which the Israelis withdraw, whether they do so due to FORCE or the threat of FORCE or as the result of a settlement that is imposed on the region by the forces active in the region, that is, the superpowers. 58 Besides, as Hawatma reminded the rejectionists, an independent national authority in the occupied territories would offer a secure base qai-irtikaz when the revolution loses its secure base in Arab states as a result of the general settlement and the Zionistus Hashemite solution. Not Jordan, Syria, Egypt, or Lebanon will open their doors to us, and they will clash with us constantly in order to liquidate us. It is up to the revolution to avoid this fate by extracting our people's right to self-determination on liberated Palestinian soil, to preserve our independent presence. 59 Yet references to liberating all of Palestinian national soil or the right of our people to liberate their homeland and attain self-determination could not obscure the fact that the PDFLP was thinking of more modest gains. This was clear in its accusation that when the PFLP insisted on liberating the entire national soil of 1948, it was actually turning its back on the masses inside the occupied territories of 1967. 60 Ṣāyigh developed the mainstream argument further. As Musin noted, the dilemma was that if the PLO declares that it wishes to rule the Gaza Strip and West Bank, then it will seem to have abandoned the historic rights of the Palestinian people to the rest of Palestinian land. But if it says that it is not concerned with UNSCR 242 and with this settlement, then it will have officially relinquished the West Bank and Gaza Strip to the Jordanian regime. 61 He criticized those PLO leaders who were so intent on preempting a Jordanian bid to control the occupied territories that they preferred to deal directly with Israel, but then challenged the long-standing Palestinian consensus by 338. Expressing open willingness to recognize Israel within the boundaries suggested in the UN Partition Plan of 1947.62, he added that Israel could survive if it became a Middle East state, neither aggressive nor Zionist, coexisting with the surrounding Arab society and merging in the general current of its economic and strategic interests, and relinquishing its expansionist Zionist character. 63 Behind this remarkable shift lay the realization not only that the peace process might succeed, but that it might offer the Palestinians tangible gains. The price would be high, however, and Musin observed soberly that we face a real test for the first time. 64. The convergence of Fatah, the PDFLP, and Ṣāyigh allowed the PLO to formulate the closest it could come to a policy in January 1, 1974. Caliph articulated this most succinctly when he concluded a survey of 6 possible courses of action by stressing that the fate of any Palestinian land affected by the peace settlement must be determined by our people, and must not revert to King Hussein at any cost. 65 This still ducked the question of how land could be restored without negotiating directly with Israel. Nimr Saleh gave a rhetorical response, is such an authority taken or given? We will say it is taken, but within the reordering of the Arab situation and in evolving circumstances. 66 He gave a clearer answer by confirming that the PLO would establish a national authority over any square inch of soil that was recovered. 67 One reason for the continued evasiveness of the mainstream leadership was the uncertainty that it would be invited to take part in the peace process at all, in which case a formal commitment could prove embarrassing and strengthen internal opposition. The furthest that the PLO would go was to explain its new policy guidelines. An editorial in Filastin Al-Thawra stated that the October War had confronted the PLO with the need to deal with the future of the Palestinian lands that will be liberated from occupation in the new phase of struggle. We reject the return of any Palestinian land extracted from the occupation to the Jordanian government. The Palestinian people will exercise on it their full rights of national sovereignty and establish on it their independent national presence. This would be a victory that reinforces the struggle to attain the strategic goal of building the democratic Palestinian state over the whole of national soil. We regard implementation of military disengagement talks on the Jordanian front as a handover of our Palestinian land from the Zionist enemy to the Jordanian regime under U.S. imperialist sponsorship, with the aim of redividing Palestinian lands as happened in 1948.68. Arafat lent this view his personal authority AFEW weeks later, asserting that through the rifle and as a result of the October War and Arab unanimity, Israel will withdraw. The Fourth Arab-Israeli War will give us parts of Palestine, and the Fifth War will give us Tel Aviv. What is called the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Now faces two possibilities: 1, to go to King Hussein. As to the second possibility, it is to set up a Palestinian Authority on it, or to set up the Yugal Alan plan on it, that would, at the crossroads 339, transform our land and people into a reservoir that feeds Israel with laborers. We will lose some present positions in Arab countries, but we will head for our motherland, as we did in 1965 and 1967. The revolution that turned a refugee people into a revolutionary people will itself never come into a refugee revolution. 69. Behind the belligerent tone and the hyperbole, Arafat was indicating a definite choice: the PLO would seek control of the occupied territories. By what means it would do so remained unclear or poorly defined. The Palestinian leadership was holding out for better terms, and it evidently hoped that the combination of military and diplomatic pressure could compel Israel to withdraw without obtaining fundamental concessions from the PLO in return. Yet its stout denials could not obscure the realistic conclusion that the new, phased objective would only be attained through direct negotiation with Israel. Political rivalry, military outbidding. This was the conclusion drawn in any case by the rejectionist guerrilla groups, which had formed a loose alliance backed by Iraq and Libya by the end of 1973. They feared that direct negotiations with Israel were in the offing, leading to major concessions on Palestinian patrimony, and so sought to undermine the evolving PLO policy. To this end the rejectionist groups renewed guerrilla activity from South Lebanon, but their guerrilla contingents were capable only of mounting sporadic attacks. Yet their purpose was not to revitalize the armed struggle, so much as to challenge the PLO leadership politically and demonstrate opposition to the peace process. The PFGC took a dramatic lead on 1 April 1, 1974, when 3 of its guerrillas took several dozen teenage members of the Israeli Nahal youth organization hostage in the border town of Kiryat Shmona. It demanded the release of 100 Palestinian prisoners, but negotiations collapsed in a shootout when the IDF assaulted the building. The 3 guerrillas were killed, as were 19 hostages and soldiers. PFGC Secretary General Jibril proudly stated that the suicide guerrillas had shown the external powers that they could not overlook the Palestinians. 70 The PFGC had demonstrated its ability to abort any peace talks and prevent both a political settlement with Israel and the establishment of a Palestinian state. 71 The raid on Kiryat Shmona catapulted the PFGC to instant prominence and attracted new recruits, among them a group of PPSF cadres, formerly of the RPF-LP. 72 It also halted the drift that the PFGC had experienced since September 1970, when Jibril had unilaterally dissolved the Central Committee in an attempt to silence criticism of his autocratic leadership. Internal opposition came from younger members who had joined the civilian organization since 1967 and from cadres in the information department in Syria, who tended to be better educated and more left-leaning than the founding generation. The emerging leftist faction was strengthened in 1970 by the arrival from the West Bank of Abd al-Fattah Ghanem and Talat Yaqub, who had just finished 340 serving sentences in Israeli prisons forming the short-lived battalions of Return Group in 1967. They were immediately inducted to the PFGC Central Committee on the strength of these credentials, and, along with writer Rashad Abu Shawar, who edited the weekly Ila al-Amam, provided a FOR leftist sentiment. The reassertion of Jibril's control over the PFGC in September 1, 1970 prompted a number of key cadres and dozens of guerrillas and civilian MEM-bears to defect to other Palestinian groups over the next year, but this did not discomfit him overly. His power base lay among the remaining guerrilla contingents in Syria and South Lebanon, who evinced deep hostility towards leftist discourse and political education generally. 73 The guerrillas even mutinied briefly in protest at leftist influence in the PFGC during 1971. Their support enabled Jibril to disregard the leftist-dominated Central Committee that was restored at the PFGC's Third General Conference in 1972. 74 He also managed to delay publication of the leftist political program that was adopted at the next conference in August 1, 1973, until May 1, 1974. 75 By then, the leftist faction had won considerable support among the guerrillas thanks to its role in planning the Kiryat Shmona raid and other suicide missions. Muhammad Abbas Zaidan and other leftist colleagues dominated the Pioneers Group, Majmuat al-Rawad, the special wing of volunteers who conducted the attacks under the overall command of Jibril. The success of the Kiryat Shmona raid obscured the internal divisions, and brought a welcome influx of Libyan and Iraqi assistance. The PFGC had been the only guerrilla group besides Fatah to receive funds from Libya in 1969-72, but suffered near bankruptcy for much of 1973 and was saved only by the resumption of Libyan aid in spring 1974. 7 The new Iraqi connection was less expected, given the long-standing ties between Jibril and Syrian military intelligence. It was explained by the Syrian decision to accept a final ceasefire with Israel and a limited disengagement of forces on the Golan Front towards the end of May. A number of PFGC members in Syria were arrested for publicly criticizing government policy, and guerrilla bases in the border region were placed under tighter restrictions. Jibril was distinctly unhappy with the deterioration of relations, but gave way to leftist pressure to move the bulk of the guerrilla contingent to Lebanon as a precautionary measure. 78 Jibril nonetheless kept a guarded distance from Iraq, and worked to mend fences with Syria. Possibly for this reason, he took the surprising step of voting in support of the relatively moderate political program that was endorsed by the PNC in June. Spearheaded by the PDF-LP, Fatah, and Siaka, the program called for the establishment of the People's Independent, National Competent Authority on every part of Palestinian land that is liberated. 79 Jibril justified his vote on the grounds that the PFGC did not oppose the establishment of a national authority in the occupied territories, but rather rejected a negotiated peace with Israel. 80 In private he argued that the PFGC could not afford to alienate its Syrian patrons altogether. The leftist faction was unconvinced, and, at the crossroads 341, launched a suicide mission against Kibbutz Shamir in northern Israel on June 13. The attack, which left 3 civilians and FOR guerrillas dead, was announced as retaliation for recent Israeli air raids on refugee camps in Lebanon, and triggered a week of Israeli reprisals that left another 27 dead and 105 wounded. Amongst themselves, however, the leftists viewed the suicide mission as a response to Gibral's acceptance of the PNC program. 81 Their maneuver had the desired effect, as the PFGC formally retracted its support for the program, albeit too late to affect the vote. Despite its momentary vacillation, the PFGC had made a strong bid for militant legitimacy and posed an embarrassing challenge to the PLO mainstream. The PDFLP was the first to respond in kind, having come under intense criticism for raising the National Authority slogan, which many Palestinians, even within Fatah, described as treason or fantasy. 82 As PDFLP military commander Mamdouh Nawfal later explained, "We wished to deflect the accusations of treason and reinforce our political line through military operations." 83 An added consideration was the desire to thwart U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, whose shuttle diplomacy excluded the PLO and raised the possibility of transferring the occupied territories to Jordanian control. Once again the means was a suicide mission. 3 PDFLP guerrillas took 100 high school students hostage in the northern Israeli border town of Ma'alat on 1 May 5, and demanded the release of 25 Palestinian prisoners. The guerrillas and 23 Israelis, mostly school children, died when the IDF finally stormed the building. Israeli aircraft bombed the Ain al-Hilwa and Nabataya refugee camps in South Lebanon the next day in revenge, killing 60 civilians and wounding 140. 84 Having stolen the limelight, the PDFLP mounted another suicide mission against Ain Ziv on May 23. This time it hoped to reinforce the phased political program adopted by the front since late 1973 and influence the forthcoming PNC debate scheduled for early June. 85 The PDFLP used the influx of new recruits attracted high daring exploits to build up its guerrilla contingent, previously organized into 9 regular Kuwait, the term usually denoting a brigade, and threat militia formations, including women and teenagers. 86 The designations when, grandiose per hal low, and in 1974. The PDFLP regrouped its combat personnel in two guerrilla battalions and a 5th National Security Battalion that comprised military police, bodyguards, and headquarters protection. 87 Even then, total guerrilla and militia strength did not exceed 800 to 900 by 1975, with some 250 reservists. Modest as it was, expansion required external support. Iraq, South Yemen, and Algeria had provided some material assistance since 1972, but Iraq now severed ties in protest at the PDFLP's new political program. This loss was more than made up for by Libya's Gaddafi, who was so impressed by the Ma'alat raid that he overlooked the political pragmatism of the PDFLP and received its leadership for the first time in October. The PDFLP was awarded a monthly stipend of $1 million, and took delivery of new weapons supplies starting in 1975. 88. 342. The PDFLP courted the USSR assiduously, parallel to the consolidation of its Arab ties. It considered Soviet support crucial to secure Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories and obtain the establishment of a Palestinian national authority, and strove to assert itself as the principal Soviet ally within the PLO. In effect, the PDFLP remained faithful to its conviction that the Palestinians needed a major ally or big brother, the change being to substitute a worldwide class alliance led by the USSR for its previous Arab nationalism. To distinguish itself better, it shortened its name to the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP, and in November Hawatma, Abd-Rabu, Nawfal, Samarai, and other leaders were invited to Moscow on the first official visit by a Palestinian delegation other than the PLO. They were offered infantry weapons for 2,000 combatants, to be supplied through East European states, and training at Soviet military academies, as well as medical equipment and light industrial machinery for DFLP clinics and workshops, to be delivered directly from the USSR. 89 The DFLP also requested intelligence training, and in return promised to supply the KGB with information about Western embassies and agents in Beirut. The USSR meanwhile deepened political and military relations with Fatah and the PLO. Arafat was offered training and arms during a visit to Moscow in November 1973, but most important was the Soviet effort to persuade the Palestinian leadership of the value of diplomacy. The thrust of the argument, as Fatah Central Committee member Khalif relayed to a home audience, was that there is no revolution in the world that does not have a program for each phase. You must phase your struggle. 90 Ṣāyigh Secretary General Musin added that the USSR had urged the PLO to participate in the peace conference and formulate its view or the proposal it desires. The USSR will adopt that view as relates to the West Bank and Gaza Strip and Palestinian rights. 91 According to Wazir, Soviet officials also countered Palestinian opposition to UNSCR 242 by asking rhetorically, would it not be better for you to fight from Tulkarm in the West Bank, for example, than from outside? 92 Soviet policy towards Israel was far less belligerent in FACT, but this logic spoke directly to the pragmatic element in the PLO, whose way of thinking was best summed up as arriving at a balance between one's decision and one's capability, and the method of phased steps within the realm of the foreseeable, and not the realm of dreams. 93 Soviet arguments were reinforced by the obvious need for the PLO to cultivate strong political support in the occupied territories. Israel unwittingly assisted the pragmatic trend by deporting a number of prominent West Bank figures in spring 1974, all of whom attended the crucial PNC debate in June. The impact was evident in the adoption by the PNC of a new, 10-point political program that committed the PLO to the national authority slogan. To placate rejectionist sentiment and prevent an open split, the mainstream injected a militant tone into the concluding statement. This confirmed that the Palestinians would struggle with all means, foremost of which is the armed. At the crossroads 343. Struggle. In order to produce further change in the balance of power in our hour. The PLO also pledged to oppose any Palestinian entity the price of which is recognition, reconciliation, or secure borders for Israel, or depriving our people of their rights of return and the right to self-determination on their national soil. Any liberating step is a stage in continuing the PLO strategy to establish the democratic Palestinian state as specified in previous PNC resolutions. 94 It followed naturally that the PLO continued to reject UNSCR 242. Khalif again sought to head off internal opposition by explaining that the PLO did not intend to establish a Palestinian state, but a national authority. The conditions of this authority are that it should not recognize Israel nor make peace with it, and it should never consider establishing secure borders or appeasing the enemy. This authority represents, in our view, a phase in the action of the revolution. 95 Yet both the pragmatic shift and the attempt to court Soviet favor were evident in the inclusion of 4 of the recent West Bank deportees: Arabi Awad, communist, Abd al-Jawad Saleh, communist supporter, Anglican Bishop Eliah Khoury, and Abd al-Muhsin Abu Mazar, former Ba'athist, in the PLO Executive Committee. Arafat moreover outraged the rejectionists by signing a joint statement with Egypt and Syria on 2 September 1, in which Palestinian rights were linked specifically to the restoration of Arab land occupied by Israel in 1967. This implied that the exercise of those rights would be limited to the West Bank and Gaza, while the confirmation that national authority would be established on land liberated by political means or military signaled readiness to negotiate with Israel. 96 What, precisely, the mainstream leadership really sought in the long term remains open to contention. Total liberation of Palestine presumably remained the genuine desire of most, if not all its members, but they were keenly aware of the regional and international impediments to the destruction of Israel. Writing a decade later, Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan provided the clearest enunciation of a strategy that otherwise remained largely implicit. 97 The PLO said a hypothetical choice between an indirect, phased strategy that would see the establishment of a state in the occupied territories as a first stage, and a direct strategy of unrelenting military conflict in which Arab resources would have to be fully mobilized. The latter option was simply not available, and so the PLO would have to rely on a combination of elements: a coordinated Arab effort to attain parity with Israel at the military level, Arab solidarity at the political level, Palestinian armed resistance in the occupied territories, and construction of international alliances and on the lowest common denominator among the Arab states. The indirect strategy still took the establishment of a secular, democratic state over the whole of Mandate Palestine as its ultimate goal, but whether or not the mainstream leadership believed this to be a likely eventuality, it was perceptive enough to realize that attaining its statist ambitions could only come about through major compromises in historic claims, and opportunistic enough to make that choice. 344. In any event, the USSR rewarded the PLO for its pragmatic shift by inviting it in September to open an official delegation in Moscow, a much-prized trophy for a Third World Liberation movement, and on 29 October the Arab Summit Conference in Rabat recognized the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians. King Hussein had successfully opposed exclusive recognition at the previous summit in 1973, but felt compelled to retreat a year later. Arab backing secured similar recognition of the PLO from the non-aligned movement, which granted it observer status. The USSR and Socialist Bloc supported the Arab and non-aligned groupings at the UN General Assembly, which invited Arafat to address it on 1 November 4. His appearance at the UN was not as a representative of stateless refugees, but rather of a national community with a distinct institutional character. The headline on the front cover of the DFLP weekly Al-Hurriyah summarized the occasion aptly, crowing that Palestine has re-entered history. 98 The rejectionists took a more jaundiced view of events. The PFLP withdrew from the PLO Executive Committee and Central Council on September 26 in protest at the joint statement with Egypt and Syria. It accused the pragmatic wing of lulling the Palestinians into accepting a negotiated settlement with Israel drop by drop, and of making secret contacts with Jordan and the USA. 99 Arafat had indeed conducted preliminary discussions with an unofficial U.S. envoy in November 1973 and March 1, 1974, but these ceased after Kissinger concluded that a formal dialogue was not feasible. 100 Yet Arafat continued to argue that the U.S. holds the key to Israel, and endeavored to persuade the U.S. public that its friendship with our Arab nation is more important, lasting, and beneficial than the alliance with Israel. 101 Such statements convinced the PFLP that the lackey and deviationist leadership was firmly set on the path to capitulation, that will cast the PLO into arrangements for a treasonous settlement. 10. 2. The rejectionist groups now moved into a formal alliance against the PLO leadership. Following meetings with top government and Ba'ath party officials in Baghdad, the PFLP, PFGC, ALF, and PPSF announced the formation of the Front of Forces Rejecting Capitulationist Solutions, Abhat al-Qawa al-Ra. Li al-Hulal al-Istislamiyya, on 10 October. Iraq and Libya provided material backing, and urged the new front to set up joint information departments and military forces. The rejectionists had already formed a joint artillery battalion in August, and over the next 2 years maintained a military liaison office and AFEW mixed platoons, as well as publishing a joint weekly, Al-Muqawama Mustamira, The Resistance Continues. 103 Their political impact was not inconsiderable, but their decisions to boycott the PLO delegations to the Arab Summit Conference and the UN General Assembly showed serious misjudgment. This contrasted sharply with the mood in the occupied territories, where Arafat's appearance at the UN was celebrated by the first mass demonstrations since 1967. The failure of the rejectionist alliance to have a greater impact was partly due, at the crossroads 345, to the continuing internal crisis of the senior partner, the PFLP. It had taken the PFLP until December 1, 1973 to put its finances into order, but another year was to pass before it could announce that it had at last rearranged its organizational and military affairs. 104 It was also unable to revive its pan-Arab vehicle, the ASAP, or the Lebanese branch of the ASAP, despite an extensive review in 1974. 105 The PFLP's financial situation improved, however, as covert assistance from Haddad was now topped up with additional funds from Libya and especially Iraq, which was to remain its main backer for the next few years. 106 Yet the combination of internal instability and Iraqi-Libyan backing only encouraged greater rhetorical militancy. The PFLP responded to the Arab Summit Conference recognition of the PLO as sole Palestinian representative by accusing the mainstream leadership of submitting to a Saudi-Egyptian axis. 107 Similarly, the UN General Assembly invitation to Arafat was described as a device to draw the PLO into the snare of diplomacy. The US wished to establish a truncated Palestinian state and needed PLO participation in its scheme, the PFLP asserted, and the reactionary right Fatah and opportunistic left the DFLP were proving only too happy to oblige. 108. Resurgence in the occupied territories. As they pursued their political contest, both pragmatists and rejectionists looked increasingly to the occupied territories for political support. The October 1973 war had ended the period of relative quiescence brought about since 1967 by the Israeli open bridges policy. Previously, as ranking PLO officials admitted ruefully, Israel had gained a great deal thanks to the apparently liberal policy, especially with regard to facilitating transport and travel, which is a novel event in the Arab region, whose inhabitants suffer complicated and tedious procedures at the borders between each Arab country and another. 109. Unpatriotic habits had taken root as a result, as many interests have evolved that tie a large part of our people directly to the Israeli economy. The patterns of coexistence, travel, and tourism in Israeli cities and settlements may even deprive our people of their revolutionary identity and of their ability to preserve a cohesive national character. 110. However, the PLO had itself been guilty of a striking lack of interest in the occupied territories. At its first session after the June 1, 1967 war, in July 1968, the PNC confined itself to denouncing the suspect calls for the establishment of a FAK Palestinian entity in the areas under Israeli occupation, and took only one resolution of a vaguely practical nature, namely to form a bureau for the affairs of the occupied homeland with specialized personnel from the Popular Organization Department and the Military Council, and to provide it with the resources to serve the goals of the revolution. 111. There was no further reference of any significance to the occupied territories until July 1971, when the PNC at last recognized the need to tackle the Israeli open bridges policy, Palestinian. 346. Employment in Israeli, economic, institutions and in civilian departments run by the military government, and the need of Palestinians wishing to study at universities abroad, at a time when acceptance to Arab universities had dropped sharply since 1970. It decreed the formation of a SINGLE command body to supervise political, military, organizational, and social activity in the occupied territories and offered token acknowledgement of the importance of all forms of mass struggle along with revolutionary armed struggle towards comprehensive popular liberation war, but once again limited its practical resolutions to increasing its media and social welfare efforts in the occupied territories. 11. 2. The extraordinary PNC session of April 1, 1972 was convened especially to deal with the occupied territories, but only in the context of stating political opposition to King Hussein's United Arab Kingdom proposal and the Israeli-sponsored municipal elections in the West Bank. Again, no practical or programmatic decisions were taken. Only in January 1, 1973 did the PNC finally address the occupied territories as a distinct, and primary, arena. It now resolved to stem the exodus of Arab inhabitants, resist the Israeli settlement and Judaization programs, mobilize and organize the masses systematically, support FARMERS, develop local economic and cultural institutions, preserve the national identity of the Arab citizens of Israel, reabsorb laborers working in the Israeli economy, and combat collaborators, as well as generally to reinforce ties of national unity and struggle between our masses in the land occupied in 1948. The West Bank and Gaza Strip, and outside the occupied homeland. 113 This did not stem from detailed planning, nor did it reach the level of a comprehensive program for resistance and the construction of a rival authority in the occupied territories, but significantly it was accompanied by novel references to a phased political program and the current rights of our people. Headed by the right to resist occupation and to enjoy national independence. 114 The significance of these references became apparent after the October 1973 war, as the marked increase in armed attacks and civilian protests propelled the occupied territories to the center of PLO thinking. The war also led to the formation of a Palestinian National Front, PNF, in the West Bank in 1974. A similar front had failed the previous year because it was dominated by the JCP, but the PNF now included representatives of the main guerrilla groups. Building the coalition was not easy, since the JCP continued not only to withhold from openly endorsing armed struggle, but also to view implementation of UNSCR 242 as its principal objective. 115 Yet there was common ground too, as the JCP and the guerrilla groups were united in opposing the ongoing Arab-Israeli military disengagement talks. 11-6 The local JCP branch was even encouraged by the momentum after the October 1973 war and the creation of the PNF to FORM youth committees as a nucleus for the front, among which some were earmarked for armed struggle. 117 This was partially a throwback to the decision in 1969-70 to establish a handful of armed cells in the West Bank. At the crossroads 34-7. Which was not put into practice due to disagreement with the Politburo in Amman. 118 The JCP had subsequently called FOR a National Front in 1971 and stressed civilian resistance and political action. And it was only in 1974 that it resolved to FORM a military wing attached to the PNF. 119 This would be kept separate from the party and would include non-communists, and JCP cadres in Lebanon would arrange training and arms supply from Fatah and the PLFI-PLA. 120 Israel preempted the plan in July by arresting hundreds of JCP and PNF members, among them Suleiman al-Nayyab, the fugitive head of the local JCP branch. He was accused of heading the incipient military wing and deported at the end of February 1975, while other JCP members received jail sentences of up to 4 years. 121 The JCP hurriedly came to a tacit understanding with the Israeli military authorities to refrain from armed activity in future. Politburo member Bashir al-Barghouti was permitted to resume residence in the West Bank, and effectively assured adherence to this policy. 122 This episode marked the decline of the nationalist wing that had dominated the JCP since 1970 and, by the same token, the reassertion of the centrist leadership. Indeed, a militant minority suspected darkly that Barghouti had been assigned to preempt the transition to armed struggle. 123 In any case, the prevalent view in the JCP now held firmly that geography and demography both made guerrilla war in the occupied territories difficult, if not impossible. The experience of the main guerrilla groups showed that up to 90% of their members were arrested before mounting armed attacks, and so for the JCP to call for armed struggle would be an invitation to destroy the party. 124 Privately the JCP accepted that its branches outside the occupied territories might become militarily active in the right circumstances, but this option was not actively pursued. 1-5. Among the guerrilla groups only Fatah, the PFLP, and DFLP were still active in the occupied territories by now, as the smaller ones lacked sufficient political and logistic support. Yet even the main groups faced considerable difficulties. Jordanian intelligence foiled their attempts to establish secret command committees in Amman to direct clandestine organizations in the occupied territories. Fatah was still able to conduct modest activities in Egypt, thanks to its working relations with Egyptian intelligence and military intelligence, but the PFLP and DFLP had been proscribed since August 1, 1970. 1-26. They also suffered an additional setback when the capture of separate sets of documents in March and May 1, 1973 led to the arrest of a number of their members in Gaza and the West Bank. 127 Syrian restrictions on the PFLP in 1974 greatly impeded the supply of weapons and explosives to its cadres in Jordan, destined for the occupied territories. 128 Matters became worse after November, when Habash publicly criticized Syria and revealed the rift with the ruling Ba'ath Party, to which the authorities responded by arresting remaining PFLP members in H1 9 inches TE country. The PFLP tried to overcome these obstacles by mounting a modest number 348 of sabotage attacks in Israel and the occupied territories in 1974-5, as well as a solitary act of international terrorism, the explosion of oil storage tankers in Singapore on 3 January 1, 1975. Most dramatic was a suicide operation on 1 December 1, 1974, when one of its members detonated a bomb in a Tel Aviv cinema, killing himself and an Israeli viewer and wounding 58 others. Yet the PFLP now discovered the consequences of its single-minded determination since 1971 to overthrow the monarchy in Jordan, for which purpose it had formed the clandestine People's Party as recently as July 1974. It sponsored the futile attempt by Jordanian National Brigh al-Hadid to assassinate King Hussein in 1975, but eventually abandoned the campaign, by which time its military activity in the occupied territories had subsided almost completely. This failure was ironic, since the PFLP had led the way in criticizing Palestinian military and organizational methods. A report issued in 197-2, for example, stated that armed resistance was marred by individual heroics and adventurism, inability to learn from past experience, neglect of proper organizational method, and technical flaws. 130 The guerrilla groups had moreover sanctified military activity at the expense of political and social mobilization of the masses. This undercut the effort to build trade unions and other grassroots bodies, and left the clandestine organization bereft of a public shield. 131 In the event, it was the DFLP, rather than the PFLP, that modified its methods of operation. It devoted greater attention to political activity after October 1, 1973, although responsibility for organization in the occupied territories remained in the hands of the grandly named Command of the Forces inside, Qiyadat Kuwait al-Dakhil. This was a military committee with branches in Damascus and Beirut, that also trained the guerrillas who conducted suicide missions. The structure of the clandestine organization in the occupied territories did not change, as members continued to be divided by social category, students, workers, women, and so on, rather than by operational function. 131. The release of several cadres from Jordanian prisons in September and October allowed the DFLP to rebuild its secret command committee in Amman. The DFLP had foresworn further sabotage attacks in Jordan and firmly kept the command committee separate from its clandestine Jordanian branch, known as the Democratic Front Organization in Jordan, MAD. 133 Jordanian intelligence maintained a tight grip nonetheless, rearresting Politburo member Soleh Arafat in mid-July 1974 and 32 other DFLP members AFEW weeks later. 134 The DFLP showed that it could inflict damage on occasion. A bomb caused 12 Israeli casualties in a West Jerusalem market on December 20, for example, but its members were generally able to mount only minor sabotage attacks. It sought more dramatic results, and launched 2 suicide raids on September 4 and 1 November 9, in which it lost 6 dead and inflicted 25 Israeli casualties. The DFLP reiterated that its aim was to confront a parceling of the Palestinian people and land between the Jordanian regime and Israel. Support the diplomatic efforts of the PLO. And support the political line of struggle presented. At the crossroads 349. By the front after the October 1973 war, embodied in the 10-point program approved by the PNC. 135 Significantly, the latest raids coincided with a tour by the DFLP leadership of the USSR, China, and North Korea, and prepared the way for it to moot publicly the establishment of a revolutionary provisional government. 136 This demonstrated once again the political purpose of military action, as did the manner in which the periodicals of the various guerrilla groups reported anti-Israeli attacks by their rivals. The PFLP's Al-Hataf reported DFLP and Fatah raids but omitted mention of their authorship, while the DFLP's Al-Hurriya reciprocated when reporting raids by the rejectionist groups. Fatah, asserting patriotic credentials. The competitive logic also affected Fatah, which sought to assert its patriotic credentials by escalating its own military effort in the course of 1974. Of equal importance was the wish to assert its presence in the occupied territories and demonstrate that the PLO was a key party in the conflict, with the capability to obstruct peace talks that excluded it. 137 Reflecting this thinking, 3 Fatah guerrillas took an Israeli family hostage in the coastal town of Nahariyat on June 24, and killed 2 of the hostages and a soldier before being shot dead by the IDF. Fatah directed its principal effort towards the clandestine organization in the occupied territories, however. This was the responsibility of Wazir and the Western Sector, Al-Qaeda al-Gharbi. His predecessor, Kamal Udwan, had reorganized the directorate from a purely geographical division into separate sections for military operations, including training and supply, organization and intelligence. Wazir retained these following Udwan's assassination in April 1973, but also restored the old regional committees, Legion Manadik, of Jerusalem, Gaza, Hebron, Nablus, and the Galilee. 138 Fatah recovered sufficiently from Udwan's death to organize a steady rise in sabotage attacks in the occupied territories after August 1973, accounting for 90% of all Palestinian military activity in the following period. It also redoubled its recruitment effort among the thousands of students from the West Bank and Gaza who flocked to Arab and foreign universities, as did all the guerrilla groups, and sought new means to smuggle explosives and arms into the occupied territories. The extent of its success was revealed in mid-August 1974, when Israel announced the arrest of the Catholic Archbishop in Jerusalem, Syrian Bam Hilarion Kapuxi, and his driver, who were charged with using the diplomatic status of his car to smuggle weapons and money into the West Bank for Fatah. As the arrest of Kapuxi showed, Israeli countermeasures were increasingly effective. This prompted Fatah to revive the fugitive patrols of the late 1960s, roving guerrilla bands in the hills of the West Bank. Their purpose was to attack Israeli forces on occasion and demonstrate Fatah presence, and to 350 the state in exile, 1973 to 1982. Construct new clandestine networks in the villages and towns. 140 The guerrilla FOCI would conduct armed propaganda to mobilize the general population, train a new generation of codders, and ultimately obviate the need for infiltration from Arab sanctuaries. 141 This proved difficult. Only one fugitive patrol belonging to Fatah in the Hebron district had survived after 1971, and the task of training, installing, and supplying new guerrilla teams posed considerable logistic and organizational challenges. 142 5 fugitive patrols were established in the West Bank in 1974-5, while a DFLP attempt in April 1, 1975 was foiled by Jordanian border guards. 143 Their arrival coincided with the rise in civilian protests, and helped to demonstrate PLO capability. As one fugitive guerrilla recalled, the leadership asked me to appear in public or attack facilities such as the post office, so as to show the presence of Fatah. 144 However, harsh conditions, lack of a strong civilian organization, and constant Israeli pressure prevented multiplication of the fugitive patrols and drove them to escape gradually to Jordan in 1975 to 7.145 Whatever the eventual fate of the fugitive patrols or clandestine organization, the general rise of Fatah activity in the occupied territories boosted Wazir's standing within Fatah. His intimate knowledge of local political and social forces made him a crucial ally in Arafat's drive to extend PLO influence in the West Bank and Gaza. He also strengthened his position by masterminding the few suicide missions conducted by Fatah in this period. These were conducted by the Special Service, Al-Khidma al-Qassa, an arm of the security and intelligence apparatus that was set up by former Egyptian intelligence officer Muhammad Najib al-Juwayfil in late 1972 or early 1973. 146. Wazir attached the service to the western sector following the death of Nayar and Udwan, and combined it with the Ahmed Abu Hani group. 147. Additional volunteers, training, and naval transport came from the Abu Yusuf al-Nayar battalion, that was formed in 1973 by merging formed intelligence and naval reconnaissance units and the mutinous 302 sector. 148 Also assisting Wazir was Yazīd Ṣāyigh, the Dur formed Jordanian army officer who now headed Fatah's Central Operations Room in Beirut. The resurgence of Wazir, long dubbed the Silent Man of Fatah, and his alliance with Ṣāyigh alarmed the loose coalition of left-leaning officers and civilian cadres, who regarded Wazir as an archetypal rightist. The leftists were strongest in the Yarmouk forces, where 2nd Battalion Commander Musa Abi Amla was a key figure, but they also had sympathizers at the head of 3 other guerrilla battalions and in the political commissariat. Also associated with the leftist current were 2 more formed Jordanian army officers, Said Maraga, Fatah commander in South Lebanon, and Muhammad Badr, Castle Forces commander. Most influential was Fatah Central Committee member Nimr Soleh. Soleh believed that a new regional balance of power had resulted from the October 1, 1973 war, in which growing Soviet influence played a major role. As he saw it, the Battle of the Crossing of the Suez Canal was won by Arab soldiers on Soviet tanks. 149 Closer PLO ties with the USSR seemed to confirm Soleh's at the crossroads 351 outlook and suggested that his position in Fatah would be secure. By 1974, indeed, he believed that he and his leftist allies controlled the military wing of Fatah. Soleh may have exaggerated his influence, but not without justification. His support for the new direction in PLO policy and the national authority slogan was crucial to Arafat, who relied on him to help contain dissent within Fatah. This was revealed on at least one occasion in late 1973, when Soleh instructed Maraga to dispatch guerrilla detachments to Beirut in order to prevent Fatah dissenters from holding a public rally to protest PLO policy. 150 Leftist utility to Arafat was demonstrated by his decision to appoint the secretary of the Fatah Revolutionary Council, Majid Abu Sharar, as director of the PLO Unified Information Department in order to ensure media support for the new political direction. Ahmed Abd al-Rahman, a formed communist who had formed a leftist network, known by his own code name Radwan, within Fatah in the early 1970s, now became editor-in-chief of the PLO weekly Filastin al-Thawra. Other important media posts were similarly given to leftists. The PLO news agency, Wafa, was headed by Ziad Abd al-Fattah, and its radio station by Al-Tayyib Abd al-Rahim. The leftists were no longer united, however. Much as had happened in the Palestinian national movement as a whole, Fatah was deeply divided by the debate over whether or not to attend a peace conference and to establish a national authority in the occupied territories. The leftists were similarly divided by 1974. On one side stood the so-called Soviet group headed by Soleh and Abu Sharar and backed by key officers such as Maraga, while on the other assembled a disparate collection of civilian cadres. The first faction supported the pragmatic trend and argued for a strategic alliance with the USSR, while the second, perhaps best described as leftist nationalist, generally opposed the phased political program of the PLO and looked to China or Vietnam for its model. Opinions also varied on whether to form a separate Marxist-Leninist organization, a progressive bloc within Fatah pressing for a strategic alliance with the USSR, or reform Fatah as a disciplined, iron organization working to democratic centralism rather than individual and Dan-based cliques and factions. Pan-Arabism remained an influence for some, who aimed their thinking in terms of the search for the party that could lead the wider, Arab National Democratic Revolution and mobilize people's war against Israel. 151 However, the crucial point of internal division on the left, as a militant leftist nationalist ideologue later noted, was the gamble by progressive and leftist figures in Fatah on the possibility of concluding a nationalist peace settlement with S. 1. 52. OV1ET support. The result was the emergence of several leftist formations with distinct ideological outlook and divergent political agendas. The Soviet group was the most established in the military and media apparatus, but a militant wing now coalesced around a small group of civilian cadres. The latter had concluded by 1973, if not earlier, that the Palestinians needed a vanguard revolutionary party. 352. And planned to build one on the basis of the parallel network they were building within Fatah. A leading figure in the Vietnamese line, as it was later dubbed, was the head of the civilian organization and ICLM member in Lebanon, Hana Mikhail.153. Others were senior Western Sector cadres Rajai Musla and Abd al-Rahman Mar / Jordan Affairs Bureau head Sami Abu Quake, and officials in the Information and External Relations departments such as Muhammad Abu Mazar, Abu Nail, and Abu Khalid Husni. Additional support came from leading Fatah members of the General Union of Palestinian Writers and Journalists, such as Nadi Abu Nidal and Yahya Yaklif, and of the General Union of Palestinian Women, such as Maysa'i and Jihan al-Hilu. Abu Nidal best expressed the strong nationalist ethos of this leftist tendency in an early rebuttal of the DFL peace proposals for a national authority after the October 1973 war, which he declared to be either treasonous, if it comes about through a deal with the enemy or as part of an international deal, or else imaginary, because it cannot be achieved in the current phase. 154 Some militants did not join this faction, whether for personal reasons or because their Marxist-Leninist inclinations were more heavily influenced by populist Arab nationalism, notable examples being Naji Alush and Muhammad Atta, who were to head Fatah civilian organization and militia in West Beirut in 1975-6. Many of the militant leftists were Ba'athists, while the handful of communists tended more to the Soviet group. Nationalist sentiment moreover mixed with opposition to the paternalistic and eclectic modes of leadership and organization in Fatah. This was exemplified by Alush, who on the one hand derided expectations that Israel could be forced into making political and territorial concessions that were belied by military realities, and on the other bemoaned the failure of the Palestinian guerrilla movement to construct a cohesive, solid, and effective organization and its inability to build internal relations that were not clannish, improvised, and paternalistic. Palestinian forces were an unhappy hybrid of backward conventional spirit and lax guerrilla liberalism, while the PLO had been singularly unable to form a viable national front, eliminate nationalism and Arab interference, or erase the structural defects with which it and its constituent groups had been born. The movement remained caught in a strategic dilemma. The spectacular methods of Black September had become part of the problem and deepened confusion and disorientation within the ranks, while the organizational shortcomings of the various guerrilla groups prevented them from responding adequately to the challenges and opportunities posed by the October 1, 1973 war. 155 The search for a politically correct line also led to the appearance of a so-called Maoist tendency under a former senior JCP cadre and ideologue, Munir Shafiq. Shafiq had been ousted as an editor of Filastin Al-Thawra because of his outspoken opposition to the new PLO program in late 1973, and was subsequently relegated to direct the PLO Planning Center. The Maoist tendency had few senior figures besides Shafiq, but built up a sizable following among Fatah. At the crossroads 353 student branches in Lebanon and abroad in the next few years, and attracted senior Western Sector cadres such as Muhammad Bays and Basim al-Tamimi and the deputy head of the Jordan Affairs Bureau, Saad Jaradat. 156 Unlike the other leftist formations, this current maintained good working relations with Yazīd and with the many cadres of the local civilian organization who still supported former ICLM head Yahya Ashur. Its Maoist outlook also attracted like-minded Lebanese activists, most prominently, perhaps, the sizable group of Qatars who had broken away from the LCAO in 1972, which in turn enabled it to develop an appreciable following in the urban neighborhoods and villages from which they came, and later gave rise to such Lebanese F-Asians as the Patriotic Committees, the Movement of Arab Lebanon, and a student and youth group that was eventually to merge into the Islamic Unification Movement. In Tripoli, in virtually every case, the leading leftists were Qatars who had arrived in Lebanon after the final defeat in Jordan in July 1, 1971, and were all salaried personnel. Indeed, their social and career profile differed little from those they considered their political and ideological rivals, but it distinguished them from the bulk of the local civilian organization, who drew from the Palestinian refugee community that had arrived in 1948. The PLO's phased political program alarmed local Palestinians, who concluded that a negotiated peace might recover the West Bank and Gaza but would leave refugees from the areas incorporated into Israel in 1948 in exile. For this reason, the Soviet group found relatively little support among the local rank and file, who moreover remembered bitterly the role that Saleh had played in repressing the Iklim in 1972. When local members veered to the left, as a number did, they looked to one of the militant nationalist wings instead. Alush and Shafik, who wrote prolifically and spoke regularly in public, were particularly effective at disseminating their views to this and similar audiences, although the FORMET lacked an effective institutional base or general organizational vehicle and proved unable to construct a significant traction. Besides, Shafik's correct line, as the F-Asian dubbed itself, alienated Alush and other FORMET allies, such as militant officer Emla, by adopting a positive view of the inter-Arab solidarity that was generated by the recent war and by advocating National Front policies in general. Yet it, too, remained hostile to a military truce and to negotiation with Israel, and consequently to such instruments of Middle East diplomacy as UNSCR 242.157. Shafik objected in particular that the new focus on restoring the territories occupied in 1967 made this, rather than the loss of Palestine in 1948, the primary cause of conflict, and in this manner transformed the aims of the minimal Palestinian program into the aims of a L. 158MA.XJ.MA program. Fatah had always been a national front of sorts, and F-Asianism was a natural, if unwelcome, pattern. Indeed, Arafat not only tolerated the fragmentation of the civilian organization and the emergence of fiefdoms within the formal institutions of Fatah and the PLO, but actively encouraged them in 354. Order to disperse opposition, both actual and potential. The increased influx of Arab funds after October 1, 1973 enabled him and the Fatah leadership generally to dispense patronage on a widening scale and to reinforce control through the construction of clientelist interests. Yet Arafat was alert to threats from the military in particular, and pursued the Tajish campaign of 1971-2 with further steps to eliminate centers of dissent in the guerrilla forces. The mutinous 302 sector had been disbanded and its junior officers scattered among other units in October 1972, and in 1973 officers of the Golan Battalion were similarly transferred to the Understrength Galilee Battalion and to the Martyrs of September Battalion, which was brought back into existence at the end of the year. The Golan Battalion was also a source of officers for the Central Militia Command that Fatah formed in the wake of the clashes with the Lebanese Army in May. Central Sector Commander Javad Abu al-Shattar was also reassigned, to head the militia. Arafat tightened his grip further in 1974 by bringing a growing number of units under the direct command of the Central Operations Room, now headed by Sale, who kept loyally clear of F-Asianal politics. The Central Operations Room compensated for the distance of the Fatah General Command, which remained in Damascus, but also reduced it to the functions of a rear administrative office. By the same token, the marginalization of the General Command limited the military authority of Wazir and Saleh and placed more in Arafat's hands. Among the units attached to the Central Operations Room since 1972 were the 1st Artillery Battalion, Special Unit, Force 14, Air, and Naval Unit, as well as the various supports and rices. In 1974 the newly established Air Defense Battalion was added to the list, as were the PASC Military Police and the short-lived Martyr Nimr al-Hajjaj Unit, an internal military police unit formed with the purpose of ensuring obedience in guerrilla units. During the bitter debate about the new PLO political program, the latter unit was nominally attached to Fatah military intelligence. Another recent creation that was headed by Arafat's associate Ayatollah/Nalla. Arafat's personal bodyguard was also expanded under the command of Ali Hassan Salama, the former intelligence officer who had inspired the Black September organization in 1971. There was considerable reason for Arafat to be concerned at internal challenges. Growing Arab intervention threatened both his tenuous control over Fatah and Fatah's equally contentious control over the PLO. Having supported the formation of the Rejectionist Front in 1973-4, Iraq mounted a more direct challenge through the Fatah representative in Baghdad, Sabri al-Banna. Banna, best known by his code name Abu Nidal, had developed close ties to Iraqi intelligence since 1971. He also doubled as head of the PLO office in Baghdad, and in this capacity joined the rejectionist guerrilla groups to form a political committee for Palestinians in Iraq in early 1974. The PLO Executive Committee refused to recognize this body, which had announced the expulsion of the DFLP from its ranks and vehemently denounced the deviation of the PLO leadership under Arafat. Banna now seized Fatah facilities in Iraq, training. At the crossroads 355. Camp, farms, supply depots, and an industrial workshop producing light combat equipment. 160 The Iraqi authorities also gave him a large shipment of Chinese infantry weapons that they had confiscated from Fatah in 1971, and allowed him to set up office under the name of Fatah Revolutionary Council and to publish a parallel magazine called Filastin al-Thura. The militant ethos expressed by Banna struck a chord among some in the Fatah rank and file, although his decision to split the ranks formally and his obvious collusion with the Iraqi authorities denied him the resonance achieved by the Black September organization several years earlier. He maintained covert links with former acquaintances from the civilian organization and intelligence apparatus in Jordan in 1968-70, among them Abu Quake, Eolush, Quadri, Bays, and Jaradat. Even Khalaf, something of an establishment leftist, discreetly kept channels of contact open. Fearing further defections, Arafat had Eolush briefly detained in August 1974. On 1 September 2 Muhammad Abd al-Ghaffar, another renegade and associate of Banna who was responsible for several terrorist outrages in Europe, was gunned down in Beirut on Arafat's orders. Banna sent gunmen to Damascus to assassinate Central Committee member Mahmoud Abbas in revenge, but they were arrested and the Central Committee sentenced Banna to death in absentia. 161 A statement purporting to come from the Free Officers in Fatah was published in the PFLP Weekly in December, but by now the leadership was in firm control. 162 Fatah Central Khomeini member Khalaf was uneasy with the turn of events. As head of the PLO Unified Intelligence Apparatus, he maintained connections with a variety of political groups, both friendly and hostile, among them those headed by Banna and Abd al-Ghaffar. The polarization of opinion within Fatah was also eroding the middle ground, making it difficult for Khalaf to promote his leadership stature without taking sides. His solution was to adopt a position of critical loyalty to the mainstream. Balancing his support for the pragmatic trend in PLO policy with the discourse of a committed revolutionary nationalist and opponent of improper organizational procedure and corrupt practice. At the same time, he turned the unified intelligence apparatus into a personal power base, and bargained with Arafat to appoint his supporters to leading posts in the influential General Union of Palestine Students. Possibly because he hoped to attain incontrovertible status, Khalaf planned a dramatic act of terror, the assassination of King Hussein during the Arab Summit Conference in Rabat. There were added reasons for this. Jordanian intelligence chief Muhammad Rasul al-Kailani had secretly visited Beirut in mid-1974, and the PLO suspected him of instigating the Lebanese government to crack down on it. 163 The king aroused more serious concern by persuading Egyptian President Sadat to qualify his recognition of the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians. A joint statement issued by the two leaders in July explicitly excluded those Palestinians residing in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. 356. From the PLO's representative status. 164 Unknown to his colleagues in the Fatah Central Committee, Caliph sent an assassination team to Rabat in late October to deliver the response. 165 The exposure of the plot by Moroccan security severely embarrassed Fatah, but the unrepentant Caliph was to boast for many years after that it was his threat that had secured unequivocal Arab, and Jordanian, recognition of the PL. 166. Military jockeying for diplomatic position. Caliph's assassination plot was not the only attempt to use military means for diplomatic advantage. Israel had steadily increased its military pressure since the massive air raids of April and May, directing air and artillery strikes against guerrilla bases and, in up to 80% of all instances, Lebanese villages and Palestinian refugee camps. 167 The PLO had renewed its pledge to the Lebanese government to cease cross-border attacks in April following a small spate of incidents, and in July Military Department head Musin reconfirmed that the PLO had resolved to move guerrilla operations into the Dept-of-Israel and the occupied territories. 168 There were fewer than a dozen guerrilla attacks in South Lebanon during 197 in fact, but Israel reacted to the diplomatic gains made by the PLO with a sharp military escalation in November and December. In mid-January 975, the IDF also mounted a week-long demonstrative ground operation in the Arqab, while the various guerrilla groups responded with a total of 40 attacks between February and June. 169 It was against the backdrop of intensifying violence in Lebanon that U.S. Secretary of State Kissinger planned a return visit to the Middle East to negotiate the second Israeli-Egyptian military disengagement agreement. To demonstrate once again PLO presence and the futility of excluding it from the peace process, a team of 8 Fatah guerrillas seized a waterfront hotel in Tel Aviv on the night of March 5, just as Kissinger was due to arrive in Israel. 177 guerrillas died in the IDF rescue operation, that also cost 20 Israeli casualties, among them General Yuri Yairi, who was killed. 171 As far as Fatah was concerned, the raid had achieved its demonstrative purpose. It later announced that a fugitive patrol had fired rockets at the Israeli Knesset on May 4, while the DFLP announced 3 attempts to mount guerrilla attacks across the Jordan River in the same period. Fatah regarded Kissinger's inability to secure an Israeli-Egyptian agreement in March and the delay of his next trip to the region until August as a direct result of its military demonstrations. Whatever the real impact of the Fatah raid on Tel Aviv, it helped to improve PLO-Syrian relations. Both sides felt excluded by U.S. diplomacy, and on March 24 announced the establishment of a unified military and political command. This had little practical consequence in FACT, and the PFLP described the command as a mere subterfuge designed to disguise PLO involvement in the peace process and to pave the way for reconciliation with Jordan. 172 To defeat. At the crossroads 35-7. The perceived threat, the PFLP and other rejectionist groups increased guerrilla attacks from South Lebanon in the following months, to which Israel responded actively. Long before then, at the beginning of the year, the PLO had come to the conclusion that Israeli attacks aim at diverting attention from a larger operation to be carried out inside Lebanon. 173 The escalation of Israeli military activity after March seemed to point in this direction, especially as it coincided with the opening shots of the Lebanese Civil War. 14. The spiral of violence in the south in 1974 pushed Lebanon inexorably towards civil war. Official statistics showed that Israel had launched 143 fire attacks and 55 air raids during the year, killing 167 civilians and wounding another 412, besides military casualties. 1. The mounting strain on relations between the PLO and the Lebanese government became evident in July 1, 1974, when the latter resisted an offer from the Council of Arab Defense Ministers to provide protection against Israeli air raids such as the attack that had obliterated much of the Nabataya refugee camp in May. 2. In August, the Joint Defense Command of the League of Arab States gave the PLO a grant of 30 million Lebanese lira to build air raid shelters, but the government again opposed any fortification work in the camps. 3. The authorities compelled the head of the PLO engineering department, Muhammad al-Sha'ir, to leave the country in September, but finally relented under Syrian pressure and allowed 100 Syrian soldiers equipped with portable SA-7 anti-aircraft missiles to deploy in the camps. 4. The vicious circle of guerrilla attacks and Israeli reprisals heightened communal tensions within Lebanese society and deepened its political polarization since the clashes of May 1, 1973. At that time, a statement issued by the influential Sunni Muslim Maqasid Society protested sectarian discrimination in the army and government bureaucracy and contrasted the excessive power of the Maronite presidency with the limited authority of the Sunni premiership, concluding that the state did not represent the country. 5. Lebanese Muslims took heart from the partial Arab military successes against Israel in October and the demonstration of Arab economic and diplomatic power. Former Prime Minister Rashid Karami reflected their growing self-confidence by declaring his intention to challenge the Maronite monopoly and stand at the next presidential election. The Maronite establishment, too, saw the May clashes as a turning point. President Frangilla privately advised the leaders of the Maronite Dornin at rightist parties not to rely on the army after today, but on yourselves. 6. Muslim assertiveness only increased the unease with which the Maronite camp viewed the emerging Palestinian state within the state. Speaking in September 1, 1973, Phalanges party leader Pierre Yazīd echoed the common view that the Palestinian presence in Lebanon and Lebanon's relationship with the PLO are the FORMist problem at present. It is 359. Why the issue of power sharing is being raised, and why there is disagreement about the identity, role, and spiritual message of Lebanon. He described the guerrilla presence as a blatant transgression against Lebanese sovereignty, and warned that, if the identity and existence of the country were threatened, his party would transform Lebanon into scorched earth. 7. The October War and the prospect that the PLO would acquire a limited territorial base in the West Bank and Gaza intensified Maronite fear that the Palestinian refugee community, conservatively estimated at 300,000, would be permanently resettled in Lebanon. Yazīd expressed this outlook starkly to the annual party conference on September 27, 1974, saying, "Some consider me to be an extremist, and place me in the same category as the Palestinian Rejection Front. This is because I do not believe in any solution to the Palestine problem other than a solution that returns the son of the Galilee to the Galilee, the son of Haifa to Haifa, and the son of Jerusalem to Jerusalem." He commended the PLO for refraining absolutely for some time from interfering in any disputes among the Lebanese, but reflected Maronite unhappiness with the parallel power it exercised, observing that this revolution is a revolution against us in particular, rather than a revolution against injustice and dispersal and Israel. 8. Yazīd's statements came against a backdrop of looming political violence. In April, Shiite Muslim leader Imam Musa al-Sadr had mounted a remarkable demonstration of his community's growing number and organization with two massive rallies in Hermel and Tyre that each attracted 80,000 to 100,000 people, of whom 10,000 to 15,000 were armed. Sadr called for political reform, and pressed the government to arm the inhabitants of the south and confront Israel. 9. Maronite-Palestinian tensions also spilled over on 28 to 29 July, as a firefight between drug smugglers degenerated into heavy clashes between rightist militiamen and the Tal al-Ziyar refugee camp. Government agents were suspected of killing several opposition activists in the northern Akkar region in August, and 3 persons died at the end of September when villagers tried to prevent the Phalanges party from opening an office in Tarshish. 2 leftist cabinet ministers resigned in protest when the Ministry of Interior attempted, unsuccessfully, to suspend publication of 4 national newspapers in the same month. Continued violence in the south deepened the Lebanese political divide. The opposition parties demonstrated their growing strength when a leftist candidate defeated the traditionalist incumbent in a parliamentary by-election in the major southern town of Nabataya in December. Escalating Israeli reprisals prompted a complaint at the end of the month from Yazīd that Israel will always hit back even more violently in response to Palestinian attacks, and that the retaliation will always be in Lebanon. He called for a complete halt to guerrilla activity, arguing that the war of attrition will be principally in South Lebanon and in the Palestinian refugee camps that 360 encircle Beirut and the other Lebanese cities. Warning that the price was too high for Lebanon to pay, he asked rhetorically, should the South come under Israeli occupation too? His grim conclusion was that the battle should be a comprehensive Arab one, or it should not be at all. 10 Yet on the other side, Southern villagers mounted large demonstrations in January 1975 to protest government neglect and demand protection by the army from Israeli attack. Faced with this situation, the Lebanese army had issued secret instructions to the commanders of its various military regions in September 1974 to prepare contingency plans for the restoration of government control in the capital and the removal of heavy weapons from the Palestinian refugee camps. Concern at the potential for conflict was also growing within the PLO mainstream, which feared that any regional diplomacy that excluded the Palestinians would ultimately lead to a major outbreak of violence in Lebanon. 12 Its anxiety increased in December, when the Lebanese government turned down Libyan offers to provide air defense units or finance the purchase of anti-aircraft missile systems by Lebanon to deter Israeli air attack. 13 The PLO now decided to implement the Arab proposal of August for the construction of shelters in the refugee camps unilaterally. A higher fortifications committee headed by executive committee member Abd al-Jawad Saleh started work in the southernmost Rashidiyah camp in January 1, 1975 and extended to the camps in the Beirut area in February. 14 A ground operation by the IDF against the border village of Kfar Shuba on 1 January 1 contributed to the political tension. The local Fatah garrison withstood repeated Israeli probes over the next week, during which Kfar Shuba became a rallying point for guerrilla and militia units throughout the country and for the Lebanese opposition, which mobilized hundreds of volunteers to take part in the battle and later to help the villagers repair their homes. The appeal of the PLO and opposition parties to large sectors of the Lebanese population left a deep impression on the Maronite camp. Sectarian mobilization proceeded apace, and reached a critical stage following an incident on February 26 in which Lebanese soldiers shot and fatally wounded Maruf Esaid, a former Sunni member of parliament for Sidon and a veteran opposition leader. Esaid was at the head of a large demonstration of fishermen and local citizens protesting the decision by Frangiya to grant a company owned by former President Camille Sham on a 90-day fishing monopoly in the high season. Armed residents drove the army out of the old city, aided by Palestinians from the nearby Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp. The Maronite camp attracted 35,000 people to a rally in support of the army in East Beirut, while 150,000 mourners attended Esaid's funeral and an opposition counter-rally in Sidon on March 6. Shiite leader Sadr urged the army to stay out of politics, while Karami later accused official circles of assisting the rightist parties to smuggle illegal weapons into the country. 361. Between persuasion and coercion. It was against this background that the opening shots of the civil war were fired. On April 13, unidentified gunmen in a speeding car shot at a church in the Beirut suburb of Ain al-Rumana where Falangist leader Yazīd was attending Sunday service, killing at least one person. In revenge, Falangist militiamen ambushed a bus carrying Palestinians from the Tal al-Ziytar refugee camp on their way home from a rally in the capital, killing 26 passengers and wounding 29, all unarmed supporters of the ALF. The massacre provoked a wave of condemnation in Lebanon and the Arab states. PLO and Lebanese opposition militiamen went on the rampage, firing at Phalanges party offices and dynamiting Maronite-owned businesses in Beirut. Yazīd regretted the violence, but argued that the Lebanese state had abdicated its responsibility and sovereignty and allowed statelets and armies, implicitly those of the PLO and its allies, to mushroom in the country. 15 A day later, on 1 April 5, the various Palestinian guerrilla groups joined Lebanese opposition parties of every hue in a formal call for the isolation of the Phalanges Party. This meant exclusion of its ministers from government, formal dissolution, and the confiscation of its monies and arms. 16 Arafat was reluctant to endorse the call to isolate the Phalanges Party, but was compelled to do so under overwhelming pressure from his partners in the PLO and Lebanese opposition, and even from within Fatah. He and his closest colleagues realized that this represented an unprecedented degree of PLO intrusion in Lebanese affairs and would alienate Maronite official and public opinion, perhaps irretrievably. They were alert to the danger that the situation could deteriorate into generalized civil strife, that might jeopardize the diplomatic strategy they had pursued since the October 1, 1973 war. Participation in the Middle East peace process on equal footing with the Arab states and Israel required a power equalizer, or at least the perception of relative power, which could best be provided by retention of the PLO base in Lebanon. 17 Positionality was a critical element in PLO thinking, therefore, and shaped its behavior in the ensuing conflict. This was especially true because the PLO was convinced that Kissinger sought to exclude it from the Middle East peace process, in favor of Jordan, and that the U.S. was instigating civil conflict in Lebanon to that end. The CIA was accused, correctly, of helping the Maronite militias to acquire weapons from Mediterranean and European black markets, prompting PLO Foreign Minister Kajemi to aver that current events in Lebanon are the making of external powers, with which the Phalanges Party cooperates. 1-8 Similar views were taken by the rest of the pragmatic wing in the PLO, as both the DFLP and Ṣāyigh saw a clear link between Falangist behavior and Kissinger's mission in the region. 19 The Soviet group in Fatah was especially outspoken, as Revolutionary Council Secretary Abu Sharar described U.S. step-by-step diplomacy as a deliberate attempt to demolish the PLO's 362 phased political program, and warned that Fatah was able to mount further suicide missions against Israel in order to defeat U.S. plans. 20 Consequently, the strategic objective of the mainstream PLO leadership in the unfolding crisis was to preempt any moves, whether by local forces or external ones, to undermine its established position in Lebanon. This meant preservation of the political and military prerogatives it enjoyed by virtue of formal agreement with the authorities or of the various its accomplices it had created since 1969. The PLO had strong motivation to defend itself, but at the same time concluded that the only way to secure its position was by heading off a wider conflagration. The problem was that its desire to avoid combat and defuse political tensions, which presupposed dialogue with the Maronite adversaries, severely limited the types of pressure it could utilize against them. The result was what might be dubbed a minimalist form of coercive diplomacy, consisting of three elements. 21 The PLO insisted on dealing only with the Lebanese authorities, and not with the Phalanges Party, gave general reassurances of non-involvement in Lebanese domestic politics, and defined certain red lines that it would defend resolutely, by force if necessary. Fatah Central Committee Khalid al-Hassan best summarized the outlook of the PLO mainstream in this period. He stressed that any eruption of violence in Lebanon is against the interests of Lebanon and of the Palestinian Revolution. At the same time, we must not be silent in the face of any blow directed at our people or our presence in Lebanon. In this context, the Palestinian leadership refrains from intervening in Lebanese internal affairs and tries, to the best of its ability and wherever practicable, to help prevent the Lebanese situation from erupting militarily, and then to achieve an understanding with the President of the Republic. 22 He noted the pressing need to end the strife before the parliamentary and presidential elections scheduled for 1976, but came to two skeptical conclusions: that the rival Lebanese sects would continue to arm themselves, and that Israel, with U.S. backing, would pursue its attacks on Palestinian targets in Lebanon in order to push the guerrilla presence constantly to the center of the domestic Lebanese debate. 23 Hassan's prognosis, though not his prescription, was to prove accurate. PLO efforts at conflict resolution were undermined, time and again over the next 8 months, by deliberate military escalation on the part of the Maronite camp. Far from reaching a firm understanding with the PLO, as Hassan hoped, Frangilla secretly authorized the army to assist the Maronite militias with training and covered arms supplies and to provide them with fire support on occasion. 24 There was little hope of success, therefore, FOR the official Flow Lebanese Liaison Committee that was set up on May 3 to observe the ceasefire and conduct joint patrols in areas that had witnessed fighting. Nearly as serious a problem for the Fatah-dominated PLO was its inability to restrain its own partners. The Palestinian guerrilla groups, both the rejectionists and the DFLP and Ṣāyigh pragmatists and the Lebanese opposition parties, now formally grouped in the Lebanese Nationalist Movement, LNM, under the leadership of 363 Kamal Junblat, were united in their desire to see a nationalist government in Lebanon. For the Palestinian left especially, the formation of revolutionary fronts and nationalist governments was a necessary condition for the development of the Palestinian struggle wherever it was located, and it saw just such an ally in the LNM, which in reality was a highly heterogeneous coalition led by parties committed to social democratic reforms. 25 This Palestinian-Lebanese alliance was encouraged by Syria, Iraq, Libya, and the USSR, each of which perceived the behavior of the Maronite camp as a direct extension of U.S. policy in the region. From the outset, the PLO sought at one and the same time to signal restraint and resolve, in order both to reassure and deter the Maronite camp. It was soon put to the test. Having rallied Maronite opinion against the isolation campaign, the Phalanges party triggered a government crisis and compelled Prime Minister Rashid al-Sulh to resign on 15 May. 26 In his last statement to Parliament, Sulh blamed the Phalangists squarely for instigating the conflict and presented a list of conditions for national reconciliation, fundamental reform of the political system, review of the basic law governing army composition and command, revision of the nationality and immigration law, and support for the Palestinian guerrilla movement. The Phalangists were buoyed by their success, however, and declared that they would pursue their revolution to the end. Rightist gunmen subjected the Tal al-Ziyātar refugee camp, situated in a suburb of Maronite-controlled East Beirut, to sniper fire and random shelling. 27 Jama'il raised the stakes by suggesting that the camp be relocated entirely, because it threatens Lebanese areas. 28 This was a direct challenge, and Arafat warned publicly that the PLO would be compelled to respond if attacks did not stop. 29 Fatah privately offered to purchase the land on which the camp stood from its owners, the Order of Maronite Monks, but was refused. 30 The crisis took a dramatic turn on May 23, when Frangilla met a military government. The new Minister of Interior, General Said Nasrallah, was quick to reassure the PLO that Lebanon would protect the struggle of the Palestinian people and its admirable revolution and would continue to observe existing accords. 31 The Minister of Information, General Musa Ghanan, confirmed that this meant the 1969 Cairo Agreement and 1973 Melkert Protocol. 32 Despite these reassurances, the PLO feared that it would be the ultimate target of the Maronite-commanded army. It refrained from making a public response, but took the precaution of convening its military command in Damascus and putting the guerrilla forces on the alert. A storm of protest had erupted in the meantime from the entire spectrum of Muslim politicians and at least one senior Maronite, National Bloc Party leader Raymond Ed, as well as the LNM. The religious heads of the Muslim denominations called on the Premier, Sunni Muslim General Nur al-Din al-Rafa to resign. Syria also relayed its disquiet to Frangilla, who retreated on May 28 and appointed the veteran Karami to form a new civilian cabinet. 364. The military government represented the last attempt by the Lebanese state to take control of the crisis. Frangiya's retreat suggested that the authorities could still be coerced in extremis by the combination of domestic, Syrian, and PLO pressure, but it also underlined the ability of the Maronite parties outside government to destabilize the status quo and escalate politically and militarily. This prompted the PLO to moderate its coercive diplomacy in a key respect. Arafat secretly broke the boycott of the Phalanges party by sending the head of his bodyguard, Ali Hassan Salama, to negotiate terms for ending the crisis with the Maronite leadership in East Beirut. The talks were based on a draft agenda for political reform drawn up by the LNM, and succeeded both in identifying common ground and in narrowing down the areas of disagreement. Nothing was revealed in public, but the Phalangists issued a conciliatory statement on June 1 to confirm that recent events had neither sundered Palestinian-Lebanese ties nor activated sectarian and political rifts in the country. 33 The approach taken by Arafat was dealt a mortal blow, however. His partners in the PLO and LNM were outraged when Salama reported on the secret talks, despite the promising results, and reacted by ordering an unprecedented and indiscriminate mortar and rocket barrage against largely Christian East Beirut. The discovery on June 2 on a southern Lebanese beach of a shipment of light arms, apparently delivered by Israel and destined for the Maronite militias, added fuel to the fire. 34 As the tenuous ceasefire crumbled once again, guerrillas belonging to all PLO groups except Fatah appeared alongside LNM militiamen in the Beirut area. The rejectionists had already announced the end of self-restraint following the Phalangist ambush of April 13, and were joined by the rest of the Palestinian left in opposing compromise with the Maronite camp. 35 Clashes resumed in the southern suburbs of Al-Shiyat and Ain al-Rumana and later spread to the Maslak Karantina shanty town, inhabited by impoverished Lebanese Muslims, Kurds, Syrian migrant workers, and a few Palestinian refugees, on the northern side of Beirut. Fatah still refused to put its militia and guerrilla forces on alert or issue weapons to the civilian organization, but many members took to the streets anyway. Only after Maronite shells struck the Shatila refugee camp, and following an appeal from Lebanese families whose children had been killed in recent bombardment of Shia, did Arafat finally permit the Fatah militia to assume responsibility for organizing the defense in the suburb and to respond to hostile fire. This episode showed that PLO coercive diplomacy was arguably that of Fatah alone. Even then, its minimalist, defensive strategy was also under attack by the Soviet group and militant leftists within Fatah itself. Central Committee member Soleh and other senior officials brandished their solidarity with the LNM at public meetings, and liaised regularly with the Lebanese and Palestinian left over political and military matters. Soleh even instructed Fatah gunners under his command to join in the barrage that the militant guerrilla groups and LNM parties launched against East Beirut in their effort to defeat the secret negotiations conducted by Salama. Abu Sharar expressed a widely held view. 365. When he stated belligerently, on June 2, that the PLO has two options, confrontation or submission, and that only the FORMER could defeat the conspiracy. 36 Although the standing of the left within Fatah was contested, its open hostility for the Maronite camp was representative of the rank and file as a whole. Despite the collapse of the secret talks, the mainstream leadership persisted in its attempt to reassure the Maronites. Indeed, PLO diplomacy now contained little that was coercive. On June 9, for instance, Kajami stressed that the Palestinian Revolution adopts a defensive posture and does not try, under any circumstances, to move to the offensive, because we are committed to the sovereignty of Lebanon and to its security, stability, and national unity. 37 The PLO also set up a special military tribunal to curb violations of law and order by its own members, especially those involved in sectarian kidnappings, and conduct AFEW executions in September. 38 Arafat next approached the Maronite camp directly, meeting in mid-June with the heads of the Order of Maronite monks and with Camille Chamon, FORMER president and head of the National Liberals Party, who was now Minister of Interior in the Karami cabinet. The PLO chairman, Frangiyaat, and political and military officials from both sides met on June 23, and agreed to expand existing joint patrols and to empower them to suppress any source of fire by FORCE. 39 Arafat crowned his diplomacy with a major policy statement on June 25. This reiterated neutrality in internal Lebanese affairs and confirmed that the basis of bilateral relations was Palestinian respect for Lebanese sovereignty, and recognition by Lebanon of the right of the Palestinian Revolution to maintain its presence on its soil in the context of adherence, in both letter and spirit, to existing agreements. Despite everything that has happened, Arafat added, we can only suppress our pain, bear our wounds, and bypass events, leaving it to the justice of the courts or to the judgment of history as to who caused the tragedy and unleashed the mad violence. Obviously hoping to reassure the Maronites, Arafat stressed that the PLO is not a political affiliation belonging to one Lebanese side or the other. It is not a party in the internal Lebanese arena. It is not a sect or the adjunct of a sect, nor does it wish to be. To drive the message home and distance himself from the LNM and Palestinian left, he added that the PLO has no opinion on what Lebanon chooses for itself in the way of a governing system and legislation, whether political, social, or, for the economie. The Phalanges party welcomed Arafat's statement, but once again hardliners on both sides escalated. Falangist militiamen attacked Maslak Karantina and received covert support from internal security forces loyal to Shammon. In response, Arafat authorized Fatah gunners to respond to rightist shelling with light mortar fire if civilian casualties had been incurred, but maintained the ban on more extensive engagement. On the other side, an unknown group calling itself the Revolutionary Socialist Action Organization embarrassed the PLO on June 29 by kidnapping Colonel Ernest Morgan, a U.S. officer visiting Beirut. 41. 366. PLO security quickly revealed that the group responsible was in fact the PPSF, which had handed Morgan to the PFGC. The PFGC eventually released him in exchange for a delivery of food and money to the refugee camps on July 12, by which time a new ceasefire was at last taking precarious hold. This was the result of coercive diplomacy by Syria in preceding weeks, however, rather than the PLO effort. Syria had reacted with intense hostility to the bus massacre in April. The ruling Ba'ath party was convinced that the timing was directly linked to Kissinger's mission, and its official newspaper described the Phalanges party as an agent of imperialism. 42 Its anger increased as the Maronite militias targeted Syrian migrant workers in Lebanon, killing 63 and forcing thousands to flee by the end of May. 43 Syria supported the PLO-LNM decision to isolate the Phalanges party and assisted its Palestinian and Lebanese allies with training and arms, including direct deliveries of Soviet bloc combat supplies to the DFLP. 44 When Arafat revealed the secret talks with the Maronite camp in late May, Syrian-sponsored Ṣāyigh played a major role in the bombardment of East Beirut that defeated his initiative. Yet Syrian escalation gave way to the desire for an early end to the crisis, especially after a statement by Israeli Foreign Minister Yuval Alon on June 3 confirming the existence of direct contacts with the Maronite camp raised the specter of growing Israeli involvement. 45 From this point onwards, the Syrian objective was to coerce the Maronite camp into complying with a lasting ceasefire and accepting a political solution negotiated between the Lebanese state and the PLO, with Syrian mediation. Syrian Foreign Minister Abd al-Halim Khaddam and Deputy Defense Minister and Air Force Chief Naji Fahmil had visited Beirut to mediate on several occasions in previous weeks, but by late June Syria saw a need to reinforce its political message with the threat of more direct military intervention. On June 22 two Ṣāyigh battalions entered South Lebanon. The 500 guerrillas included Syrian soldiers in Ṣāyigh Unity M1, and fielded an impressive assortment of heavy mortars, multiple rocket launchers, recoilless rifles, machine guns, and anti-aircraft cannon. Khaddam returned to Beirut on June 29, and this time was rewarded with a lasting ceasefire. The gradual transfer of the Ṣāyigh FORCE to Beirut during the summer made it the largest PLO or LNM contingent in the capital, and considerably reinforced Syrian leverage. Muhsin explained that Syria's national security was directly affected by events in Lebanon, and it would not wait for an invitation to mediate and contain the conflict. 47 President Assad confirmed this view at the beginning of August, asserting that Syria could not be a mere spectator in the Lebanese crisis and that it was directly concerned with Lebanese defense. 48 The protagonists in the Lebanese crisis meanwhile prepared for a renewal of the conflict. The Maronite camp now comprised 5 major militias: the Phalangists, National Liberals Party's Tigers, Front of the Guardians of the Cedar, Maratha Brigade, affiliated to Frangiya, and Organization, affiliated to 367. The Order of Maronite Monks, while the Muslim leftist opposition comprised nearly 30 separate groups of varying size and allegiance. A major newcomer was Amal, the regiments of Lebanese resistance, AFWAJ al-Muqawama al-Lubnan EIA, intended as the military wing of the movement of the Disinhurite that Shiite Imam Sadr had formed in spring 1974. Fatah helped Amal with training, arms, and the loan of military personnel and civilian cadres. The appearance of Sadr at a graduation exercise at Fatah's military academy in Syria on June 23 revealed the alliance, while it was the death of a Fatah instructor and 25 Amal members in a training accident that prompted the Imam to reveal the existence of Amal on July 6. The leftist and nationalist parties of the LNM were also growing in confidence, and on August 8 published an ambitious political program that sought the elimination of the Lebanese confessional system, formation of a constituent assembly to pass basic constitutional and organizational legislation, and sweeping changes in the executive, legislative, and judiciary branches of government, the effect of which would be to bring the country in line with Western liberal democracies. 49 The tense calm in Beirut contrasted sharply with the renewed upsurge of violence in South Lebanon during July and August. The Palestinian rejectionists stepped up cross-border attacks, accounting for many of the 30 incidents in this period, while Fatah attempted to mount several special operations across the Jordanian border and conducted sabotage attacks in the occupied territories, the most damaging being an explosion that killed 13 Israeli civilians and wounded 28 in a West Jerusalem market on July 4. Israel launched a series of air and artillery strikes and infantry raids against guerrilla bases, villages, and refugee camps in South Lebanon in the same period, both in retaliation and as a means of increasing the pressures on the PLO. Sinai 11. It was against this background, on September 1, that Kissinger announced the conclusion of a second military disengagement agreement between Egypt and Israel. Shortly afterwards, Falangist militiamen attacked the Muslim quarters of Al-Karak and Al-Mu'allaka in the mainly Christian town of Zayla in the Bekaa Valley, while Frangiya's followers started a new battlefront in and around Tripoli, capital of the north and home of Prime Minister Karami. The Lebanese army stood aloof, deploying a buffer force only when Klansmen and opposition militiamen in the Akkar region attacked Maronite villages in retaliation for the massacre on September 7 of a busload of Muslim civilians by the Maratha Brigade. Frangiya replaced Army Commander Ghanem with the more neutral Hana Said to placate Karami, but this did nothing to impede the Maronite militias from extending the battle to the heart of Beirut in mid-month. Masked rightist gunmen asserted control over much of the commercial center and seafront hotel district, and appeared around the government radio station and 368 Central Bank in the Kantari neighborhood. As seriously, Maronite militiamen in Damer and Deir al-Namar repeatedly blocked the coastal road south of Beirut, which was the main artery connecting the capital, and PLO headquarters, to South Lebanon. The renewal of fighting in Lebanon, hard on the heels of the Sinai 11 disengagement agreement, caused Syria and the PLO grave concern. The Syrian government activated the higher committee it had formed with Jordan in June and sought a reconciliation with its bitter rival in Baghdad. Its effort to form an eastern front against Israel made no headway in the event, but Assad was more successful during an arms shopping trip in Moscow on 9–10 October. The PLO, for its part, was outraged to learn on 1 September 1 that Kissinger had made a written pledge to Israeli Prime Minister Rabin not to recognize the PLO, negotiate with it, or allow it to attend peace talks unless it met conditions acceptable to Israel. 50 Yet its response diverged significantly from that of Syria. The diplomatic strategy of Arafat and his closest colleagues was based on maintaining good working relations with Egypt, in the hope of conducting an indirect dialogue with the US, whereas Syria now strove for a Syrian-led alliance with the PLO and Jordan in order to confront Egypt and resist US policy. 51 Outwardly, Syria and the PLO remained firm allies. The PLO echoed Syrian accusations that Sadat was extending political support to the Maronite camp, and was allowed to set up a new radio station in Syria when Sadat retaliated by suspending its program on Cairo Radio. 52 Privately, the PLO was deeply unhappy with Syrian insistence on the tripartite alliance with Jordan, which, it suspected, was a prelude to replacing it once negotiations for the occupied territories started. Kissinger's pledge to Israel not to invite the PLO to the Geneva Peace Conference, if convened, or permit its attendance without prior consultation with Israel seemed to confirm Palestinian suspicions. Its misgivings deepened on September 25, when Al-Bath published a statement by the Syrian-controlled PLA command calling for coordination between the Palestinian, Syrian, and Jordanian confrontation forces and for Palestinian-Jordanian dialogue. 53 The National Command of the ruling Ba'ath Party reiterated the same position on October 6, urging the confrontation forces including Jordan and the PLO to move beyond their differences and create a new formula of unity or of a front. 54 Syria and the PLO remained equally convinced of the imperative need to contain the Lebanese crisis, but the underlying divergence of their diplomatic strategies led to subtle differences in means and objectives in Lebanon, although this was not immediately apparent. The Maronite camp aroused severe Syrian alarm in mid-September by proposing internationalization, tadwil, of the crisis, mediation by the UN Security Council or a Western power such as France. This challenged the special status that Syria claimed in Lebanese SEC affairs, and prompted a new mediation effort by Khadim and Chief of Staff Hikmat al-Shihabi in Beirut towards the end of the month. Their effort was 369. Rewarded with another ceasefire agreement and the formation of a Lebanese Committee for National Dialogue, to which the Phalanges Party was invited, effectively ending the 5-month boycott of the party. The initiative underwent amidst renewed fighting, however, prompting calls from LNM leader Junblat and traditional leaders such as the Maronite Ed and Sunni Saib Salam for the resignation of Frangiyya. Arafat had launched his own mediation effort in parallel, seeking to revive the dialogue with the Maronite camp by meeting Shammon in mid-September. Yet Maronite opinion was difficult to sway, as shown by a conference of political and religious leaders on September 24, at which the debate centered on whether to abrogate the 1969 Cairo Agreement altogether or merely to compel the PLO to relinquish the gains it had made since May 1973. 55. Undeterred, Arafat applauded the formation of the Committee for National Dialogue, with Falangist participation, to the annoyance of his partners in the PLO and LNM. 56 He also persuaded the LNM to accept a new ceasefire after a week of renewed fighting in early October, and then addressed Maronite FERs directly on October 12 by insisting that there would be no permanent resettlement of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. 57 Frangiyya and Jama'iyil met the statement with open approval, the latter going so far as to voice support for the Palestinian presence in Lebanon and for the Cairo Agreement, so long as relations were properly regulated. 58 However, PLO diplomacy was accompanied by more active military involvement. In mid-September, Arafat instructed a detachment of PASC military police to help monitor the ceasefire in Tripoli at the request of Prime Minister Karami, and deployed Fatah personnel to undertake defensive and peacekeeping duties at other main flashpoints. 59 Fatah militia units were expanded and issued with light arms, guerrilla officers were assigned to lead them, and a new command structure was established in Beirut with logistic, communications, and security sections. 60 Arafat next approved a contribution of PLO personnel to FORM, a joint peacekeeping FORCE, to police the truce in Beirut in early October, and made the first major commitment of Fatah forces by ordering a company of guerrillas from the Arqub to the Badawi refugee camp in the north. This was in response to a request from Karami FORA Palestinian peacekeeping force in Tripoli, and Fatah later brought up a second company, followed by the whole of its Golan and 1st battalions. According to Fatah reports, Army troops who tried to stop the 1st unit on October 8 were brushed aside with 50 to 60 casualties and the loss of a dozen vehicles. 61 Increased military involvement reflected the PLO perception that Frangiya and the Lebanese Army Command were abandoning even the appearance of neutrality, and served as a deterrent signal. At the same time, it revealed a shift in mainstream Palestinian attitudes towards the crisis. The fact that Karami had asked the PLO, not the army, to undertake peacekeeping duties in Tripoli exposed the fragmentation of the higher echelons of the state and offered the PLO the chance to act as mediator and key power broker in Lebanon. By 370. Holding the balance, it could assure its presence and status in the country, and by the same token enhance its regional stature, diplomatic strategy, and autonomy from Syrian influence. It was this political purpose, rather than military calculations, that prompted Arafat, Wazir, and their allies in the Fatah Central Committee to provide material assistance to various Lebanese militias. Assistance covered the full range, from the LCP, LCAO, and Trotskyite workers' leagues on the left, through the Ba'athist popular committees, to the Islamist Jundullah, soldiers of God. Their closest allies were among the Sunnis of the coastal cities, such as the independent Nasirites movement Al-Murabitun, Popular Nasirite Organization, 24th of October movement, and the three F-Asians of the Arab Socialist Union. It was to extend such ties that Fatah also formed the National Assembly Forces at the end of October, a grand title for what was a motley collection of militarily useless clientelist networks headed by local bosses in Sunni Muslim neighborhoods of the capital, such as the Salah al-Din movement, Arab regiments, Sharhabil regiments, and Tariq bin Ziyad r. 62 e.g. Mance. The PLO strategy faced daunting challenges from militants on both sides. For the hardliners in the Phalanges party, the aim was to expel the aliens. Out with the Palestinians who sold their land and came here to pollute our soil. The fighting must not cease so long as there are Palestinians on our land. 63 In mid-October they renewed attacks on the besieged Tal al-Ziyaatar refugee camp, perpetrated a new wave of sectarian killings, and forayed into West Beirut. While the PLO sought to restore the truce, the LNM and rejectionist guerrilla groups mounted an offensive on October 24 that swept the Phalangists out of the Kantari district in the heart of the capital. The discovery AFEW days later that the army was assisting the Maronite militias to smuggle armored vehicles and other arms by sea added to the tension. Racing against time, Arafat resorted to secret diplomacy once more, and Salama met two members of the Phalanges Party Politburo and a personal representative of Frangiya on several occasions in early November. 6. The talks collapsed after their existence was revealed, to the anger of Palestinian rejectionists and militants of the LNM and Maronite camp alike. A subsequent attempt by Salama and Shaman to hold talks on December 2 also failed. 6. The PLO had coordinated its policy moves with Syria so far, only deploying forces to Tripoli after extensive discussions between Arafat and Assad on 7 to 9 October. For example, but the attempt at secret diplomacy revealed differences in approach. Syria was now increasingly worried by the arrival in Beirut of Egyptian, Iraqi, Saudi, and Libyan mediators, while the Kuwaiti, Tunisian, and Algerian ambassadors conducted additional contacts. Syrian ambivalence towards Arabization, Tarib, of conflict resolution turned to alarm when the League of Arab States called for a special meeting of foreign ministers in mid-October to discuss the Lebanese crisis, at Egyptian request. Determined to deny Sadat a role, Syria boycotted the meeting and prevailed upon the PLO to follow suit. The dispatch of special envoys from the Vatican and France to Lebanon in 371. Early November, following what Syria saw as deliberate escalation of the fighting by the Maronite militias in conjunction with internal security forces loyal to Shaman, was equally alarming. 67 Musin pointedly reminded the Maronite camp that Syria had not intervened so far because the PLO possessed sufficient FOR self-defense, but that it was committed by formal pact to defend the PLO if necessary. At the same time, Syrian consultations with Lebanese officials and political leaders redoubled in an attempt to broker a lasting resolution of the conflict. Some rejectionists were now openly critical of Syrian policy, but Fatah in particular feared that a Syrian-Maronite reconciliation would lead to the imposition of a Pax Syriana in Lebanon and curtail its autonomy. Its officials spoke increasingly of the independence of Palestinian political will and decision-making and hinted privately at Syrian plans to assert hegemony over the PLO. Counter-rumor suggested that Syria intended to replace Arafat with Ṣāyigh's Secretary-General Musin as chairman of the PL. 0.68 At issue were the discreet dialogue that Arafat maintained with Egypt and his continued disagreement with Assad, during further meetings on 1 October 7 and November 14. Over the tripartite axis with Jordan. Syrian suspicion that Fatah sought to roll for the PLO in the US-sponsored peace process was now echoed across the guerrilla movement. PFGC Secretary-General Jibril warned that the US and Israel intended to drain the PLO and drag it into a political settlement, and then exclude it, and various groups renewed guerrilla attacks against Israel from South Lebanon. 6-9 The PFLP and DFLP also found themselves on the same side of the FENCE as they intensified demands for implementation of overdue reforms in the PLO, purification of its departments, assertion of collective decision-making, and an end to autocratic leadership. 70 The Lebanese crisis was rapidly approaching the point of no return. Syria had come to the conclusion that a durable solution depended on engineering a new distribution of power among the Lebanese sects. This was a far cry from recent statements by Musin that the Lebanese political system was archaic and that sectarianism needed to be abolished, a shift noted with particular disfavor by the LNM, which held firmly to its program for secularization and democratic reform. 71 The evolving Syrian outlook was relayed to Yazīd, who, in a dramatic gesture, was invited to Damascus on December 6. His hosts sought three aims: the assurance that Lebanon would not become part of a hostile regional axis, Maronite acknowledgement of the special relationship with Syria, and official Lebanese reconfirmation of the existing accords with the PLO. To achieve a lasting end to the crisis, moreover, they stressed the need to reform the sectarian balance in Lebanon. 72 Yazīd was already aware of Syrian views, and his presence in Damascus suggested willingness to discuss the commitments and reforms proposed. Any hope of a breakthrough was immediately shattered, however, as militant Phalangists headed by Yazīd's son Bashir went on the rampage in Beirut on the same day, kidnapping 300 Muslims and killing at least 70 in what was 372. Instantly dubbed Black Saturday. The Phalanges party acknowledged responsibility, blaming mutinous and undisciplined elements within its ranks for irresponsible reactions to the earlier murder of Bashir's bodyguards. 73 LNM militiamen and rejectionist guerrillas stormed the main hotel district in revenge 2 days later, and the Phalangists were saved from a rout only by the intervention of the army. Extensive looting took place in the downtown banking district, from which the DFLP and Ṣāyigh came away with especially valuable rewards. 74 Black Saturday marked the final slide into civil war. Over the next 3 weeks, militiamen on both sides occupied police stations and town halls in areas under their control, while a growing number of Maronite and Muslim soldiers deserted army ranks to join their co-religionists. The Maronite militias now conducted systematic sectarian cleansing, expelling some 300 Muslim families from Hay al-Gawarna in North Beirut on 1 December 1 and evicting the Muslim inhabitants of Sibney, a small southern suburb, 5 days later. The Maronite militias were slowly, but surely, forcing the PLO's hand. Towards the end of December they set up roadblocks on the coastal road at Damer, all but cutting off PLO headquarters in Beirut from the main guerrilla forces in South Lebanon. The army, which had a sizable presence in the area, ominously made no move to reopen the road, despite the risk of abduction and murder facing the thousands of Lebanese Muslims and Palestinian civilians who used it daily. On January 3, 1976, the Maronite militias started a full blockade of food, fuel, and medical supplies to the Tal al-Ziyātar, Jisr al-Basha, and Bayya refugee camps and to the Maslak Karantina shanty town and the low-income Lebanese Muslim neighborhood of Nabay in East Beirut, affecting some 150,000 people. They also closed one of the alternative routes to South Lebanon at Deir al-Qamar, Shamon's hometown. The Lebanese army now deployed at key junctions along the main Beirut-Damascus road, threatening the sole remaining line of communications between West Beirut and the rest of the country. 15. The struggle for Lebanon. The PLO on the offensive. The PLO had a simple, urgent objective at the beginning of 1976, to end the siege of the beleaguered pockets in East Beirut and lift the stranglehold on the western half of the capital. Representatives of Tal al-Ziyātar lobbied Arafat for help on January 4, and the PLO made a last appeal to the Lebanese authorities, warning that it would have to consider all measures to ensure the delivery of vital supplies to the camp. 1-2 FOOD convoys organized by the UNRWA and the army over the next 2 days were prevented from reaching Tal al-Ziyātar by the Maronite militias, but Arafat remained reluctant to use FORCE. This was partly not to give a pretext for escalation to the Maronite leadership, which had reportedly decided on New Year's Eve to end foreign intervention in Lebanon and ensure the exodus of non-Lebanese forces from the country. 2 Leaked minutes from their summit meeting revealed that the Maronite militias intended to escalate the fighting in order deliberately to drag the PLO into open combat involvement. The ultimate aim was to compel it to accept modification of the Cairo Agreement and Melkert Protocol, restrict its presence and activity generally, and relocate the population of the besieged refugee camps away from Maronite-held areas. 3 The PLO was aware that forceful military action in Lebanon could have costly consequences. Not least would be the diversion of attention and resources from its ongoing campaign to win wider international recognition and gain a role in the peace process. Direct, major intervention against the Maronite camp would also defeat the PLO's objective of portraying itself as an indispensable intermediary and key power broker in the Lebanese political system. There was the added danger that large-scale action by PLO forces in the Beirut area would push Frangiya to take the side of the Maronite militias openly, and would trigger large-scale intervention by the army. It would then become necessary to commit additional PLO forces to the battle, reducing the guerrilla garrison in South Lebanon and exposing it to potentially heavy casualties. Yet the mainstream leadership was also coming under rejectionist and leftist criticism for adopting a defensive military policy that has led to static warfare, and being pressed for decisive action. 4 The PLO was effectively deprived of choice, and finally resorted to FORCE. On January 6, Arafat headed a meeting of the PLO's Higher Military Council. 37-4. Attended by representatives of all the guerrilla groups and the LNM to consider options. The plan that was hastily drawn up envisaged 3 distinct operations. A PLO-LNM FORCE would push from West Beirut to Tal al-Ziyātar, the defenders of Tal al-Ziyātar and Naba would simultaneously break out to link up with each other and with the outside FORCE, and an elite guerrilla contingent would meanwhile land by sea at Maslak Karantina to stiffen its defense and lead a link-up with Naba from the north. 5 The offensive was scheduled to start AFEW hours later, shortly after midnight. Success would give the joint forces, the name under which the PLO and LNM now operated, control of a solid belt of territory completely encircling East Beirut, and put them in a strong position to compel the Maronite camp to accept a binding ceasefire and a lasting settlement. Failing that, they could at least compel it to divert forces to meet the new threat, and so lift the blockade. 6 Still hoping to signal restraint and avoid total involvement, Arafat withheld Fatah guerrilla units from the capital and limited its combat role to the lightly armed and poorly trained militia in the beleaguered camps. The other partners in the PLO-LNM coalition were left to provide the bulk of the relieving forces, again, mainly militiamen, but each F-Asian jealously insisted on retaining control over its followers and resisted subordination to a single military command. The paradox was that although the planned breakthrough would pose a major threat to the Maronite camp, the joint forces assigned to the task were woefully inadequate. The result was predictable. The lack of seaworthy boats prevented the landing at Maslak Karantina, and the garrison in Nab-af failed entirely to act. Only the defenders of Tal al-Ziyātar kept to plan. Some 250 fighters made initial gains, but the disunity and indiscipline of the 9 F-Asians involved allowed Maronite counterattacks to wrest back most of the lost ground over the next 3 days. The major joint forces attack from West Beirut had also failed to materialize. It was not launched until January 8, and then by a mere 300 militiamen belonging to a wide variety of groups, backed by a handful of veteran guerrillas. The intervention of Lebanese infantry and armor to protect the strategic Hajmiyah crossroads alarmed the PLO leadership, which refused to provide reinforcements and ordered a tactical retreat to avoid further contact. The only lasting gains were made in the hotel district. Having resorted to force, the PLO succeeded only in signaling a lack of political resolve and military capability. As a result, its subsequent attempts to ratchet up the pressure with demonstrative attacks only prompted counter-escalation from the Maronite militias. This was shown when Arafat ordered 2 new attacks on 1 January 1. The first targeted Zghirta, hometown of Frangiyah, but failed. The second involved the capture of 2 key bridges connecting East Beirut to the Maronite heartland, but the PLO relinquished them after the Maronite militias blocked delivery of flour and fuel supplies from government depots in their areas to West Beirut. 7 They next pushed the PLO closer to a showdown by attacking the Dbayah refugee camp, well to the north. The struggle for Lebanon. 375. Of Beirut, on January 12. The joint forces riposted with a second abortive attack on Zghirta and the capture of more ground in central Beirut. Arafat had requested a battalion of the PLA Ain Jalut forces from Egypt, and its arrival at the northern port of Tripoli during the day added to the punitive threat. 8 This proved insufficient to ease the pressure on Dbayah, however, prompting Arafat to order elements of Atay's Yarmouk forces to deploy around Zayla during the night. 9 The combat deployment around Zayla was the first by Fatah main forces, but Maronite pressure on Dbayah continued. On January 13 Fatah moved 2 more guerrilla battalions from the south into position around the coastal towns of Damar, Saidiyat, and Al-Jiyah, while a 3rd battalion deployed above the strategic Khalda crossroads at the southern entrance to Beirut. This demonstration had little impact, as the Maronite militias overran Dbayah during the night of January 14 and expelled its inhabitants to West Beirut. The PLO garrison of 70 to 80 militiamen and a dozen PASC military policemen had already lost 30 dead and 20 wounded in 12 days off blockade and 3 days of combat, and lost another 20 dead as it escaped through the wooded valleys. 1 Fatah guerrillas now isolate Dja'iyah, but paused again in the hope that the Maronite camp would lift the siege of Beirut. As this did not occur, they overran Lebanese positions above Saidiyat and cut the road to Deir al-Qamar after coming under army fire. Other guerrilla groups and LNM parties now contributed reinforcements to the siege. The PLO was still trying to signal both resolve and restraint, but major intervention by the army on 1 January 6 pushed matters to confrontation. Lebanese troops occupied the Khalda crossroads and pushed towards Damar, where the garrison of some 600 soldiers and militiamen was being reinforced to a strength of 1,000. The Lebanese air force suddenly appeared in the sky, attacking guerrilla positions and destroying several jeeps, the loss of 1 ground attack aircraft. By chance, Prime Minister Karami, LNM leader Junblat, senior PLO official Tawfiq al-Safadi, and Shiite Imam Sadr happened to be meeting in the house of Sunni Muslim Mufti Hassan Khalid in Aramuan, overlooking Khalda. Karami, who doubled as defense minister, twice ordered Army Commander Said to halt the air action, but to no avail. The Muslim leaders subsequently issued a statement condemning the dangerous mutiny of the army and the militia attacks on the Tal al-Ziyātar and Dbayah refugee camps. Hinting at President Frangiyeh and Interior Minister Sham, they criticized those at all levels who hold malicious intentions against the Arab affiliation of Lebanon. 11 The rift was final. The guerrillas forced the army out of Khalda, seized the coastal village of Naama, and closed in on Damar. Rather than pause, the army attacked the Muslim quarter of Hosh al-Umara in Zayla on 1 January 7, with the apparent aim of establishing a zone of control extending to its major barracks of Ibla and the Riyak airbase. 1–a day later, the Maronite militias overran Maslak Karantina with the support of army commandos, armored 376 vehicles, and gunboats. They razed the shanty town as they advanced, killing 150 inhabitants, including 30 civilians and dozens of militiamen who were killed after surrendering, and expelled those of its original 30,000 inhabitants who had not already fled to West Beirut. 13 The guerrillas responded with a final assault on Damar, and on 2 January 1 stood outside Saadiyat, where thousands of Lebanese refugees and Maronite leader Sham were trapped. The PLO made a last attempt to parley, offering safe escort for the besieged civilians and military personnel to the destination of their choice. In return, FORA Maronite pledged to allow free movement on the coastal road. FOR Palestinian civilian and military traffic. 14 Two army officers who were present agreed, but Sham prevaricated. The guerrillas waited for 24 hours and then launched a final attack on January 23. Sham capitulated and was taken to East Beirut. The remaining 5,000 refugees were escorted to Deir al-Qamar and East Beirut. Some 150 besieged civilians and militiamen had died, and up to 20,000 became refugees. 15 Numerous acts of murder and rape had taken place during the fall of Damar, and Lebanese villagers from the Shuv region, LNM militiamen, Palestinians guerrillas, and looters from Beirut now put the abandoned homes to the sack. 1–6 The cataclysmic battles of January confirmed the transition to civil war. Yet this did not mean guerre à l'outrance, a period of total military effort and uninterrupted conflict, but rather a protracted, multi-sided contest in which phases of intense diplomacy regularly followed repeated outbreaks of violence. Indeed, the fall of Damar now led to a tense calm, in which Syria renewed its diplomatic effort to resolve the Lebanese crisis. Syrian determination had been hardened by the launch of sectarian cleansing by the Maronite camp in December 1975, which President Assad viewed as a prelude to the formal partition of Lebanon, a prospect he opposed vehemently. 1c Not only might a confessional division of the country activate latent tensions in Syria, dominated by his minority Alawi sect, but a Maronite canton in Lebanon could align itself with Israel and resist Syrian influence in Lebanese security and foreign policy affairs. Maronite statements calling for the expulsion of the Palestinian refugees from Lebanon only confirmed Syrian suspicions. 1 Syria signaled its intention to act forcefully against partition by deploying 2 battalions of the PLA Qadisiyah forces in the Bekaa Valley on 22 December. 19 Foreign Minister Khattam delivered the message more bluntly a fortnight later, following the start of the Maronite dual blockade in and around Beirut. Any attempt to partition Lebanon, he warned, will lead to instant Syrian intervention and annexation of Lebanon. Falangist leader Yazīd replied by vowing that the Lebanese would fight to the last man against a Syrian or Israeli invasion. 20 Syrian Chief of Staff Shihabi made a last-ditch attempt to persuade Frangiyeh to break the political deadlock on 1 January 6, 1976, just as the Lebanese army intervened in the battle for Khalda and Damar. Frangiyeh rejected a ceasefire, and Shihabi returned to Damascus after being. The struggle for Lebanon. 377. Physically prevented by the army from meeting, the Lebanese Muslim and opposition leaders meeting in Aramoun. Syria now blamed the Lebanese president and army for the obduracy of the Maronite militias, and replaced mediation with military pressure. 21 The army offensive around Zayla on 1 January 7 decided the issue. 2 days later, 3 battalions of the PLA hidden forces entered Lebanon and deployed between Tripoli and Zgurda, While AFO Earth took up position east of Zala. 22 The Syrian command responded to the army-backed sacking of the Maslak Karantina shanty town by ordering a PLA battalion into a hurried, frontal attack on the outer defenses of Zgurda on 2 January 1. As a warning to the president. 23 The unit was thrown back with losses of 48 killed and 72 wounded, forcing its withdrawal to Syria. To recover, but the Syrian command considered that the attack had served to warn Frangiya. 24 To drive the point home, it redeployed another PLA battalion from the Bekaa Valley into defensive positions around PLO headquarters in Beirut on 22 January. 25 The FALL of Saadiyat and the end of the battle. FOR The coastal road on January 23 offered an opportunity for diplomacy that Syria was quick to seize. Maronite political will was not broken, however, and Jama'il and Shammon both used the threat of partition as a lever in the intensive negotiations that now started. 26 This proved effective, at least to the extent of persuading Khattam and other Syrian mediators to abandon the LNM program for democratic reform. Instead, they proposed a more modest adjustment of the confessional division of political power, by moving from a 5:4 ratio of Christian to Muslim seats in parliament to an equal 5:5 ratio. The new formula was embodied in a constitutional document published by Frangiya on 14 February, following his meeting with Assad in Damascus. 27 As Assad later described it, this solution was reasonable, if less than ideal. 28 The attainment of Pax Syriana on these terms deeply offended the LNM, and brought the latent tensions between Syria and the PLO into the open. The PLO versus Pax Syriana. Positionality, the striving for relative advantage in regional politics and the Middle East peace process, was the issue that set the PLO and Syria on a collision course. Arafat and his colleagues in the Fatah leadership, especially, feared that the assertion of Pax Syriana in Lebanon would constrain their ability to pursue an autonomous diplomatic strategy. They were also worried that Syria, in order to reassure the Maronite camp, had promised to ensure strict implementation of the 1969 Cairo Agreement by the PLO. Starting in late January, Fatah leaders revealed their fear of tajim, literally, cutting down to size, and signaled their intention to resist Syrian policy by stressing the independence of Palestinian decision-making from Arab tutelage, Isaiah 378. For its part, Syria strongly suspected that Fatah sought alignment with Egypt in the hope of conducting separate peace talks with Israel, a prospect that would seriously undermine its own position. This suspicion had grown since the conclusion of the Sinai 11 disengagement agreement in September 1, 975, especially after Mahmoud Riyad, the Egyptian Secretary-General of the League of Arab States, declared towards the end of December that the PLO approved Arabization as a means of ending the Lebanese conflict. Fatah Central Committee member Khalaf seemed to confirm the trend by publicly extolling Palestinian ties with the Egyptian people on 3-1 December. 29 Arafat meanwhile responded to Libyan criticism of the overtures to Cairo by complaining of the attempt to impose conditions on the PL. 0.30 Nor were the political implications of Sadat's decision to approve the PLO request for the dispatch of a PLA battalion to Lebanon in mid-January 1976 lost on Syria. It now feared increasingly that Fatah might challenge the precarious truce it had just engineered in Lebanon, leading to Israeli intervention and endangering Syrian national security and regional objectives. Syria already had to deal with the resentful and volatile Maronite camp, and was resolved to ensure PLO compliance with Pax Syriana. Evidence of the shift in Syrian attitude came on 3 January 1, when Ṣāyigh gunmen acting on the orders of Mushin attacked the Beirut offices of two pro-PLO newspapers, Al Muhanir and Beirut, killing 2 journalists and narrowly missing Shafiq al-Hud. The official PLO representative in Lebanon, in retaliation for editorials that had criticized Syrian policy. 31 Khattam and Musin also instructed the commander of the PLA task force in Beirut, Mahmoud Abu Marzouk, to deploy a battalion against unidentified rebels in the refugee camps. He refused to do so, but the PLO received the Syrian message anyway. 32 Publication of the constitutional document pushed tensions to the FOR. Caliph stated acidly that the revolution is not merely a number to be added to the Muslims in this country nor a number to be added to any party. The PLO was not subject to Syrian tutelage, he added, and warned that we in Fatah have never allowed any /Ra regime, no matter which one, to act as our guardian. 33 Fatah, along with most guerrilla groups and LNM parties, also suspected that the Syrian compromise with the Maronite camp was a calculated gesture towards the U.S. Their suspicions deepened following press reports that the U.S. had secretly presented 2 new proposals to Syria for a negotiated settlement with Israel relating to the Golan Heights and West Bank. 34 Syrian displeasure with Fatah became increasingly obvious after the publication of the constitutional document. On February 22 Musin declared that it is time for new blood in the PLO, and posters went up in Beirut streets showing him in the traditional coup-d'etat and seated at a desk, pen in hand. The resemblance to Arafat's own posed photographs was unmistakable, as was the political message. 3. Caliph later reposted by implicitly blaming Ṣāyigh of hoping to inherit Fatah, adding that while Fatah believed in a strategic relationship with Syria, this could not be one of dependency. 36 When Fatah posed a direct the struggle for Lebanon. 379 challenge by dispatching Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan to hold talks with Sadat on February 28, Musin stated angrily that the confrontation in the region was between the path of nationalist commitment and patriotic steadfastness, and the path of retreat and capitulation led by the Sadat regime. He directed scathing, if implicit, criticism of Fatah by denouncing certain Palestinians who raise slogans of rejecting tutelage and rejecting Tajim, and regarded insistence on independent Palestinian decision-making and safeguarding the decrees of Rabat, recognizing the PLO as sole legitimate Palestinian representative, as an attempt to disguise the surreptitious dialogue with Sadat. 37 The Syrian command had already deployed a PLA battalion as a buffer force in Tripoli and moved 2 additional battalions from Syria into the Bekaa Valley, and at the end of the month Syrian Defense Minister Mustafa Tlis warned that Syria would strike any group opposing the new compromise in Lebanon. 38 The problem for Syria was that its fragile achievement in Lebanon was already coming under pressure from the Maronite militias, which broke the truce with steadily escalating violence in the second half of February. It was loath to take its dispute with Fatah to FAR, therefore, and still hoped to benefit from the PLO and LNM to coerce the Maronite camp. A prime example of this dual policy was the heated debate about the fate of officers and soldiers who had deserted the Lebanese army in previous weeks. The Maronite camp insist on dismissing Muslim personnel who had formed rebel groups, but Syria preferred a general amnesty for deserters on both sides, who should then be allowed to return to their posts. Syria was worried by the collapse of the Lebanese state starting on 1 January 9. Militias on both sides had seized police stations, prisons, town halls, and army outposts in areas under their control, but was also under pressure from the LNM and traditional Muslim leaders to reject Maronite terms for army reunification. The fate of one particular rebel group, the self-styled /Ra-Am1Y of Lebanon, AAL, provoked the most contention. A young Sunni Muslim officer, Lieutenant Ahmed al-Khatib, had declared the existence of the A:/I. On 2 January 1 after receiving covert assistance from Fatah Deputy Commander Wazir, who had recently moved his headquarters from Damascus to Talhaya in the Bekaa Valley. Fatah facilitated the movement of Khatib's followers, who scored a significant success by persuading the commander of the army barracks at Al-Bak and 200 soldiers to join the AAL on 3 January 1. A large demonstration that took place in Sidon on February 8 in support of Khatib showed the extent to which he had fired Muslim and opposition feeling. The Syrian attempt to impose Pax Syriana prompted Fatah to escalate the AAL revolt. On 9-1 March 1 Fatah helped the AAL seize army barracks throughout the south and in Tripoli, taking its strength to some 3,000. 39. Fatah now received 122 and 155 mm howitzers and 130 mm guns, armored cars, guided anti-tank missiles, anti-aircraft cannon, support vehicles, and large quantities of ammunition from army stores. The Syrian command hurriedly instructed Ṣāyigh to prevent the FALL 380 of the major Sidon barracks, and ordered the PLA to block any movement by Fatah forces in the Bekaa Valley. 40 Fatah took a more dramatic step on March 1, by engineering a coup d'état by the commander of the Beirut military district, Lieutenant General Aziz al-Adab. Adab was only one of numerous officers considering such a step, when Fatah came into the picture. PLO security chief Khalif later denied Fatah involvement, but it was Salama, head of Arafat's bodyguard, who escorted Adab to the television station in West Beirut to make his announcement. 41 Adab announced the launch of a corrective movement to reunite the army and the country, and called on Frangiyah to resign. 42 He privately hoped to replace him with Maronite politician Raymond Ed, who had distanced himself from the Maronite militias throughout the conflict, and received public support from scores of ranking army and public security officers, many of them Christians. 43 Fatah officials also lobbied leading Lebanese politicians such as Imam Sadr and Mufti Khalid, as well as Ed, to support Adab. Fatah had made a daring gamble, but was defeated by further events of its own making. Arafat had apparently hoped that the AAL would join a reunified Lebanese army under Adab, but Wazir instead launched a major drive to expand the AAL. Within 24 hours of the Adab coup, the AAL had taken over all remaining army barracks and public security posts in South Lebanon and West Beirut. Arafat was concerned that these moves would not only reignite the armed conflict, defeating the aim of the putsch, but might also trigger Israeli intervention. He made this clear in cables to Wazir's field headquarters on March 12, in which he warned that the seizure of Sidon by the AAL deprives the South of official legitimacy and exposes it to unpredictable possibilities from Israel. 44 Such was his concern that at midday he ordered Fatah's Castle forces to prevent AAL units in Sidon from marching on Beirut, and in the afternoon requested Wazir to halt the advance of AAL and Fatah forces from Shudarid towards the strategic mountain pass of Dar al-Baidar, explaining that LNM leader Junblat feared further deterioration of the security situation. 45 Arafat also urged Wazir to delay plans to rake control of the Lebanese Riak Air Base and the major Ibla barracks, and instructed Fatah units in the north to prevent looting of the army officers' housing estate in Tripoli. Arafat may have been privately disquieted by the tum of events, but this was not evident from the public statements of senior PLO officials. Abu Sharar, head of the PLO Unified Information Department and the Fatah Revolutionary Council, raised the stakes on March 14 by demanding guarantees for the full freedom of guerrilla activity in Lebanon. 47 The editorial of the PLO's Filastin al-Thawra on the same day obliquely accused Syria of seeking to contain the Palestinian revolution in conformity with the latest stage in the conspiracy. 48 This coincided with the arrival in Tripoli of a 2nd Battalion of the Ain Jalut forces, which Arafat had requested from Egypt a few days earlier. 49 More seriously, Wazir and Khatib resumed the drive to expand the AAL. The PLA officers who had been instructed by the Syrian command to prevent the FALL of the struggle for Lebanon. 381. The Riak Air Base and Ibla barracks secretly colluded with Fatah to hand them over to the AAL, in coordination with sympathetic Lebanese officers. 50 PLA artillery units next defied Syrian orders by shelling Baykfaya, hometown of Falangist leader Yazīd, and the army barracks in Hamana. The Maronite commander of the Fayyadiyya barracks on the outskirts of Beirut, Antoine Barakat, had meanwhile launched his own mutiny in support of legitimacy. Other co-religionists took over units and weapons in Beit Miri and Zayla, and by mid-March the army had ceased to exist. Up to 9,000 men were in areas held by the LNM and PLO, roughly half of whom joined the AAL, and the remaining 6,000 in the Maronite heartland. 51 Syria viewed these developments with growing alarm. The rapid expansion of the AAL, hostile statements from PLO officials, and intelligence from its Palestinian and Lebanese allies convinced it that recent events were the work of Fatah. According to PFGC Secretary General Jibril, who met Assad in this period, the Syrian President feared that the outcome would be to push the Maronites to declare the partition of Lebanon, and then an Israeli division would land at Unia, and that would be the end of our hopes. 52 Having vacillated at first, Syria now signaled its hostility to the Adab coup, through an official statement by the head of the Ba'ath Party organization in Lebanon, Asim Kansu. 53 Despite its failure, the Adab coup had undermined the Syrian-brokered constitutional document and placed the demand for the resignation of Frangiyya at the center of Lebanese politics. Frangiyya offered to resign if a two-thirds majority in parliament asked him to do so, but abruptly retracted his offer when a petition with the required 66 signatures was presented to him. The Maronite camp now insisted that he complete his term, and sharply escalated its attacks around Lebanon. Syria had meanwhile come to the conclusion that the resignation of Frangiyya was a necessary condition for resolution of the conflict, and decided to stem the deterioration of relations with the PLO. First, however, it showed its displeasure by closing down the Fatah military academy near Damascus and other facilities on March 14, and by detaining cadres of Wazir's western sector. The Syrian command also ordered Ṣāyigh to prevent AAL artillery from bombarding the presidential palace on the same day, prompting LNM leader Junblad to accuse Syria angrily of supporting Frangiyya and to castigate those who set up roadblocks in the face of the army AAL that tried to implement the decision of the parliament. 54 The Syrian command next transferred a 2nd PLA battalion from the Bekaa Valley to West Beirut, where it deployed around PLO headquarters. Arafat, accompanied by Musin and DFLP Secretary General Hawatma, was next invited to meet Assad on March 6. No details emerged from the meeting, but the Maronite militias responded by opening new battlefronts in North Lebanon, and were suspected of planting a bomb that exploded on an aircraft preparing to take Prime Minister Karami and other Muslim leaders to Damascus. They also laid siege to several Christian towns whose inhabitants supported the LNM, and reimposed a full blockade on Tal al-Ziyaatar and Nabain. 382. East Beirut. SA/QA gunners were now ordered to reverse roles, and over the next FEW days joined the AAL in bombarding the presidential palace. 55 Syrian proxies also stood aside while Fatah and AAL units spearheaded attacks that pushed Maronite forces out of the villages of Abadiyya, Shwit, Kmataya, and Itat on March 8, and out of the Quba quarter in Tripoli and as far as Mahlaya 2 days later. What Syria now sought, according to Jibril, who was suddenly summoned to Damascus on 19-20 March, was to strike a big blow and then call for a roundtable conference, to establish a new formula of no victor and no vanquished. 56 On his return to Beirut, on March 21, he directed a successful assault by a joint FORCE-OFGC guerrillas, LNM militiamen, and AAL armor on a renowned Falangist stronghold in the Hotels district. 57 Over the next 10 days the FORCE pushed to Beirut harbor in bitter street combat. The PFGC revealed that its casualties alone since April 1975 now stood at 200 dead. 58 Yet negotiations with the Maronite camp were not revived, largely because the PLO and LNM developed their recent victories into a major new offensive. Although it was not apparent from the outside, there were deep divisions within the PLO over the aims of the offensive. Arafat supported action to lift the siege of Tal al-Ziyaatar. Fatah's Eagles of the Arqub battalion tried, in vain, to force a way through the Beirut River Valley and Monteverdi on March 23, but a broad coalition comprising most of the leftist and rejectionist guerrilla groups, the LNM and the Soviet group in Fatah itself now sought complete military decision, Hazem Askari, and expanded the offensive. The 110 cadets from the Fatah Military Academy had seized the Dar al-Baidar Pass a week earlier, allowing a large AAL column to advance from the Bekaa Valley and take control of the major army barracks in Hamana on March 23, after building up to a strength of 1,000. LNM forces now drove onto Ras al-Matun and seized the village of Mtain, on the edge of the Maronite heartland in the Kisruan Mountains, while a mixed force of some 200 Fatah guerrillas and militiamen backed by AAL armor seized Tarshish and Maghdal Tarshish to the east. Arafat saw the expansion as an unwanted entanglement, that moreover exceeded an unspoken Syrian red line. 59 His FERs were confirmed on March 24, when the official Syrian Al-Bath newspaper accused some parties of turning the partition of Lebanon into a fait accompli and warned that the latest events threaten the entire Arab nation, which Syria will not permit. 60 LNM leader Jumblatt rejected Maronite and Syrian calls for a ceasefire, stating that the offensive would continue so long as our brothers are under siege, and the presidential palace Enzgirda came under renewed fire after 25 March. 61 Paradoxically, the ability of the leftist coalition to set the pace of events was due to the crucial backing of Wazir, who once again was working at cross-purpose to Arafat. This was not the result of political disagreement, but rather of Wazir's characteristic tendency to seize the moment. His instinct since January, when confronted with opportunities to assist the disintegration of the Lebanese. The struggle for Lebanon 383 Army and acquire its much valued artillery and armor, was to do so regardless of political consequences. 62 In the euphoria of the major gains made since March 9, he encouraged the latest offensive, and on March 25 committed Fatah's Eagles of Arqub battalion to retake Mtain, which had fallen to a Maronite counterattack. Arafat was anxious to prevent a major rift with Syria, and persuaded Jumblatt to meet Assad in the hope of resolving their differences. A marathon 9-hour meeting in Damascus on March 27 only led to a final rupture, however, as Jumblatt insisted on being allowed to pursue the offensive against the Maronite heartland for another 2 weeks. 63 Syrian patience was wearing exceedingly thin, but a separate meeting between Assad and Arafat the next day produced a compromise. Nothing was revealed at the time, but later events showed that they had agreed on 2 key items: the need to proceed with the election of a successor for Frangiya, and the imminent deployment of a token Syrian peacekeeping force in Lebanon. Arafat's position was supported by Fatah Central Committee members Khalaf, Abbas, who wielded considerable influence over Fatah finances, and to a lesser extent over security, and Gnaim, who had attended the talks. The PLO chairman returned to Beirut, and lobbied for a ceasefire in coordination with Ṣāyigh and the DFLP. The offensive was not yet over, however. The PFLP, which had earlier called for the expulsion of Ṣāyigh from the PLO Executive Committee and for an end to the alliance with Syria, summed up the position of the leftist coalition with a clarion headline in Al-Hadaf: "No to the ceasefire, no to the Syrian initiative, yes to military decision." 64 The Soviet group, backed by Wazir, directed the capture of the Kisruan village of Ainjara on March 27, even as Arafat and Jumblatt were in Damascus. Saleh next directed for abortive attacks on the Maronite stronghold of Kahala in the Matun Mountains on 28-3 March 1, in which Fatah, the AAL, and LNM lost 60 dead. He had insisted on temporarily replacing the overall commander of joint PLO-LNM forces in the area, Ahmed Efana, and was assisted by DFLP military commander Naufal. Most significant was Wazir's commitment of the 2nd Battalion, commanded by Soviet Group Officer Emla, to seize the Ziyar mountain on March 31 and retake Ain Rura, which fell for the second time on April 2. This put the port of Junya within artillery range for the first time, and placed the combined forces of the PLO, LNM, and AAL in position to drive deep into the Maronite heartland. Thousands of inhabitants prepared to flee by sea, and for a moment the Maronite leadership appeared ready to break. The escalation of the offensive after March 27 was partly the result of a private meeting between Jumblatt, Saleh, Amla, Naufal, and other leftist officials in Alai. The Palestinian left, at least, considered that inflicting a decisive defeat on the Maronite camp would undermine PLO hopes of joining Egypt in the US-brokered peace process. It was also convinced, as indeed were members of the mainstream Fatah leadership such as Khalaf, that the USSR viewed the Lebanese conflict as part of the wider contest with the US and would therefore 384. Support the transformation of Lebanon into another Cuba. Confident that Soviet pressure would constrain Syria, the leftist coalition now intended to push from the Kisruan Mountains to Junya, thus surrounding East Beirut and forcing the Maronite camp into unconditional surrender. 65 Only Fatah and the AAL had the strength to mount such an attack, but once the battle was engaged after March 27, Arafat proved unable to withhold support. Indeed, he may still have hoped privately to assert PLO dominance in the Lebanese equation, calculating, as he stated publicly, that Syrian intervention against the organization was inconceivable. 66 Arafat, as well as Wazir and the leftist coalition, had seriously misjudged the Syrian mood. The resumption of the offensive in the Matun and Kisruan mountains aroused deep suspicion in Damascus that Arafat was playing a double game. Syria perceived an additional threat to its special status in Lebanon when Egyptian President Sadat offered to mediate, and tabled a motion at the League of Arab States on March 29 for the deployment of a token Arab peacekeeping force. 67 As Ṣāyigh Secretary General Musin explained, Syria had achieved growing influence in Lebanon and regionally, which its Arab rivals sought to demolish. 68 It did not help matters that the addition of the PLO's Filastin al-Thawra appearing on 3 March 1 renewed the attack on attempts to impose Jordanian tutelage on the PLO, and pointedly reiterated the unity of the PLO and LNM. 69 Internationalization also reappeared menacingly on 3 March 1 with the arrival in Beirut of U.S. Special Envoy Dean Brown, who stated that his mission was to assess the situation and suggest possible options. 70 This followed several warnings in preceding months, including one delivered by the U.S. ambassador in Damascus, against intervention in Lebanon. 71 Increasingly alarmed, Syria delivered a private ultimatum to the PLO on April 2 demanding an immediate ceasefire. 72 Dozens of Fatah personnel in Damascus were arrested to reinforce the warning, and this time it was heeded. Syrian intervention. Assad had apparently concluded that only the deployment of Syrian forces in Lebanon could signal Syrian resolve with sufficient strength and coerce the protagonists into complying with a negotiated settlement. On April 3 the Syrian command imposed a ban on ships docking at Tripoli, a major route for PLO supplies and reinforcements, and 2 days later Ṣāyigh took control of the Zahrani oil terminal and Ghiyah power plant, cutting fuel and electricity supplies to Beirut. 73 It also shelled the Shatila refugee camp on April 8. Seeking to capitalize on Syrian PLO tensions, the Maronite militias blocked alternative fuel shipments from the government storage tanker FARM north of Beirut, to which the joint forces responded by halting flour supplies from government stores in the western half of the capital. Supplies were resumed and the blockade of Tal al-Ziyātar and Nabay eased after several days of mutual shelling, but the struggle for Lebanon. 385. The Maronite militias broke the truce with attacks around Zghirta and in the Kisruan mountains. Syria meanwhile prepared for intervention. King Hussein reportedly approached the Israeli ambassador in London on its behalf to seek assurances that his country would not react militarily, while Khattam communicated the Syrian view to the U.S. State Department. 74 Kissinger had apparently come to the view that direct Syrian intervention would in fact serve a useful purpose by pitting Syria against its erstwhile allies, and had already exchanged views on the matter with Lsri v. Brown reinforced this conclusion by writing from Beirut, on 1 April, in favor of the deployment of 3 or 4 Syrian brigades in Lebanon. 76 A second letter on April 4 lauded the success of the Syrian truce initiative, and noted with pleasure that it had taken the PLO and LNM by 77 Serbs. On April 9 Syrian troops took control of the border crossing point at Masna, and the next morning an armored brigade and 2 infantry battalions entered the Bekaa Valley. Musin explained that Syria had intervened to restore security and assist the election of a new president, and indicated LNM responsibility by renewing the harsh criticism of Junblat. 78 Abroad, Jordanian Prime Minister Zayd al-Rafa'i expressed wholehearted support for Syria, but the reticence or open hostility of Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Egypt, and Libya prompted Musin to take the unusual step of castigating them collectively, seeking to demolish the growing influence of Syria. 79 More significant, however, were Israeli and U.S. reactions. Israel had informed Washington 2 weeks earlier of the limits it expected Syria to observe in the case of intervention in Lebanon. After ascertaining the scale of the Syrian deployment of April 10, Prime Minister Rabin stated that it would be treated as an internal Lebanese affair so long as Syria did not exceed certain red lines relating both to the size and armament of Syrian units and to the geographical extent of their deployment, in which case Israel would act to preserve its safety. 81 Kissinger reflected U.S. neutrality by testifying to a congressional committee on April 14 that the Syrian move had not endangered Israeli security. 82 Assad explained the Syrian outlook in a rare policy speech made 2 days after the deployment. In his view, LNM leader Junblatt and the merchants of religion and revolution were at fault, necessitating a forceful response. Assad also sent a strong signal to the Maronite camp by stressing repeatedly that Frangiyah had already agreed to relinquish the presidency, and then issued a general warning that we possess full freedom of movement in Lebanon and are able to take any position we deem suitable, without anyone being able to prevent us from doing so. 83 Syrian checkpoints in Lebanon now started to arrest joint forces members carrying unlicensed guns or driving unmarked vehicles. To avoid friction, Fatah pulled the bulk of its forces out of the central part of the valley on 1–2 April. 84 Ṣāyigh meanwhile gave a blunt signal of Syrian readiness to employ force by revealing that the combined strength of forces loyal to Syria in Lebanon now totaled 17,000.85. 386. The PLO response to the Syrian intervention was cautious. It suspected a secret Syrian understanding, and feared the emergence of a tacit axis comprising Syria, Jordan, the Maronite camp, the US, and Israel. 86 Its unease was reflected in the decision to call up a 3rd Battalion of the PLA forces from Egypt, but at the same time it reiterated the alliance with Syria. 87 In any case, having demonstrated Syrian resolve, Assad now invited Arafat for talks on April 16. The outcome was a new agreement consisting of 7 articles and several secret annexes, that outlined the principles for resolving the Lebanese conflict, restoring central government, and defining the basis for Syrian-Palestinian relations in Lebanon. In a concession to the PLO, Assad promised to withdraw the Syrian forces and allow free election of a new Lebanese president, while Arafat endorsed the constitutional document and pledged to oppose both internationalization. 88 In parallel, Syria worked for the election by the Lebanese parliament of the successor to Frangiyah, in the hope that this would produce a durable political compromise. Parliament had already amended the constitution on April 10 to allow early election of a new president, now set to take place on May 8. Once again, any hope that Syrian PLO agreement would lead to a solution was soon dashed. The Maronite parties, now united in a Lebanese front, were first to threaten the Damascus Accord. They were encouraged by several aiders. On Kissinger's instructions, Brown had advised them at the beginning of April to be strong so that they could negotiate, which they took to be a recommendation to cooperate with Israel. 89 After months of secret contacts, Shammon met a high-ranking Israeli official on April 2. By WHICH time the Phalanges party had also initiated a direct Israeli relationship. 90 The Maronites were further encouraged by the start of modest, but nonetheless significant, Israeli involvement in the southern border region in mid-April, a worrying development that only deepened Syrian resolve to bring the Lebanese crisis to a close. The Lebanese front now revived the prospect of cantonization and partition by setting up an autonomous civil administration in the Maronite heartland, with parallel police, civilian courts, and postal and public transport services. 91 It knowingly aroused Syrian concern on April 22 with renewed calls for international or U.S. mediation in the conflict, and in early May proposed the creation of a deterrent force comprising French, Moroccan, and Saudi troops, with U.S. political support, to oversee any truce. The Lebanese front also started clashes in North Lebanon, as if to press the point, and finally launched a major offensive against the joint forces in the Kisruan Mountains on May 7, on the eve of the presidential election. The Palestinian rejectionists had also opposed the Damascus Accord, albeit after wavering initially. Junblatt supported Arafat, but also called for Syrian withdrawal and a wider Arab role in peacekeeping. Maronite escalation brought the hostility of militant PLO and LNM factions towards the Damascus Accord into the open. Before April 9, Junblatt had believed that Syria could not send troops into Lebanon for fear of counter-intervention by Israel and the struggle for Lebanon 387. Because of U.S. opposement to a second Czechoslovakia, and so the fact that Syria had actually proceeded with its intervention came as a rude shock. 92 Leftist anger deepened when the Lebanese front finally compelled the Christian villages of Dur al-Shwair, Beit Shabab, Be'akut to capitulate and put the homes of LNM members to the torch. A statement from Ṣāyigh claiming that its men and the PLA had lifted the siege only added insult to injury. 93 Junblatt subsequently debated the establishment of a civil administration to rival the Maronites playing the partition card, in effect, and accused Syria of extending its influence in Lebanon on the basis of a secret understanding with the U.S. 94 PFLP Secretary General Habash similarly castigated Syria for intervening in Lebanon in accordance with a U.S. plan to restore the Lebanon of the past and the army of the past, while the Deputy Secretary General of the Lebanese Communist Party, George Hawi, equated the Syrian and U.S. roles. 95 Arafat, for his part, sought to preserve the fragile understanding with Assad. He resolutely opposed the formation of a local authority in areas held by the LNM and PLO, seeing it as a dangerous political escalation that would inevitably alarm Syria, and vetoed requests for a forceful response to LF offensives, arguing that the Maronites sought precisely such a reaction as a means to undermine the Damascus Accord. 96 Arafat also resigned himself to the likelihood that the presidential candidate preferred by the PLO and LNM, Ed, would fail, and secretly met his Syrian-backed rival, former Central Bank Governor Ilyas Sarkis, to assure him of PLO neutrality in the coming vote. 97 The Syrian command deployed a third PLA battalion in Beirut to secure the parliamentary vote, and Sarkis was duly elected by a narrow margin on May 8. In an internal memorandum to PLO personnel, Arafat expressed the hope that Sarkis's victory presaged an end to the tribulations. 98 Arafat wished to avoid open confrontation with Syria. Yet PLO media and senior officials associated with the Soviet group in Fatah repeatedly gave contradictory signals. The editorial of Palestinian, Thora on April 25, for example, launched a broadside against Syrian policy by opposing any intervention, whether under the guise of preventing the fictitious partition of Lebanon, or of legitimacy, or of preserving law and order. Central Committee member Saleh stated belligerently 2 days later that Fatah will not permit the intervention of any Arab forces, and on May 2 Palestinian, Thora editor Ahmed Abd al-Rahman rejected the Syrian notion of a security vacuum and declared total commitment to the LNM. 99 It was also Abd al-Rahman, in an editorial in Palestine al-Thora, who vowed on May 4 to prevent the election of a president on the bayonets of intervention and railed against the unholy alliance that includes parties who pretend to oppose imperialism and the Sinai Disengagement Agreement. 1001 Reason for the contradiction of PLO attitudes was the deepening alliance between Syria and Jordan. Palestine al-Thora urged Syria to reassess its ties with Jordan on 1 April 8, but a week later the two countries decided to close down 388 their embassies as a demonstration of their fraternal ties. This followed the conduct of municipal elections in the West Bank on April 10, under the supervision of the Israeli military government, in which PLO supporters swept 85% of the seats. Junblatt expressed a widely held view when he described the Syrian-Jordanian alliance as a conspiracy to contain the resistance movement and impose hegemony over the West Bank, and so eliminate the independent Palestinian character. 101. It was against this background that Arafat's close politicalade, Hani al-Hassan, held talks with Egyptian Foreign Minister Ismail el-Fahmy in Cairo at the end of April. A few days later Sadat stated that the elections had sent a sobering message to the king and to those who dream of tutelage over the Palestinians. 102 He also declared his opposition to any attempt to weaken the PLO, whether physically or politically, and allowed it to resume broadcasts. See Eli M23 over Mro Rao on 6i. Renewed contacts between the PLO and Egypt only confirmed Syrian suspicions of PLO duplicity. The deterioration of security in Lebanon following the presidential election heightened Syrian apprehension further. The LF offensive in the K.Irwan Mountains on May 7 lasted for 3 days, during which it lost at least 100 dead and the joint forces another 30, while an attempt by the LF to bring Zayla within its canton triggered a counter-offensive by the joint forces on May 1. On the political level, the LNM took the first step towards establishing a parallel civil administration in areas under its control. 104 The PLA battalions in Beirut were now instructed by Chief of Staff Budayri to establish regular liaison with the LF and to identify their positions as a confidence-building measure. 105 To deter the PLO and LNM, conversely, 3 Syrian commando battalions were deployed at Beirut Airport and the Khalda crossroads on 8–9 May. An official PLO statement complained that this had occurred without prior notification. It also accused the commandos of shelling the Burj al-Baraj, a refugee camp, and demanded an end to restrictions on the movement of joint forces personnel and supplies. 10-6 On 1 May 3, the Syrian command pulled PLA units in Beirut out of the front line and concentrated them opposite the PLO headquarters area in the Fakhani district. 1. 0. Resistance to Syrian policy was growing. Lebanese leftists and Palestinian rejectionists clashed with Ṣāyigh and captured 46 of its members on May 9. The clashes also spread to Tripoli on 11–12 May as Ṣāyigh and the Lebanese branch of the Ba'ath party attacked the ALP and pro-Iraqi Ba'athists. The Syrian Command instructed the PLA to assist the assault, which left a final toll of some 20 dead on both sides, but FA said a mutiny in one of its battalions. 108 As the rift deepened, Ṣāyigh Secretary General Musin signaled the prospect of wider Syrian intervention by asking rhetorically, since when is Syrian occupation of Lebanon rejected by its people, and what is patriotism if Lebanon is not part of Syria and part of its steadfast mess against Israel? 109 He made the target clear by criticizing the LNM, whose leaders worked to implement the partition plot under nationalist slogans, such as local administration, and who drag behind them the Palestinian resistance, that has all but forgotten the cause of liberating Palestine. The struggle for Lebanon. 389. Due to its distraction in the search for power bases in the streets of Beirut and the mountains of Lebanon. 110 The PLO and LNM responded defiantly with a major rally in Beirut on 1 May 5, at which Khalaf gave an impassioned view of events. In 1948 our people heeded the entry of Arab forces to Palestine and surrendered their weapons and rifles to those armies in the hope of attaining victory. But 28 years have passed while the Palestinians have languished in pain in Arab prison camps. Turning to the present, he pledged PLO loyalty to the LNM and castigated the lackey command that does not represent the spirit of the PLA. Khalaf also criticized Damascus directly, saying we have long kept silent about the harm done to us and the intervention, about the shelling of our refugee camps which we never expected would be struck by any Syrian force. But when the Lebanese masses are hit in Tripoli we cannot remain silent at all, and must raise our voices in caution and warning, out of concern for Syria. 111. A day later the Fatah representative in Cairo revealed that the Syrian authorities had detained hundreds of PLO members and confiscated both military and non-military supplies since the end of March. 112 Syria was given added reason to consider expanding its intervention in Lebanon on May 14, when Frangieh announced that he did not intend to transfer power to President-elect Sarkis until September 22, the original date for the end of his tenure. An increased Syrian military presence in Lebanon had already been anticipated by the US and, less openly, by Israel. U.S. Special Envoy Brown voiced the opinion on May 1 that the election of Sarkis had launched Lebanon on the path of rehabilitation, rationality, and the renewal of the state, and added casually that the question of the entry of additional Syrian forces to preserve security in Lebanon is contingent on a decision by Sarkis. Israel had recently made much of PLO military gains in Lebanon, but on May 3 Prime Minister Rabin observed approvingly that forces operating under Syrian control in Lebanon have killed more terrorists in the past week than Israel has in the past 2 years. 114 Once again, King Hussein had argued the Syrian case in Washington and to the Israeli ambassador in London, receiving clear reassure. 115. Answers return. The violence in Lebanon was spiraling out of control. The Syrian decision to pull the PLA out of the front line in Beirut triggered artillery exchanges and street combat that left 199 dead and 658 wounded on 16-17 May alone. 1. On May 7 Arafat and Libyan envoy Abd al-Salam Jalud were received in Damascus by Assad, who informed them of his intention to increase the Syrian force in Lebanon. The PLO chairman was opposed, and the meeting ended in rancor. Senior Syrian officials repeatedly implored Fatah Central Committee members Abbas and Gnaim, who still resided in Damascus, to impress the gravity of the situation on their colleagues in Beirut, but Arafat and the rest of the mainstream leadership were now completely convinced that the PLO position in Lebanon was under direct Syrian threat. 1. 17 To preempt it, Arafat initiated secret talks with President-elect Sarkis on May 9, in the presence of Offenblatt and 390 Caliph, and lobbied the Arab states to convene a summit conference. Continued Maronite violence and Syrian refusal to tolerate an Egyptian role condemned both efforts to fa but statements of support for the PLO from Iraq, Libya, and Algeria only deepened Syrian concern. The announcement by French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing on May 22 that he had U.S. backing to deploy 7,500 troops in Lebanon confirmed Syrian determination to act quickly and forcefully. Any doubts were dispelled the next day, when Caliph threatened major military escalation with a grandiose declaration that the road to Palestine cannot but pass through Ainshara and Uyun al-Simon, and must even reach Junya, in order to defeat the conspiracy and prevent partition. Speaking at a rally in Beirut, he was implicitly addressing the USSR, which he believed to be committed to a radical anti-US realignment in the eastern Mediterranean. The Syrian leadership took him at his word in any case. Clashes broke out between Fatah and Ṣāyigh in Sidon on May 24, and secret instructions now went out from Damascus to Ṣāyigh to silence Fatah artillery around Beirut. 119 Arrests of joint forces personnel at Syrian checkpoints around the country also increased. 1.